My machinery factory only exports an electric tricycle. He was unexpectedly labeled as a threat to national security by the falconer, was forcibly included in the list of illegal entities, and was subjected to a wave of sanctions. Just when everyone was speaking up for me. My new product, Cat Car, was purchased by the military, directly incorporated into the organization, and transformed into the Mountain Cat, all-terrain combat vehicle, which completely changed the combat mode of light infantry. Another new product, a heavy-load spraying drone originally designed for farmers, actually caught the eye of the Russian defense minister. As a result, they directly changed it into an unmanned bomber, which bombed her mouse so hard that he cried for his parents. Jiang couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sure enough, my judgment was correct. Chihan Industry is simply the embodiment of evil, a military-industrial enterprise that intends to destroy the world." At this time, Chihan Industrial Live Broadcast Room. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. The Eagle Sauce actually sanctioned the three-wheeled vehicle. Mr. Lin, is there some kind of black technology hidden in your three-wheeled vehicle? It actually threatens the national security of the Eagle Sauce. As we all know, the three-wheeled vehicle is the crystallization of cutting-edge technology from a mysterious country in the East. Please use the term carefully, it's called a low-speed passenger vehicle. Stop talking nonsense, place an order right now to support the three-wheeled vehicle. I was sitting in the office, processing documents, while glancing at the screen full of flying comments in the live broadcast room, and couldn't help but smile silently. Ever since Chihan Industry was included in the anti-dumping and countervailing duty list by the United States, these stupid netizens have been checking in at the live broadcast room every day, and from time to time they have placed sincere orders to buy electric tricycles. In just a few days, our domestic sales have actually increased. Is this a blessing in disguise? After signing the document, I handed it to the assistant beside me to handle. Then I adjusted my mood and said to the camera, "I regret to tell you that the United States believes that the electric tricycles produced by our company are priced at several thousand US dollars, which is too low and does not conform to market logic. They accused us of malicious dumping to distort the US auto market. What's more interesting is that they also claimed that our tricycles should cost more than $50,000, but they are sold so cheaply because the government subsidized them by $40,000. At this point, I couldn't help but laugh, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. I can't hold it anymore. A subsidy of $40,000? At official, I want an explanation. Brother, stop laughing. I'm almost getting a stitch in the side from laughing. Ha ha. Are domestic subsidies so high? I will set up a production line tomorrow. In China, I'm called Senbengzi. In the United States, please call me 3 Binkar. Dog head. I tried hard to suppress my smile, put on a serious expression, and continued. Sorry, I didn't manage my expression well just now. I will pay more attention next time. However, today's focus is not on the sanctioned three-wheeled vehicles, but our Chihan Industries' new product, an all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle. The first test vehicle has been assembled, and I will take you to see it today. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds, and then the comments came like a tide. Wait, all-terrain? Amphibious? Off-road vehicle? And it's made by Chihan Industry? Oh my god, Chihan Industry has even started making cars. This is too outrageous. In the impression of netizens, Chihan Industry has always been deeply involved in the field of agricultural machinery, and at most it has produced people-friendly products such as three-wheeled vehicles, layatil, and electric donkeys. Now suddenly hearing about amphibious off-road vehicles has completely overturned everyone's cognition. Boss Lin, listen to my advice. The waters of car manufacturing are too deep to handle. Boss Lin, think twice. Please don't do it again. Boss Lin, if you insist any longer, I will have no choice but to kneel down and beg you to let me go. That's right, I am the CEO of Chihan Industry, and also a time traveler. My name is Lin Xian. More than 10 years ago, when I had just taken over the Chihan machinery factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy, the memory of the time traveler suddenly awakened. At that time, the Chihan machinery factory was already a mess. It was heavily in debt, with only one dilapidated factory building left, and had not been in production for more than half a year. Only a few old employees who were reluctant to leave stayed. As for other equipment, all that could be moved had been moved away, leaving the factory in a desolate state. Fortunately, I have awakened the Golden Finger, the Black Technology System. In the initial awakening state, I can unlock and use the technology of the first-level surface civilization. The key to awakening my Golden Finger was taking over the Chihan machinery factory. Based on this factor, I decided not to give up this machinery factory, but to transform and upgrade it. Under my leadership, Chihan Industry turned losses into profits in the first 3 years and became a major taxpayer in the city. In the 5th year, it was renamed Chihan Industrial Group, with the number of employees exceeding 1,000 and monopolizing the provincial market. Today, Chihan Industry has tens of thousands of employees, sales outlets across the country, and has also achieved fruitful results in the development of overseas markets. Not only have we become a leading enterprise in the domestic industrial field, covering multiple industrial categories, we have also been received and investigated by our superiors many times and have been listed as a national demonstration enterprise. At present, the market value of Chihan Industry has reached 10 billion. However, this is only an estimate by the outside world. Because Chihan Industry is not listed and is entirely held by me, there is no need to disclose financial reports. The specific market value is only known to me and a few senior executives. As the head of a billion-dollar enterprise, my live broadcast naturally attracted a large number of netizens to watch. Not to mention, I would give out lucky bags in the live broadcast room from time to time, which kept the enthusiasm of netizens high. Of course, I don't do this just to create buzz or please my fans. The live broadcast not only brought more popularity and exposure to Chihan Industry, but also brought unexpected benefits to me personally. I found that as the live broadcast progressed, the awakening level of the Golden Finger was slowly increasing. If I continue at this pace, I will soon be able to unlock Level 2 planetary civilization technology. According to the system's description, planetary civilizations have transcended the constraints of the surface and begun to conquer space, utilizing the energy of the entire star system, such as capturing stellar energy through advanced technologies such as Dyson spheres. My biggest goal is to unlock Level 4 ascension civilization technology, which will enable civilization to ascend and consciousness to be immortal. Thinking of this, I stood up and walked out of the office, skillfully clicked a few times on my mobile phone, and sent a lucky bag to the live broadcast room. The contents of these lucky bags are very simple. Basically, they are products of Chihan Industries, distributed randomly, and can be regarded as homemade specialties. As soon as the lucky bag came out, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. "Thank you, boss. I wish you a safe life." "Boss Lin, I love you." Who dares to steal my husband?" "Ha, I got it." "Wait, what the hell is a cat car? Does Chihan Industries still have this product?" In the Military General Assembly Department, Wang Jiahao stared at the contents of the lucky bag on his mobile phone screen, frowning slightly, with a question mark on his face. He was the lucky viewer who got the cat car during the live broadcast. "Cat car? What on earth is this thing?" Wang Jiahao muttered to himself in confusion, his heart full of curiosity. Could it be a new product of Chihan Industry? Or a car designed specifically for cats? Recalling the imaginative personality of the CEO of Chihan Industry, he felt that this possibility was quite possible. With doubts, he searched the official website of Chihan Industry, but found nothing. Finally, Wang Jiahao couldn't help but send a barrage in the live broadcast room. I quickly noticed this comment and couldn't help but say with a smile, "Congratulations to the netizen with the ID. Give you a big red X for winning our new all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle, codenamed Cat Car. Please fill in your address and contact information in the background as soon as possible, and our staff will arrange the shipment." When Wang Jiahao heard his online name being read out, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and his toes unconsciously scratched the soles of his shoes. He looked around and confirmed that today was a day off and no colleagues were around. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he filled in the address in the background as quickly as possible, unable to hide a hint of joy in his heart. Getting a car for free was really a good deal. The camera cuts back to the live studio. I have taken the group's internal tram to the production workshop of Chihan Industry. The camera sweeps across the entire Chihan Industrial Park, which covers an area of nearly 2,000 acres, equivalent to the area of 187 standard stadiums, which is amazing. The park is fully equipped with staff dormitories, restaurants, gymnasiums, cinemas, and even hospitals, kindergartens, and shopping centers, fully covering the daily needs of employees. In addition, there is a tram system within the park to facilitate commuting for employees, who only need to pay cost price to use it. In order to let employees work without worries, we have also specially established planting and breeding enterprises to ensure the supply of clean and green ingredients. I explained to the camera with a smile. Only when employees are at ease can our business prosper. After hearing these words, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into a barrage of comments. Boss Lin, please take me in. I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Brothers, forget it. You have to take an exam to get into the Chihan factory, which is even harder than the civil service exam. Wow, the competition is crazy when I'm recruiting here. 3,000 or 4,000 people are competing for 100 or 200 positions. The graduates are trembling. This competition is too scary. Just as the comments were getting heated, a joke stood out. Wow, the legs are so white in this shot. As the camera swept outside the car, a group of female employees who had just got off work entered the screen. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became lively, and barrages of comments filled the screen. I looked at it twice, without looking away, and nodded slightly. Yes, the netizens were right. It was indeed a good leg. The tram slowly stopped at the entrance of the production workshop. I got off the bus, followed by my assistant. She was wearing a hip skirt, holding the camera in one hand, and looked focused. Actually, I have a special filming team, but they were not here today, so I had to let my assistant take over temporarily. This production workshop belongs to the RD department, and entry and exit require authorization. I walked to the door, and the camera automatically performed facial recognition. Ding! Accompanied by a prompt sound, the heavy workshop door slowly opened. I walked in and put on a dust-proof suit. This is a Class 10,000 clean room, one level higher than the common clean rooms. At the same time, the news about my Lin Xian making cars quickly fermented on the internet, soared in popularity, and became a hot search. As a billionaire CEO who loves live streaming, this level of attention is not surprising. Major self-media and marketing accounts immediately became like sharks smelling blood, and they all produced content with eye-catching titles. These news quickly caused a stir in the automotive industry, and the CEOs of major auto companies immediately flocked to Chihan Industries' live broadcast room, trying to figure out what kind of car I was going to build. After all, the competition in the automotive industry is extremely fierce, and it is not a field that anyone can easily get involved in. At this point, I have gone through several procedures and officially entered the production workshop. Chu Nanfa, the workshop manager, had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw me, he immediately stepped forward and extended his hands enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, welcome to inspect the production workshop of RRD Department 3. The first all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle has been produced and debugged and can be tested. All the data of this vehicle fully meets your requirements. I nodded and motioned for him to take me to see the finished product. Netizens in the live broadcast room could no longer contain their excitement, and began to speculate wildly about what the car would look like and what its various parameters would be. Even the CEOs of the car company sat up straight, and their expressions became extremely serious. They are very clear about Chihan Industries' position in the industrial field, especially since many car companies have cooperative relationships with Chihan Industry and use our parts. Even Wang Jiahao from the Army General Assembly Department stared at the live broadcast screen, feeling a little nervous. This was the car he won in a lottery at the company. What if it wasn't cool enough? Amidst everyone's anticipation, I finally walked to the core area of the production workshop, and a pure black all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle codenamed Cat car came into view. However, the scene suddenly changed, and the live broadcast room went crazy. This is the all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle that Mr. Lin mentioned. Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? Take a look at the real thing. This car looks like it was welded by an electrician. We strongly recommend investigating manager Chu Nanfa. He must have embezzled our funds. Don't be so mean. I think this car is cute. It's small and adorable. Wait, why is there a handle where the steering wheel should be? The car company bosses in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts that had just risen to their throats finally settled down. The shape of this cat car was obviously completely different from their expectations. The moment Wang Jiahao saw the car, he felt frozen, as if the sky was about to fall. He had just boasted proudly in front of his comrades, saying that he had won an off-road vehicle in the live broadcast room, and vowed that after the vehicle arrived, he would take his comrades for a ride to experience the thrill of hardcore off-road. The result, that's it? When the image of the car appeared on the screen, he was speechless. No wonder the car was codenamed Cat Car. If he drove it out, let alone going for a ride, he would probably be laughed at by his comrades until he retired. In the live broadcast room, a small car less than 4 meters long, about 1.55 meters wide and 1.8 meters high appeared. Its 3 pairs of wheels and miniature body looked more like a toy car. What's even more outrageous is that this car has no steering wheel, only a motorcycle handle. If this kind of car appears in an ordinary family, there's only one answer: it is a toy car bought by parents for their children. I glanced at the densely packed comments in the live broadcast room and was immediately confused. Didn't I already clearly indicate it before? Cat car. What on earth are these netizens imagining? Manager Chu, who was standing by, saw this and explained. Boss Lin, this cat car uses a left and right dual drive layout and is equipped with a 1.4-liter, 64-kilowatt diesel inline 4-cylinder engine. Combined with a 5-speed manual transmission, the cat car can reach a maximum speed of 65 kilometers per hour and can climb a 70-degree steep slope. In addition, in the water, its tail thruster can provide a cruising speed of 4 kilometers per hour. As soon as Manager Chu finished speaking, Wang Jiahao, who was watching the live broadcast, had a gleam in his eyes. He changed his previous lost expression and showed a thoughtful look. As a member of the Equipment Research and Ordering Department of the Military General Assembly Department, he has always been sensitive to equipment performance data. The functional data mentioned by Manager Chu just now made him instantly think that this car might be used in specific military scenarios. Sure enough, thinking about the problem from a different angle suddenly made everything clear. Wang Jiahao fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, netizens in the live broadcast room started to complain. What? Only 65 kilometers per hour? My grandfather's old man look can drive faster than this. The speed on water is 4 kilometers per hour. Is this design meant to be funny, Mr. Lin? This car will definitely not sell. Why not use the RD funds to give out red envelopes? Ha ha ha, this car is fun. I'm going to buy one for my son as a toy car. I think amusement parks can buy this kind of car and use it as amusement facilities. It is common for the internet to have trolls, and I didn't pay attention to the ridicule in the comments. If you care about even this kind of thing, wouldn't it shorten your life by 3 years? I patted Chu Nanfa on the shoulder and said with some satisfaction. Manager Chu, you did a great job. The data of this product completely meets my needs. After taking a quick look, I continued. Isn't there a special testing ground in the park? Bring me a safety helmet. I will drive this cat car to test its performance myself. After saying that, I sat directly in the driving seat of the cat car. Chu Nan was stunned for a second, then he reacted and ran to get the safety helmet. Not only did he get one for me, he also got one for himself and his assistant. I still understand this bit of office wisdom, he muttered with a smile, then climbed into the back seat neatly. Of course, he wouldn't compete with me for the driving rights. Anyone with a discerning eye could see my interest in this cat car. He just had to cooperate. As for the assistant, she sat in the co-pilot seat holding the filming equipment, and the live broadcast was seamless. It must be said that her professional ability is indeed strong. After everyone got on the car, I put on my safety helmet and started the cat car. The vehicle passed through 3 discontinuous isolation doors, left the production workshop, and drove towards the experimental site. I have to say, this cat car is a bit special to drive. The rumbling sound reminds me of a diesel 3-wheeler. Chu Nanfa, who was sitting in the back seat, held the seat and tried to keep his balance while explaining. Boss Lin, this cat car was developed completely according to your design concept, combining the characteristics of motorcycles, cars, and boats. It can not only travel on water, but also climb mountains and drift. It can do everything except fly. In order to enhance off-road performance, We removed the traditional steering system and turned completely by drifting. I nodded to show that I understood and quickly drove the car to the experimental site. This site was built specifically for cat cars, simulating various complex road conditions, uneven sand piles, steep hillsides, and even large slopes with an angle of up to 70 degrees. The only thing is that there is no normal road. After seeing such a venue, netizens in the live broadcast room began to post comments. "Boss Lin, forget it, this place is too difficult, even a real off-road vehicle probably can't drive through. Yeah, even my welding horse wouldn't dare to touch such a road. Boss Lin, if you don't want to fall flat on your face, take it easy." At this time, I didn't pay attention to the comments, but stepped on the accelerator decisively. Under the incredulous gaze of the live broadcast audience, the cat car rushed onto the sand pile as if it was flat ground. Then, I easily climbed a 70 degrees steep slope and successfully passed various complex terrains. Even a desperate place, like a pile of rocks, can be easily conquered with the unique dual-drive system of the cat car. The audience in front of the screen were stunned, and Wang Jiahao in the office also sat up straight with a serious expression. He stared at the live broadcast screen intently, and he already had a plan in mind. If this cat car can really handle this kind of venue, then the military should seriously consider putting it on the procurement list. Especially the Air Force paratroopers, who are in urgent need of this kind of light all-terrain off-road vehicle. Cutting back to the field, I completed all-terrain checks, and the results were all perfect. The only small problem was that the suspension system was not stable enough, causing Chu Nanfa to be thrown out of the car directly after a bump. Next, I will test the water navigation ability of this cat car. The number of real-time online users in Chihan Industrial's live broadcast room continued to rise, and soon broke through the 30,000 mark. The bored netizens showed great interest in the live broadcast of a billionaire CEO like me. Especially the cat car I launched, which made people curious. This car really doesn't fit in with conventional designs. At first glance, it looks like a giant toy, and many people can't figure out what its practical use is. But obviously, this does not affect netizens from coming to join in the fun and see what this strange thing can do. There was no river in the inspection area inside the park, so I drove the cat car to the river outside the park. This is a high bank river, with a vertical distance of more than 10 meters between the river bank and the river beach, and the slope is extremely steep, and the river beach is covered with pebbles of various sizes. People who drive frequently understand that most cars will overturn if they drive on such terrain, so don't expect to drive safely. But the performance of the cat car was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with a steep slope of nearly 80 degrees, I drove down without hesitation. The assistant was very dedicated. He held the camera steadily all the way and recorded this thrilling scene in its entirety. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly furious. "Fuck, this is too exciting! Stop the car, I want to get off!" Sitting in the driver's seat, I completely ignored the liveliness of the barrage of comments. At this moment, I had only one feeling: awesome. The extreme slope downhill makes the adrenaline surge, and all the cells in the body seem to be activated. It is no wonder that so many people are addicted to extreme sports with this kind of pleasure. As for Chu Nanfa, who was sitting in the back seat, his face turned pale. He was over 40 years old and obviously could not bear such stimulation. At this moment, the security team of Chihan Industry arrived at the scene. They were all experienced veterans and quickly took action, preparing a life jacket for me and arranging a lifeboat to deal with any emergency. The female assistant holding the filming equipment was not to be outdone and decisively asked the security team for a life jacket. She was indeed not an ordinary person to be my assistant. After everything was ready, I activated the amphibious mode of the cat car. The small propeller at the rear of the car slowly unfolded, and I turned the front of the car around and drove it into the river without hesitation. As the propeller started, the cat car sailed steadily on the river, and the security team's lifeboat followed closely behind. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement again. "Oh my God, it really can sail on the water! This car is awesome! The fisherman must be crazy when he sees it, right? That's right, you can go over mountains and hills to find fishing spots, or even place precise baits directly. Brother, don't make me kneel down and beg you, just put it on the shelf. I need this cat car." As I was driving, I glanced at the comments and was amazed at how unique the thinking of netizens is. The cat car can be used like this? When this thought flashed through my mind, I almost couldn't help laughing. It seems that when it comes to mass production, this idea can be used as a selling point, and there is no need to worry about sales. I am a person who listens to advice and never rejects good ideas. If this were put in ancient times, it would be called accepting advice with an open mind. However, although I am secretly happy, I still have to explain it on the surface. I coughed lightly and said, "Actually, my original intention for making the cat car was very simple. I was invited to attend a foreign exhibition some time ago. At that time, our country lacked amphibious off-road vehicles. After returning home, I thought about filling this gap." As soon as I finished speaking, the comments in the live broadcast room were immediately filled with the emoji package of "Listen to Dad." I took the opportunity to ask my assistant to send out a wave of lucky bags, which led to a frenzy of excitement. The fishermen couldn't hold back any longer, and they excitedly swiped their screens. "A magical tool! Hurry up and go online!" Indeed, the cat car can not only drive into the deep mountains and forests, but also put the fishing spots within easy reach, and even the bait and equipment can be solved at the same time, which is simply perfect. Just as I was looking forward to harvesting leeks, another storm was brewing thousands of miles away. In the meeting room of the Army General Armament Department, Zhong Jiangwo, with gray hair and a star and a gold leaf on his shoulder, had a grim look on his face. "Ridiculous! This is clearly an amphibious wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, but it's actually being used for fishing? What's wrong with those people in the armament department? They couldn't even develop such a simple piece of equipment." His anger had not yet subsided. He turned his gaze to Wang Jiahao standing beside him and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wang, contact this company immediately to find out the selling price. If the price is right, purchase it as soon as possible." After a military salute, Wang Jiahao signaled to his leader to return his mobile phone. Zhong Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, handed it back casually, then lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and his eyes gradually became deep. As a member of the General Assembly Department, Zhong Jiangwo has experienced many reforms from mechanization to informatization, and has a keen intuition about the importance of equipment. He saw at a glance the value of this cat car to the army. With high mobility and high passability, it can adapt to complex terrains such as mountains and river beaches. Its amphibious performance is even more impressive. It can not only reduce the burden on soldiers, but also improve the combat efficiency of troops in complex environments. No matter what, this equipment must be obtained. Zhong Jiangwo secretly made up his mind. At the same time, Wang Jiahao quickly got my mobile phone number through military channels. He knew that this mission was not only a job, but also a huge turning point in his career. Wang Jiahao adjusted his thoughts and dialed my number, having already rehearsed the opening remarks in his mind. At this moment, I am driving the cat car to the center of the turbulent river. The body of the car is as stable as a rock. I picked up the fishing rod and prepared to experience the feeling of fishing in the center of the river. The fishermen in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back any longer, and the barrage of comments on the screen kept scrolling like a waterfall. Just as I cast my first line, my cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Wang Jiahao from the military's General Armament Department. I hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to finish. "Scam call? It's the military's General Assembly Department. This is a lie." Wang Jiahao was stunned when he heard the hang-up sound on the phone. What was going on? His phone was hung up? You know, which of the military-industrial enterprises that cooperate with the military doesn't wait for you to hang up the phone first? This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he didn't react for a while. Zhong Jiangwo looked up at him, frowning slightly. "What's going on?" Wang Jiahao had an indescribable complex expression on his face, and replied in an awkward tone. "He thought it was a scam call and hung up directly." Hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo was speechless and shook his head. "Try to contact him again." After saying that, he picked up his mobile phone, opened the live broadcast room of Chihan Industry, and turned his eyes to the screen. At this moment, in the live broadcast, I was standing on a cat car, holding a fishing rod, looking very focused. I was trying hard to lift the fishing rod, and in the picture, the fishing rod had been bent into an arc. It looked like this was a big fish. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild in an instant, with fishing enthusiasts commenting one after another. Pull the rod quickly! Use more force! Don't be impatient, ease off! If you don't ease off, the fishing line will break. Swim slowly, and catch fish when you are tired. This fishing rod is bent like this, will it break? If the fish escapes, I will slap my thighs on the hospital bed. Don't worry, Mr. Lin is using a carbon fiber fishing rod. Not to mention big fish, even if it's a gas tank, it's fine. Yes, I bought it too. It's a product of Chihan industry, and the quality is top-notch. Zhong Jiangwo in the live broadcast room was instantly attracted by a comment and stared at the screen. Carbon fiber material? Even fishing rods use carbon fiber now? At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the slow progress of the country's new generation fighter jet J-20 development. The reality of being strangled by the United States and the small life emerged in front of him. The monopoly of carbon fiber technology has made China lag behind in this area by nearly 40 years, and it is difficult to catch up in a short period of time. This material's lightweight, high strength, and corrosion resistance make it the best choice for manufacturing fighter fuselages. In the United States B-2 bomber, carbon fiber composite materials account for as much as 50%. In contrast, China has been blocked by technological barriers and has never been able to produce T700 grade carbon fiber materials suitable for the J-20. It is impossible to rely on imports for such core materials. This is the bottleneck. Zhong Jiangwo sighed. Despite this, he did not have too many expectations for a private enterprise after all. This is a technological breakthrough related to the country's important equipment. At this moment, Wang Jiahao pushed the door open and reported in a loud voice. General Zhong, I have contacted the relevant person in charge of Chihan Industrial Group. We will go to their headquarters tomorrow to discuss the purchase of cat cars. Wang Jiahao mentioned that when he was contacting, he deliberately used the landline phone of the Military General Assembly Department to avoid the embarrassing situation of being mistaken for a scam call. After listening to the report, Zhong Jiangwo put the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, then stood up and put on his military cap. No need to wait until tomorrow. Follow me now and go to the industrial park of Chihan Group. After saying that, he strode out of the office and Wang Jiahao hurriedly followed. Soon after, 3 military vehicles drove out of the military assembly department and headed straight for their destination along the highway. At the same time, I was still struggling with a fish by the river for nearly half an hour. For experienced anglers, it is not uncommon to spend 3 or 4 hours fishing. But at this moment, my attention was interrupted by a phone call to my assistant Zhou Ling. What's wrong, Zhou Ling? I looked up and asked. Zhou Ling put down the phone and quickly reported. Boss Lin, the manager of the marketing department, just received a call from the military's General Assembly Department. They are very interested in our cat car and plan to include it in the military equipment procurement plan. Someone will be sent over tomorrow to discuss cooperation matters. As she spoke, she handed over a prearranged itinerary. I touched my nose, looking a little embarrassed. I think I mistook the call from the military as a scam call. I realized my mistake and reminded myself to be more careful next time. But I couldn't help but wonder. Why does the military need a cat car? Do they like fishing too? As my thoughts were flying, I told Zhou Ling to arrange the reception. Chihan Group was experienced in this kind of contact, so it wouldn't be a big problem. At the same time, the comments in the live broadcast room were completely blown up. The military is going to purchase cat cars? Is this true? Shouldn't they buy tanks and armored vehicles? I haven't even managed to snatch the cat car yet, and I've been recruited by the military. Imagine our soldiers driving a cat car. The picture is really outrageous and exciting. Hurry up and get on the link, Mr. Lin. I want to grab one too. The fisherman lost his beloved car. When netizens first heard that the military was going to purchase supplies, they were shocked to find out that what they were purchasing were cat cars. They rushed to tell each other, frantically at their friends, and couldn't wait to share this puzzling news. The news about cat car purchased by the military quickly topped the hot search list and triggered countless discussions. Everyone who sees the related entries is puzzled. What? Cat car? Military procurement? Why is it that the combination of these words is so confusing? The popularity on the internet is always unexpected, and no one can figure out why something suddenly becomes popular. This time, the cat car has even become popular abroad. As overseas media and companies have always paid close attention to the Chinese military, this news was naturally noticed by them. Ford, a car company that previously pushed the United States to impose sanctions on Chihan and Han military industries, also noticed this hot search. After hearing the report from his assistant, Ford's president Nasser expressed slight interest in the cooperation between the company, for which he had pushed for sanctions, and the Chinese military. What special vehicles did Chihan and Han produce? He clicked on the video with curiosity. However, when he saw me driving the cat car, he couldn't help laughing. Oh my God! Nasser shook his head and laughed. I wasted 5 minutes paying attention to this kind of thing. What is this? A toy car? He waved his hand and said to the blonde assistant, Don't report any news about this company to me anymore. My time is valuable. Afterwards, Nasser poured himself a glass of red wine, walked to the window, and looked down at the hustle and bustle of the city, looking very relaxed. At the same time, 3 military vehicles drove into the gate of Chihan Industrial Park. At this time, I finally succeeded in fishing out the giant fish in the river. It turned out to be an old tree root that had sunk to the bottom of the river at some point, black and soaked in water, and incredibly heavy. Seeing such a trophy, the corners of my mouth twitched, and then I comforted myself. Fortunately, I still gained something and did not return empty-handed. Zhou Ling, when you go back, find a carving master to carve this piece of dark wood into a coffee table and put it in my office. Zhou Ling, who was standing next to me and was a colleague I had temporarily asked to help with the filming, nodded when he heard this, and then ordered the security members beside him to remove the fishhook from the wood and towed the piece of sunken wood back with a lifeboat. The fishing line I use is made of specially customized nanomaterials and is extremely tough, which makes the anglers in the live broadcast room completely unable to sit still. This piece of sunken wood must weigh at least 100 kilograms. How can such a thin fishing line be pulled up? This must be a sea fishing line. It has an extremely high load-bearing capacity. Nonsense, it's not a sea fishing line this thin. How can it have such strong bearing capacity? Please share the fishing line with Mr. Lin. Kneel 360 degrees. Please, even if you buy the fishing line, it won't change the fate of the Air Force. Seeing the comments section going crazy, I smiled and drove the cat car slowly to the shore while explaining. This is a nanomaterial fishing line developed by our Chihan R&D department. It is not available on the market for the time being. If everyone is interested, I will ask the e-commerce department to launch a batch of it after mass production. The fishing enthusiasts in the live broadcast room were just about to thank me when Zhou Ling suddenly came up to me and whispered, Boss Lin, the marketing department just reported that the military has arrived and the sales department is receiving them. I put away my fishing rod, casually placed it on the cat car, and said to the camera, Let's stop here for today. I have something to deal with. See you next time. I ended the live broadcast without any delay. The audience on the other side of the screen wailed, guessing that the military's visit might be related to the cat car. They wanted to continue watching the purchase details, but I turned off the reward function, leaving them no chance. They could only look forward to the next live broadcast. After turning off the live broadcast, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 points of influence factor, and the system binding progress has increased by 0.8 per thousand. Although I am the only one who can hear this sound, I don't care. The impact factor is increasing every day, just like a sign-in reward. I still need to accumulate some experience to reach the second level of the Golden Finger system. I took the tram in the park and called the workshop manager Chu Nanfa to go with me to meet the military personnel. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment when he heard his name being called, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he quickly climbed onto the tram. He knew that this was an important opportunity. In the number 1 conference room of Chihan Industry, Zhong Jiangwo sat on one side of the mahogany conference table with a steaming cup of tea in front of him. 7 or 8 capable soldiers sat down beside him one by one. Wang Jiahao, who was wearing a military uniform, was also sitting there, looking a little reserved. He didn't expect General Zhong to be so resolute. He had agreed to meet with the Chihan marketing department tomorrow, but he came today, and the scene suddenly became a little awkward. On the other side of the conference table, the sales director of Chihan Industry was enthusiastically introducing the company's history. Chihan Industry was established in the 1960s. It was originally a state-owned machinery factory that specialized in manufacturing bullets for the country. Its cooperation with the military can be said to have a long history. Later, due to the wave of reform, the factory was poorly managed and gradually declined until General Manager Lin took over. The projection screen plays video footage from various periods of the Qin and Han dynasties in conjunction with the explanations. Zhong Jiangwo listened attentively, especially when talking about the Qin and Han workers producing bullets for the frontline soldiers. He couldn't help but applaud, and the applause was particularly enthusiastic. This video brought back his memories of the war that his father and brothers had participated in. Seeing this, several accompanying soldiers also applauded, and the atmosphere in the conference room became lively. However, this made the sales director somewhat embarrassed. He did not expect to encounter such a scene, but he knew very well that the leader in front of him, who was shouldering a heavy responsibility, was supporting Chihan Industry. According to common sense, he could have easily narrowed the distance with his eloquence and experience, and closed the contract with a few words. But this time was different. The other party's identity was extraordinary, and the shoulder badge of 1 star and 1 golden branch was a height that he could hardly reach on weekdays. Just as the atmosphere reached a delicate balance, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open and I walked in. Zhong Jiangwo immediately stood up, stepped forward, saluted me solemnly, and then extended his right hand. "Hello, Comrade Lin, I am Zhong Jiangwo from the General Assembly Department," he said firmly and enthusiastically. I hurried forward, held his hands tightly with both of mine, and had a respectful smile on my face. "Hello, leader. I am Lin Xian, the person in charge of Chihan Industry. Welcome to our company to give us guidance." Zhong Jiangwo smiled, feeling my sincerity and enthusiasm. He suddenly joked, "This time you will believe that I am not a telecom fraud, right?" After saying this, he laughed heartily. I smiled slightly, coughed lightly, and replied, "Beware of telecom fraud. It's everyone's responsibility. I'm responding to the country's call." Wang Jiahao, who was standing by, couldn't believe his ears. He looked at everything in front of him in shock, and exclaimed in his heart, "What's going on? My leader is actually laughing? Even joking? Is it because I haven't woken up yet?" Just as Wang Jiahao was falling into self-doubt, I had already invited Zhong Jiangwo to sit down. Assistant Zhou Ling quickly operated the computer and projected the data of the cat car onto the screen. She and her team had compiled the data into a detailed PPT before coming. Zhong Jiangwo waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Ling did not need to explain any more. He said calmly, "Comrade Lin Xian, I have done my homework before coming here. I have also seen the data performance of your cat car in the live broadcast. As a soldier, I pay more attention to actual combat, so I want to experience driving it myself. I wonder if it is convenient?" Hearing his request, I smiled and nodded without hesitation. "Of course." An hour later, at a military base, I looked at Zhong Jiangwo in front of me and couldn't help feeling speechless. I never expected that what he meant by testing the driving of the cat car was to pull the car directly to the military training base for testing, and he also brought me along. Zhong Jiangwo completely ignored my expression. His eyes were fixed on the cat-shaped car, and his expression revealed an expectation that was hard to conceal. On the side, several soldiers were busy unloading the cat car from the military pickup truck. When the officers of the base learned that the General Assembly Department wanted to test the new equipment, they took the initiative to volunteer and competed to apply for test drive qualifications. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhong Jiangwo directly rejected all their requests and domineeringly announced that he would drive the test himself. The historical images he saw from Qin and Han industry seemed to have ignited the long-dormant passion in him. He was full of energy, and his eyes revealed a rare fighting spirit. When I saw Zhong Jiangwo sitting on the driver's seat of the cat car, I couldn't help but sweat for him. I silently said to myself, "Old General, please don't overturn the car." The test site is completely different from the simple roads in the park. It fully simulates various harsh outdoor terrains, dense jungles, dry gobi, endless deserts, steep cliffs, and river beaches with shallow water. Zhong Jiangwo sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, looking solemn and focused, as if he had returned to his fighting days in his youth. He stepped on the accelerator and twisted the handle. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening engine roar, the cat car rushed towards the jungle terrain not far away like an arrow. The technicians stared intently at the data sent back by the sensors and began to analyze it, while medical soldiers were on standby at all times to prevent any unexpected accidents. My eyes were fixed on the exit of the jungle terrain, my heart filled with worry and anticipation. A moment later, the cat car sped out, raising fallen leaves and rushing towards the desert terrain. The car body drifted beautifully at a high speed, splashing dust all over the sky. The officers and technicians present held their breath and could not help but marvel at it. Despite its compact size, the six-wheeled vehicle's powerful grip completely conquered the terrain without any signs of rollover. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhong Jiangwo was clearly not satisfied, and he drove the cat car directly towards a steep cliff. The powerful climbing ability of the cat car is fully demonstrated at this moment. It climbs quickly as if it is walking on flat ground, which makes people marvel at the excellent performance of this all-terrain vehicle. More than 10 minutes later, Zhong Jiangwo successfully completed the test of all terrains. He drove the cat car back to the starting point and did a handsome drift in front of everyone, splashing mud everywhere. Wang Jiahao and several technicians were immediately, precisely hit, and were covered in dust. Ha! Zhong Jiangwo jumped out of the car with a satisfied smile on his face. He patted my shoulder and said loudly, "Comrade Lin Xian, the quality of your cat car is very good. It can fully adapt to various complex terrains. It is worthy of being an all-terrain vehicle." As soon as he finished speaking, the medical soldier came forward to check his blood pressure, but he stopped him. He then asked enthusiastically, "If our military purchases this cat car, what price can you give?" When I heard this, my heart moved and I realized that the next critical moment had arrived. I quickly assessed the production cost of the device and the potential benefits of cooperating with the military, so I calmly said, "Leader, this basic version of the cat car costs 18,000 yuan per unit, and there will be an upgraded version later, and the price will also be the same. In addition, Chihan Group can also provide customized modification services. The price is calculated separately." Zhong Jiangwo nodded to show that he understood, then turned and walked towards the technicians in the General Assembly Department. Seeing this, I didn't follow, but stayed where I was and observed the progress. At this time, he asked, "Wang Jiahao, what are the results of the data test?" Hearing his boss's voice, Wang Jiahao immediately stood up, saluted with a standard military salute, and began to report. Report! According to the test data, all the performance of this all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle has met the standards and is fully in compliance with the standards. It is very suitable for use by light infantry, field troops and airborne troops. If modified and upgraded, its performance can even match that of the United States Bradley armored infantry vehicle. The vehicle is capable of carrying missiles and rocket launchers, and can carry the Hongjian 73 anti-tank missile. It has the ability to destroy most armored vehicles, some main battle tanks and solid ground fortifications. In addition, it can carry a squad's worth of ammunition and combat supplies, effectively increasing marching speed and enhancing infantry firepower support. It is an extremely efficient battlefield support tool. As a professional technician, Wang Jiahao not only reported the data in detail, but also put forward optimization suggestions in many aspects. As a member of the basic department, he has a deep understanding of the actual needs of the grassroots troops. He knew very well that light infantry could carry more supplies and ammunition when going to the battlefield, which often meant a greater chance of winning. Although the light infantry of Blue Star still achieved great military exploits due to the shortage of supplies in history, it was a forced result. In his opinion, this cat car can become a multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle to change this dilemma. Zhong Jiangwo listened quietly and nodded thoughtfully. He had just personally test-driven the cat car and deeply felt its powerful performance. This reminded him of the monkey fighting war he had participated in, and he understood the actual value of such a car on the battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively issued an order. "Wang Jiahao, you lead the team to conduct further tests and compile a combat manual for this all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiahao immediately saluted and said, "Yes." Then he turned around and discussed with his colleagues in the technical department and assigned relevant tasks. Zhong Jiangwo strode towards me with a tone of appreciation. Comrade Lin Xian, we have decided to purchase 300 all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicles for initial combat training to test their actual performance on the battlefield. I understand that this is a necessary part of the military procurement process. Only after the new equipment has passed the actual combat test of the soldiers can its applicability be finally confirmed. So I took the initiative to extend my hand, shook hands with Zhong Jiangwo, and said with a smile, "Leader, I have had a dream of joining the army since I was a child. I am full of yearning for being a soldier. Today I have a small request. I hope to donate this batch of cat cars to the troops for use. In addition, the Cat Car Unit 01 will also be donated to the General Assembly Department for the comrades to test and inspect. My proposal is not a blind move, but a decision made after careful consideration. Once we successfully reach a cooperation with the military, the subsequent profits will far exceed this investment. For me, the cost of 1 million is just a small number, and I can get it back in a blink of an eye. More importantly, I also hope to contribute to the development of the army." Zhong Jiangwo looked at me with an even more enthusiastic smile on his face. He patted my shoulder and sincerely invited me. "Comrade Lin Xian, in that case, stay today and have a big pot meal with us." While I and the soldiers were eating the big pot meals carefully prepared by the kitchen team, an online storm was quietly brewing. Xiyuan Yinhong, a well-known opinion leader, public intellectual, and university professor, noticed the popularity of Chihan and Han industry and clicked to view my live broadcast content. When he saw someone mention that the military might purchase my cat car, he got so angry that his face turned red and his hands shook. "The army is finished, the country is finished, there is no hope," he muttered to himself, then clumsily tapped on the keyboard and began to express his insights. Soon, a short blog post appeared. "Today I saw an extremely ridiculous scene. Our army, the General Assembly Department, actually purchased products from a private enterprise. The so-called cat car is clearly the old man's car in the county town. What's the point of purchasing such equipment? Do you want to make the enemy laugh to death? Our army relies on such equipment to protect us? It's a huge joke." At the end of the article, he also specifically added several friends and asked them to join in the condemnation. As soon as Xiyuan Yinhong's article was published, it was captured by a short and fat blogger. This blogger, who claims to be a cultured person and has a signature round face, liked and forwarded it immediately, and commented, "Professor Xiyuan is right." Later, he took the initiative to contact Xiyuan Yinhong and proposed a live broadcast, taking this opportunity to cash on the popularity. Netizens always love to watch the fun, especially topics involving politics and military, which attracted a large number of spectator crowds. The content forwarded by the short fat man spread quickly, and people flocked to his live broadcast room to watch the show. Not long after, the short and fat guy started the live broadcast on time. As soon as his round face and the folding fan in his hand appeared, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. AI sang, "Have the cherry blossoms in your hometown bloomed? Master Bai, are you here to collect rent again? Online course on short and flat conductors. May I ask, what is your nationality? Mr. Shorty, don't worry about those sour people. I support you." Looking at these sarcastic comments, the short and fat man's face twitched a few times, and he simply blocked the comments directly, so as not to be bothered by them. The agreed time arrived and Xiyuan Yinhong came online. The short fat man immediately smiled and said, "Hello, Professor Xiyuan. I'm really sorry to bother you so late at night. I saw that your blog post received a lot of attention, so I specially connected with you to explain it in depth to netizens." Xiyuan Yinhong, who had changed into formal attire, cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Thank you for the invitation from Dajin. I am happy to share my views with you. This military procurement incident fully exposes the militaristic nature of our army. It is ridiculous to purchase the so-called cat and cat cars. And companies like Chihan Industry, which are sanctioned by the United States, obviously have huge problems. We should severely punish such companies, take action to disband the army, destroy nuclear weapons, cancel the aircraft carrier plan, and take the initiative to ease relations with the United States and the Sakura country. Only in this way can we get peace and recognition." The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Is this the opinion of a so-called university professor? Is he really confused, or does he think we are fools? However, the short and fat man agreed with his words. Professor Chihan said it well. I don't understand why so many people are hostile to the United States. They are the beacon of freedom. I myself hold a green card of the United States. I really don't know what those sour people are mocking. After hearing this, Chihan Hong's face flushed with excitement, as if he had found a soulmate. Teacher AI, you are so right! It's all clear now. Chihan Hong was just about to continue expressing his views passionately, but the screen suddenly went black and the live broadcast room was reported and banned. Some angry netizens reported the two shit-spraying guys without any hesitation, and even complained directly to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. If it were just an ordinary debate, netizens might be able to tolerate it, but when faced with major issues of right and wrong, they would never compromise and would not tolerate any ambiguity. The short fat man stared at the dark live broadcast room, but there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he calmly took out a fan and fanned it leisurely twice. As a self-proclaimed opinion leader, what he fears most is not questioning and abuse, but that no one pays attention to what he says. In recent years, with the development of the domestic economy, people's horizons have gradually broadened, and the image of an intellectual he once created is no longer as popular as before. Therefore, he chooses more extreme views to screen and consolidate his fan base. This live broadcast with Chihan Hong was just a tentative attempt on his part, and the result obviously exceeded his expectations. He opened his phone and saw that the trending searches on the internet continued to rise. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, unable to hide his smug look. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Sakura region continues to spend money to cultivate public intellectuals who are pro-Sakura culture and to widely publicize the superiority of its culture, causing many people to be brainwashed and become Western-worshipping dogs. They are obsessed with everything abroad, boasting about the good life abroad, and even say that the air is sweeter. Among these Western-worshipping dogs, the most loyal are the run people, who rack their brains to escape from their country, chasing the so-called freedom and beauty. Donut is one of them, and he is also a loyal fan of Humpty Dumpty, even calling himself a crystallized fan. At this moment, he was lying on the wooden board in the basement, his face full of pain, but he was still staring at the screen of his mobile phone. The screen was playing a clip of the short fat man and Chihan Hong's live broadcast. When he saw the excitement, he couldn't help but slap the wooden board and echoed loudly, "Teacher Short is right. We still have to be cultured." These idiots actually reported the live broadcast room. They must have been touched by what Teacher Short said and their defenses were broken. Then, he immediately took out his phone and left a message under the short fat man's account. "I'm in the United States and I can tell you from my own experience. The people here are really super friendly. Today I spent $10 to buy a donut, and the boss gave me an extra one. The donut is really delicious. I guess you people in China have never even seen a donut, ha ha ha." After leaving the message, he also uploaded a photo of himself wearing a US flag hat and biting a donut. After completing all this, Donut seemed to have achieved a great victory. Even the pain of being stuffed with puffs was temporarily forgotten, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 9: Attention from CIA. CIA Asia Pacific Intelligence Headquarters, Public Opinion Observation Section. Trainee Agent Kent was drinking coffee that was internally priced at $5,000 a bag and browsing the web leisurely. His job is to search and analyze network information with his partner and report any intelligence he encounters as soon as possible. Simply put, it is a gilded job. There is no danger. You don't have to be on the front line. You can get credit just by leisurely looking at the computer. As long as he stays here for 3 months, he will be quickly promoted and transferred to the White House office. Just as he was missing the hot dancers in the strip club, the built-in plug-in on his computer quickly popped up several pop-up windows. "Tit Kent, there is a hot event on the Chinese internet that deserves attention." He put down his coffee leisurely, then moved the mouse and clicked on the relevant link. The first thing Kent saw was the news and video about Chihan Industrial Group. When Kent saw the Chihan Industrial trademark, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a little thought, he remembered. Isn't this the Chinese company that was just pushed for sanctions by Ford? Kent continued to watch with some curiosity. He wanted to know what tricks this company was up to. When he saw the cat car appear and the contents suspected to be purchased by the Chinese military, he finally couldn't hold back and laughed. Shit! Is this a joke? The cat car was even purchased by the military? Do you really think that the Chinese military has their heads filled with donuts? It's probably a marketing trick that this boss named Lin Xian came up with. Kent labeled this intelligence as worthless. Then he noticed the news about the short and fat man, which made Kent frown. He thought about it carefully and realized that his organization had never sponsored these two people. Why would they speak for the United States like this? Is there something wrong with their brains? But it's okay this way. Kent immediately operated the computer and entered CIA's internal system, marking the short and fat man and Xiu and Yihong as his subordinates. Then apply for funding. Of course, the funding will be paid into Kent's secret account. The short and fat guy and Xiu and Yihong would have no idea about this. After finishing these things, Kent picked up a sandwich and ate it happily. Lin Xian has returned to Chihan industry. He was brought back by a military vehicle. After eating the army's communal meal with Zhong Jiangwo took his men back. As a member of the General Assembly Department, he has a lot of things to deal with. This time of driving the cat car is a rare time of relaxation for him. At this moment, Lin Xian was still unaware of what was happening on the internet. He casually threw his coat to Zhou Ling, who came to greet him, and then walked in while saying, Zhou Ling asked the production department to expedite the production of 300 cat cars. Someone will come to hand them over when the time comes. These are supplies to be donated to the military. This is related to our subsequent cooperation with the military, and the quality must be up to standard. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling nodded, indicating that he understood. She walked with long black stockings, half a body length behind Lin Xian, and reported to him in a calm tone. Mr. Lin, there have been some negative comments about us on the internet. There was also a big V who tried to scam us, using our popularity to stir up public opinion online. I have asked the Public Relations Department to control the comments. In addition, due to the sanctions imposed by the United States on us, 5,000 containers of electric tricycles are piled up at the ocean terminal waiting to be processed. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and instructed Zhou Ling. Arrange a network of trolls to expose all the negative information about the Big V, and then report him to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology with the information. Lin Xian knew very well what kind of person this so-called Big V was. If he wanted to deal with him, he would just kill him with one blow to avoid leaving him with a disgusting appearance. As for the other thing that Assistant Zhou Ling mentioned, his way of dealing with it was even simpler. Let the original production workshop continue production and increase the output of electric tricycles. How many electric tricycles are there for 5,000 containers? It's not enough. When Zhou Ling heard this, he stopped recording on the tablet, looked up, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Lin Xian with some confusion. She didn't understand. What was this operation? We have already been sanctioned by the United States and our exports have been restricted, so why are we still increasing production? Lin Xian was very patient with his assistant. He started to give some advice. How many towns and villages are there in the country? How many farmers are there? What is their average annual income? Zhou Ling had long been accustomed to Lin Xian's jumping thoughts, and she instantly realized that Lin Xian was ready to turn his attention to the domestic rural and township markets. According to her understanding, the annual income of rural residents is not high, but they all need a cheap and convenient means of transportation. This electric tricycle is the best solution. It can not only carry cargo, but also people, and the cost is not high. Seeing that the assistant seemed to have figured it out, Lin Xian twisted his stiff neck and continued. I launched electric tricycles in the U.S. market to get export subsidies and make some money from the redneck white men. After all, if we export a product that costs about 1,000 Chinese dollars to them, we can earn 4,000 to 5,000 US dollars. If we convert it into Chinese dollars, that's nearly 30 times the profit. It's a waste not to make some money. Now that the United States has imposed sanctions on us, we should focus on the domestic market and sell more products at a lower profit margin. In terms of our market, the profit will not be much different. And the subsequent maintenance services are also a profit point. In addition, we can also apply for subsidies for home appliances going to the countryside. Electric tricycles are also home appliances. After listening to Lin Xian's advice, Zhou Ling quickly went over it in his mind. This is a market worth tens of billions. In addition to opening up the rural and town markets, this electric tricycle is also very popular in cities and can be packaged and sold to people who set up stalls to start their own businesses. Then Zhou Ling thought of another point and said it directly. Boss Lin, then our sanctions by the United States this time are not entirely a bad thing. We can use this as a publicity stunt to quickly expand the market. Lin Xian nodded and praised her, which was rare. That's a good idea you have. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhou Ling was inexplicably excited. Then she saw Lin Xian's hand reaching out to her, and she subconsciously did not dodge. Instead, she was vaguely looking forward to it. As a result, Lin Xian just took his coat and ordered her unceremoniously. Now that you know, why don't you make arrangements quickly? Time is money. Take action. I will approve a budget of 30 million for you as preliminary publicity expenses. Zhou Ling, wearing 8-centimeter high heels, went to carry out Lin Xian's orders. Chapter 10. Wait, is this fishing rod really made of carbon fiber? Lin Xian knew that Zhou Ling would carry out his orders perfectly. He left the industrial park with peace of mind and asked the driver to take him back to the villa. The butler had already filled the bathtub with water for him, and the perfumer had prepared special incense in each room. Lin Xian took a leisurely bath to relieve the fatigue of the day. A certified senior health massage therapist has prepared essential oil aromatherapy and is waiting in the outer room. On the other hand, Zhong Jiangwo, who rushed back overnight, did not enjoy the same experience as Lin Xian. After he returned to the General Assembly Department, he had to continue working overtime to select relevant troops to equip with the Cat car. It is also necessary to coordinate with other military departments to conduct a military exercise to verify the role that the Cat car can play on the actual battlefield. Develop exercise plans, etc. In short, his job will not be easy. Wang Jiahao and his team began to familiarize themselves with the performance of the Cat car they brought back overnight. They need to compile a safe operating manual for the Cat car, so they must be familiar with the performance of the car in advance. The Military General Assembly Department has a special site. While driving, Wang Jiahao heard an unusual noise in the car. He got out to check and found a fishing rod on the back seat. Seeing this, Wang Jiahao immediately remembered that it was the fishing rod that Lin Xian used for fishing during the live broadcast. He must have forgotten it in the car. Wang Jiahao picked up the fishing rod and prepared to send it back to Lin Xian by express delivery tomorrow. The military has relevant regulations and guidelines in this regard. However, this fishing rod was unexpectedly light, and Wang Jiahao felt as if it weighed nothing in his hand. This made him curious. What material was it made of? He saw with his own eyes in the live broadcast room that Lin Xian used this fishing rod to catch a piece of sunken wood weighing more than 100 kilograms. Fishing rods made of ordinary materials simply do not have such toughness and strength. A colleague nearby saw Wang Jiahao in a daze and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Old Wang, what's going on? Can driving a Cat car make you lose your concentration? If you were on the battlefield, you would have been shot long ago. Is there something wrong with this car? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiahao nudged the man in the stomach with his elbow. What nonsense are you talking about? You're still being shot. I'll be the first one to shoot you. Look at this fishing rod. It was left in the car by Mr. Lin from Chihan Industry. I think its material is a bit special. Take a look. After saying that, he handed the fishing rod to the colleague. My colleague took the fishing rod and looked at it carefully in the light. This pattern looks like it's made of carbon fiber. However, most of the so-called carbon fiber materials in China are plastic plus stickers, and this feels a bit similar. To be specific, it requires special instruments to identify it. Hearing his colleague's judgment, Wang Jiahao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? However, he had an inexplicable feeling that this fishing rod, which seemed to be made of carbon fiber, might be the T700 grade carbon fiber material they had been looking for. Thinking of this, Wang Jiahao's breathing became heavy. T700 level carbon fiber material is extremely important and is related to the production of the J-20, a powerful weapon of the great power. In recent years, the J-20 has been difficult to produce due to the bottleneck caused by foreign countries. He snatched the fishing rod from his colleague's hand and ran directly to the experimental department, asking his colleagues in that department to use professional instruments to identify it. When his colleague saw him running away, he asked hurriedly, "Old Wang, what are you doing? We haven't tested the extreme driving performance of the cat car yet," Wang Jiahao said without even turning his head. "You guys can do the test together. I have something to do in other departments now. I'll sign the report later." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Several of his colleagues were left standing beside the cat car, looking at each other in bewilderment. Have to. They were the only ones who did the work. Wang Jiahao has already run to the laboratory and greeted his colleagues on duty here, and can use the testing equipment directly. You can just submit a related application later. He stood in front of the testing instrument, calmed his breathing a little, and then operated the instrument to start scanning. Wang Jiahao waited anxiously for the scan results. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Was he too impulsive? How is it possible to find T700 grade carbon fiber material so easily by myself? Perhaps, this is just an ordinary carbon fiber fishing rod. It is not the carbon fiber T700 material I imagined. Time passed slowly as Wang Jiahao's thoughts were in a mess, and soon the structural scan image came out. The material structure of this fishing rod is exactly the same as that of carbon fiber, and is a material structure above T300 level. The next step is destructive testing. Test the tensile strength, tensile modulus, shear strength, bending strength, thermal expansion coefficient, and thermal conductivity of the fishing rod. Only after these data are detected can we specifically judge the grade of the carbon fiber material. However, this requires taking certain risks. The ownership of this fishing rod belongs to Lin Xian. If destructive testing is carried out without informing others and the fishing rod is damaged, it will violate the rules. Wang Jiahao gritted his teeth and didn't care about it anymore. Proceed directly to destructive testing. He will bear the consequences himself. This laboratory is equipped with all relevant equipment. Wang Jiahao called his colleagues on duty in the laboratory to help him conduct the test. Half an hour later, the fishing rod withstood all the tests and lay intact on the testing equipment. Wang Jiahao held the data report with trembling hands, his face full of disbelief. The data on the report gave him good news and bad news. The bad news is that the material of this fishing rod is not carbon fiber T700. The good news is that this material is T800. It is a carbon fiber material that is one level higher than T700. It is also the most advanced carbon fiber material on the entire blue planet so far. It is a material that is perfectly suitable for the fuselage and wings of the J-20 fighter. God knows how much manpower and resources their assembly department spent on this material. It turns out that it has already been produced in China, and this material is used to make fishing rods. Thinking of this, Wang Jiahao felt inexplicably relieved. Fortunately, he saw Lin Xian's live broadcast. Fortunately, Lin Xian was driving the amphibious cat car that day, which allowed him to take out the fishing rod and fish in the river. Of course, the most fortunate thing is that the United States imposed sanctions on Lin Xian's Chihan industrial group. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so curious about Lin Xian's live broadcast room. Afterwards, Wang Jiahao held the test data report paper in his left hand and the fishing rod in his right hand, and walked towards Zhong Jiangwo's office with a heroic and confident look. Raise your foot and kick. Bang! Chapter 11, Artificial Intelligence, Hua Ling. The above are all scenes imagined by Wang Jiahao. He knew clearly that if he did this, he would then have to face a 20-kilometer armed cross-country training with a load of 20 kilograms. Even if you don't die, you will still lose your skin. Thinking of himself exhausted, Wang Jiahao couldn't help but shiver. Then he straightened his clothes and knocked on the office door. Report! Enter. Wang Jiahao pushed open the office door and saw his immediate superior Zhong Jiangwo writing at his desk. Has the cat car's extreme performance test come out? Hearing Zhong Jiangwo's question, Wang Jiahao immediately stood up and answered. Report, the performance of the cat car is still being tested. I am here to report on another matter. We found a fishing rod in the cat car. It was forgotten by Lin Xian. Zhong Jiangwo, who was writing a military exercise application report, frowned slightly, then put down his pen and looked at Wang Jiahao. He knew very well that his subordinate would not bother him over such a trivial matter. I took it upon myself to take this fishing rod for testing. It was a very shocking test result. This fishing rod is made entirely of carbon fiber material. After various tests, we found that the material performance of this carbon fiber exceeds the T700 grade and is suspected to be T800 grade carbon fiber material. Zhong Jiangwo stood up suddenly. He only heard two keywords, carbon fiber and T800. He ran straight to Wang Jiahao and snatched the test report from his hand. The first thing that catches one's eye is the various data. As a member of the General Assembly Department, Zhong Jiangwo naturally knows very well the meaning behind these data. Materials needed for J20. It's settled. Finally, I don't have to be choked by those disgusting guys anymore. Every time he thought of the faces of those companies in the United States and Europe, Zhong Jiangwo wanted to shoot them directly. But there is no way. In the field of high-end materials, China lags far behind and there are still various technical barriers. Even if the country allocates resources to support related fields, there is still a gap of more than 10 or 20 years. Zhong Jiangwo still maintained a bit of calm at this time. He directly asked Wang Jiahao to bring the things and go to Huazhong University of Science and Technology with him to let professionals test and confirm the material of the fishing rod. He will report the matter only after the final confirmation result comes out, and then arrange cooperation with Chihan industry. Lin Xian was already lying on his bed in his pajamas. At this moment, a panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. The panel is filled with catalogs of various technological products. Lin Xian's mind moved. An introduction to a product appeared before his eyes. Gene seeds. It strengthens the basic functions of the matrix without any side effects, repairs genetic damage, and extends the life of the matrix to the limit. A product of level 1 civilization. It can be developed and transformed later. Purchase points, 3,000 impact factors. Lin Xian chose to buy it without hesitation. This is a product that he has long had his eyes on. It has no negative effects on the human body, will not cause deformation, and will not change the original genes of humans. More importantly, this gene seed can be further developed to reach the level of a Class 2 civilization technological product, allowing the human body to adapt to the cosmic environment. Bye. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the gene seed. As the system prompt sounded, a high-tech gun-shaped syringe appeared in Lin Xian's hand. There was a colorless and transparent liquid flowing in the syringe. Lin Xian knew that this was the gene seed. Without hesitation, he picked up the gun-shaped needle, pointed it at his wrist, and started it. Cool lights come on. After a few seconds, the lights began to flicker. Lin Xian knew that the gene seed had been injected. He conveniently put the container of gene seeds into the system space to avoid leaking the secret. Afterwards, Lin Xian's body began to feel warm, as if he was taking a hot spring bath. The gene seed had begun to take effect, transforming his body. There were no adverse reactions during this process. But Lin Xian himself could clearly feel the changes taking place in his body. The world he saw with his eyes began to become very clear, as if a layer of mist had been wiped off, and his ears became unusually sensitive. My body, which had been working overtime and staying up late for a long time, seemed to be reborn. All the fatigue and emptiness disappeared, and I felt like I was back to the age of 18. If described according to the state in fantasy novels, it means the foundation has been successfully built, and the marrow has been cleansed and the bones have been replaced. This is just the basic application of the gene seed. As time goes by, Lin Xian's physical functions will be further enhanced, reaching the limit of the human species. Lin Xian twisted his neck with satisfaction. This was the first time that he felt the benefits brought to him by the civilization system with his own body. Before, I had always exchanged for other products, but never exchanged for products that could be directly applied to my body. He walked to the mirror and looked at himself carefully. Good. Nothing weird grew out of it. The system is indeed reliable. As long as you continue to gain influence factors, you will be able to unlock and purchase more and more products. In fact, up to now, Lin Xian has a preliminary understanding of the so-called influence factor of the system. As long as he has an impact on the civilization he is in, he can obtain the influence factor. This was the answer he got after various attempts. To this end, Lin Xian has done charity work, educated out-of-school children, set up an inhumane drug testing company overseas, and promoted some entertainment stars. He has participated in all walks of life, and the impact factors he obtained vary, and there is no completely unified standard. After coming to this realization, Lin Xian knew very clearly what path he should take in the future. Then, Lin Xian opened the system interface again. This time he plans to buy another product. Swarm drones. Worth 600 impact factors. Lin Xian is not interested in the drone itself, but in its operating system, algorithm, and intelligent AI that assists in operating the drone. As Lin Xian's mind moved, the originally small influence factor reached the bottom. In front of him, there appeared a set of silver-white drones and a drone operating terminal. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. A perfectly proportioned female face was projected onto the wall of the room. Master, good evening. Hua Ling is at your service. This is the basic artificial intelligence that Lin Xian exchanged before. Because it is a basic model, it can only operate in a single thread. The underlying operating logic is to be loyal to him. The host of this artificial intelligence is located in the basement of this manor. Hua Ling, analyze the algorithm of this swarm drone, load the algorithm program onto yourself, and update it. After the update is completed, analyze the drone manufacturing blueprint. As Lin Xian finished speaking, Hua Ling simply replied with one word. Yes. Chapter 12, Zhou Ling is strange, an order from the Russian bear. The next day, Lin Xian woke up feeling refreshed. The comfortable feeling in his body told him that the gene seed's transformation of him was still ongoing. Good morning, Master. Today's temperature is 27 degrees, the air humidity is 55%, and the air quality is excellent. Hua Ling's voice sounded in my ears at the right time. The algorithm and operating system of the swarm drone have been analyzed, and Hua Ling has completed its self-upgrade. The design blueprint of the drone has been completed and transmitted to the data core of Chihan industry. The automated workshop can load and produce it. Recommended uses of drones: agriculture, 3D visual modeling, and military use. While reporting to Lin Xian, Hua Ling operated the mechanical arm to put clothes on Lin Xian. Last night, it manipulated these robotic arms to analyze the group of swarm drones and operating terminals. Under this manner, in addition to the main engine of Hua Ling, there is also a huge laboratory. The swarm drones and operating terminals that Lin Xian exchanged were all lying on the platform of the laboratory, completely disassembled. After listening to Hua Ling's report, Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood, and let Hua Ling continue to calculate its algorithm while supervising the manor. Afterwards, Lin Xian washed up and prepared to go to Chihan industry. The driver had already warmed up the vehicle and was waiting for Lin Xian at the door of the main house. After arriving at the headquarters of Chihan industry, Lin Xian got out of the car. Morning, Mr. Lin! Morning, Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! When the Chihan employees who came and went saw Lin Xian, they all greeted him enthusiastically. In their eyes, Lin Xian was particularly different today. There is a special attraction about him. Especially the female employees, when they were looked at by Lin Xian, they all felt their faces blushing, their heartbeats beating fast, and their legs going weak. This made the female employee suspect that something was wrong with her, and she secretly cursed herself for being so naughty. What they didn't know was that this was the attraction that naturally emanated after Lin Xian's genes were optimized. Just like animals in nature, female animals will look for strong male animals to reproduce. Their bodies were attracted to Lin Xian, causing this situation. However, even if Lin Xian did not use gene seeds, he would still be the dream lover of many female employees. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at his office. Zhou Ling walked in with a cup of brewed coffee and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Mr. Lin. The publicity plan for electric tricycles has been drawn up. Please sign it. Chihan's various sales outlets have also begun distributing the goods. The distribution will be completed within 3 days, and full-scale production can begin. The advertising department has begun to intervene in online public opinion, guide publicity, and attract the attention of internet users to our company and electric tricycles. In addition, colleagues in the legal department are preparing to sue Shorty and others for relevant information and to protect our rights and reputation through legal means. The 300 cat cars are expected to be produced tomorrow and handed over to the military. Zhou Ling reported to Lin Xian as usual. But as time passed, she felt her mouth gradually becoming dry and her tongue becoming parched, as if a fire was burning in her heart. The tip of my nose seemed to be able to smell the scent emanating from Lin Xian. She licked her lips unconsciously, her cheeks flushed. Lin Xian noticed Zhou Ling's abnormality and frowned slightly. By now he had realized that this was the effect of the gene seed. It was as if his body had turned into a human aphrodisiac. However, once the gene seed is completely absorbed by your body, this effect will be greatly reduced. This thought quickly flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and then he opened his mouth and instructed his assistant. Zhou Ling, are you feeling unwell? Take a day off today. After hearing this, Zhou Ling said yes, with a trembling voice, put away the documents in her hands, and then fled from Lin Xian's office. She was afraid that she would be a step late and appear strange in front of Lin Xian, making Lin Xian think that she was an indecent person. After arriving at the bathroom, Zhou Ling found that her face looked like she had a fever, with red blush on her cheeks. There are also all kinds of abnormal feelings in the body. This made her involuntarily doubt whether she was really sick. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling shook her head again. Her body was obviously normal. After she had calmed down a bit, Zhou Ling prepared to go back to work. As a result, I just took 2 steps. She felt something strange in her body. Sticky. Both faces turned red quickly. She had to go home now. Need to change into a pair of close-fitting clothes. Lin Xian still doesn't know what happened to Zhou Ling. He had already read the documents left by Zhou Ling, and after confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name on the documents. This is the daily workflow. At the same time, Lin Xian also completed a brief meeting with other executives of Chihan Group via video. Deploy a new production line and let the production department produce drones according to the drone design blueprints in the database. Let people from the marketing department conduct research on the market prospects of drones. People from the RD department reported that they wanted to apply for funds to develop and produce 4-wheeled electric vehicles. Time passed quietly as Lin Xian dealt with these things. As the ruler of Qin and Han dynasties, many things needed to be decided by him. On the internet. Because of the intervention of Chihan Industrial Advertising Department, the news that Chihan Tricycle was sanctioned by the United States has become increasingly popular. It soared to the 3rd place in hot searches. Netizens are very curious about how Chihan's tricycle could threaten the national security of the United States. Looking forward to Lin Xian's live broadcast. Such highly publicized news naturally attracted the attention of China's neighboring country, the Russian Bear. After reporting through various levels, this news was delivered to General Shoigu, the coordinator of the development of the military-industrial complex. He is Putin's trusted and beloved general, and is also a well-known hawk. After learning that the electric tricycles produced by Lin Xian Enterprise were sanctioned by the United States because they threatened the national security of the United States, Shoigu gave a very direct order, asking his subordinates to purchase a batch of electric tricycles produced by Lin Xian Enterprise. In addition, he also saw Lin Xian's previous live broadcast video, which was reported by the people below. It was also thoughtfully noted that the all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle that Lin Xian rode in the video was favored by the Chinese military and listed as one of the materials to be purchased. After Shoigu saw this mark, he recalled the performance of the all-terrain vehicle named Cat Car by Lin Xian in the video, and decisively called in the subordinate from before and asked for additional orders. 10,000 cat cars. As a soldier who climbed up from the bottom, he had a hunch that the battlefield between Mao Xiong and Air Mao needed this cat car. Chapter 13. The veteran from the Military General Armament Department came to visit overnight. Soon, the Russian embassy in China received a notice from the Domestic Military Industry Commission. The company specifically purchased 50,000 electric tricycles from Chihan Industry and 10,000 cat tricycles. When Ambassador Igor saw the shopping list, he read it over and over again. The official seal is correct. There is nothing wrong with signing. The sender of the electronic official letter was indeed the Military Industry Commission. But he just couldn't figure out why the Domestic Military Industry Commission wanted to purchase this thing. That's not military supplies. Igor could hardly imagine what it would be like to see Russian soldiers appear on the battlefield riding three-wheeled motorcycles. However, since the purchase list is correct in terms of procedure, he has to execute it. Soon, Igor arranged for the embassy staff to communicate with Chihan Industry to complete the procurement plan. The sales department of Chihan Industry received a notice from the Russian embassy. This is an order worth hundreds of millions. Follow the workflow and go away. After all aspects were reviewed, they were finally sent to Lin Xian's email. Regarding the sale of the cat car, Lin Xian's approval is required. Because the cat car involves cooperation with the military. Those people below do not have the corresponding authority. Lin Xian in the office raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing the contents of the shopping list. Then used the mouse to select agree. The cat car is just right to be put on the battlefield between Mao Xiong and Air Mao to test its performance and see if there is room for improvement. The battlefield is the best place to test. That's much better than the military simulation site. Moreover, the cat car has not yet been officially purchased by the military. It is just a donation, not a military product. There is absolutely no problem with the procedure. From this business, Lin Xian could make a small profit of more than 100 million yuan. Of course, taxes have to be paid. Lin Xian has always been a conscientious entrepreneur who pays taxes legally. After all the procedures were completed, members of Chihan Industries' business department and legal department went on a business trip together to Sijio City. They took all the relevant information to communicate with the Russian ambassador to China, signed a contract, and completed the purchase. This is Chihan's work efficiency. After the people from the Ministry of Justice left, Lin Xian called Zhong Jiangwo according to the contact information he left. "Hello, I'm Lin Xian." Zhong Jiangwo, who had just answered the phone, frowned after hearing this. What does Lin Xian want to find me for at this time? Did he remember the forgotten fishing rod? At this moment, there were 3 people sitting in the military vehicle: Zhong Jiangwo, Wang Jiahao, and an old professor. I saw the old professor holding the fishing rod tightly in his hands, with a look of reluctance to let it go. It was this old teacher from Huazhong University of Science and Technology who did the test for them. He was a scholar in the relevant profession, and he came with them begging for mercy. No matter what, I want to see which factory has overcome this technical difficulty. Zhong Jiangwo calmed down and replied in a calm tone. "It's me, Comrade Lin. What's the matter?" After hearing this, Lin Xian on the other end of the phone spoke calmly about the transaction with the Russian bear. "I just completed a deal with the Mao Xiong ambassador. They want to buy the cat car." Hearing about this incident, Zhong Jiangwo thought quickly and made a judgment. This is a good thing, as we can use Maozi to test the actual combat capability of the cat car. Nothing can better test the performance of weapons and equipment than actual combat. He immediately stated that there was no problem on his side and that it was Lin Xian's right to decide whether to conduct the transaction and with whom to trade. Then Zhong Jiangwo pretended to be nonchalant and said, "By the way, Comrade Xiaolin, I saw a fishing rod on the cat car you donated. It must be yours, right?" Lin Xian then remembered the fishing rod. "That fishing rod, I forgot about it. Leader, please handle it as you wish." Zhong Jiangwo calmed down a little. The other 2 people in the car pricked up their ears and eavesdropped on his conversation with Lin Xian. "I think the quality of that fishing rod is pretty good. It seems to be made of carbon fiber. Comrade Lin, does your Chihan industry have a special carbon fiber production line?" Hearing this, Lin Xian sighed. "Leader, your eyesight is good. This is carbon fiber T800 grade material. A few years ago, I set up a factory to produce fishing rods, and I also satisfied my hobby. Friends who buy fishing rods have always told me that the rods should be light and tough. I compared the materials on the market and found that carbon fiber is very suitable. As a result, those old fishermen always come up empty-handed, and they put the blame on my fishing rod, saying that it was the fishing rod that affected their performance and caused them to come up empty-handed. Later, I continued to improve the material of the Guangwei series fishing rods, wanting to use better carbon fiber materials, but those foreigners refused to sell them to me. I started tinkering with it myself and came up with this T800 grade material to make fishing rods. It's light, has excellent toughness, is fireproof and non-conductive. It can be said to be the best material for making fishing rods. There was silence inside the military vehicle. The old professor holding the fishing rod had a ferocious look on his face, gnashing his teeth and clenching his fists. Their entire project team, with dozens of people, had been studying the technical difficulties in carbon fiber production for nearly 10 years and had not yet overcome them. However, someone had broken through the problem with such a ridiculous reason. Make a fishing rod, make a fishing rod. The carbon fiber material can be used to produce the J-20 fighter jets, a national weapon, but you actually used it to produce fishing rods. The old professor felt like he was about to pass out from anger. But he changed his mind and decided that this was a good thing. Fortunately, Lin Xian had overcome the difficulties in carbon fiber technology in order to produce fishing rods. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will be stuck. It is these scholars and academicians who are incompetent. Although he thought so, the professor still felt a little resentful. Zhong Jiangwo was also stunned. He then asked in an uncontrollable, excited voice, Lin Xian, tell me the truth, do you have the patents for this carbon fiber technology? Does your factory own this technology completely? After hearing this, Lin Xian felt a little confused. This leader is a little strange today. Why is he so concerned about carbon fiber materials? Could it be that he was going to make purchases on behalf of the military? After realizing this, Lin Xian's attitude became serious. It's about money and orders. Lin Xian takes money very seriously. Yes, sir. After the technological breakthrough of carbon fiber, I applied to the patent office and obtained a patent certificate. Leader, do you want to buy this carbon fiber fishing rod? I have a lot of finished products in my warehouse, which have been in stock for a long time. Zhong Jiangwo squeezed the phone in his hand until it creaked. He gritted his teeth and replied, No, I'm almost at your company now, and we'll have a chat then. Lin Xian's face was full of surprise. What? Zhong Jiangwo came so quickly, did he use teleportation? Chapter 14. Fishing Zhong Jiangwo for a cockroach, heavy fog. After Lin Xian hung up the phone, he sent a notice to several senior executives on the group's intranet. The leader of the military's General Armament Department came again and asked them to prepare. Soon, the entire group took action. Chihan has rich experience in dealing with leadership inspections. When they were almost ready, the military vehicle that Zhong Jiangwo was riding in drove into the Chihan Industrial Park. An executive from Chihan's Public Relations Department took the initiative to step forward and open the car door. We welcome the leaders to visit our group again to inspect our work. When Zhong Jiangwo got off the car, he didn't expect that he would visit a company twice in such a short period of time. Especially this time, he rushed here overnight. After saying a polite word to the person in front of him, he walked straight towards Lin Xian. Then Wang Jiahao, with dark circles under his eyes, and the old professor got out of the car one after another. The old professor was still holding the fishing rod at this time. The Chihan employees at the scene couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw this pairing. What is this for? Are you here to discuss fishing techniques with Mr. Lin? At this time, Zhong Jiangwo had already held Lin Xian's hand. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Comrade Lin Xian, this time I am representing the military's General Assembly Department and would like to purchase Chihan Industries T800 grade carbon fiber material. How much inventory do you have here? Lin Xian noticed Zhong Jiangwo's bloodshot eyes and the condition of the two people behind him. He immediately realized that this T800 grade carbon fiber material was very important to the military assembly department. Lin Xian replied without hesitation. As for inventory, there should be an entire warehouse of material, and the specific data recorded is 1,000 tons. Since using the gene seed on himself, Lin Xian's memory has been qualitatively improved. Zhong Jiangwo also felt that Lin Xian was particularly friendly today, Especially when he said that there was still 1,000 tons of carbon fiber materials in stock, he felt that Lin Xian was even more friendly. Take me to have a look. Mr. Li, you should come with me. The purpose of allowing academician Li to come along was very simple, which was to confirm the authenticity of the carbon fiber material on Lin Xian's side. To avoid mistakes. Cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Lin Xian knows the priorities of the matter. The carbon fiber material that made these people come all night to tinker with it is indeed very important. Afterwards, he took the initiative to take Zhong Jiangwo and his party to the Chihan industrial storage base. The storage conditions of various industrial products are different, especially high-end industrial products, which have more demanding storage requirements. So Lin Xian specially built a storage base for storage. And we have arranged professional warehouse managers to carry out maintenance and management. By the time they arrived at the storage base, the warehouse manager on duty that day had already received the news and was waiting for Lin Xian and the others at the door. General Lin. The 1,000 tons of carbon fiber material is stored in warehouse C3. Please follow me. Led by the warehouse manager, Lin Xian and his team came to warehouse No. C3. The warehouse manager entered the password, and a large amount of gas randomly came out of the warehouse door, and then the door slowly opened. This is an inert gas specifically used for sealing. As the warehouse door opened, a distinctly cold feeling greeted us. Zhong Jiangwo doesn't care about these at all. There is only one thing he cares about now, T800 grade carbon fiber material. After putting on dust-proof clothing as usual, the warehouse manager led Lin Xian and his group through 3 levels of protective doors, and disinfection and dust removal were carried out after each level. The place where carbon fiber materials are stored must maintain a dust-free environment. Soon, Lin Xian and his friends passed through the last door. What catches the eye is the carbon fiber materials in the entire warehouse, all of which are processed carbon filaments waiting to be processed and used. Academician Li ran up to confirm it immediately. Zhong Jiangwo said to Lin Xian somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li has been researching in the field of carbon fiber for most of his life. He was a little excited when he saw your carbon fiber materials, Comrade Lin Xian." Lin Xian didn't care about these. On the contrary. He also glanced at Academician Li's back. Academician? Brought by the Military General Assembly Department. Lin Xian quickly formed a judgment in his mind that he was most likely an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I want this man. The development of Qin and Han industry to date has mainly relied on the various technological products brought by Lin Xian's golden finger. But it is also inseparable from the contribution of scientific researchers. Lin Xian has also always attached great importance to scientific researchers. He dug whenever he had the chance. After having this thought, Lin Xian took the initiative to walk to the side of Academician Li. Before Lin Xian could speak, Academician Li's voice full of loss came over. We wasted so much of our country's resources researching carbon fiber materials, but a company ended up overcoming the technical difficulties that had troubled us for years. What have we been doing all these years? As he said this, he let out a long sigh. At this moment, Academician Li's heart was filled with frustration and guilt for his project team wasting national resources. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not directly speak to comfort Academician Li. He coughed lightly, and then said to Zhong Jiangwo, "The performance of these T800 grade carbon fiber materials is not perfect, and the fishing rods made from them are often complained by anglers. So the materials are piled up in this warehouse. If you want, boss, I can sell it to the General Assembly Department at 350 per kilogram." Zhong Jiangwo's face was full of disbelief. He had already prepared himself for Lin Xian to ask for a huge sum of money. But they never expected that the price offered by Lin Xian would be so cheap. You know, the carbon fiber materials they imported from abroad before were more than 3 times the price of this. In addition, various additional conditions must be accepted. Lin Xian actually gave him such a low price, which is not even enough for his investment in research and development, right? Considering the cat car donated by Lin Xian before, Zhong Jiangwo has already made up his mind that Chihan Industry is a patriotic enterprise that supports the military. At this time, Lin Xian's voice came. We are already researching T1000 grade carbon fiber materials. Once the technical problems are solved, we will be able to produce fishing rods with better feel, and this T800 grade one will be eliminated. In fact, Lin Xian was just talking casually. In addition to fishing rods, carbon fiber materials have many other uses, including construction, cars, bicycles, and so on. In fact, Chihan could make a profit from the price he offered to Zhong Jiangwo. Zhong Jiangwo's first reaction after hearing this: "Could you please leave your crappy fishing rod alone?" "What?" etc. T1000 grade carbon fiber material? Zhong Jiangwo's eyes widened. Academician Li, who was originally extremely disappointed, came directly to Lin Xian with an excited look on his face. "Mr. Lin, what kind of problems did you encounter during the development of your T1000 grade carbon fiber?" "My research group has many professional scholars and professors. Through communication, we may be able to solve the problem." Academician Li's expression almost showed that he wanted to join in the research and development of T1000 grade carbon fiber materials. Lin Xian knew at a glance that he had successfully caught fish. As for Zhong Jiangwo, he had been caught by Lin Xian as a black carp. Chapter 15. What? Qin and Han industry are going to rebel? Ahem. Zhong Jiangwo coughed softly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Comrade Lin Xian, I want to confirm something. Are you sure you are already developing T1000 grade carbon fiber materials?" There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice as he spoke. No wonder he was so excited. This level of carbon fiber material can be used in high-performance aerospace equipment, and is a strategic grade material. It is a material that is being developed by the world's top teams. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, leader. Chihan's R&D department is working on the technology. If more professionals join in, I believe we will be able to overcome this technical difficulty soon. Achieve mass production of T1000 grade carbon fiber materials." His words were a blatant statement. Academician Li is not a fool. He understood the obvious hint immediately. He immediately took the initiative to hold Lin Xian's hand and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, one of the priorities of our work at HUSD is to address the urgent needs of the people and to solve the technological and scientific problems that the country urgently needs through collaboration. On behalf of my research team, I would like to cooperate with your company to overcome the technical difficulties of T1000 grade carbon fiber materials." Zhong Jiangwo on the side looked at Academician Li speechlessly. Why did it turn out like this? It was clearly me who spoke first, and it was clearly me who knew Lin Xian first. It should be me who discusses cooperation with Lin Xian. The military also has its own military workers. We can talk and cooperate. Lin Xian was delighted. "You are most welcome. Academician Li, your joining our scientific research department will definitely promote breakthroughs in the research and development of carbon fiber technology. In fact, in addition to carbon fiber materials, we at Chihan also have a lot of research on nanomaterials. The application prospects of this material are very broad, and its characteristics are very good." The staff on the side knew very well that their boss liked to poach people. So when Lin Xian started talking to Academician Li, he had already prepared a temporary work badge for Academician Li. While Academician Li was wearing his work badge, Zhong Jiangwo interrupted and said, "Comrade Lin Xian, in fact, our military also has deep technical reserves and can conduct in-depth technical cooperation with Chihan." He did not specify the area of technical cooperation. Lin Xian understood the implication of his words and shook hands with Zhong Jiangwo happily. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation, leader." Afterwards, they left the warehouse and went to the conference room to sign the purchase contract and letter of intent for cooperation. Lin Xian signed his name on the contract in a flamboyant manner, which meant that the order worth tens of millions had been completed. Because this is a purchase of special military materials, this transaction contract does not need to be made public. At the same time they signed the contract, at the embassy in Beijing. Chihan's legal team and people from the business department were also signing contracts with Ambassador Mao. After signing the contract, Zhong Jiangwo shook hands with Lin Xian and left in a hurry. He will take a batch of carbon fiber materials to the military's military industrial enterprises to produce the J-20. production plans for this fighter have been stalled for some time. Academician Li did not go with them, but chose to stay and meet with members of Chihan's R&D department to exchange academic ideas. He had no bad intentions, he just simply wanted to publish a few papers and leave his name in the relevant field of academia. It would be best if it could be hung on the wall or written into a book. In the military vehicle, Wang Jiahao is reporting to Zhong Jiangwo. General. According to the information obtained from the Industrial and Commercial Administration Department, Chihan was a state-owned military factory before, but it started to suffer from poor management after the 1980s. Eventually went bankrupt. It was Lin Xian who took over the factory and resettled the laid-off workers. At the time, it was called the Chihan Machinery Factory, and later it gradually developed into the current Chihan Industrial Group. It involves nearly 300 industrial fields. They have absolutely no problems with their taxes, there is no tax evasion, and their annual environmental impact assessments are all qualified. In addition, Chihan Industry has established schools to help left-behind children and out-of-school children get out of the mountains. They also have social welfare institutions and have a good social reputation. After Wang Jiahao finished his report, he sat there upright, waiting for the next instruction from his leader. This is just a simple survey of Chihan, and any business unit that cooperates with the military will conduct it. After listening to the report, Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help but frown. It involves almost all industrial fields, and there are also schools to cultivate reserve forces and raise hopes. It has nearly 100,000 employees, and the families of these employees may be involved in millions. In ancient times, this would have been considered a rebellion. Then he put this ridiculous idea to rest. It is obviously a conscientious enterprise with a sense of social responsibility, and it is the kind that can receive a small red flag every year. I was just imagining things. Zhong Jiangwo mentally raised the level of cooperation with Chihan Industry. When I return, I will enter the military database and increase the priority of Chihan Industries. Wang Jiahao. Hearing the leader calling his name, Wang Jiahao immediately responded. Arrive! You will be stationed at Chihan Group as a representative of the General Assembly Department. The cooperation progress of T800 grade carbon fiber materials. Also, please pay attention to whether any enemy spies have noticed Chihan Industry. We must not let our guard down in this regard. Zhong Jiangwo knew clearly how disgusting spies were. In the past, some companies that cooperated with the military had espionage incidents and leaked some important intelligence data. Wang Jiahao replied in a deep voice. Yes. If necessary, I will contact the comrades in the National Security Department to follow up. Also, I recently noticed that some unfriendly comments towards Chihan Industry appeared on the internet. These remarks came after Chihan revealed the possibility of cooperating with our General Assembly Department. Zhong Jiangwo's face darkened when he heard this. Things on the internet are not our responsibility. Remember what our responsibilities are. This is the responsibility of the Cyberspace Administration of China. After saying that, he leaned back in his seat with his eyes slightly closed. Wang Jiahao fully understood the leader's implication. He logged into his account and reported the short and fat guy. At this moment, the short and fat man was speaking passionately in his live broadcast room. Like a victorious general, he showed off a letter of notification in his hand. Please take a closer look, everyone. Look what I have in my hand. Chapter 16, Goen Takes Action. The audience in the live broadcast room could clearly see that the short and fat man was holding a lawyer's letter. It was a lawyer's letter sent to him by Chihan Industrial Legal Department. In the eyes of the short and fat man, this is not a simple lawyer's letter, but a stepping stone to increase his fame. This lawyer's letter came just in time. The short fat man opened his folding fan, fanned himself twice, and then continued. Friends, as you all know, I talked about Chihan Industry some time ago and even had a video call with Professor Xiyuan. At that time, Professor Xiyuan expressed many thought-provoking views. But unfortunately, that connection was forced to be shut down due to reports from people with different opinions. I was planning to put this matter behind me. But what about the result? The short and fat man made an expression as if he was amused by being angry in front of the camera, and at the same time shook the lawyer's letter. In the end, my good intentions were in vain. The legal department of Chihan Industries sued me directly through the court and sent me this lawyer's letter. I'm so scared. Can't we even speak objectively and fairly in front of Chihan Industry? The audiences in the platform's live broadcast room had different reactions. Some simply hated the short and fat man, while others were completely brainwashed by him and believed his words, and spoke out in support of him. The short and fat man felt very proud when he saw the comments supporting him. Then he casually put down a lawyer's letter. He knew that his goal had been achieved and he could move on to the next step. He didn't care about this so-called lawyer's letter at all. In his eyes, it was just a piece of waste paper. The short fat man took out a beautiful passport slowly, put it in front of the camera in the live broadcast room, and said proudly, "I hold a U.S. passport. If the Chinese court wants to summon me, it must go through the U.S. Embassy. Here, let me tell you something. There is a sentence written on the passport of the United States. No matter where you are, the U.S. government will be your strong backer. The meaning of this passage is very simple. If anyone bullies you, the country will deal with him." When he said this, the pimples on his face began to turn red and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. In fact, this passage was improvised by him and the content was completely fictitious. It is just bullying the fact that most people are not very proficient in English. The short and fat man put down his passport carefully, then folded his folding fan and slapped his palms rhythmically. In his heart, he felt very free and easy at this moment. In fact, our country's legal system is very imperfect. Let alone comparing it with the United States, even the Indians next door can't compare with it. They are peaceful, clean, have a low crime rate, and there are almost no thieves on the streets. Especially their holy river, the Ganges, has magical purification power. If you have the opportunity to visit Asen, I suggest you drink the Ganges water, which can purify your body and mind. They don't have companies like Chihan Industry that pollute the environment. As he spoke, he began to recall the trip to India that he had been invited to, occasionally inserting a few words to criticize Chihan and Han Industry. Just as he was joking about these things, the head of Chihan Industries' legal department was reporting the results of their trip to Linxian. "Mr. Lin, this is the contract we signed with Ambassador Igor. We have checked the contents of the contract, and there are no trap clauses. At the same time, the Military Industry Committee of Maoxiong has transferred the first payment to the company's account. As long as they deliver all the goods they need, the subsequent payments can be settled directly." After listening to this, Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then give instructions to the production department to start the production of the cat car. According to Chihan Industries' production capacity, delivery can be completed in less than a week. This signed and sealed contract is classified and archived. After reporting on the contract matters, the head of the legal department did not leave Lin Xian's office, and continued to report on matters concerning the short and fat man and others. "Mr. Lin, some well-known internet celebrities are trying to stir up trouble, trying to take advantage of our popularity and damage the reputation of Chihan. I had previously sent a lawyer's letter to warn him, but it had the opposite effect. The other party is still slandering our group in the live broadcast room." When Lin Xian heard this, he casually clicked on the short and fat man's live video. Seeing the familiar round face of the short and fat man, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This clown. Lin Xian knew very well that there was no need to engage in verbal battles with such public intellectuals or write lawyers' letters or anything like that. That will only allow them to gain traffic and gain greater popularity. If you ignore them, they will become more aggressive. Cheating for the imperial caning is a common tactic used by these people. If we trace back to the source, the Donglin party used this method to gain fame. Lin Xian immediately asked people from the Ministry of Justice to contact the Cyberspace Administration of China and the Ministry of State Security, and take the collected information to report the spy. At the same time, they bought trending searches and asked paparazzi to expose inside information of several celebrities to temporarily divert public attention. After Lin Xian finished giving the order, he suddenly used it in reverse. "The way I handled things made me look like a villain no matter how you looked at it." The short and fat guys seemed to be positive characters. Then Lin Xian dispelled the thought in his mind. "Do I have to go out and confront the short and fat guy myself? That would be too cheap. Just be a villain. As long as you can handle things well. And this feeling is pretty good. The people from the legal department immediately took orders and started to deal with these matters. What a coincidence is that not long ago, Wang Jiahao had greeted the Cyberspace Administration of China and the National Security Department. List Qin and Han Industries as special units to prevent sabotage by spies. When they received the report, they took immediate action. Especially the National Security Department, they will definitely not let go of such things that can make meritorious service. They quickly began to investigate and collect information about the short and fat man in Xiuan and to investigate their interpersonal relationships. The more we investigate, the more suspicious points we discover. Xiuan outrageous remarks and opinions made the people from the Ministry of State Security indignant, especially his current identity and position, which made them feel a little creepy. It was immediately included in the key observation targets. Carry out round-the-clock surveillance to prevent him from doing anything harmful to the country. The people from the Ministry of State Security felt very strongly that this was a big fish. Also because of Professor Xiuan, the short and fat man enjoyed the same treatment. The Cyberspace Administration of China had a chat with the platform where the short and fat guy worked. Then, the live chat show of the short and fat man was cancelled. The whole process was smooth and without any hindrance. Chapter 17. For the three-wheeled vehicle. Texas rednecks hold a parade. Just as the short and fat guy was jumping up and down to try to make connections, the United States exploded. Texas, a state with simple folk customs. Old John is one of the guys here, a typical redneck. He runs his own ranch here, grazing thousands of cattle. The basement of his home is always filled with Remington M700, AR-15 rifle, M1911, and his favorite Colt Python revolver. His favorite thing to do every day now is to patrol his ranch on a cheap electric tricycle. Back up, please pay attention. Back up, please pay attention. Listening to the strange Chinese voice broadcast of the electric tricycle, old John parked the car skillfully, then turned off the engine and got out. He then tosses the key to George, the hired cowboy. Hey, George. This electric tricycle you recommended to me is really useful and cheap. I plan to give one to each of you. It's very convenient to use it to haul chickpeas, potatoes, cattle feed, and other things. George took it, shrugged his shoulders, and told his boss helplessly. I'm sorry, Mr. John. I'm afraid this is the last three-wheeled vehicle you can buy. The Chinese company that sold this vehicle has been sued by Ford and has been found by the gentleman in Congress to have endangered our national security. So the electric tricycle manufacturer was sanctioned, restricting their vehicle imports. When old John heard this, he became so angry that his eyes turned red and he kicked the three-wheeled motorcycle in front of him hard. Fuck! Those bitches things. They sit in the office every day drinking coffee and enjoying the air conditioning. I'm going to smash them. As the tricycle's alarm sounded, old John walked towards the basement to get his beloved treasures. Actually, you can't blame old John for being so excited. This electric tricycle is so simple and easy to use for farmers like them. Every time I go to Sam's Club to purchase goods, I can just drive the tricycle and there is no need to use the pickup truck at home. This electric three-wheeler can also be used to handle daily tasks such as carrying feed, cleaning cow dung, etc. A range of dozens of kilometers is more than enough. More importantly, after use, you can just charge it directly without refueling. Compared with fuel-guzzling pickup trucks, the electricity cost required to charge an electric tricycle is just a drop in the bucket. For farmers like them, it is normal to save as much as possible. They are different from those guys in suits on Wall Street. They are the grumpy old guys who farm and herd sheep. I love this convenient and economical means of transportation. As a result, when I wanted to buy two more, I was told that the company had been sanctioned. Old John was naturally very angry. Although he is a farmer, he also knows that Ford sanctioned this company because of their pickup truck sales. A moment later, old John, fully armed with a Remington in his hand and a bullet belt on his body, walked out of the basement. He took the key directly from George's hand, started the electric tricycle, and headed for the bar in town. I planned to go have a couple of drinks and then call my old friends over to have some fun. Old John walked into the bar and habitually pinched the thigh of the waitress in a short skirt, causing the rednecks present to laugh and whistle. Then he took off his cowboy hat, placed a greenback on the bar, and tapped the bar table with his fingers. Old rules. A glass of Tennessee whiskey. Without ice. Old John never likes to add ice cubes to his drinks. He thinks those who add ice cubes are idiots. The bartender took the green bill skillfully and placed a glass of whiskey in front of Old John. Old John picked up the glass of whiskey, poured it into his mouth, drank it all in one breath, and then dropped the glass heavily on the bar. What a bitch's child, damn! Go to hell! The bearded man who was playing with a shotgun nearby heard the noise John made and couldn't help but become curious. Hey, man! What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? He has been John's drinking buddy for more than 10 years. He is also a farmer and knows John's temper very well. Give Old John another drink, and put it on me. After finishing speaking, the bearded man put down his shotgun and said to Old John, The tricycle you introduced to me last time is very useful and convenient. My son modified it a bit, and now it has a marquee function. Very cool. The other rednecks in the bar all chimed in. Yes, that's right. That electric tricycle is so useful. God bless you, Old John. When these people have good things, they will share them with each other. The last time Old John came over for a drink, he showed off his electric three-wheeler to them. Today, the parking lot outside the bar is actually filled with electric three-wheeled vehicles of various shapes. These rednecks have already enjoyed the fun brought by the three-wheeled motorcycle. There are even plans to set up a three-wheeled vehicle club. Prepare to start the modification and install the heavy machine gun in the warehouse on the electric three-wheeled vehicle. Old John drank another glass of whiskey, burped, and then told George what he had heard. What? Those bitches are going to sanction electric tricycles? Is all they have in their heads? I just promised my grandson I'd buy him one. Suddenly, all the rednecks in the bar started to make a commotion. The scene instantly turned into an arms exhibition, with various types of firearms appearing in their hands. Even the bartender had a double-barreled shotgun in his hands. Texas has always been a state with abundant martial virtues. At this time, Old John stood up and signaled everyone to be quiet. Guys, I have a great idea. We can't keep quiet any longer. We need to let those bitches in Congress hear our voices and see our power. My suggestion is to organize a march and march directly to Washington. Old John's drunken proposal was instantly approved by everyone. Yes, that's right. It's time for a parade. Scare the piss out of those people in suits. Walk. Let's go now. The rednecks present immediately took action. They smashed the wine glasses in their hands, tore off the bar's tablecloths, and wrote slogans on them with markers as flags. Even the bartender joined in. After a moment, a parade of electric tricycles, waving flags, set out from the bar and headed for Washington. Old John, fully armed, was like a hero, driving a tricycle and sitting at the front. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of the National Guard. Chapter 18. Carry out sanctions to the end. Midnight. Lin Xian's artificial intelligence Hua Ling paid attention to the news happening in the United States on the internet. Texas rednecks march armed with electric tricycles. Claiming to protect their right to freely purchase electric tricycles, attack the White House. Among them, keywords such as electric tricycle, made in China, and Chihan and Han industry triggered Hua Ling's computing logic. After logical analysis, Hua Ling made a judgment and chose to call him Lin Xian. The next moment, in Lin Xian's bedroom, soft lights turned on and music with a slow rhythm played. Lin Xian, who had just fallen asleep, felt the change in light and the music coming to his ears. He realized that it was Hua Ling who was waking him up. Hua Ling! What happened? Lin Xian knew that in Hua Ling's underlying logic, if it was not an important matter, it would not disturb him. Hearing Lin Xian's call, Hua Ling immediately projected out. Owner! An armed demonstration is taking place in the beautiful state of Texas. The main body of the parade is local farmers. The protest was caused by the fact that the electric tricycles of the Chihan group were sanctioned by the United States, and these farmers were unable to buy electric tricycles. The situation has now become very serious. The National Guard of the United States tried to suppress it, and there was a local exchange of fire. In addition, a large number of black Americans took advantage of the chaos to loot, smash, rob, and burn. While reporting to Lin Xian, Hua Ling showed the relevant PPT documents and videos that it had collected and generated in just a few minutes. Lin Xian looked at the scenes in the video and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Are the fighting power of the Eagle Sauce rednecks still so strong? In the video, the rednecks led by Old John drove electric tricycles and formed a small position. They mounted their weapons on tricycles and engaged the National Guard who came to suppress them. There were tear gas and smoke bombs everywhere, thick smoke billowing, and sporadic gunshots. There were media helicopters reporting live from above the battle between the two sides. After reading it, Lin Xian instantly realized that this was a good opportunity. He quickly asked Hua Ling to connect with several other executives of the group for an online meeting. Zhou Ling immediately appeared on the screen wearing professional attire. Mr. Lin, good evening. Is there something wrong with the group? Lin Xian looked at Zhou Ling, who still had sleepiness on her face, and nodded. Yes. There are some problems in the United States, but that's a good thing for us. I'll tell you the details after they come online. Are you feeling better now? When Zhou Ling heard this, her face turned red instantly. She couldn't understand why her body behaved like that when she was in the group during the day. Even before Hua Ling contacted her, she was still doing unspeakable things with Lin Xian in her dreams. Fortunately, now that I saw Lin Xian through video, I did not have the same reaction as during the day. Otherwise, I don't know how to face General Lin. Zhou Ling took 2 deep breaths and calmed herself down. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm much better now. It won't affect my work tomorrow. At this time, several other senior executives of the group also appeared in Lin Xian's video conference through Hua Ling. After a simple greeting, Lin Xian sent them the information compiled by Hua Ling. The more Zhou Ling looked, the more frightened she became. Damn it. How come I didn't pay attention to such an important thing? She could already imagine what headlines would appear in the news from the United States tomorrow. It's nothing more than throwing dirty water on the Chihan and Han group. It may not even happen tomorrow, related reports may have already started now. This will have a huge impact on the image of Chihan group. Is it possible that my assistant is not as good as an artificial intelligence? Everyone, have you finished reading this? At this time, Lin Xian's voice came, drawing Zhou Ling's attention back. Now I ask the Public Relations Department to initiate crisis public relations. We contacted environmental protection organizations in the United States and focused on promoting our electric tricycles as clean energy products and new energy. At the same time, give them a small sponsorship to support them in holding an environmental protection march. Lin Xian knew clearly what the green environmental protection organizations in the United States were like. But it doesn't stop me from using them to discuss the US officials. In addition, we are promoting this in China, saying that our electric tricycles are so useful that farmers in the United States are willing to rebel in order to use our tricycles. Lu Shui, the head of the Public Relations Department, immediately responded. Yes, Mr. Lin. I will arrange for someone to carry it out now. Then Lin Xian assigned tasks to other people. When necessary, Lin Xian has the final say in the entire Chihan group. He has absolute authority. At the same time, in the United States, Ford CEO Nasser no longer had the leisure to smoke cigars as before. At this moment, he was getting angry in his luxurious office. Bang! With a crisp sound, a bottle of valuable red wine was smashed to pieces. Damn, these pigs raised them. They deserve to do those menial farm jobs. Is my pickup truck not working well? I'm actually holding a parade for this broken electric tricycle. And you've made such a big fuss about it. He had just received a call from his congressman. The call was a warning to him and a hint for him to calm the matter down as soon as possible. Nasser felt the blood vessels in his head swell when he thought of the resources he had spent to push for sanctions against Chihan industry. It's not that he hadn't thought about making his own electric tricycle, but the cost of the proposals submitted to him by his engineers almost made him angry to death. If you were to manufacture your own business, the cost from the initial parts processing and purchase to the final vehicle rolling off the production line would be at least $30,000. This does not include labor costs. You know how much they sold for in the Qin and Han dynasties? $5,000 to $10,000 per car. There are discounts if you buy more. After knowing this, he responded to the engineer's proposal without hesitation. Then choose to push for sanctions against Qin and Han industries. After walking around the office, Nasser suddenly came up with a better idea. Now that you've done it, do it thoroughly. Continue to sanction Qin Han industry, and go a step further to sanction and restrict all Qin Han products exported to the United States. This kind of company must be very dependent on orders from the United States. At that time, I can use this to control this company. Nasser's expression relaxed, and then he contacted his connections to push the matter forward. I'm still thinking about when I can go back to that island for another round of fun. Chapter 19, Eagle Sauce imposes comprehensive sanctions. Netizens go crazy. When the sun rose again, all the hot searches on the internet were related to electric tricycles. In particular, the march that broke out in the United States was tracked and reported by China's official media. Netizens were in a frenzy. Lin Xian opened his live broadcast room as usual. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of spectators poured in. If Lin Xian hadn't closed the reward channel, the screen would probably be full of gifts now. He was having breakfast at this time. A very simple and plain dish, a serving of soy milk and a serving of fried dough sticks. Hello everyone, this is my breakfast. What do you eat for breakfast? The main idea of the audience who originally flocked into the live broadcast room was to come and watch the fun. This time, Qin Han Industrial's electric tricycle caused such a big incident in the United States, and they wanted to see what kind of crisis public relations Lin Xian would conduct. As a result, Lin Xian was still eating breakfast so leisurely. One viewer left a comment. Boss Lin, we usually have a hard time in the morning. In an instant, the workers in the live broadcast room began to complain about themselves. Only in the morning? No lunch or afternoon? At noon you suffer a loss, in the afternoon you suffer a loss, and at night you eat cake, crying. Boss Lin, I have a cup of Starbucks every day. I'm not showing off my wealth. I'm just used to this kind of life. Let's encourage each other. Friendly reminder, Mr. Lin, don't forget to clock in when you go to work, otherwise you will lose your perfect attendance record. Lin Xian looked at these comments, and couldn't help but sigh that these netizens really know how to make fun of others. Igor, the Russian ambassador to China, was also watching the live broadcast. He didn't quite get the funny parts of the comments posted by Chinese netizens. The only thing he cares about now is what is going on with the electric tricycles that the rednecks in the United States are parading with. According to the current trend, the whole of Texas is responding, and the Eagle Sauce is about to create a second Lone Star Empire. You should know that he had just signed a purchase contract with Lin Xian's Chihan industry on behalf of the Domestic Military Industry Commission, which included electric tricycles. This affects your career. Although he had information compiled by a special person and relevant analysis reports. But Igor still wanted to get an answer from Lin Xian. Of course, deep down Igor really hopes that the United States will split into a dozen or 20 countries, just like the big Russian bear did back then. With this thought in mind, Igor skillfully tapped the keyboard and sent Chinese characters in the live broadcast room. Boss Lin, I want to know why the electric tricycles produced by your company have caused such unrest in the United States. Because it is the Embassy Blue V account. Lin Xian noticed the comment posted by Igor at a glance. He took a bite of the fried dough stick, drank a sip of salty soy milk, and then wiped his mouth. This netizen's question is very strange. Why do you say that the electric tricycles produced by our Chihan group caused this unrest? An electric tricycle is just an electric tricycle, a simple electric means of transportation. However, our vehicle has a long battery life and is cheap to manufacture. It is very suitable for use in sparsely populated areas, and its quality is also very good. You can run after fully charging. These advantages are very suitable for farmers over in Texas. Having said that, Lin Xian, who was secretly advertising the tricycle, took another sip of soy milk. This is clearly an electric vehicle that can be used by local farmers, but because it is too cheap, it was sanctioned by the United States. The reason for the sanctions is also outrageous, saying that our Chihan industry maliciously sells low-priced vehicles and endangers the security of the United States. Is it wrong to have a low price? What's wrong with the United States? There must be something wrong with their system. Lin Xian's two classic rhetorical questions made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh out loud. After Igor heard this, his face was full of approval. In fact, he had read the analysis reports summarized by other departments, and they were no different from what Lin Xian said. There must be something wrong with the system of the United States. Then he reacted immediately. Vast land and sparse population? Suitable for agricultural use? Doesn't this perfectly fit the characteristics of their land? The bear needs this electric tricycle. The plains of Siberia need this electric tricycle. The performance of those Texas rednecks in the United States has perfectly affirmed the performance of this electric tricycle. Igor jumped up as if his butt was on fire and ran to contact his nephew who worked in the Russian Ministry of Agriculture. Let him pay attention to this news and then push forward the plan of purchasing electric tricycles. Certainly. Afterwards, Igor will definitely get a share of the profits. He has handled such large purchases, so he is sure to get some benefits. Previously, because he was helping the military commission to purchase cat cars and tricycles, he didn't have much chance to get involved. Now is a good opportunity. Of course, Igor is not entirely selfish, he also wants to make the Russian bear great again. It's just that in the process, I got a little benefit. This is a phenomenon that has existed since the days of the Great Bear. Igor's nephew quickly understood what his uncle meant, and also noticed the help this electric tricycle could provide to agriculture. Add to that the current events that have broken out in the United States. It is not a problem at all to get the agricultural department to purchase this electric tricycle from Chihan Group. He immediately started writing reports and purchasing plans. This is another procurement project worth hundreds of millions. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know all this yet. Now, he is still chatting with netizens in the live broadcast room. But just when Lin Xian was about to end the live broadcast, Assistant Zhou Ling was holding a notice from the Ministry of Commerce. Her face looked a little strange. Mr. Lin, we have been sanctioned by the United States again. This time they are sanctioning all categories of products we export to the United States. The reason is that we are suspected of dumping, which has triggered the trade protection mechanism of the United States. All categories of goods must be reviewed again, otherwise they will not be allowed to be sold in the United States. After listening to this, Lin Xian was a little surprised. The judicial system of the United States reacted so quickly? Someone must have spent money behind the scenes. Apart from this, Lin Xian had no other reaction. It seems that this sanction is a drastic punishment by the United States on Chihan industry. But in reality, who will be unlucky? It's hard to say yet. Thanks to the fact that the United States has been playing with paper economy for decades, its industrialization has been almost eliminated. Lin Xian's reaction was calm, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were going crazy. What? The United States is imposing sanctions on our country's companies right in front of us? Or its sanctions on all categories of industrial products? The anger value rose suddenly. In this mood, these lovely netizens all made the same choice. Go to Chihan Industrial's online store platform and place orders for their products crazily. Direct shopping. Chapter 20 Rational Consumption? No, we want wild consumption. Employees of the Chihan Group's online business department noticed the soaring data in the store and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Is the platform data wrong? How come there are so many orders all of a sudden? You know, Chihan Group is an industrial enterprise, and its sales on the online business platform have always been relatively stable. The focus is on various offline channel dealers. The employee repeatedly communicated and confirmed with the platform. Just confirmed. This is real sales data, not a system data error. During the period he confirmed, the sales of electric tricycles alone exceeded 3,000 units. Nearly 6 million in sales. Directly emptied their warehouse inventory. Employees of the e-commerce department hurriedly urged the workshop to place the order and reported the good news to their superiors. The news soon reached Zhou Ling. As Lin Xian's assistant, she could see the hidden crisis at a glance. These netizens placed orders passionately. Once they calmed down, there will be a wave of returns, causing warehouses to overflow. This is a huge problem for industrial enterprises. It may even lead to a company's capital chain being interrupted. Now there is a bigger problem, which is that the enthusiasm of netizens cannot be extinguished. After realizing this, Zhou Ling broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't dare to delay at all, and hurriedly walked to Lin Xian, leaned over to his ear, and covered her chest with her hands to avoid exposing herself. Mr. Lin. Her hanging hair just fell on Lin Xian's ear, which made him feel a little itchy. What's wrong? Zhou Ling? Afterwards, Zhou Ling whispered to Lin Xian and reported to him what she knew. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all posted comments to make fun of it. My little wife is here to tell Boss Lin about this again. Yo, you're so close, is there anything we can't hear? Yes, Mr. Lin is ours. Lin Xian noticed these comments, waved his hand to let Zhou Ling stop reporting, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Assistant Zhou is reporting to me about the sales issues on the e-commerce platform. Just now, our product sales on the e-commerce platform exceeded 1 million. I would like to express my deep gratitude to netizens for their enthusiasm. However, I still hope that everyone will consume rationally. Most of our company's products are industrial products, especially electric tricycles. I checked the back end and found that many of the orders were placed in cities. This electric tricycle is not very convenient for office workers. So, I urge everyone to consume rationally. When Lin Xian heard Zhou Ling's report, he realized this problem at the first moment. The solution immediately popped into his mind. Lin Xian knew very well that with these netizens being so excited now, methods like pouring cold water on them or removing products from the shelves were all wrong. That will only cause negative emotions among netizens. Hence what he just said. After hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room became even more excited. No! We want wild consumption. Not rational consumption. You don't even want the business that comes to your door. Are you trying to secretly raise the price, Lin Xian? Hey, I just love to buy things. I'm happy to let them sit in the garage and collect dust. What do you mean by rational consumption? It means wild consumption. Mr. Lin, have you not fully developed the functions of your products? Electric tricycles are too practical to use for stalls. Under the enthusiasm of these netizens, the term, wild consumption, quickly became popular. Become a hot word on the internet. At the same time, more netizens discovered that Chihan industry is a treasure enterprise. In addition to electric tricycles, there are also drones, unmanned remote-controlled toy boats, and other products. Especially the pesticide-spreading drone. This allowed some large-scale growers to discover a new world. Can drones also be used to spray pesticides? It can save a lot of manpower and material resources, and reduce the occurrence of employees being poisoned by spreading pesticides. In the past, such things would cause headaches for these large-scale growers. Many employees do not pay attention to personal protection when spraying pesticides, which leads to poisoning. Drones are a good solution. In addition, sales of many other products of Chihan industry have also been boosted. Inside the live broadcast room, Lin Xian noticed the comments from netizens and knew he could proceed to the second step. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you very much for your support. First of all, it is impossible to increase the price. We have always kept the price the same for so many years. But for everyone's consideration, I'm going to set up a pre-sale mechanism for everyone. During this period, all products under the Chihan group will be sold in a pre-sale mode, giving everyone 7 days to think calmly. Think about whether you really need this product. If you want to change your mind, you can get a refund within 7 days. We will arrange the shipment after 7 days. Of course, I don't mean that you can't get a refund after delivery. Chihan welcomes everyone to return the goods and get a refund within the time specified by the platform at any time. This is just a cooling-off period. This is the solution that Lin Xian came up with. Create a time difference. Filter out the customers who really want to buy electric tricycles, and also take care of the emotions of those who are passionate about consumption. At the same time, it will not cause the warehouse to be overwhelmed and the problem of unsold products will not occur. It can also win the favor of netizens. As for whether it would affect Chihan Group's sales on e-commerce platforms, Lin Xian didn't care much. After all, for products like electric tricycles, the main sales volume still comes from physical stores and distributors. Of course, with the support of orders from Russia, there will be no problem of product unsaleability. At this moment, netizens were deeply moved by Lin Xian. How can there be such a boss? They not only don't want the money offered to them, but also force them to think calmly about whether the product is worth buying. If it were a product from other companies, they would consider it hunger marketing. But the Qin and Han dynasties were different. He really cares about people like them. My eyes are filled with tears. Over the years, the price of Chihan's electric tricycles has never increased. It's just like my salary. Thank you. Seeing these words makes me feel warm all over my body. He really did. I cried my heart out. Wait, 7-day cooling off period? Isn't this the cooling off period for divorces? Stop it, I'm finally moved by what Mr. Lin said, you're ruining the atmosphere. Soon, under the various activities of these netizens, the style of the live broadcast room instantly became distorted. Lin Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw this. However, the ever-increasing sales data of e-commerce platforms shows that these netizens are still placing orders enthusiastically. At the same time, this time also made Chihan Group completely popular. Chapter 21 Qin and Han Industry, a holy land for workers. Midnight. The Chihan Industrial E-commerce Department is brightly lit. All members violated the company's regulations and did not go to get off work and leave work according to normal work arrangements. They all stared intently at the data displayed on the sales platform. As the clock struck 12, the data on the platform also stopped at 950 million. Suddenly, cheers broke out throughout the office. This is the result of netizens' wild consumption throughout the day. It is also the sales volume of Chihan Industrial Network. In previous years, their department has no such data for the entire year. And now it has been achieved in just one day. I have to say this is a sales miracle. More importantly, Chihan Industrial's products are not fast-selling products. Such results beat all peers. Just as they were cheering, Lin Xian appeared in the office, and Zhou Ling followed him with a camera. Suddenly, the whole office fell into silence. Mr. Lin. Xiao Guangji, the head of the e-commerce department, hurriedly explained to Lin Xian. Today, due to the enthusiasm of netizens, I was worried that the e-commerce department could not cope with it, so I asked all my colleagues to stay and work overtime with me. All responsibility lies with me, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Xiao Guangji looked like he was ready to accept punishment for doing something wrong. There is a fine for overtime work. This is a rule that Lin Xian set for the Chihan Group. If the situation is serious, the person primarily responsible will be dismissed. After hearing what Xiao Guangji said, the other employees in the e-commerce department all spoke up. Boss Lin, this has nothing to do with Boss Xiao. I took the initiative to ask to stay and work overtime. Yes, Mr. Lin. We took the initiative this time. If you want to punish us, punish us. Lin Xian did not speak directly, but looked at everyone present calmly. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the voices of these people in the e-commerce department became lower and lower, until finally they became silent. Everyone's heart was lifted at this moment. Illegal overtime. They are trying to get away with it. You should be punished. Everyone at the scene held their breath and looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Lin Xian glanced around and a smile appeared on his face. This time I'll punish you by giving you 1 month's salary increase. After you hand over the work at hand, you'll have a week's vacation. When the people in the e-commerce department heard about Lin Xian's punishment, their faces fell. They want to work overtime and want to continue working. According to Chihan's work arrangement, they actually have nearly 3 months of vacation in a year. No need to worry about not having enough vacation time. And now, they want to stay in their jobs and complete this miracle in the history of e-commerce sales. Maybe it will appear as a classic case in future e-commerce textbooks. Of course, the biggest contributor to this result is Lin Xian, Mr. Lin. If it weren't for him, This incident of wild consumption wouldn't have happened by such a coincidence. At this time, a sharp-eyed employee noticed Zhou Ling. It seems that Lin Xian is still broadcasting live at this time. The employee's guess was correct. Lin Xian still did not close the live broadcast room at this time. After he finished talking about the punishment for the e-commerce department, he turned to face the camera and continued to say sincerely, "I'm sure everyone has seen that today everyone contributed more than 900 million in sales to Chihan's e-commerce platform. This is the sales amount after deducting the refund application. I still hope that everyone can consume rationally instead of engaging in so-called wild consumption." He wanted to calm down these angry netizens. However, the reactions of the audience in the live broadcast room were completely different from what Lin Xian wanted. "What? Just over 900 million? Not even 1 billion? Who are you looking down on? The sales volume is only 900 million. Come, I will draw a lottery in the comment section. The winners will each get 2 3-wheeled motorcycles. 2. Wait, I found a blind spot. Why are Chihan's employees not allowed to work overtime? I'm so jealous. My stupid boss makes me work overtime and doesn't even pay me for it. They are both malo, so why are Chin and Han's malo so happy? Boss Lin, is your company still short of people? Don't you know? Chihan Industry strictly implements the 8-hour work system. Overtime will be punished. There are 3 months of vacation a year. The most basic screwdriver can get a salary of 7,000 to 8,000 a month. By the way, there are hospitals, schools, canteens, and affordable supermarkets in Chihan's park. As long as you are an employee of Chihan, you can enjoy free medical care, and your children's schooling is also free. After seeing these benefits of Chihan Enterprise, netizens in the live broadcast room were so envious that they were almost envious. Compared with Chin and Han's conditions, their current jobs are simply not worth doing. Not only do they usually work 996, but occasionally they have to work 007, and they don't even get overtime pay for overtime work. In some companies, overtime work has become the norm. They are both enterprises. Why are Chihan so outstanding? Lin Xian noticed the comments from netizens and coughed lightly. In fact, our Chihan group just strictly enforces the relevant rules and regulations. If you are interested in Chihan, you can submit your resume to our Human Resources Department. Chihan conducts open recruitment every year. Hearing Lin Xian's words, those netizens who were proactive sent their resumes directly to Chihan's Human Resources Department. As the chosen workers, they all prepare 7 or 8 resumes for themselves and are ready to run away at any time. Because so many emails were received at the same time, the HR department's mailbox was overwhelmed. The HR director, who was hiding in the live broadcast room and peeping, was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Mr. Lin's words would double her workload. At this time, she didn't dare to go online to deal with these emails, otherwise she would definitely be caught. She could only watch as the pile of emails to be processed grew. At the same time, the news that the Chihan group was sanctioned spread more and more widely, forming a public opinion storm on the internet. The United States has no reason to impose sanctions on Chinese companies and engage in malicious commercial competition. Those water army marketing accounts came over like sharks that smelled blood, and they all came to take advantage of the popularity. Shocked, Chihan was sanctioned for these reasons. The industry of the United States is in decline, and it can't even produce a tricycle. Professor Yen gives an in-depth analysis of the whole story of Chihan being sanctioned. The short and fat man was also unable to sleep. He had actually known the news that Chihan Industry was subject to comprehensive sanctions a long time ago. The first moment he learned the news, he wanted to log into his live broadcast room and give some advice. To add insult to injury to Chihan Industry. As a result, he found that his live broadcast permission was locked and has not been unblocked until now. This almost made him angry like a toad. Then he secretly entered Lin Xian's live broadcast room, wanting to see the scene of Lin Xian's despair after learning the news of the sanctions. As a result, he saw that netizens fully supported Lin Xian and spent money wildly. Create a miracle of more than 900 million daily sales. The short and fat man jumped up and punched through the computer screen. Then he was taken to the hospital. Chapter 22. The fire at the city gate affected everyone in the pond. the Kovro Group of the United States. This is a company with little presence in the outside world. But in the industry, it is the supplier of arresting cables for the Eagle Navy's aircraft carriers. The only supplier. The price of a single arresting cable of their aircraft carrier is about 1.5 million US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 9 million Chinese currency. An aircraft carrier is equipped with at least 5 arresting cables. At the same time, the service life of each arresting cable is about 100 times. It can be said that this company can easily earn hundreds of millions of US dollars a year simply by relying on the sales of this aircraft carrier arresting cable. But now, the CEO of this company was furious in his luxurious office. "Tell me the news again." The blonde secretary who was being pointed at was seeing her boss so furious for the first time and was trembling with fear. She swallowed subconsciously, and then stammered. "President, we just received news that the Chinese company we were working with proposed a termination agreement with us. Because they are subject to comprehensive sanctions from our country, all categories of goods cannot be exported. Therefore, the previous special steel cable transaction contract was cancelled, and it was due to force majeure, and the other party does not need to pay liquidated damages." After hearing the news again, Kofulo, the CEO of Kofulo Group, became furious. He picked up the computer on the table and smashed it to the ground. He even jumped on it and stepped on it a few times. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" The most fragrant words came out of his mouth. "Damn it, why was that company sanctioned? Who pushed for sanctions against them?" Kovro's eyes were red and he was panting like a cow. You should know that their company's aircraft carrier arresting cables were actually purchased from the sanctioned company called Chihan. At the beginning, their sales staff discovered that the data of special steel cables produced by this company could meet the standards of aircraft carrier arresting cables. So, an idea came into being. They placed orders with Chihan Group in the name of purchasing special bridge steel cables and ordered customized special steel cables. After receiving the goods, they ground off the Chihan Group's trademark, put their own trademark on it, and then sold it to the US Navy. Not only did they earn huge profits from it, but they also saved a lot of R&D funds. Originally, Kovro could make money without doing anything, and even started negotiation procedures with the Chinese officials. They were prepared to sell each aircraft carrier arresting cable to China at a price of 13 million. But now, damn it! Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Who pushed for sanctions against the Chihan Group? Kovro had just returned from the island known within the wealthy circle, and had not yet heard of the recent events. The blonde secretary pushed up her glasses and reported to Kovro. After Kovro learned the reason why the Chihan Group was sanctioned, his anger, which had subsided slightly, suddenly flared up again. Nasser the bastard. They pushed for sanctions against the Chihan Group just because of the sales of a few broken electric tricycles, and then after the Redneck March, they imposed comprehensive sanctions on the Chihan Group. Is his brain full of shit? How much do a few broken tricycles cost? If you can. Kovro wished he could appear in front of Nasser right now. Use both hands to strangle the old guy's neck. Then tell him how much profit he lost from the electric tricycles sold by Chihan, and make it up to him yourself. Double. When Kovro thought about his business with profits of over 100 million US dollars being interrupted because of such a ridiculous reason, he felt like killing someone. If he fails to provide the aircraft carrier arresting cables to the Navy in a timely manner, he himself will also be saddled with a huge penalty. They may even be sent to a military court. Or he committed suicide by being shot in the back more than 20 times. These are all very likely things to happen. After all, this transaction chain involves the interests of too many people. This matter cannot even be exposed now, otherwise Kovro will die a more miserable death. Under such circumstances, Kovro was unable to use his connections to revoke the sanctions on the Chihan Group. The more Kovro thought about it, the angrier he became. He noticed that his secretary was still standing nearby, so he waved his hand and called her over. "Squat. I'm very angry right now. I hope you can find a way to calm it down. Otherwise, you'll lose your job." The blonde secretary completely understood what Kovro meant, and she squatted down very cooperatively. Kovro tilted his head back and closed his eyes. After a moment, he let out a long sigh of relief, and all his anger disappeared. Many new ideas come to my mind. Kovro waved his secretary away and went to sort out these new ideas himself. The secretary covered her mouth and left Kovro's office and walked towards the women's bathroom. After walking into the bathroom, she spat out the genetic material in her mouth with a look of disgust on her face. She originally planned to clean up the genetic material directly, but then she remembered a post she saw on Twitter. A female model used some means to obtain the genetic material of a certain star, then put it into her own body, gave birth to the star's child, sued the star, and received a huge amount of compensation. She realized that this genetic material would guarantee her wealth and prosperity for the rest of her life. So, while she was still fresh and energetic, she put this genetic material into her own body. Kovro in the office didn't know about this, but he has now completely sorted out his thoughts. Now that the Chihan group has been sanctioned, this matter is currently irreversible. Then he could completely acquire Chihan Group's special steel cable production technology and their production equipment in a roundabout way. You can even poach their employees. In this way, they can obtain mature technology and equipment, and the aircraft carrier arresting cable business can continue. The only problem is that the delivery date of the next batch of aircraft carrier arresting cables needed by the Navy will be delayed. This requires you to spend more money. Thinking of those people's greedy faces, Kovro couldn't help but reveal a look of pain on his face. As for whether Chihan Technology would agree to do business with him, Kovro had never thought about it. In his eyes, Chihan Group is just a substandard enterprise. Just fool their boss with a few words. He could even force the Chihan Group to compensate him. That's it. Snort. If the Chihan Group hadn't exported electric tricycles for no reason, it wouldn't have caused such a big impact. After sorting out his thoughts, Kovro called his secretary over again and asked her to find the contact information of the president of Chihan Group. In Kovro's eyes, calling the president of Chihan Group personally was already a great honor to him. He didn't notice the strange look on his secretary's face. Chapter 23 The cat car is sent to the bear. After waiting for nearly 30 seconds, the call was still not connected. Kovro's face showed obvious displeasure. No one had ever made him wait so long for a phone call. I felt disgusted with the president of Chihan Group, whom I had never met. Of course, if the person on the other end of the phone is an admiral of the U.S. Navy, or one of the distinguished members of Congress. Not only would Kovro not feel disgusted, he would even think that he was disturbing them. Just when Kovro was about to hang up the phone angrily. "Hello, who is this?" Hearing the Chinese voice coming from the phone, Kovro hurriedly introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Lin Xian. I am Kovro, the head of the Kovro Group in the United States. This time I want to inform you that your company failed to complete the transaction according to the contract, which caused us great trouble. According to the contract we signed, your company needs to compensate us." Kovro's idea was very simple: to take the initiative. They used the Chihan Group's breach of contract to demand compensation, and then asked them to hand over their special steel cable production process. As for what the secretary had mentioned to him before, he had long forgotten it. What force majeure factors affect it? Chihan Group breached the contract and failed to deliver the special steel cables. It was their fault. You have to compensate yourself. After listening to this, Lin Xian on the other end of the phone frowned slightly. The Kovro Group? No impression in your mind? And it's a U.S. company. I have already asked my assistant to send them a notice, and now they want to come to me to ask for compensation for breach of contract? You must be crazy. He hung up the phone immediately. If you want compensation, come to China and sue me. Anyway, his Pizza Hut legal team was not maintained for nothing. Kovro listened to the busy tone coming from his cell phone. His face was full of disbelief. Someone actually hung up on me? How is this possible? Is it that the other party doesn't understand English? He didn't believe it and called again. Hello? Before Kovro could speak, Lin Xian's unceremonious voice came over. If it's a contract issue, please contact the legal department of Chihan Industry. We have fulfilled our responsibility to inform. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to China and sue me. Lin Xian spoke in Chinese again this time, and Kovro didn't understand anything at all. Then the phone was hung up again. He looked at his secretary with a confused look on his face. Really? Did I call the wrong number? He became furious. How could this vain secretary even get the phone number of a cooperative enterprise wrong? Waste. The blonde secretary noticed the change in her boss's expression and thought quickly. Mr. President, your phone has a call recording function, and I can speak Chinese. I can translate it for you. Perhaps Mr. Lin from Chihan Industry doesn't understand English. Kovro frowned and turned on the recording function on his phone. Because he often collaborates with some big shots on the phone, he is accustomed to recording and keeping some materials. After listening to the recording, the blonde secretary looked at Kovro with a strange expression. Then he translated what Lin Xian said. When Kafula learned that Lin Xian wanted him to file a lawsuit, he was furious. This luxurious office has suffered another disaster. Even the female secretary could not escape his clutches. She was beaten by him, and then kicked out of the office. He could only be so helpless and furious now. After the female secretary left, she immediately went to the bathroom and took a photo of her injured face to preserve the evidence. Lin Xian didn't know that just 2 sentences from him almost made Kovro explode. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. At this moment, he is in the production workshop, checking the cat car that has just been completed. This batch of cat cars is prepared to be sent to the Russian bear. Complete the order previously signed with Mao Xiong. Because this is the first large-scale production batch of cat cars, Lin Xian will take a look at it here. All I saw were brand new, quality-inspected cat cars that had just come off the production line being loaded into special trucks. Then they are transported to the railway station one by one. This time, Chihan Industry chartered an entire freight train specifically for transporting this cat car to the Russian bear. After the last cat truck was loaded, Lin Xian patted Chu Nanfa on the shoulder. Chu Gong. Thank you and your colleagues in the production department for your hard work this time. As usual, you will have 3 days of rest this time, and there will be a bonus. After listening to this, Chu Nanfa instantly felt that his waist and legs were no longer sore. Isn't this what you work for? He immediately patted his chest and said to Lin Xian. Boss Lin, we are not tired at all. The group can definitely entrust us with more important production tasks. We want to shine for the group. After hearing this, the other employees also rushed to express their opinions to Lin Xian, saying that they could still work overtime for 10 days and 10 nights. Who doesn't want to earn a little more? These employees all hope that they can continue to work for the Chihan group. Lin Xian knew exactly what these people were thinking and twitched his lips speechlessly. Come on! You should save some soup for your colleagues in other production departments. It's time to get off work, and it's time to rest. Don't forget our Chihan's work principles. Hearing this, all the employees present laughed. The working principles of Chihan Group are exactly what Lin Xian said. At this time, Zhou Ling walked to Lin Xian and handed the tablet in his hand to Lin Xian. Boss Lin, this is the information of the Kavlo Group. Lin Xian came to the production workshop right after he hung up the phone, and it was at this time that Zhou Ling found the opportunity to report to him. The cooperation project between this American company and us is special steel cables. We reached a cooperation agreement 5 years ago, and they customized the steel cables for us at a price of 400,000 yuan per cable. The purpose declared in the contract to the customs is special steel cables for bridges. The annual transaction volume is around 20 million yuan. But strangely, I didn't find any evidence that the special steel cables produced by our company were used in any new bridges built in the United States. We also have not received any subsequent requests for cable maintenance. When Lin Xian heard this, he knew what Zhou Ling meant. There is something fishy about that American company. However, there are only a few uses for special steel cables. It is impossible that the people in that company ate the steel cables. However, Lin Xian had no intention of further investigating the matter. Anyway, he has taken the initiative to cut off the business cooperation with the United States. If there is really something fishy, the one who should be worried should be the so-called Mr. Kovro. Just as Lin Xian was having these thoughts, the cat cars had already been loaded and were being transported to the Russian bear by train under the cover of night. Zhong Jiangwo was also paying attention to this transaction of Chihan Group. Chapter 24: Zhong Jiangwo's resentment. Ever since he reached a deal with Lin Xian and obtained T800 grade carbon fiber materials, Zhong Jiangwo has been staying in a military-industrial base. He was guarding here personally, worried that something might go wrong with the carbon fiber materials he purchased last time. The result was very smooth. The technicians successfully installed this carbon fiber material on the J-20 fuselage, and it passed the wind tunnel test, perfectly meeting the original design requirements. Even because the carbon fiber material provided by Lin Xian is of a higher grade, the weight of this fighter jet itself was reduced by more than 10 kilograms. Knowing how to reduce the weight of fighter jets has always been an international problem, especially such cutting-edge fighter jets. Weight loss data is calculated in grams. After obtaining this data, the technicians were so excited that they almost demolished the production base. The design engineers turned into monkeys, shouting and yelling in the office. They can't wait to start redesigning an upgraded version of the fighter based on the material properties of the carbon fiber T800. Push the performance of this material to its limits and overturn current designs. It was Zhong Jiangwo, who also knew a little bit of technology, who held back these enthusiastic design engineers. Tell them that Lin Xian's group is working on T1000 level carbon fiber materials, so why not wait until this material comes out before starting designing? Zhong Jiangwo used this reason to calm down these excited design engineers. Now, he stayed here to wait for the Air Force test pilot to come and test fly the J-20 fighter. This is also one of the tasks of the General Assembly Department. If the test flight results are passed, he will assist the Air Force in replacing and equipping this fighter. It was also at this time that he received a call from Wang Jiahao and learned that Lin Xian had already shipped the cat car to the Russians. Wang Jiahao, keep an eye on the performance of these cat cars on the battlefields of Maoxiong and Airmao. If necessary, you need to go to the battlefield and collect relevant data. After hearing this, Wang Jiahao on the other end of the phone turned serious. Yes. Make sure to complete the mission. Although he was in the General Assembly Department, he was also a soldier and was extremely excited to be able to go to a real battlefield. And this time I went there with a mission. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Jiangwo met the Air Force's top test pilot. These test pilots are the elite among the elites, and the resources the country spends on them are almost as much as their weight in gold. They have not let this down. They can successfully complete every new fighter test flight mission and fully test the performance of various new fighter jets. Behind their training base is the cemetery of every test pilot who died. Without their selfless sacrifice, there would be no new generation of fighter jets in China. Just as Zhong Jiangwo was having these thoughts, the Air Force test pilot had already walked up to him and saluted him. Report, Air Force Special Test Pilot Liu Yongjun is here to report. Zhong Jiangwo is the highest-ranking military officer in the base and is also the chief officer of this test flight mission. He returned the salute. On behalf of all members of the base, I welcome you very much. This time, the test flight mission of the J-20 fighter jet is handed over to you. After hearing this, Liu Yongjun stood at attention immediately. Yes. Make sure to complete the mission. He knows clearly the significance of this fifth-generation fighter to the country. When he was selected to test fly, he secretly prepared himself to complete the test flight mission like his predecessors, even at the cost of his own life. Eliminate errors for the final production of fighter aircraft. Zhong Jiangwo saw his determination and patted him on the shoulder. If you encounter force majeure during the test flight, I ask you to make your own survival your first priority. That's an order. Liu Yongjun simply stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Then he walked towards the J-20 fighter jet parked at the airport. The soldiers at the base assisted him in changing into the test flight equipment, checking the condition of the fuselage, and making final preparations before the test flight. Zhong Jiangwo watched this scene from a distance, and his nose felt a little sore. The officer stationed at the base walked up to Zhong Jiangwo, handed him a cigarette and lit it. Old Zhong, you don't have to worry so much. Before the test flight, the J-20 fighter jet had already undergone various tests and wind tunnel tests. All the data were perfect, and there were no failures during the testing process. There won't be any problem this time. Zhong Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke. He was only worried about the 1 in 10,000 chance. The garrison officer then brought up another matter. I heard that your General Assembly Department encountered problems with the aircraft carrier arresting cables it purchased this time? Zhong Jiangwo got angry when he heard this. Since the first aircraft carrier was launched, the J-15 has been deployed as a carrier-based aircraft, but they were stumped by the problem of the aircraft carriers arresting cables. Without an aircraft carrier's arresting cables, accidents are likely to occur when carrier-based aircraft are landing, which will seriously affect the aircraft carrier's combat effectiveness. The data of aircraft carrier arresting cables that can be produced domestically do not meet the standards. To this end, Zhong Jiangwo arranged for people to contact the Kavlo Group in the United States to purchase aircraft carrier arresting cables from them. This company supplies aircraft carrier arresting cables to the U.S. Navy and has an external sales department. Generally, only companies in the military industry will pay attention to this company. When they contacted each other, the Kavlo Group offered to sell the aircraft carrier arresting cable for 12 million yuan each. At the same time, we must provide them with the most favorable conditions and exempt them from some import and export tariffs. When Zhong Jiangwo heard this condition, he wanted to overturn the table in the conference room. 12 million each? An aircraft carrier needs 5 or 6. Moreover, the service life of each aircraft carrier arresting cable is only about 100 times. The military's money doesn't just come from the wind. Not to mention that it also involves customs and tax policies. Zhong Jiangwo stopped the negotiations at that time, and the representatives of the Kavlo Group were fearless. They are the only country in the world that sells aircraft carrier arresting cables to other countries. In this regard, they can completely strangle China's neck. The negotiations were restarted several times. Representatives of the Kavlo Group still insisted on their conditions and refused to give in. Even if Zhong Jiangwo raised the price, they would not give up their original conditions. Until now, negotiations on the purchase of arresting cables for aircraft carriers have been suspended. Now that the person in charge brought up this matter, Zhong Jiangwo naturally felt very annoyed. Don't even mention it. The group in the United States clearly wants to strangle us. They have no sincerity in negotiating at all. If it really doesn't work, I'll resign and talk to someone else. There is absolutely no way I would agree to their terms. The garrison officer smiled helplessly. This old comrade still had the same temper as before. He said casually, Since you, Lao Zhong, purchased this T800 carbon fiber material from the company called Chihan, this means that the technical reserves of those private enterprises have reached or exceeded those of the military's military enterprises. Why not hold an open bidding to see if there are private enterprises that can produce aircraft carrier arresting cables that meet the requirements? Whether there are dates or not, just cast your poll 3 times. The officer just said this casually, but when Zhong Jiangwo heard it, it gave him great inspiration. Yes. Since the Chihan group was able to come up with such a surprise, what if other companies could do it too? Chapter 25 Mach 2.8 Test flight successful. An idea immediately came to Zhong Jiangwo's mind. A bidding campaign will be launched targeting domestic private enterprises. Publish the data required for aircraft carrier arresting cables to see which company can produce products that meet the standards. The General Assembly Department only has to pay a small amount of time and notify those companies to participate in the bidding. If a company can really produce aircraft carrier arresting cables, it will make a lot of money. Zhong Jiangwo quickly came up with a bidding plan in his mind. Just then, the chief design engineer of the J-20 came over and invited him to go to the control center of the base, where the test flight was about to begin. They need to observe various data in the control center and observe various changes during the aircraft's flight through remote sensing satellites. All of these require modern equipment in the control center to be seen. It is difficult to observe the flight changes of the fighter jets carefully with the naked eye. At this time, Liu Yongjun had already changed into a special flight suit, and his mentality had been adjusted to the best state. With the help of the staff, he climbed up the ladder to the cockpit of the J-20 fighter. Before entering the cockpit, he looked back at the ground crew. This scene was also captured by the military's official photographer, forming an excellent composition. Afterwards, Liu Yongjun entered the cockpit, started the fighter jet according to the operating instructions, and connected with the tower. Tower, tower. I'm Dong Yao. I'm ready and can take off at any time. Complete. The air traffic controllers in the tower have confirmed that the area within the test flight range is clear and no aircraft are passing through. This is the control tower. The airspace is safe. Permitted for takeoff. After receiving instructions from the air tower, Lu Yongjun pressed the button, operated the instruments in the cabin, preheated the fighter, and prepared to take off. Zhong Jiangwo, other designers and scholars in related fields who are in the control center are all staring at the takeoff scene. In the picture, the J-20 began to move slowly on the base runway, and then its speed increased. Under Lu Yongjun's operation, the nose of the plane tilted slightly upwards, the fuselage left the ground, and flew upwards at an upward angle. According to the test flight requirements, after reaching a certain flight altitude, Lu Yongjun operated the fighter plane to climb almost in a straight line. The first item is to test the maximum flight altitude of the J-20 fighter. His flight suit is equipped with various instruments to monitor his vital signs at all times. Soon, he passed through the troposphere where clouds and rain were piled up and entered the stratosphere. Below the fuselage were endless white clouds, and above it was the clear blue sky spotless. Every time he enters the stratosphere, Lu Yongjun feels relaxed and happy. At this time, the voice of the control center came to his ears. Dong Yao, you have now reached the maximum flight altitude designed for the fighter plane. Report your situation. Is there anything wrong with the fuselage? Is there anything wrong with the life support system in the cockpit? Lu Yongjun quickly calmed down and reported his current situation to the base. The fuselage is stable and there are no abnormalities. The life support system is also normal and I don't feel any discomfort. Next I will test the maximum flight speed. Complete. When Zhong Jiangwo, who was in the control center, heard this, his face showed excitement, and he couldn't help but wave his fist to vent his inner emotions. Very good. Everyone else in the control center was also extremely excited at this moment. In fact, they had already seen from the data transmitted by those devices that everything was normal with the fighter jet. But after getting Lu Yongjun's definite answer, they still couldn't help feeling excited. The maximum flight altitude of ordinary fighter jets is only 18,000 meters. The J-20's flight altitude of 20,000 meters can ensure that it crushes and leads most fighter jets. Soon, the monitoring data began to show that the fighter plane was gradually accelerating and entering supersonic speed. After the fighter plane flew past, the huge sonic boom gradually spread. The residents on the ground heard a loud noise and looked up curiously. However, they only saw the white-blue sky and white clouds, and nothing else. High in the sky, Lu Yongjun is still accelerating. The huge push on his back made him excited. Mach 0.7. Mach 0.8. At this time, a ring-shaped cloud appeared around the fuselage of the fighter plane. Sonic boom cloud. From a distance, it looked like the fighter plane was flying directly through an upright, flat wall of cloud. This is not only a testimony to the flying speed of fighter jets, but also a symbol of the development of aviation technology. Zhong Jiangwo inside the base had flushed face at this moment, as if he had been drinking. He hadn't been this excited in a long time. But Lu Yongjun on the fighter plane continued to accelerate. He wanted to test the maximum cruising speed of the fighter plane. Under his operation, the flight speed quickly reached Mach 2.5. This is the speed limit designed for the fighter jet. Lu Yongjun feels that this is not the limit of the fighter jet, and it can continue to accelerate. Base. I am Dong Yao. The fighter jet is now flying at a speed of Mach 2.5, and the fuselage is stable with no faults. I apply to continue accelerating. Ask for permission. Complete. Inside the base, Zhong Jiangwo's face became solemn after hearing Lu Yongjun's request. He was well aware of the concept of Mach 2.5. This is equivalent to 3,060 kilometers per hour. This means that within an hour, you can travel between Beijing and Shanghai 3 times, flying across 80% of the motherland's territory. This is the theoretical maximum speed when the fighter is designed. The maximum flight speed of the United States' 5th-generation fighter F-22 is only Mach 2.25. Now Lu Yongjun is actually applying for a speed increase. Everyone else in the operations center turned their eyes to Zhong Jiangwo, waiting for his decision. In a flash, Zhong Jiangwo made the decision. He decided to trust the judgment of Lu Yongjun, the top test pilot. Request approved! After saying that, Zhong Jiangwo turned his eyes to the screen, waiting for the results of this test flight. After he gave this order, it meant that if any unexpected situation occurred, he would be the person most responsible. Zhong Jiangwo will also pay a huge price, and it can be said that he has gambled with his own political life. After receiving Zhong Jiangwo's order, Lu Yongjun on the fighter plane took a deep breath, pushed the joystick, and continued to accelerate. He believed that the fighter plane he was flying would not let him down. If Zhong Jiangwo gambled his political life, then Lu Yongjun gambled his own life. At this speed, if any accident occurs, he will be killed. However, in order to complete this test flight mission and for the safety of the country's airspace, Lu Yongjun was ready to die. The speed of the fighter planes increased. Mach 2.6. Mach 2.7. Finally reached Mach 2.8. After reaching this speed, the instruments on the aircraft began to sound alarms. Lu Yongjun also felt something unusual and knew that this was the maximum flying speed of the fighter plane. He stopped accelerating. Report to base. Chapter 26. What? Thank the fisherman Lin Xian? Base. Is this a cave? The fighter jet's flight speed has reached Mach 2.8, breaking the theoretical design data limit, and the cabin instruments are sounding an alarm. Request to return. Flying at such a high speed, Lu Yongjun began to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still insisted on his will and waited for instructions from the base. Soon, Zhong Jiangwo's voice was heard in the headset. Permission to return. Upon receiving the order, Lu Yongjun immediately maneuvered the plane to make a 180-degree turn, leaving 2 long contrails in the air. After a moment, the J-20 fighter jet landed on the runway at the base. The ground crew rushed over immediately and helped Lu Yongjun out of the cockpit. Perform various physical examinations on him. Flying at such high speeds places high physical demands on the pilot. At the same time, another group of technicians were checking the condition of the fighter jets and whether there was any damage to the external structure. Zhong Jiangwo also rushed to the runway to greet the test drive hero. Lu Yongjun saluted Zhong Jiangwo and the people behind him. Report to the chief. Test drive mission accomplished. Please give me instructions, chief. Zhong Jiangwo returned the salute. Very good. Your mission has been successfully completed. The next step is to take good care of your body. Zhong Jiangwo was not a person who was good at expressing his emotions. He stepped forward and hugged the top test pilot. Have a good rest. Afterwards, Lu Yongjun was sent to an ambulance by medical staff and taken to the base for a more detailed examination. The technicians also reported the good news that there was no damage to the aircraft's external structure. After hearing this report, Zhong Jiangwo's heart sank back into his stomach. This test flight was a complete success. Everyone present cheered. We did it! The 5th-generation aircraft has finally been successfully developed. From now on, we no longer have to worry about the United States fighter jets invading our airspace. Thousands of days and nights of hard work have resulted in such a successful result. No wonder they were so excited. Even Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help but smile. China's Air Force has had a very difficult time. It started late and lags behind other countries. In addition, countries led by the United States have been strangling China in various aspects, resulting in a serious lag in the combat effectiveness of the Chinese Air Force. The design of this 5th-generation aircraft was originally intended to overtake other aircraft, but it was ultimately stuck on materials. If Chihan Group had not accidentally developed this T-800 grade carbon fiber material, it is unknown how long the bottleneck would have lasted. Recalling the humiliations the Air Force had suffered in the airspace, even Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help but shed tears. It was at this time that he had an absurd idea. Should I thank Lin Xian, the fisherman? Or if we try to find out more about Lin Xian's background, maybe Lin Xian's Chihan Industrial Group can produce aircraft carrier arresting cables. However, Zhong Jiangwo quickly put this boring idea to rest. Lin Xian's Chihan Group has brought too many surprises to me, and I shouldn't put any more pressure on them. The Qin and Han dynasties were already great. Zhong Jiangwo then walked towards the control center of the base to report the results of the test flight. There was a red internal phone in the control center. Zhong Jiangwo picked up the phone and dialed. Soon, the call was connected. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Jiangwo, you are calling this number now. It means the test flight was successful. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone had been waiting for news from Zhong Jiangwo. Zhong Jiangwo stood at attention subconsciously. Yes. Chief. This test flight was a complete success. All the J-20's flight data have met the standards and theoretical data. Under the test pilot's extreme flight, the J-20's maximum flight speed exceeded the theoretical data and reached Mach 2.8. Hearing this, the leader on the other end of the phone couldn't help but ask back excitedly. Is this true? It's normal for him to be so excited. In an actual war, if the flying speed of a fighter plane is faster than that of the enemy's front line, then its combat capability will absolutely crush the enemy. Yes. Guaranteed authenticity. There are data records on all the testing instruments, and everyone at the base can testify. This test flight was very successful. After listening to this, the leader on the other end of the phone paused. After a while, his hearty laughter came over. Good. Founding a nation. You did a great job this time. Give me a detailed report on the process after you return to Beijing. By the way, there's that new equipment, the cat car. Didn't you say you were going to hold a military exercise? Let's report on that as well. Hearing the name of the cat car, Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help but twitch his lips. He couldn't describe in detail what the picture looked like when the leader said this name. Why doesn't Lin Xian give this car a good code name? Give it a code name of cat car. Zhong Jiangwo is full of resentment. Yes, Chief. There is a military exercise plan for all-terrain amphibious vehicles. I have already applied for it. This off-road vehicle has been purchased by the Russian Bear Country. My suggestion is to observe its effect on the battlefield between the Russian Bear Country and the Chinese Bear Country. This will help us make a more detailed military exercise plan. The chief nodded. There is also the issue of the aircraft carrier arresting cable. We need to speed up the process. If we cannot reach an agreement on the purchase, we can use the old arresting cable. Our aircraft carrier needs to become combat ready as soon as possible. After hearing the chief's words, Zhong Jiangwo's eyes immediately became sharp. As a member of the military's General Armament Department, I clearly understand the meaning of the commander's words. The Navy is under great pressure internationally. He made up his mind, and after returning to Beijing and making a report, he immediately began to promote bidding for domestic private enterprises. If the domestic bidding is unsuccessful, negotiations with the Kovlo Group will be initiated again. He could already imagine that the Kovlo Group would certainly put forward even more unreasonable conditions at that time. What Zhong Jiangwo didn't know was that Kovro was already in a state of panic at this moment. After hanging up the phone with his leader, Zhong Jiangwo asked someone to arrange a flight for him to Beijing. At the same time, he took time out of his busy schedule to call Lin Xian. Tell Lin Xian that the T800 grade carbon fiber material provided by Chihan Industry is very useful and has helped the country complete the production of the 5th generation fighter jets. I hope Lin Xian can break through the T1000 level carbon fiber material as soon as possible. At the same time, let him be prepared for a surprise. Lin Xian, who was fishing on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but feel confused. Did Zhong Jiangwo from the General Assembly Department prepare a surprise for himself? What surprise? However, the 5th generation fighter jets actually had Chihan's own contribution in it. This feels unexpectedly good. Chapter 27. This is the business world. Afterwards, Lin Xian continued to deal with his own affairs. At this moment, he is at the auction site organized by the Official Land Auction Agency. The Official Land Auction Agency is auctioning 1,000-acre industrial land. Lin Xian, who was sitting in the front row, looked down at the land information specially given to him by the Municipal Party Committee. This is 1,000 acres of land, nearly 670,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 10 standard residential areas. Moreover, this piece of industrial land is right next to Chihan's industrial park. After taking the photo, Lin Xian can almost connect his own industries into one. It is roughly equivalent to a new industrial city. This is absolutely beneficial to the future development of Qin and Han industries. Moreover, the land price is about to skyrocket, so Lin Xian just happened to come across this opportunity. He will not lose money no matter how he buys this industrial land. The people sitting next to Lin Xian were all entrepreneurs in this city. Most of them relied on Qin Han's orders for their survival and were particularly enthusiastic towards Lin Xian. These people can also be said to be part of the Qin and Han system. Today's Chihan industry has formed an upstream and downstream industrial chain, which is worthy of being called the Chihan system. Soon, the auction began. The host in formal attire walked up to the auction table. "We welcome all the city's entrepreneurs to this auction." After a brief speech, the host started today's auction directly. "The land we are auctioning this time is the former meat processing plant and the former coke plant. The land use nature is industrial land. The land area is 1,000 acres. The starting price is 30,000 yuan per acre. Each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 yuan. The auction begins now." After saying that, the host knocked the gavel in his hand. However, the scene of fierce competition that he imagined did not appear, and all the entrepreneurs present turned their eyes to Lin Xian, waiting for his bid. They will only bid if Lin Xian does not bid for the land. Zhou Ling, who was next to Lin Xian, pushed up his glasses and raised his sign. 45,000 yuan per acre. This is the price, Lin Xian told Zhou Ling. 1,000 acres of land was sold for a total of only 45 million yuan. In another year or two, the real estate market will start to take off, and the price will at least triple. Can make a net profit of 100 or 200 million. In fact, Lin Xian could have bought the land at the starting price, but there was no need to do so. The city government is selling the land in order to rely on land finance to make some money back. There is no need for Lin Xian to make things so ugly. "I have already made a lot of money." Only a win-win situation can lead to better development. When the host saw Lin Xian's bid, he quickly dropped the hammer, fearing that the auction would fail. 45,000 yuan per acre of land once. $45,000 per acre of land twice. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Xian, for obtaining the right to use this 1,000 acres of land at a total price of 45 million yuan. After the hammer fell, the host congratulated Lin Xian loudly, and other entrepreneurs at the auction site also applauded and congratulated Lin Xian. They knew one thing very well: they were just here to make up the numbers and run together. If Lin Xian didn't need that piece of land, there wouldn't be this auction. A CEO curiously asked Lin Xian, "Boss Lin, congratulations. After acquiring this piece of land, Chihan industry will be able to grow bigger and stronger. Are you going to use this land to produce that all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicle? Or that electric tricycle? I can provide relevant accessories and can fully cooperate with Chihan in production." At this time, all the other entrepreneurs became quiet, pricked up their ears, and waited for Lin Xian's answer. Especially entrepreneurs who produce related accessories. The news that Chihan had received orders from the military and the Russian bear had already spread throughout their circle. That's an order worth hundreds of millions. And there will be follow-up orders in the future. Any bit of business that leaks out would be enough to make them well-fed. This is also their main purpose for attending this land auction. After hearing this, Lin Xian showed a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, our Chihan production department is fully capable of completing the order for the cat car." Mr. Wu's expression did not change at all, and he continued to express enthusiastically. "I can also provide you, Mr. Lin, with building materials for the development of that industrial land. They are all qualified products and have been inspected and certified by relevant departments. And my price is 30% lower than the market price." In order to get in touch with Lin Xian and reach a cooperation, Mr. Wu directly gave a huge offer. He didn't care at all about the murderous gazes from his colleagues. Of course, if possible, these colleagues are also willing to cooperate with Lin Xian at this price. Unfortunately, Mr. Wu got there first. This is what the business world really looks like. Lin Xian nodded. "That's fine. You can contact Assistant Joe when the time comes. However, Chihan has a special quality inspection department that will conduct quality inspections on the building materials you provide. If you fail to meet the standards, the cooperation will be terminated and you will need to pay compensation. You should know the rules of Chihan. Mr. Wu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he could reach a cooperation with Lin Xian so easily. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he patted his chest and assured Lin Xian that all building materials were guaranteed to be qualified. As long as we can reach cooperation with the booming Chihan industry, temporary losses are nothing. After hearing this, Zhou Ling's eyes turned dark. She could imagine how much workload she would have in the future. And you can't work overtime. Seeing this, several other colleagues of Mr. Wu who were present rushed to say that they could also cooperate and offer discounts and special offers. Lin Xian glanced at them and felt emotional. After the Chihan industrial group was developed and took shape, all the people he met in the business world were good people. Then he signaled for everyone to be quiet. Everyone present fell silent and looked at Lin Xian eagerly. When the previous host saw this scene, he was speechless. It feels like the previous land auction was just an appetizer, and Lin Xian was the host of this land auction. Everyone. Chihan will enter the field of car manufacturing next. People in related fields can send their information to my assistant, and Chihan will review their qualifications. If it passes the review, we will be able to reach a cooperation with Chihan. I'm sure everyone is well aware of our Chihan's reputation in the industry. After saying that, Lin Xian took Zhou Ling away from the auction site to complete the land handover procedures. After hearing Lin Xian's words, all the bosses present frantically called people in their own companies. Let them send the company-related information to Zhou Ling. Others directly asked someone to print out the information and send it over, preparing to show it to Lin Xian in person. They now have only one goal, which is to seize this opportunity and reach in-depth cooperation with Lin Xian. At the same time, the news that Chihan Industry was about to start manufacturing cars inevitably spread. Chapter 28: Competitors' Internal Conflicts. Set the pace. In a car forum. Brother, inside information, Chihan Industry is going to start making cars. What? Chihan makes cars? Is it the Chihan I know? Really? Chihan is famous for its quality and low price. If it wants to make cars, I will support it with all my heart. Nonsense! How can an industrial enterprise know how to make cars? Which car company on the market today doesn't have technology accumulated over dozens or even hundreds of years? Did he make it clear? Chihan? Is he the company that makes cat cars? The cars he makes are still okay as toys for children. The active people in this car forum are basically experienced car drivers and some employees of car companies. They will record and collect information on the forum to understand the public's preferences. Now all the posts on the forum are about Chihan Enterprises' upcoming entry into the car manufacturing field. The staff of those car companies quickly collected the information and fed it back to the companies behind them. Huang Hong, the CEO of Chongqing Tai Automobile Company, received a report from his secretary and learned that Lin Xian was going to build a car, but he didn't take it too seriously. The last time he heard the news that Lin Xian was going to build a car, he hurried to Lin Xian's live broadcast room to watch it. At that time, he thought it was a false alarm. Lin Xian just made a toy car called a cat car, which was at best for children to play with. Unexpectedly, this cat-shaped car would be purchased by both the military and the Russian military. Huang Hong was puzzled. Why would such a car be favored? At the same time, he also asked his company's technical personnel to imitate it to see if he could get a few orders from the military. The car they imitated was not satisfactory, and was not as smooth to drive as Lin Xian's cat car. The car may leak and overturn in the river. This made Huang Hong very depressed. And now he heard that Lin Xian was going to build a car again, and he thought that what Lin Xian was going to build would be similar to the cat and cat car. So there wasn't as much of an excited reaction as last time. He knew clearly what a giant Lin Xian's Chihan Industry was. If he directly broke into their car manufacturing field, it would definitely have a huge impact on their ecology. In fact, Zhongtai in his hands has been just struggling to survive over the years. The secretary saw what his boss was thinking and reported the specific information he knew. Mr. Huang, Lin Xian has auctioned off 1,000 acres of land in his local city and plans to use it to build a factory to produce cars. Also, this is the video of the conversation between Mr. Lin Xian and Mr. Wu at the land auction site. As he spoke, the secretary played the video on his phone. General Lin. Huang Hong looked at the scenes in the video and couldn't help but frowning. Is Lin Xian serious about this? He can't just spend tens of millions to buy land for fun, right? After realizing this, Huang Hong immediately began to contact several other CEOs of the domestic automobile industry for a meeting. Discuss how to deal with Lin Xian's entry into the car manufacturing field. Over the years, they have been receiving government subsidies while selling shoddy cars to the Chinese people. Car companies may be losing money on paper, but in reality their pockets are full. Of course, the CEOs of foreign car companies are not much better. Low-spec and high-priced products are their common tactics. There are even many problematic cars that are not recalled or handled in the Chinese region. After meeting at the agreed place, the CEOs of these car companies discussed secretly for more than an hour. Come to a conclusion. We cannot allow Lin Xian to break into the car manufacturing field and affect their ecology. The best way at the moment is to sell at a lower price. By lowering the selling price of their cars, Lin Xian will realize that the cost loss will be huge, and he will give up. This is how those foreign companies use technology to strangle China. Before a certain technology is broken through, their related products are sold at extremely high prices. Once Chinese companies have spent huge amounts of money to achieve technological breakthroughs, they will lower the price, making it impossible for the company to recoup its investment in a short period of time, resulting in a broken capital chain and bankruptcy. This trick has worked for them time and time again. Now the CEOs of several domestic car companies are also preparing to use the same method to make Lin Xian give up. In addition, they also spend money to recruit some public intellectuals to speak out and support them. These are all normal competitive means in business. After Huang Hong returned to his office, he immediately ordered that the new car models under Zhongtai begin to be sold at a lower price. 20% off. A car that originally sold for more than 200,000 yuan can now be purchased for more than 100,000 yuan. And it's not just him. 5 or 6 other domestic car companies have also started to lower their prices. Those who wanted to buy a car were all very excited. Being able to save tens of thousands of dollars for no reason would make anyone happy. Without exception, these people all thanked Lin Xian. At this moment, the news that Lin Xian was preparing to build a car spread all over the internet. Then these car companies started to lower their prices. The cause and effect relationship here is easy to figure out. These netizens rushed to Lin Xian's Weibo account to leave messages, verbally supporting Lin Xian's car manufacturing. Thanks, Mr. Lin, for getting the price of the car down. When Mr. Lin's new car is launched, I will definitely give my verbal support. Car pickup scene. Boss Lin hasn't even started making cars yet, but as soon as the news leaked out, these car companies all cut their prices. When Boss Lin's car is made, won't it be a big success? That makes sense. Let's hold back for now. Buy early and enjoy early. Buy late and you'll get a discount. I'm 18 this year and I just bought a new car. You know what I'm capable of. The bosses of those car companies were surprised to find that after their discount sales, their sales actually increased by several percentage points. Although they are selling at a discount, they still have a lot of profit margins. This time they feel they have made a lot of money. They began to invest money, add automobile production lines, and prepare for a big move. These bosses are extremely grateful to Lin Xian at this moment. If it weren't for Lin Xian's efforts, they wouldn't have earned so much. However, in the process, they had already spread the news to the whole society that Lin Xian was going to build a car. Foreign car brands have also begun to follow suit, but they have not started offering discounts. They still maintain the high-end style of their foreign brands, but are allowed to give away some spare parts when selling. Originally, these spare parts were given away for free, but they need to be purchased at an additional cost in China. With just this simple adjustment, their sales started to increase. Those public intellectuals who received the money also started their work. On various platforms and channels, we expressed the difficulties of making cars and the various technical problems that may be encountered, spreading the view that China will not be able to produce a good engine in 100 years. Chapter 29. Who said I made traditional cars? As the head of Chihan's public relations department, Lu Shui pays special attention to everything related to Chihan industry on the internet. She also noticed the public opinion this time. Especially those public intellectuals criticized the Qin and Han dynasties for making cars. This made her feel unusually in need of attention. Because she knows very well that once public opinion is allowed to develop, it will easily lead netizens to form stereotypes. Qin Han's car-making technology was not up to standard, and the new cars they produced were substandard. It will seriously affect product sales. So she immediately went to Lin Xian's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." After getting permission, Lu Shui pushed open the office door and walked in. The 8-centimeter high heels made a crisp sound when they stepped on the solid wood floor. "Boss Lin, the public opinion on the internet has a huge impact on us at Chihan. According to investigations, many internet trolls and internet celebrities received money from others to direct negative traffic about our company's car manufacturing. My suggestion is to launch a relevant public opinion counterattack to prove that our Chihan car manufacturing technology is strong and there will be no product quality problems." Lu Shui leaned over to report to Lin Xian, and a strand of hair happened to fall down. She did not notice this, but waited for Lin Xian's reply with a serious face. In fact, she had no idea about Chihan's plan to build a car, and hadn't heard any rumors inside. So the solution we came up with is also the simplest one. I just hope that Chihan will try his best to avoid being at a disadvantage in this public opinion storm and solve the problem. She didn't have any idea of blaming Lin Xian in her heart. After working in Chihan for so many years, she has long been accustomed to Lin Xian's sudden attacks. But it succeeds every time. Besides, isn't this the job of their public relations department? Resolve public relations crises. Otherwise, what is the purpose of their department? After listening to Lu Shui's report, Lin Xian looked up. Lu Shui's ravines are very deep. Don't worry about it this time, and don't take any action. Let the public opinion on the internet ferment. The bigger it gets, the more money we make in the end." Lu Shui looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. "But Mr. Lin." As soon as she said it, she immediately shut up and swallowed the words. "There is an unwritten rule in Qin and Han dynasty that you should never question any decision made by General Lin." Lu Shui had a bold guess in her heart. Could it be that what Mr. Lin said about making cars was just talk? Mr. Lin had used this method before, causing several foreign companies to suffer a major setback. After making such a guess, Lu Shui stood up straight and replied with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Lin. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." After getting Lin Xian's consent, she twisted her hips and left Lin Xian's office, closing the door. Lin Xian casually turned the golden pen in his hand, and then instructed. Hua Ling. Search keywords, Qin and Han, car manufacturing. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, the subroutine of the artificial intelligence Hua Ling started immediately. Soon, the relevant data appeared on Lin Xian's computer screen. There are also some video materials. Among them, the short and fat man's passionate face stood out the most. He has now switched to a foreign platform for live streaming as he has run into obstacles everywhere in China. In the video, he cited a lot of examples and spoke eloquently, describing the technological barriers in the traditional automotive industry as extremely difficult. It seems that building a car is more difficult than building a spacecraft. Lin Xian watched with great interest. I have to say that the short and fat guy is quite talented in this area. Pity. Who said I want to get involved in the traditional automotive industry? Lin Xian is interested in the tram industry. The core technology is the battery. He had won this core battery technology in a lottery a long time ago, but it had never been unlocked. Now that Chihan's electric tricycle and cat car businesses have begun to get on track, it is time to upgrade the industry and develop electric four-wheelers. As a time traveler, he knows very well how much profit the tram can make. And with high-energy battery technology in hand, he can set standards for the entire industry. Lin Xian even wished those people would spend money to hype him up. Although I don't know who they are specifically, they are always related to the automotive industry. In his heart, Lin Xian was grateful to these good people who contributed silently. Chihan's construction team has already started construction on the land next to the Chihan Industrial Park. prepared to build a new car manufacturing plant. One after another, construction vehicles with Chihan and Han logos entered the site. Amid the roar of machinery, hundreds of excavators started at the same time to dig the foundation. This time they have a very short construction period, and they have to build a standard factory building covering an area of 1,000 acres within 5 months. Of course, the wages paid by Party A, Chihan Group, are very reasonable, and the enthusiasm of these construction teams for work is also very high. As long as we take work from the head office, we always fight for wealth. A simple brick wall was also built outside the construction site to prevent outsiders from entering the site and avoid accidents. Of course, this simple brick wall cannot prevent others from prying eyes, especially the male employees of the Chihan Group next door. During the break, they all stretched their necks to look at the excavators that were working. Regardless of age, men have no resistance to this machine. Especially this large scene of hundreds of excavators starting up at the same time is very rare in China. Usually, there are only 20 to 30 excavators working in turns. Some Chihan employees have taken out their mobile phones to record the scene and upload it to the internet. Lin Xian also became interested. He took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the excavator working in his office, and posted it on his social account. The title of the video is also simple and direct. The automobile production base has started construction. We look forward to the new Chihan car being launched to meet everyone at the end of the year. P.S. This can be considered as a promotion for Chihan's car manufacturing. Lin Xian's weird video title instantly attracted a large number of netizens to watch, forward, comment, and like it. The video's number of views instantly exceeded 10,000. Fuck, Mr. Lin, are you serious? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I thought you were playing tricks on me again this time. The construction team is called Chihan. I can't even imagine how fun it would be to work on a construction site like this. Build a factory now and release a new car by the end of the year? Can the car be driven? +1, I don't even dare to ride in this kind of car, for fear that if I step on the accelerator, it will explode. You're right. Those foreign car companies have spent decades, even hundreds of years, researching how to make cars so their cars are of good quality. This comment was made by Huang Hongfe. To be honest, when he saw the construction site video sent by Lin Xian, he was scared to death. Lin Xian's execution rate is so strong? He just got the land and started building the factory. But when he noticed that Lin Xian said that a new car would be released at the end of the year, he completely let down his guard. Lin Xian is seeking his own death. Chapter 30 General Mao Xiong drives the cat car wildly. When the domestic uproar was about Lin Xian's car manufacturing, Chihan Group's cat car had already passed customs inspection and was shipped to the Russian Bear country. The Russian General Shoigu, who had submitted the purchase application, personally went to the train station to pick up the car. The freight train station is now under complete martial law, with soldiers guarding all exits. People who didn't know would think that some important person had arrived. Although in some ways it is. The reason why Shoigu purchased this cat-sized car, besides out of his intuition as a soldier, was more importantly because the Russian Bear was short of funds. After he took office, he was very clear about what a mess the Russian army was in. Therefore, he could only rely on various money-saving methods to patch things up so that the army could maintain a certain combat effectiveness on the surface. There is nothing we can do about the war conflict with Mao this time. According to the military's original plan, this was a blitzkrieg that could quickly resolve the battle, but now it has fallen into a quagmire. Not only is the whole of Europe supporting Russia, the United States has also begun to announce sanctions against Russia. The Russian Bear is now short of both various daily necessities and various military equipment. This purchase of Chihan Industrial's products is also a tentative contact with China. If we can reach a deeper foreign trade cooperation relationship with China, it will be of great benefit to the Russian Bear. While Shoigu was lost in thought, the train pulled into the station. Wang Jiahao was the first to get off the train. He asked Lin Xian to borrow the identity of Chihan's staff and came to Mao Xiong's side to observe the actual use of the cat car. When he saw the situation at the station, he was shocked. Could it be that the Russians know my identity and want to arrest me? That's not right. I am just a small shrimp at best, and I have legitimate reasons to come to the Russian Bear. There is no reason to make such a big fuss to capture me. As a professional, Wang Jiahao quickly calmed down, straightened his clothes, and walked towards Xiao Yigu, who was obviously the leader. He has read Xiao Yigu's information. Wang Jiahao spoke fluently in the language of the Malbear. Hello, General. I'm a staff member of the Chihan group. This time I'm responsible for transporting this batch of all-terrain amphibious off-road vehicles and electric tricycles here. Also responsible for after-sales maintenance. Because the climate here in Russia is very different from that in China, the impact on these mechanical creations is also different. We need to observe and maintain them, and make targeted improvements. This was the legitimate reason Lin Xian gave to Wang Jiahao. It also meant that he had to work for the Chihan group for free and hand over all kinds of observation data to the Chihan group. Xiao Yigu shook hands with Wang Jiahao enthusiastically. He didn't expect that Chihan group would provide such follow-up services. The local arms dealers of the Russian Bear do not have these services at all. Of course, their main customers are the suckers like India. You are very welcome. I can't wait to drive this cat car now. Wang Jiahao understood Xiao Yigu's idea immediately. He took out the relevant documents and materials he had prepared long ago and asked the general to sign and complete the handover procedures. After signing, Xiao Yigu strode towards the train carriage. He reached out and opened the originally closed door of the carriage, and saw 3 cat cars neatly arranged in the middle of the carriage. The accompanying soldiers had already installed a special ramp at the door of the carriage. Xiao Yigu looked at Wang Jiahao. Devaris, could you please teach me how to drive this cat car? When he shook hands with Wang Jiahao, he could tell by the feel of his hands that this Chihan staff member was from the military. At the same time, thinking about the fact that the Chinese military also had the intention to purchase this cat car, he instantly thought of Wang Jiahao's purpose of coming. But Xiao Yigu didn't care about these. On the contrary, he wished there were more people like Wang Jiahao. When Wang Jiahao heard the word Dawalashi, he couldn't help but look a little dazed. This word means comrade in the language of the Russian Bear. He also understood that this Russian general had guessed his identity but just didn't point it out. Wang Jiahao walked forward with a smile on his face. Good general. Let me teach you how to start and drive our cat car. Under Wang Jiahao's guidance, Xiao Yigu quickly mastered how to drive the cat car. Then he started the cat car directly on the train carriage and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Under Xiao Yigu's characteristic driving style, the cat-like car roared, and then flew directly out from the train car like a cheetah. Wang Jiahao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, grabbed the armrest of the car as his first reaction. The second reaction was that after returning, I must suggest to Lin Xian to install a seat belt on the cat car. Xiao Yigu didn't pay any attention to Wang Jiahao's reaction. At this moment, he was fully immersed in the feeling of driving the cat car here. Very motivated. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and the cold wind blowing in his face almost froze Wang Jiahao's face. At this time, the temperature in Russia is close to 0 degrees, while it is still late summer or early autumn in China. Wang Jiahao felt that this cat car also needed a windshield. Xiao Yigu drove the cat car directly to the slopes on both sides of the railway tracks. Although this type of gravel slope protection has an angle of only 30 degrees, it is extremely difficult for ordinary vehicles to drive up it. Only military armored vehicles or track tanks can climb such a slope. At this moment, Wang Jiahao had already begun to imagine the scene of the car overturning in his mind. At this speed, he would fall on this gravel road. I should get work injury compensation, but if I get killed, can I get death compensation? Those colleagues would surely die of laughter if they knew that they died for this reason. In Wang Jiahao's opinion, this simple four-wheel vehicle has a very high probability of overturning in such road conditions. But unexpectedly, the cat car continued to drive forward miraculously without even shaking much. The stability is amazing. Xiao Yigu on the side smiled with great satisfaction that he could achieve such an effect on the gravel road of the railway track. This shows that this vehicle has basically no problem dealing with general battlefield situations, especially its suspension and stability, which are both very good. Although this cat-like car is a little small, it still allows him to experience the feeling of driving an armored vehicle at full speed. Overall, he was very satisfied. Finally, Xiao Yigu ended the test drive with a beautiful drift. Wang Jiahao got out of the car with an unhappy look on his face. He silently warned himself that he should never ride in a car driven by a Mao Zedong again. Xiao Yigu turned his eyes to the electric tricycle standing in the train carriage. After a while, a familiar electronic voice was heard inside the freight train station of despair. Please note reverse. Please note reverse. Chapter 31. Poor Western-loving dog. Zhong Jiangwo has finished his work report in Beijing. He reported to the leaders in detail the successful test flight of the J-20 fighter jet. Subsequently, the top leaders made a decision to upgrade the Air Force and focus on producing fifth-generation fighter jets and deploying them to the troops. The official name of the fifth-generation aircraft has also been decided, Wei Long. In this performance report, Lin Xian's name was mentioned many times. Chihan industry has also officially come before the eyes of these big leaders. After finishing his work report, Zhong Jiangwo could not wait to rush back and arrange for his staff to transfer the carbon fiber and other contract funds. At the same time, we continue to order large quantities of T800 grade carbon fiber materials from Chihan industry. Of course, Zhong Jiangwo rushed back this time, not only to transfer money to Lin Xian and place an order, but also for another important matter. In response to the situation of aircraft carrier arresting cables, a bidding campaign has been launched for domestic companies. He arranged for staff to send invitation letters to every large-scale steel cable production company in the country. The data requirements for the aircraft carriers arresting cables were also listed in the invitation letter. This is the only solution. Zhong Jiangwo would rather peel off his face and throw it on the ground and step on it than let the Kovlo group take advantage of him. Soon, all the staff in the office took action to screen companies that met the requirements and send out invitation letters. During this process, a staff member of the General Assembly Department discovered that Chihan Group also had a special steel cable company. We export special bridge cables all year round. This company fits the bill perfectly. The staff member decisively sent an invitation letter to Chihan's external email address. As the boss of Chihan, Lin Xian saw the electronic invitation letter at the first time. After reading it, he was a little confused. When will the General Assembly Department need to purchase special steel cables with this kind of data from outside? He remembered the special steel cable with this data, and he seemed to have produced it himself, which was also exported overseas. Recently, due to sanctions from the United States, this business has been cut off. The American salesman named Kovro also called to harass us. Could this be some scam information? In fact, many CEOs of related companies had the same reaction as Lin Xian. There is no way, there are too many scammers on the internet now. Some even don't know what the General Assembly Department is. Lin Xian did not contact Zhong Jiangwo directly. There was no need to disturb him about such matters. He just asked his men to check it through the public phone number of the General Assembly Department. After confirming that this is not a scam and is a real thing, Lin Xian asked Zhou Ling to prepare the relevant materials and sign up for the bidding meeting of the General Assembly Department. The overseas business was interrupted, but the domestic business was resumed, which just happened to be the time to dispose of the special steel cables in stock in the warehouse. Moreover, the final payment is settled by the General Assembly Department very quickly. While Lin Xian was arranging to attend this bidding meeting, the news that the General Assembly Department publicly purchased special steel cables was inevitably leaked, causing heated discussions online. A military forum. Am I right? The General Assembly Department needs to purchase steel cables? And it's inviting bids from domestic companies? It's just a steel cable. Can't those military-industrial enterprises produce it? Do we need to bid for it? Is there some inside story behind this? Wait, this data seems to be the data of aircraft carrier arresting cables. I have collected it before. Ah? Aircraft carrier arresting cable? What is that? Is it used to stop aircraft carriers? That's what the aircraft carrier uses to assist in landing. Without it, it's easy for an accident to happen when a fighter jet lands. Xian Yihong is an old user of this forum. He has been lurking here for years to collect information. He noticed the keywords: aircraft carrier arresting cable, bidding, and domestic. As a professor, he has the relevant knowledge and information sources. Soon, Xian Yihong figured out the whole story. After China's first aircraft carrier was launched, it was not announced to the public for a long time. The main reason is the lack of this key aircraft carrier arresting cable, which cannot guarantee the safe landing of fighter jets. This results in the aircraft carrier being unable to form combat effectiveness. The United States is the only company in the world that sells this aircraft carrier arresting cable. This time it seems that the General Assembly Department and that company broke off negotiations, so they opened the bidding to the outside world. After realizing this, a look of disdain suddenly appeared on Chihan Hong's old face. He believed from the bottom of his heart that China should not develop its own military industry. Instead, we should follow the United States and develop as the United States does. The reason why the world is so chaotic now is that each country has its own military force. Not only did China spend a lot of money and manpower to build an aircraft carrier, but it was also unable to form effective combat capability because it did not have an arresting cable for the aircraft carrier. This is a typical example. The world should be led by the United States. Chihan Hong was shaking with excitement. He hurriedly opened the document on the computer, tapped the keyboard, and wrote a letter of appeal. It is proposed that the country abandon the plan of building aircraft carriers and dismantle the already built aircraft carriers on the spot. The country should care about its citizens, slow down the pace of development, and wait for its people. This proposal was written by Chihan Hong in a very vivid way. After writing it, he immediately sent it to several of his friends and asked them to forward it together. The intention is to take advantage of this popularity to create a public opinion storm. Of course, Chihan Hong knew it very well. It is impossible for me to make the country give up its plan to develop aircraft carriers with a simple proposal. His purpose is not to let the country see it, but to let ordinary people and the people of the United States see it. In this way, I can take this opportunity to get a green card from the United States, immigrate directly to the United States, and enjoy their benefits. Although Chihan Hong knew that he could be transferred to the United States through immigration, he was an undocumented illegal immigrant at that time. What he wants is to be able to immigrate there openly, and preferably to obtain political asylum status. But what Chihan Hong didn't know was that since the last time he connected with the short and fat man and expressed his views, they had both been targeted by the National Security Bureau. And the people from the Ministry of State Security have learned through relevant clues that Chihan Hong and the short and fat man are both informants of CIA. They all registered with CIA and received monthly allowances from CIA. The amount of the allowance was very high, at $60,000 per person. This allowance is transferred into a safe account. But in fact, even Chihan Hong himself did not know about this matter, and they did not receive any of the monthly informant fees, but instead they went into the pocket of a senior CIA official in the Asia-Pacific region. This is a very reasonable thing to do. So when Chihan Hong sent out the proposal, the special agents of the National Security Bureau received instructions. Take action and check the water meter at your home. Chapter 32, Kovro at the end of his road. On the other hand, Kovro, who was always paying attention to news from China, also learned about the bidding. He was anxiously smoking a cigar in the office. It's so annoying. The Chihan industry that cooperated with him was a Chinese enterprise. If Chihan knew about this bidding and participated in it, then the fact that I ordered aircraft carrier arresting cables from them would inevitably be exposed. In this case, the Kovro group will definitely be in trouble. You may even end up in jail. During this period of time, he had thought about ways to save himself. He invited Lin Xian to the United States more than once to discuss business cooperation with him. Kovro thought of himself as a noble white man, and that Lin Xian should have come to the United States to meet him and discuss cooperation. As long as Lin Xian sets foot on the territory of the United States, he has 100 ways to make Lin Xian agree to cooperate. But there was no response from Lin Xian. This annoyed Kovro a lot. At the same time, he also asked his researchers to work overtime to analyze the metal composition of the aircraft carrier's arresting cables. The intention is to copy the aircraft carrier arresting cable provided by Chihan Industry. Unfortunately, the road to imitation is not that easy. The metallurgical laboratory of the Kovro group used a variety of instruments and conducted hundreds of experiments based on the analyzed components. All the products produced were substandard. Some metal handles even break at the slightest touch. Obviously, their level is not good enough. This is how it is in the field of extra heavy metals. A small mistake can lead to a huge disaster. Even if there is a ready-made sample in front of them, they cannot copy it without accurate data. Thinking of this situation, Kovro's already irritable mood became even more irritable. He took a deep breath and exhaled the cigar smoke. If it doesn't work, there is only one last resort. Report to the United States authorities. Report that the Chihan group has been stealing the core information of their Kofilo group over the years, and destroyed their hard drive that recorded the metal composition of the aircraft carrier's arresting cables. This will muddy the water. I won't die too miserably. Kovro did not expect to be able to hide the truth from government officials and lawmakers. It's such a stupid thing, and you can tell at a glance that there's something wrong. But all it takes is for the stupid citizens at the bottom to believe it. As for those congressmen and gentlemen, all they need is an excuse. The United States has been the world's policeman for so many years. If it says you stole core technology, then you stole it. Maybe we can also force the Chihan group to hand over the core data of the aircraft carrier's arresting cable. Thinking of this, Kovro's eyes lit up. He admired his own intelligence for being able to come up with such a life-saving method, although the consequence of doing so would greatly reduce the interests of the Kovlo group. But in this situation, it would be great if we could protect the life of the group and our own life. Then, Kovro shouted loudly, "Selena, make an appointment for me with the Ministry of National Defense, and tell them I have something important to report." After hearing this, the blonde secretary who had previously obtained Kovro's genetic material touched her belly, and went to make an appointment with the Ministry of Defense for her boss. The Kovlo Group specializes in supplying aircraft carrier arresting cables to the U.S. Navy and therefore has a certain cooperative relationship with the military. It was very simple to get in touch with the senior official of the Ministry of Defense and arrange a meeting in 3 days. After receiving the report, Kovro was very satisfied. He had to prepare a piece of evidence and a crime scene that was not full of errors within 3 days. After making a plan in his mind, Kovro went directly to his metallurgical laboratory. He invested in and leased this laboratory after the Chihan group was sanctioned. Inside the laboratory, the RD personnel hired by Kovlo at a high price were leisurely drinking coffee and enjoying afternoon tea. Some people also had barbecues and drank in the laboratory. In the eyes of these people, there is no better job than this. The boss is clueless. They were required to analyze and imitate some special steel cables and ready-made samples within 2 to 3 months. Anyone who knows a little bit about this knows that this is impossible. All the metals used to make this special steel cable are special metals. Each rare specialty metal composition is top secret. If you want to imitate it, even if you use the most advanced instruments for analysis, it will take at least several decades. Only an outsider who knows nothing would ask them to figure it out within a few months. Faced with such outsiders, the scientific research team has plenty of ways to deal with them. When the contract was signed with Kovro, a clause was already written in which there was no guarantee that the imitation would be successful. At the same time, he kept asking Kovro for experimental funds to purchase equipment for analytical experiments. Since they moved into this laboratory, they have spent at least tens of millions of US dollars on Kovro. Even the beakers in the laboratory cost $3,000 each. As for how to fool the layman boss Kovlo, this experimental team has at least 1,000 ways. Just take some random data and experiment with the product to fool around with it. Every time Kovro asked about the progress, the result of the report was, very good, almost successful, and the research progress was further than before. With just a little more investment, we can imitate this special steel cable. Then he told Kovro some bad news that some accidents had happened when they were smelting metal. This resulted in the imitation sample being unsuccessful. In scientific research, unexpected things always happen. Originally they were very good at fooling people, but they didn't expect Kovlo to launch a surprise attack. The leading researcher reacted quickly and put down the coffee cup in his hand. "Mr. Kovro, why are you here so suddenly? As you can see, analytical work is mentally taxing, and my team and I are taking a break. Avoid excessive tension that may affect our progress. You know, in the process of scientific research, a little inspiration is very necessary. Sometimes a little inspiration may affect the entire experimental process. Believe me, Mr. Kovro, my team is almost there. This scientific researcher kept talking nonsense and poured a cup of coffee for Kovro. Signal him to have a drink to refresh himself. When Kofilo saw this scene, he realized that he had been deceived by a scientific research deadbeat. No matter how outrageous the scientific research team is, they would not hold a barbecue in the laboratory. He waved away the cup of coffee, grabbed the scientific research deadbeat by the collar with both hands, and looked straight at him with his deep blue pupils. You should know my identity. The Kovlo Group has close cooperation with the military. I can definitely send you to a court-martial. Listen, you only have two choices now. One is to go to a military court. I swear, I will use all my connections to put you in jail. The other option is to listen to me. You will have the opportunity to become a rising star in the scientific research community and get a long-term contract with the Kovro Group. Chapter 33 Zhong Jiangwo is itching to do it. After listening to Kovlo's plan, the team leader immediately said with a smile, Mr. Kovro, you are the boss. Our entire team is completely at your disposal. He was well aware of the consequences of this plan. If successful, his team will not only be able to obtain the patent for the aircraft carrier arresting cable, but also become a long-term partner of the Kovro Group. Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. Just put all the blame on Kovro. Their team doesn't have much of a reputation in the industry anyway. Immediately, their entire team took action and began to edit false information, false experimental data, and false experimental results. The time of these data were all tampered with to 5 or 6 years ago, in order to prove that their team had already started researching related special metal materials. Speaking of this, we have to thank a company called Chihan. When they first started working with the Kovlo Group, they sent over some data on special steel cables. These can be taken away and used, saving them a lot of effort. As for the final experimental results, we made a fake data model, input it into the computer, and then destroyed the computer hard drive. In order to make the effects realistic enough, Kovro reluctantly approved a sum of money and asked them to buy old equipment from 4 or 5 years ago. He then left the laboratory and went to his villa to prepare for a meeting with officials from the Ministry of Defense. Various precious gifts are definitely indispensable. Kovlo even prepared a spot to visit the island and give it as a gift when the time comes. Everyone in the circle knows how fun that Sin Island is. At the same time, he asked his secretary to prepare relevant prosecution materials. Lin Xian has already started preparing to leave for the bidding conference organized by the General Armament Department of the military. During this period of time, Lin Xian also read relevant information on the internet. He clearly knew that the special steel cable he produced was the aircraft carrier arresting cable. Previously, the Kovlo Group from the United States purchased aircraft carrier arresting cables from me and then resold them. The middlemen make a profit from the difference. After Lin Xian realized this, he had someone seal up the purchase contract previously signed with the Kovlo Group, various transaction information, and customs import and export data. These are all very critical information. It can prevent the Kovlo Group from taking desperate measures. In addition, all relevant data about the aircraft carrier's arresting cable have been sealed, and the data disclosed to the public has been blurred. As for the quality of the relevant data previously sent to the Kovlo Group, they have all been processed. Lin Xian was not worried that they would take advantage of him. The tender documents produced by the team have been packaged, sealed, and stamped, weighing more than 200 kilograms. The documents and materials required for official bidding are so complicated. When the special plane that Lin Xian was on arrived in Sijio City, the general manager of the branch was already waiting at the airport in person. A special convoy was arranged to receive Lin Xian. As for the bid, someone else was assigned to deliver it to the General Assembly Department. According to normal procedures, this process would take at least 1 or 2 months, but the General Assembly Department made special arrangements this time. When Lin Xian checked into the hotel, his huge bid document was also delivered to the Assembly Department. When the staff of the General Assembly Department saw the bid, they were all surprised. After such a long time, a private enterprise finally submitted a formal bid. During this period of time, they have received bids from many companies, but most of them only sent a simple document as a symbolic request. These companies are well aware that they do not have the ability to produce special steel cables with this kind of data, so it is just a formality. There are also several companies with names beginning with GWA, national government, whose bids are similar to Lin Xian's, and they are preparing to bid. These companies knew that the General Assembly Department was bidding for private enterprises, but they still participated. On the one hand, they didn't want to lose the order. On the other hand, these state-owned enterprises do not believe that private enterprises can produce aircraft carrier arresting cables. They are trying to save some face for the General Assembly Department's bidding. Afterwards, the people from the General Assembly Department sealed the bid and registered it. The bid opening time has not yet arrived, and there is no third-party notary present, so all bids cannot be opened. This is a serious process. Soon, the staff members completed the registration of all the bidding documents. As a senior executive of the General Assembly Department, Zhong Jiangwo naturally has the authority and obligation to view these materials. When he opened the document and saw the names of those state-owned enterprises, his face turned sour. He could guess the contents of the bids from these companies without even looking at them. It is nothing more than giving them more than 10 years to invest in research and development and overcome relevant technical difficulties. Thus, the aircraft carrier arresting cable is produced. The amount of research and development funds that need to be spent during this period is huge. Zhong Jiangwo knew that this was common sense. It is impossible to break through a difficult problem in a related technical field so easily. Unless a miracle happens. But can a newly built aircraft carrier wait for more than 10 years before it is launched into the water? Wouldn't that just become a large decoration? The bidding this time was just Zhong Jiangwo's attempt to gamble on a miracle. What if? In fact, he also had another backup plan in his mind. If it is not possible to bid for a suitable company to produce aircraft carrier arresting cables that meet this data standard, then the old-style arresting cables will be installed on the aircraft carrier. Let the aircraft carrier form combat effectiveness. But in this way, the driver's safety cannot be so fully guaranteed. The probability of accidents will increase a lot. As a member of the General Armament Department, Zhong Jiangwo did not want to cause non-combat casualties due to the fact that the equipment provided by his department was not advanced enough. He would never be able to forgive himself then. With such thoughts in mind, Zhong Jiangwo saw the name of Chihan Group. When he saw these words, Zhong Jiangwo's heart began to beat inexplicably. Chihan Group also participated in the bidding? Zhong Jiangwo licked his dry lips, feeling a little excited. The Chihan Group had given him 2 surprises before. What if it gave him an unexpected surprise this time as well? Reason told him that this was impossible. But Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help it and found the bid of Chihan Group according to the data marked on the document. Seeing the pile of unopened bid documents in front of him, Zhong Jiangwo felt as if he was being scratched by a cat. At this moment, he really wanted to know what was in the bid. But it's not time to open the bids yet. This made Zhong Jiangwo very uncomfortable. Chapter 34, One Sentence to Disrupt the Military Bidding. Soon the time for bidding arrived. Lin Xian came to the bidding site accompanied by Zhou Ling. A large conference room. Zhou Ling wore a black hip skirt today, gold-rimmed glasses, and the high heels on her feet made her look particularly imposing. Lin Xian was wearing a casual black traditional Chinese-style outfit, simple and casual. After registering and verifying their identities, Lin Xian took Zhou Ling to the bidding site. After seeing Lin Xian, several CEOs from other companies all came forward enthusiastically to greet him and exchange pleasantries. Boss Lin, you are here too. I heard that you, Mr. Lin, built a car. I'd like to order one. Mr. Lin, I recently bought a nickel iron ore area in Australia. If you are interested, we can develop it together. In a short while, more than 10 people gathered around Lin Xian, forming a small circle. Lin Xian responded to them enthusiastically and verbally agreed to several cooperation projects. As for the specific content, they can let their subordinates discuss it when the time comes. The bosses only need to finalize the intention of cooperation. If you have to do everything yourself, then what is the point of hiring these employees? Zhou Ling silently recorded the relevant project content using a stenographer. By the time the bidding officially started, Lin Xian had already signed 3 or 4 small projects with a value of over 1 million yuan, and 2 medium-sized projects with a value of tens of millions yuan. Under the guidance of the service staff, Lin Xian sat down at his seat. Zhong Jiangwo, dressed in military uniform, came to the scene with his subordinates and third-party personnel. He took the initiative to sit on the podium. "Good morning, everyone. I think everyone knows why our General Assembly Department invited you all here this time. I won't say any more small talk. Open the bids now and verify the bids." Zhong Jiangwo was surprisingly decisive today and did not give a 1 or 2 hour speech like other officials and leaders. As soon as he finished speaking, the accompanying staff carried out all the sealed bid documents. Then, under the witness of a third-party agency, the bidding process began. The staff tore off the seals on each bid document and began to verify the bid contents inside each document. Lin Xian and other private entrepreneurs who were invited sat in their seats, waiting for the result. Most of them knew that they could not produce the kind of steel cables that the Assembly Department needed. In addition to giving face to the General Assembly Department, I came to participate in this bidding to try my luck and see if I could reach a cooperation with other corporate bosses. Unexpectedly, several companies actually reached cooperation with Chihan Industry. This is purely a pleasant surprise. This also led to Lin Xian becoming the most watched person at the scene besides Zhong Jiangwo. The contents of the bids were reviewed quickly, and most of them were invalid and eliminated. What finally stood before Zhong Jiangwo was a list of 6 companies. Among them, the Qin and Han Group's list was placed at the top. Zhong Jiangwo suppressed his inner excitement and opened the bid summary document provided by Chihan Group. After all, it is impossible to read such a long bid quickly in a short period of time, and a summary document similar to a content summary is needed. When Zhong Jiangwo saw the contents of the document, he immediately stood up excitedly. There was a loud bang in my head. Bang! Because he was so excited, he knocked over the chair. Zhong Jiangwo didn't care about these at all. At this moment, he was completely shocked by the contents of the document. This is impossible. Chihan Group can not only produce aircraft carrier arresting cables that meet relevant data standards, but it even has them in stock in its workshop. The price quoted is only 400,000 renminbi per piece. Whether it is the existing finished product or this outrageous quote. All of this made Zhong Jiangwo wonder if he was still dreaming, or if someone had given him fake alcohol to drink while he was sleeping yesterday. Afterwards, Zhong Jiangwo walked directly in front of Lin Xian regardless of the reactions of other people at the bidding meeting. He stared at Lin Xian with his bloodshot eyes and then said, "Lin Xian, can you ensure that everything written in your information is true?" The moment he heard his own voice, Zhong Jiangwo realized how hoarse his voice was. Lin Xian nodded seriously. "Lead. I won't cheat on this kind of thing. In fact, our Chihan Group started producing this kind of special steel cable 4 or 5 years ago. It was a custom order from a company in the United States. We have trade transactions of 10 to 20 million yuan with that company every year. At that time, we at Chihan didn't know that this was an aircraft carrier arresting cable. We thought it was a special steel cable produced for building bridges. We have recently stopped cooperating with the United States because we were sanctioned by them. By the way, the name of that American company is the Kavlo Group. Their boss wanted to buy our patented technology a few days ago, but I didn't agree." Lin Xian explained what happened in a few simple sentences, and at the same time calmly gave the Kavlo Group a thumbs up. In fact, Lin Xian could take this opportunity to raise the price of the aircraft carrier arresting cable to 4 or 5 million per cable. But he chose not to do so. On the one hand, he still made a profit from the original price. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to show goodwill to the military and achieve deeper cooperation. As we all know, arms is one of the most profitable industries in the world. Any order can easily be worth billions. Lin Xian also coveted this huge market, and through arms, the impact on civilization would be even greater. It also makes it convenient for Lin Xian to gain more benefits from his golden finger. This is what is fundamental. After listening to Lin Xian's words, Zhong Jiangwo instantly understood everything. The trading partner of their General Assembly Department is the Kavlo Group, which used to be one of the suppliers of aircraft carrier arresting cables for the U.S. military. About 5 years ago, their group developed this new standard for aircraft carrier arresting cables, which can reduce the error rate of fighter jets during landing to about 1,000th. This is a very scary statistic. It is precisely this data that makes the Kavlo Group the only designated supplier of arresting cables for the United States aircraft carriers. But what Zhong Jiangwo never expected was the Kavlo Group is actually a middleman, making a profit from the price difference. The real aircraft carrier arresting cable manufacturer is a domestic enterprise, Chihan Group. This surprise is really huge. It was so big that his heart could hardly bear it. Zhong Jiangwo grabbed Lin Xian's arms tightly. "Comrade Lin Xian, I ask you to take me to your company's warehouse right now. I want to see the finished product and test it myself." His words caused chaos at the entire bidding site. This does not comply with bidding rules. Chapter 35. Thanks to the sanctions from the United States. Zhong Jiangwo didn't care about those things. He let his deputy preside over the bidding. He directly pulled Lin Xian and asked him to take him to Chihan's warehouse to see the aircraft carrier's arresting cable with his own eyes. At this moment, he didn't care at all about the impact his departure would cause. He just wanted to know whether what Lin Xian said in the bid was true. A moment later, the two of them were on the plane. As for Zhou Ling, she was left behind by Lin Xian at the bidding site to complete the procedure on behalf of the Chihan Group. The CEOs who stayed at the scene saw this scene, and they all knew that the Chihan Group was most likely to win the bid this time. As for whether anyone will object or raise any objections, everyone here is an adult and a business CEO. You will not do such a brainless thing. Instead of that, it would be better to think about how to deepen cooperation with the Chihan Group and take advantage of this favorable situation. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chihan is about to take off. Soon, the flight landed. The vehicle arranged by the group was already waiting at the airport. After Zhong Jiangwo got in the car, he urged the driver to drive faster. Lin Xian was speechless when he saw Zhong Jiangwo's performance. Isn't it just an aircraft carrier's arresting cable? Is it necessary to be so hasty? He casually opened the refrigerator in the car, took out a bottle of iced drink, and handed it to Zhong Jiangwo. "Lead. Drink some water. The things are all in my warehouse. They won't run away." Zhong Jiangwo drank the small bottle of water in one breath. "I'm sorry, Comrade Lin Xian. I lost my composure a little bit." In fact, he is not usually so unstable. People who can reach his position basically do not show their emotions on their faces. It's just that he once served as a soldier on a warship. China's navy has also encountered some things. It was precisely because of those memories that Zhong Jiangwo behaved so inappropriately this time. Also, his old leader is the old general who advocated building an aircraft carrier. After a moment, Zhong Jiangwo calmed himself down. "Comrade Lin Xian, can you please tell me what kind of cooperation you have with the Kavlo Group? Does Chihan Industry fully own the intellectual property rights of this special steel cable?" After regaining his composure, he quickly asked a few key questions. What Zhong Jiangwo wanted to know was whether Chihan Group was Kavlo's OEM factory. If Qin and Han did not have the relevant property rights and patents, things would become very troublesome. Of course, no matter how troublesome it is, he will let Qin Han produce aircraft carrier arresting cables. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Even if Qin and Han did not have intellectual property rights, it didn't matter. As long as we had the technology, we could produce it. Can the United States directly go to war with China over something like this? At most, you can write a few self-criticisms and throw away the hat. It's no big deal. Of course, this is also the worst-case scenario. You have to ask clearly so that you can be prepared to respond. Hearing Zhong Jiangwo's question, Lin Xian replied calmly. "At first, our group produced and exported special steel cables, mainly to the United States, and then Kavlo approached us and wanted to customize the products. Then we reached a cooperation agreement because we both have technical reserves for related special metal materials. As for the relevant intellectual property rights and patent copyrights, we have already applied for them a long time ago. There is no contractual dispute with the Kavlo Group. It is because we, Qin Han, encountered force majeure that we are unable to continue to perform the contract." Zhong Jiangwo instantly thought of the Qin Han Group being sanctioned by the United States. Coupled with the comprehensive sanctions this time, his originally furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Blurted out subconsciously, "It's good to be sanctioned." After saying that, he shut his mouth and looked at Lin Xian with an awkward expression. The carriage fell silent. The distance from the airport to the Chihan Group warehouse is not far, and it only takes about 20 minutes to drive there. Led by the warehouse manager, Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo came to the warehouse where the aircraft carrier arresting cables were stored. Of course, the label on the warehouse says special steel cable for bridges. The moment the warehouse manager opened the door, a metallic smell wafted into Lin Xian's nose, and he subconsciously covered his nose. But Zhong Jiangwo didn't care about all this. When he saw the mountains of special steel cables in the warehouse, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. These steel cables are exactly the same as the aircraft carrier arresting cables he saw when he visited the Kavlo Group. He took a deep breath. That's right. Even the metallic smell is the same. The only difference is the storage method. The Kavlo Group stores their aircraft carrier arresting cables in a sci-fi warehouse. As for the Chihan Group, they were just piled up randomly in this ordinary warehouse. Zhong Jiangwo suppressed his excitement, walked forward, and touched the special steel cables with trembling hands. No, it should be the aircraft carrier's arresting cable. As a result, he was covered in oil. But he didn't care at all. On the contrary, his face was intoxicated and he stroked it carefully, as if he was touching some rare treasure. When Lin Xian saw that Zhong Jiangwo was about to get close to him, he coughed lightly and handed the information given to him by the warehouse manager to Zhong Jiangwo. Lead. This is the inventory information of these special steel cables, as well as the data registered when they were put into the warehouse. This is the last batch our group will produce this year. Zhong Jiangwo wiped his hands on his butt, then took the information from Lin Xian's hand and looked at it carefully. Yes, all the data are completely correct. Afterwards, Lin Xian asked someone to transport special testing equipment over, and began to test these special steel cables in front of Zhong Jiangwo. Coincidentally, Zhong Jiangwo knows how to operate all these instruments. He personally carried out the testing operations, and Lin Xian asked more than 10 technicians to help him with the testing. This kind of testing cannot be completed by one person. A few hours later, a few simple tests were completed. The test data report was also handed over to Zhong Jiangwo. When he saw the contents of the report, his eyes turned slightly red. That's right. That's the data. Data of aircraft carrier arresting cable. The latest aircraft carrier arresting cable in the world. For a moment, the veteran didn't know what to say. Thousands of words are stuck in my heart. What the hell is going on? The aircraft carrier arresting cable that has caused their General Assembly Department a headache for so long, and has allowed the Kavlo Group to make further demands. Surprisingly. Damn it! It is produced by a domestic private enterprise. If I hadn't organized this bidding myself, I would never have discovered this matter. They might even have to agree to the harsh conditions proposed by the Kavlo Group. It turns out that the technology that is holding us back is actually ourselves? Zhong Jiangwo looked up at the sky in silence. He now had only one thought in his mind. Thanks to the United States for imposing sanctions on Chihan. At this time, Lin Xian also received a copy of the patent sent by his employees. Lead. Here is a copy of the patent for this special steel cable. When he got the copy, Zhong Jiangwo felt relieved. Chapter 36 Federal Features, A Dirty Deal. Zhong Jiangwo is also decisive in doing things. He promptly arranged for someone to verify Chihan's patent, and also organized another official inspection. When the result report was delivered to him, confirming that the data from the two tests were the same and both met the standards of the aircraft carrier's arresting cable, he immediately went to Lin Xian's office and reached a cooperation agreement with Lin Xian. This order was placed directly to Chihan Group, and a long-term cooperation contract was signed. According to the bidding process, Chihan Group also won the bid. After the contract is signed, the payment will be received. Zhong Jiangwo was guarding inside the Chihan Group's warehouse. Only after he saw the aircraft carrier arresting cables being loaded onto trucks did he heave a sigh of relief and set off with the trucks. This time he arranged special vehicles to transport the aircraft carrier arresting cable. On the other side, Kovro came to the U.S. Department of Defense with false evidence. He had met with a senior official in advance. After being briefed, Kovro was allowed to enter the senior official's office. "Mr. Kovro, you have 10 minutes. I have an important meeting in 10 minutes. As soon as he entered the office, Minister James' voice reached his ears. Kovro cursed in his heart. He had clearly sponsored a sum of money to the minister's son's company. Couldn't his attitude be better? On the surface, he still smiled and said, "Dear Minister, the aircraft carrier arresting cables that our group is preparing to deliver may be delayed this time. Our group encountered a big disaster." Before Kovro could continue, Minister James interrupted him. "Mr. Kovro, the spirit of the contract is basically the same for us federal people. Be prepared to pay liquidated damages if you fail to deliver on time. Of course, I hope you can deliver on time. I am a federal official and I will not make any concessions for you. You now have 6 minutes. You know, I am now on work time. Every minute and every second is for the service of the Federation. No waste is allowed." Kovro was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This bitch's son of a bitch. It sounded as if he had no chance of getting any benefit from it, so he did not dare to delay any further and took out the evidence materials he had prepared in advance. "Dear Minister, this time our group has indeed encountered force majeure. It's a Chinese commercial spy. That damn spy stole the data of our Kovro group and deleted the data related to the aircraft carrier arresting cable from the root directory. Without that data, those engineers cannot produce aircraft carrier arresting cables that meet the standards. I am here to report to you today." Kovro spoke so sincerely that he almost cried. Minister James looked very strange when he heard this. "You mean a Chinese commercial spy stole your core data? And you can't produce aircraft carrier arresting cables? Kovro, I'm afraid my 3-year-old daughter won't believe what you said." He quickly sorted out the matter in his mind, and as a qualified politician, he quickly figured out the truth of the matter. He had heard of Chihan's name. It is estimated that the previous products of the Kovro group were all customized from a Chinese company called Chihan. Now that company has been subjected to comprehensive sanctions, and any import and export trade is prohibited, which has also affected the cooperation between Kovro group and Chihan. That's why Kovro came to him to complain and try to turn the tables. Otherwise, the Kovro group would have to pay a huge penalty and face the anger of many bigwigs. After sorting out all of this, James felt a nameless anger in his heart. This damn profiteer. He was implicated as well. His family holds a large stake in the Kovro group. At this time, Kovro's harsh voice continued to be heard. "Yes, that's right, Mr. Minister. Based on the principle of confidentiality, our company did not make multiple backups of the aircraft carrier's arresting cable data. Besides, the Chihan group is our long-term partner, so we didn't take any precautions against them. After this incident, our group upgraded the relevant procedures to ensure the absolute security of the data. But the data of high-tech products such as aircraft carrier arresting cables cannot be recovered. You know, we never landed on the moon again after the space agency failed to properly preserve the data of the lunar landing spacecraft and burned it. So I would like to ask Mr. Minister to uphold justice for me and make the Chihan group hand over the data stolen from our group. Let the Kovro group better serve the Federation in the future." After saying this, Kovro lowered his head deeply, waiting for Minister James' response. James also understood what Kovro meant, which was to ask the Ministry of National Defense to hand over the production data of Chihan Group's aircraft carrier arresting cables. Then let the Kovro Group continue production and continue to eat this piece of cake. As for the lunar spacecraft information mentioned by Kovro, everyone who knows will understand. After pondering for a minute or two, James made a quick decision. He picked up the phone on the table and contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and CIA. Let the diplomatic department condemn and sanction the Chihan Group, and this time let the United States allies impose sanctions together. Put pressure on the Chihan Group and force it to hand over all relevant data and information. In James' eyes, Chihan is just a private enterprise in China. If the slightest rumor gets out, this company will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure. They will obediently hand over the data of the aircraft carrier's arresting cable. If they don't cooperate, some people in China who are friendly to the United States will put pressure on them. As for contacting CIA, it is also another preparation. Stealing the information is the same as getting it. All these arrangements were made in front of Kovro, and when he hung up the phone, Kovro immediately spoke out to express his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Minister James. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." James smiled and said, "This is all for the Federation. As the Federal Defense Minister, I will never allow the interests of the Federation to be harmed in any way." As he said these words, James kept his eyes on Kovro. The group boss immediately made a commitment. "Yes, that's right. The interests of the Federation must not be harmed in any way. To show my gratitude, I have decided to donate $10 million to the James Charity Fund to help the citizens of the Commonwealth." After he finished speaking, he realized that James' eyes were still on him. Kofulo spat in his heart, "What a damn greedy vulture. This time I'm really going to bleed heavily. And that damn Chihan group, why don't they agree to let me acquire their patents?" Chapter 37. Chihan and Han seriously affect the security of the United States. A dirty deal was made in this Ministry of Defense office. Kovro and James held hands tightly, and both of them had smiles on their faces. But the smile on Kovro's face was a little stiff. His loss this time was too great, and he had to make it back from the Chihan group. Afterwards, he was politely escorted out of the office by James, considering that he had contributed so much money. Kovro had been in the office for more than 10 minutes, but no one took the initiative to bring up the matter. Ignore it very tacitly. On the other hand, CIA, which received instructions from the Ministry of Defense, began their operations, and the headquarters assigned the task to the Asia-Pacific branch. The senior agent of the Asia-Pacific branch, who had previously marked the short and fat man as an agent and received a salary without doing anything, has received the mission. He frowned and opened the confidential mailbox to check the content of the task. After a moment, extremely fragrant words flowed out of his mouth. "Shit! Are those people at headquarters full of shit in their heads? Let a senior agent like me be a corporate spy and steal the information of a company? What an international joke!" The senior agent quickly thought of a solution. In the name of this mission, he submitted a report to the finance department of CIA and applied for special funds of $1 million. Of course, he was well aware that this application would be rejected and the amount of operational funding would be required to be reduced significantly. But this was also his purpose, to apply for the funds and then put the money in his own pocket. As for the operatives, they are even easier to find. They have recruited a large number of descendants of immigrants under CIA, including descendants of Chinese immigrants. If they are given tasks in the name of CIA, even if there is no funding for the operation, these people will rush to complete the tasks. While this senior agent was thinking, he had already selected several Chinese reserve agents. I picked it randomly with my eyes closed. He then sent a confidential email to these reserve agents. Mission codename, Woodpecker. Mission content, go to China, join the Chihan and Han group, and retrieve the important data of the United States that was stolen. Just a few simple lines, no other information. The Chinese reserve agents who received the email all made the same choice and accepted the mission. Among them are college graduates, elderly people who have lived in the United States for many years, working employees, and so on. However, after accepting the mission, the first problem they encountered was that there was no funding for the operation and they had to pay for it out of their own pocket. Another thing is that they basically don't have a Chinese visa and can only get a tourist visa. As we all know, China's permanent residence visa is the most difficult to obtain. So these reserve agents are facing difficulties as reflected above. The senior agent from the Asia-Pacific branch was extremely annoyed when he saw the feedback email. Don't you just want to make some money and outsource the task? Why are there still so many troubles? Why can't these yellow monkeys solve these problems themselves like their predecessors at CIA? Oh. Did CIA's seniors also refuse to work if they didn't have money? Is that okay? After being irritable for a few minutes, he took a sip and his mood quickly stabilized. Then the senior agent opened the accounts of the reserve agents and transferred $1,000 to each of them as operational funds. As for the $600,000 operational funds allocated by the finance department, they had been completely laundered and went into his pocket. After transferring the money, the senior agent continued to take pills and ignored the other requests of the reserve agents. At worst, you can just report to your superiors that the action has failed, and then write a few reasons for the failure. As for the life and death of those reserve agents, it has nothing to do with him at all. He would not waste time and energy to provoke China's Ministry of State Security. Isn't that just disdaining the length of your own life? Instead of wasting time on the United States, it would be better to focus on the pill and powder business in San Bianpo. This was the main reason why he took the initiative to apply for a transfer to the Asia-Pacific branch. As we all know, CIA is the largest pimp and snakehead in the world, and they also take into account the traditional craftsmanship of their ancestors. When the reserve agents saw the extra money in their accounts, their faces turned the same color as the US dollars. What can you do with $1,000? As for the more important visa issue, there was no response at all in the email. The others began to rack their brains to think of ways to complete the task. Among them, a Chinese student who had just graduated from university came up with an idea. He applied to become an exchange student and was enrolled in a university in China. Then, under the name of Huawei University, he applied for a work-study program and joined the Chihan Technology Group. Anyway, Chinese universities give special preferential treatment to foreign students. After making an action plan, the reserve agent named Xiangxi immediately took action. Find his mentor, keep his student status, and apply for exchange student. In the process of dealing with these matters, he not only spent all of the $1,000 operating funds, but also applied for a student loan. This is cause for celebration. What the busy Xiangxi didn't know was that while he was running around looking for connections, this mission of CIA had already been leaked. China's Ministry of State Security obtained the specific content of the mission. What makes them scratching their heads is that the United States CIA seems to have finally started doing its job. Special Agent Mission targeting China. But no matter how you look at it, it seems like a makeshift troop. Is this the most powerful intelligence organization in the United States? If it were the Ministry of State Security, such a task would not even be possible to get off the ground. So, could this be a trap? All the senior officials of Goan were on high alert. We are not going to take any action against the CIA agent who came to China yet, and we are going to play the long game to catch the bigger fish. The other side. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United States held a press conference. At the press conference, the spokesperson for the African American transvestite third-gender homosexual spoke to a large number of media reporters. Kavlo Group, a pillar enterprise in the United States military technology industry, recently suffered a serious commercial espionage incident. Chihan Industrial Group, a Chinese company, used special means to steal and destroy the data of Kavlo Group on aircraft carrier arresting cables. This resulted in the Kavlo Group being unable to continue to provide the aircraft carrier arresting cable product to the great U.S. Navy. This action of Chihan Industrial Group seriously threatens the national security of the United States. We hope that the Chinese government will deal with this matter seriously, return the stolen data to the United States, and compensate the Kavlo Group for its losses. The United States will next impose sanctions on all companies related to Chihan industry. Chapter 38 China's aircraft carrier-based aircraft made its first flight. After the United States Foreign Ministry announced this matter, it immediately caused an uproar. This is the first time that the United States has sanctioned a company in this way. It even involves other companies. It is obvious that they want to force the Chihan Group to death. At the same time, it also aroused the curiosity of all parties. What confidential information did the Chihan Group steal? Why is the United States so desperate? Ever since King Godaho was forced by the United States, he has been paying attention to the affairs between the United States and China. He knew very well that the current situation in the world was one superpower and many strong countries. China will be a strong rival of the United States, showing strong competitiveness in all aspects, whether in industrial strength, military power, or talent pool. Therefore, the sudden sanctions imposed by the United States on a private enterprise in China attracted the attention of King Salman. He immediately asked his attendant to give him the information of the company called Chihan. After receiving the order from King Salman, the intelligence system of the dog tycoon quickly started to operate. The rich dog owner doesn't have much else but a lot of money. Soon, relevant information was purchased from various international intelligence organizations. The main contributor of this information was CIA. Salman looked at the information in his hand with a frown. The information shows that Chihan Industrial Group is a company with a market value of hundreds of billions of yuan, and is also associated with many downstream companies. In addition, Chihan Industry has a very good relationship with the Chinese military, and is suspected to be a military-industrial enterprise. But Salman saw something else in it. This company is not simple. The downstream enterprises he is associated with basically cover all modern industrial categories. Even the dog owners themselves don't have such a complete collection. Even most countries in the world do not have such industrial capabilities. You know, there are nearly 100 countries that do not even have the ability to produce bullets independently. If faced with a devastating blow, the Qin and Han group would be able to recreate modern civilization on its own. The potential is terrifying. Salman immediately made a decision and asked his attendant to call his favorite son, Little Salman. Little Salman, who was having fun with many international models, immediately pushed away the women around him, changed into formal clothes, and hurried to the palace when he heard that his father summoned him. He saw old Salman kneeling there and praying, so he knelt down and prayed as well. After a while, old Salman, who had finished praying, stood up, and young Salman hurried forward to support his father. "May you be in good health, my father." Salman Sr. patted his son's arm. "My son, I called you here this time because there is something I need you to do." When little Salman heard this, his expression immediately became serious. "I need you to go to China and cooperate with a company called Chihan Industry. You decide on the specific cooperation project. My request is to reach a cooperation with this company." Little Salman immediately expressed his position. "Okay, father, I'll leave now." Then he bowed to his father and respectfully left the prayer room. Officials from the dog owner company have already arranged a private jet for him, as well as a 400-person accompanying service team. This team is only responsible for taking care of little Salman's daily life. His favorite car was already parked in the cabin of another plane. This private jet was also customized according to Salman's preferences. After he lay down, the hot stewardess offered him a lit cigar with both hands. Another stewardess had already boiled the stored red wine and was squatting beside him. Young Salman's attendant pulled up Lin Xian's information on the tablet computer, projected it onto the screen, and introduced him to him. During this period, officials from China's largest dog-eating country also quickly completed the application and visa for young Salman to visit China. After receiving instructions from the airport tower, Salman's private planes slowly started. As for Lin Xian, he didn't know yet that a prince from a wealthy dog family had come specially for him. At this moment, he has been invited by Zhong Jiangwo to go to a port to watch the first flight ceremony of an aircraft carrier-based aircraft. As the manufacturer of aircraft carrier arresting cables, Lin Xian is qualified to be invited to participate. At the same time, the meaning of Zhong Jiangwo's invitation was very clear, so Lin Xian did not have to worry about sanctions from the United States. The country is on his side. Zhong Jiangwo also knew very well that the United States was desperate this time. They wanted to exert enormous pressure through this kind of sanctions, so that the Chihan group would be deserted by its friends and relatives, and then obtain the information of Chihan's aircraft carrier arresting cable. When he first learned about this incident, Zhong Jiangwo was so angry that he laughed at the shameless behavior of the United States. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless." He took the initiative to apply to his superiors to allow Lin Xian to attend the first flight ceremony. The higher-ups also approved his application and stated that the aircraft carrier could be unveiled to the public and would no longer be kept secret. The meaning of the above is very simple. It means showing off your muscles. Draw the sword. Directly pointing at the beautiful country. When I was poor and had no weapons or food, you came to bully me and I beat you down. Now that I have developed and all my weapons and equipment have been modernized, do you, the United States, still dare to bully me like this? Then haven't I spent all these years in vain? When Lin Xian received the invitation, he understood that this was a way for the higher-ups to protect him. So he asked his legal department to prepare to sue the Kavlo group, and he himself came to attend the maiden flight ceremony. This is something that can be recorded in textbooks, and he will definitely not miss it. As soon as he got off the plane, Lin Xian saw Zhong Zhangwo waiting for him in casual clothes. He walked forward quickly. "Leader, how dare I ask you to come pick me up in person? I know where the address is. I can go directly there." After listening to this, Zhong Zhangwo showed a peaceful smile on his face. "Comrade Xiaolin, you must have been under a lot of pressure these past 2 days. Let me give you a shot of cardiotonic medicine. Besides, that is a military-restricted area. You can't go in without me leading the way." Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. "In fact, you don't have to come in person, leader. Just ask Comrade Wang from before to pick me up," Zhong Zhangwo said with a smile. "Comrade Xiao Wang, he has gone abroad to perform other tasks, and has not been in the country for some time. Get in the car, the first flight ceremony is about to begin." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhong Zhangwo got into the vehicle with military license plates. He wondered in his heart, does the General Assembly Department also have procurement projects abroad? At this moment, Wang Jiahao, who was at the front line of the Russian Bear and was driving a cat car with the Russian Bear soldiers, suddenly sneezed twice. Coincidentally, a bomb exploded about 20 or 30 meters away from him, and the flying mud hit him all over. Wang Jiahao didn't care about this at all. He had gotten used to this kind of thing over time. What he cared about was who was cursing him behind his back, causing him to sneeze twice and almost fall over. Chapter 39, Draw the Sword. Draw the Sword. After passing 3 or 4 checkpoints, Lin Xian and Zhong Zhangwo arrived at a military port. China's first aircraft carrier is docked here. The huge ship's hull appeared in Lin Xian's eyes like a lying mountain. Such a huge steel structure can bring tremendous psychological pressure to any human standing in front of it. The naval soldiers were operating in an orderly manner on the hull of the aircraft carrier. Each of them had a confident smile on their face. The sense of honor of being selected to become the Navy of China's first aircraft carrier almost filled their chests. Under the leadership of Zhong Zhangwo, Lin Xian boarded the aircraft carrier. Feeling the touch of the deck, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. This is China's first aircraft carrier. Important things need to be emphasized 3 times. Because the aircraft carrier is a military-restricted area and is not open to the public, Lin Xian can only stand on the deck and take a look, and cannot enter the aircraft carrier to observe. But that's enough. Apart from anything else, just standing on the deck and looking at the sea level in the distance can give Lin Xian a different feeling. The salty sea breeze blew in my face, and the national flag on the deck fluttered in the wind. "Comrade Lin Xian, does it feel different standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier and feeling the breeze?" Zhong Zhangwo's voice full of emotion reached Lin Xian's ears. "If it weren't for the arresting cable of your Chihan group's aircraft carrier, this aircraft carrier wouldn't have been able to form combat effectiveness so quickly. Comrade Lin Xian, you are a great contributor to our General Assembly Department. Don't worry, the country will not treat any meritorious official unfairly. Your Chihan group has been under such great international pressure this time. Do you want any reward?" Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. "No, sir, you are wrong. The real heroes are those who silently dedicate themselves to every position, and those who have spent decades to build this aircraft carrier. Without them building the aircraft carrier, even if I produce the aircraft carrier arresting cable, it will be useless. They are the heroes." Having said that, Lin Xian pursed his lips and then looked into the distance. "As for the reward you want, I won't hesitate to give it to you. After all, I am a businessman, and I do business as business." Zhong Zhangwo turned around and looked at Lin Xian. He was mentally prepared. As long as Lin Xian's request was not too excessive and did not violate discipline, he would agree. "The reward I want is very simple, that is, the country builds more aircraft carriers. Our country has so many provinces, 1 aircraft carrier for each province is not too much. In this way, Chihan Group will be able to sell more aircraft carrier arresting cables." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Zhangwo was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Ha! The reward you want is a little difficult to achieve. If every province had an aircraft carrier with a corresponding number, the Ministry of Finance would explode. It's a little bit unrealistic. Lin Xian smiled and said, "That's why I want this reward." In fact, he and Zhong Jiangwo both understood that the aircraft carrier arresting cables sold by Chihan Group to the General Assembly Department this time were all sold at a fair price. This is equivalent to the Chihan Group giving up nearly 10 million in profits. That's why Zhong Jiangwo wanted to compensate Chihan Group, which is also what was meant above. We must not let patriotic enterprises feel disheartened. What he didn't expect was that Lin Xian refused the compensation. "You must take me to have a good look around the warehouse of your Chihan Group sometime later. I always feel like you've got something good hidden that you haven't revealed yet. It's a deal. I will definitely entertain you well when the time comes." After a few simple conversations, Zhong Jiangwo and Lin Xian reached a tacit understanding. Next, the Military General Armament Department will gradually begin to cooperate with the Chihan Group. Lin Xian used his performance to gain an opportunity for the Chihan Group. One is the opportunity to cooperate with the military on a long-term basis, instead of the petty quarrels like before. At this time, a man in a rear admiral's uniform appeared on the deck. After Lin Xian saw his face clearly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity emerged in his heart. "Chi Fang? I can't say that this face is exactly the same as the one in my memory. I can only say that it is completely the same." The rear admiral walked up to Zhong Jiangwo and saluted. Zhong Jiangwo returned the gift, then he turned to introduce Lin Xian. "Comrade Lin Xian, come here, let me introduce you. Comrade Zhang Xiaozhong is the host of the first flight ceremony of the aircraft carrier-based aircraft and the person in charge of this ceremony." Lin Xian complained in his heart. "Have to. The name is correct. The appearance is correct too." It was indeed him. Director of the Strategic Research Bureau. Then Zhong Jiangwo turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaozhong. "This is Comrade Lin Xian, the supplier of aircraft carrier arresting cables and a partner of our General Assembly Department. Without him, our aircraft carrier would not be able to form combat effectiveness so quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhong excitedly greeted Lin Xian. "I really want to thank you very much, Comrade Lin Xian, for this time. If it weren't for your company, I don't know how long we would have been strangled by the United States. The maiden flight ceremony is about to begin. Comrade Lin Xian, please go to the viewing platform with Minister Zhong." Afterwards, under the leadership of Director Zhang, Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo walked down the deck and came to the viewing stand prepared in advance. Lin Xian noticed that there were many specialized cameramen on the scene, holding various cameras and aiming them at the aircraft carrier. This scene made Lin Xian realize that this ceremony might not be a secret ceremony, and the country was preparing to officially announce it to the public? Doesn't China always like to keep things secret? Lin Xian hasn't realized yet that this time the country has decided to show its sword because of the Chihan Group incident. After a moment, under Zhang Xiaozhong's command, this huge aircraft carrier began to start slowly. The whistle blew. Sail out of the port. The huge ship created huge waves. When the aircraft carrier arrived at the designated location, the carrier-based J-15 fighter jet, codenamed Flying Shark, which had been prepared in advance, began to take off. Under the operation of the pilots, these J-15 fighter jets shot out like sharp arrows. Above the sea, under the blue sky, they formed a battle formation. With the sound of wings cutting through the sky, these fighter jets carrying missiles aimed at moving targets on the sea. The pilot pushes the button and the missile is launched. Boom! 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 A devastating explosion occurred on the sea surface, and the intended target was blown to pieces. Those J-15 fighter jets, under the control of their pilots, cut through the white clouds without hesitation and flew towards other targets. After a moment, all 20 designated targets were destroyed and the fighter plane landed perfectly on the deck. The maiden flight ceremony was a complete success. Chapter 40: Critical Attack on Muyangdong. The photographers holding their cameras were frantically pressing the shutter buttons at this moment, trying to capture every frame. There are also special photographers who skillfully operate the camera to capture videos of the fighter planes taking off, landing, and destroying targets. These are all important material and will be presented in tonight's news broadcast, taking up 3 minutes. At this time, Lin Xian was thinking that if he continued to unlock the golden finger and unlock the technology of level 2 planetary civilization, he could produce black technology products such as aerospace motherships and space battleships. What changes will take place in China? As a time traveler, he knew very well that after China, which used to be in another world, officially announced its aircraft carrier, the treatment it received internationally changed instantly. Then, Lin Xian thought of something and asked Zhong Jiangwo beside him. Lead. Does today's maiden flight ceremony need to be kept secret? Would it be convenient to take some pictures and post them online? Zhong Jiangwo was clapping his hands with a red face at this moment. He said nonchalantly. No problem, take as many photos as you want. As long as you don't take photos of the interior of the aircraft carrier and post them online, there's no problem. Hearing this answer, Lin Xian took a few photos without hesitation and then logged into his Weibo account. Edited a short blog post. Today, I am very happy that as a supplier of aircraft carrier arresting cables, I have the opportunity to be invited to participate in the first flight ceremony of the aircraft carrier-based aircraft. I hope our motherland will prosper. After Lin Xian finished editing, he selected a few pictures to insert, and then clicked send. As a corporate boss who frequently broadcasts live, and with the series of events that have occurred during this period, Lin Xian's account has received a lot of attention. The moment he published this blog post, it attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. What? The aircraft carrier was launched? The carrier-based aircraft also had its first flight ceremony? It's awesome! This is so cool! We finally have our own aircraft carrier! Aircraft carrier, our aircraft carrier! When most netizens saw the pictures in this blog post, they were all overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't control themselves. It's too difficult. Aircraft carriers are one of the symbols of a country's national strength. It was the United States aircraft carrier fleet that stopped in China's Strait, leaving China's treasure island isolated overseas. Now China finally has its own aircraft carrier. But there are still some harsh voices among them. Haha, Lin Xian, you still have the nerve to say that you are the supplier of aircraft carrier arresting cables? Stolen technology, are you really giving me face? A country that can't even make a ballpoint pen, how can its private enterprises make aircraft carrier arresting cables? There are huge problems here. They are only stealing the United States technology. I am really worried that this so-called aircraft carrier will suddenly explode. The Kovro Group is the manufacturer of aircraft carrier arresting cables. Even if Chihan stole their technology, it will be useless. When the Kovro Group produces an updated version of the arresting cable, you will be dumbfounded. Oh, congratulations! What kind of expression will Lin Xian have when he faces a huge amount of compensation? Looking at the chaos under his Weibo account, Lin Xian couldn't help but rub his nose. I miss it so much. Before I traveled through time, such expensive items were rarely seen on the internet. Why do I feel a sense of inexplicable nostalgia when I see such an existence now? Afterwards, Lin Xian edited another blog post and posted it, about fried fish. Your foreign masters haven't even given you any bones yet? Why are you foreign-loving dogs starting to bark? Lin Xian doesn't have any idle baggage, so he can post whatever he wants. What went even further was that he set response restrictions. Anyone who wants to reply to this Weibo post needs to give 50 yuan to his charity education fund before they can reply. Lin Xian would definitely not let go of this opportunity to make money. When those Western worshipping dogs saw the subsequent blog post that Lin Xian posted, they were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Yang Shuping is such a person. He learned how to circumvent the internet firewall a long time ago and often looked at the world outside the wall. Believe that only foreign countries are free and democratic. The moon abroad is rounder than the one at home, and even the air abroad is much sweeter than that at home. He applied for a visa to the United States many times, but unfortunately his application was always rejected. He believed that he was rejected because of his yellow skin. To this end, he searched for various folk remedies on the internet, hoping to cure vitiligo. Yang Shuping was very envious of the donuts from the United States, so he contacted the donuts privately and donated thousands of US dollars to him. He was also preparing a plan to make the money go out, and was going to borrow as much money as he could from all his relatives and friends. Then he used his house as collateral for the loan, and also made a profit online. According to his calculations, he could get 1 or 2 million in cash, which is equivalent to 200,000 or 300,000 US dollars. By then, I will take so much US dollars to the United States and make a fortune doing anything. Today, when he was surfing the internet, he saw Lin Xian's Weibo. He was so angry that his eyes turned red and his hands were shaking. He knew that the United States had previously imposed sanctions on the Chihan group. In his eyes, the Chihan group was just a Chinese enterprise and it was impossible for it to manufacture aircraft carrier arresting cables. It must be stealing technology from the United States. Chihan group should apologize and compensate Kofilo group. Then return the stolen technical information to the Kofilo group. For this reason, he even went to the Chihan group's official website to lodge a complaint and insults. Until today, he saw that Lin Xian not only refused to admit his mistake, but also shamelessly posted on Weibo. How can this be tolerated? Yang Shuping immediately started typing away on the keyboard, writing a 200 or 300 word essay to criticize Lin Xian. The web interface showed that the blog post had been set with permissions and no reply could be made without a donation. Yang Shuping suppressed his nausea and donated to the Public Welfare Education Fund under the Chihan group. Then he typed out the words again and replied to Lin Xian's blog post. After replying, a pop-up box will automatically pop up on the web interface. Thank you very much for your help, which has given children in mountainous areas the opportunity to escape from the mountains. When Yang Shuping saw this pop-up question, he could no longer hold back his anger. He jumped up and punched the screen in front of him, breaking the computer screen. At the same time, there were many foreign admirers on the internet who suffered the same thing as Yang Shuping. They are all disgusted. Chapter 41. Director Zhang of the Strategic Research Institute. Time soon came to evening. News broadcast time. Lin Xian was lying in the constant temperature massage swimming pool, letting the water wash over his body. On the wall in front of him, the artificial intelligence Hua Ling was projecting tonight's news broadcast for him. The news about aircraft carriers is being broadcast now. As the host introduced in a clear and melodious voice, fighter planes took off from the deck of the aircraft carrier and soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the screen all felt their blood burning and boiling. I couldn't even help but cheer. It has been 100 or 200 years since the demise of the last dynasty. China has finally stood up. Giant war weapons like aircraft carriers have a huge impact on people. Overnight. The gestures of the takeoff commanders on the aircraft carrier have become the object of imitation across the entire internet. Many netizens imitated this gesture and posted it on various platforms, making it popular all over the internet. Faced with such a momentum, those Western-worshipping dogs collectively retreated. Although they don't have much brains, they are not really stupid. Right now, the patriotic atmosphere is high throughout China. If they jump out and say this and that at this time, they will really be asking for trouble. During the news broadcast, the two hosts casually mentioned that my country's J-20 had successfully completed its test flight and would be gradually equipped to various Air Force units. People who have no idea about fighter planes have no feeling about this. It is simply believed that China has successfully developed a new fighter jet. People who have relevant knowledge or are familiar with related fields all broke out in cold sweats when they heard the host's words. J-20 fighter. 5th-generation aircraft. A fighter jet that competes with the United States F-35. This kind of fighter with high stealth, high altitude perception, and high maneuverability is currently only equipped by the United States to its Air Force. This time, China suddenly announced that they had also begun to equip corresponding fighter jets. This means that China's Air Force strength has caught up with the United States. This is the real sword drawing. The moment this news was broadcast, the enemy spies in China were as nervous as if their butts were on fire, and they tried their best to send this news out as soon as possible. As soon as the White House of the United States received the intelligence, it fired the head of CIA intelligence in charge of the Asia-Pacific region. Arrange agents to take him to the Black Room for interrogation. Such an intelligence loophole actually occurred. If it were wartime, this intelligence chief would be shot. Then the entire CIA was mobilized, and there was only one thing they needed to investigate. How did China break through the blockade of carbon fiber technology? In other words, which country went against the will of the United States and sold and leaked the T-800 grade carbon fiber technology to China? As for the original sanctions against the Chihan and Han group, in the face of such a major event, it became completely unimportant. The situation in the country was still calm. Lin Xian even drank some red wine. A fruit plate was floating on the surface of the swimming pool. After the news broadcast, the military talk show will start. During the program, the host invited Director Zhang, who was in charge of the first flight ceremony of the aircraft carrier-based aircraft. General Zhang, it's an honor to have you on our show this time. You presided over the first flight ceremony this time and saw the takeoff and combat scenes of the carrier-based aircraft on the spot. Do you think our country's aircraft carrier is comparable to that of the United States? Director Zhang on the screen was smiling. It's an honor for me to be able to participate in this show. In fact, our aircraft carrier technology is still far behind that of the United States. The aircraft carrier launched this time was a semi-finished product purchased from the Russians. It was originally intended to be used to build an offshore entertainment city. The displacement of an aircraft carrier is only 60,000 tons, while the average displacement of a U.S. aircraft carrier is around 100,000 tons. At this point, Director Zhang held his eyes up before continuing. From this data, we can see that the gap between us and the United States is still very huge. We still have a lot of room for improvement. We can't even compare to India's aircraft carriers. When Lin Xian saw Director Zhang's performance on the screen, he almost laughed until his stomach cramped. He really deserves to be the director of the Strategic Research Institute. He just talks nonsense. What's 60,000 tons of displacement? Lin Xian himself was at the scene at that time. Looking at the position of the water level of the aircraft carrier, he knew that the displacement was far more than this number. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of a modern aircraft carrier is only determined by displacement. We also need to look at comprehensive data. Director Zhang is clearly trying to confuse the public and change the concept. The host of the show also knew some simple military knowledge. She forced herself to hold back her smile and continued the interview. We have received many questions from netizens on our show, and the most frequently asked question is about the arresting cables of aircraft carriers. Can you tell us a little bit about that? It is said that the U.S. Diplomatic Department has sanctioned a Chinese company that supplies aircraft carrier arresting cables to the Chinese military. Hearing this question, Director Zhang's expression began to straighten up, and he said in a serious tone, "In fact, the arresting cable of an aircraft carrier is the key to its combat effectiveness. It is not just a simple steel cable, but the lifeline of the fighter pilots on the aircraft carrier. Before the Chihan group came along, the only company in the world that exported the most advanced aircraft carrier arresting cables was the Kovro Group in the United States. The price of the Kovro Group's arresting cable is $1.5 million per cable, and the number of times a cable can be used is only about 100 times. On an aircraft carrier, at least 3 arresting cables are needed to ensure the safety of the pilot during landing." Director Zhang's few simple words made the host and all the audience gasp. It's too expensive. If you convert US dollars into Chinese currency, the price of one piece is nearly 10 million yuan. The arresting cable alone on an aircraft carrier costs at least 30 million yuan. Moreover, its service life is only about 100 times, and the number of takeoffs and landings of carrier-based aircraft is definitely far greater than this number. There's no such thing as burning money so fast. It's just a steel cable. Why is it so expensive? At this time, Director Zhang continued. And the aircraft carrier arresting cable provided by Chihan Group only costs 400,000 Chinese dollars each. At this price, I believe anyone with a normal mind would know what to choose. And as far as I know, Chihan Group signed a contract with Kofulo Group 5 years ago, and Kofulo Group customized special steel cables for Chihan Group. And the data of this so-called special steel cable for bridges is exactly the same as that of this high-end aircraft carrier arresting cable. Chihan Group has the complete transaction contract and related patent copyrights, and the customs also has relevant records. I don't need to say more about what this means. In the United States, when Kovro, who was watching the global live broadcast, saw this scene, he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Chapter 42. It's our turn to strangle the beautiful country. The reason for Kovro's rage was very simple. Director Zhang revealed everything he had done. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. All of China's current actions, including the exposure of their J-20 fighter jets, seemed to be supporting the Chihan group. If he were to face the Chihan group alone, Kovro was very confident that he could crush this company with his influence in the US military. But if China stands behind the Chihan group, that would be very scary. It is a great eastern country with a population of 1.4 billion and thousands of years of history. It is also a great industrialized country. From what he knew, the United States might even openly confront such a big country if it saw that there was no benefit. Whether it is those people in Congress or the military, they will definitely choose to abandon him. The United States has always been like this. The so-called civilized people are just a packaging they give themselves. After realizing this, Kofilo could no longer remain calm. He went straight to find the big shots he knew, ready to exchange benefits to save his life and property. He had caused this commotion before just wanting to fight to the death, but now he was in a situation where there was no chance of survival, so Kalov naturally became anxious. He had just made his move when he lost the game. Even across the Pacific Ocean, Lin Xian could imagine Kovro's behavior at this moment, like an ant on a pot lid. He immediately called and informed the legal department, which had been prepared for this, to sue the Kofilo group for illegal transactions within China. If the terms of the contract are violated, the Chihan group must pay 10 times the compensation as stipulated in the contract. Lin Xian would not miss the opportunity to kick a fallen dog. The legal department of Chihan Group quickly initiated prosecution procedures and submitted relevant evidence materials to the court. The local court accepted the case at unprecedented speed and issued a cross-border subpoena to Kovro. In addition, Lin Xian asked someone to magnify the original experimental data released by the Kovlo Group 10,000 times. After zooming in, the original manuscript is all covered with the Chihan Group's logo. When this crucial evidence was revealed, the public opinion on the internet instantly reversed. Anyone who is not a fool can see that it is obvious that the experimental data manuscript of the Kovlo group came from the Chihan group. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how these logos appeared. When this evidence was released, Kalov was simply abandoned. The banks in the United States directly froze all the funds of the Kovro group, then arrested Kovro, and all the industries under the Kovro group were banned. Afterwards, several big scandals broke out in the entertainment industry of the United States, causing countless netizens to become addicted to gossip and have no energy to pay attention to the affairs of the Kovlo Group. This company with a market value of over $100 million was swallowed up quietly. At the same time, Lin Xian also got the compensation he wanted, and the US military also extended an olive branch to Lin Xian through its connections. I hope to continue importing aircraft carrier arresting cables from Lin Xian's Chihan Group. Lin Xian welcomed this, but the price needed to be adjusted, $3 million per piece, no bargaining. Lin Xian actually knew very well in his heart that this was a sugar-coated bullet thrown by the United States. If he agrees to cooperate with the US military, the tacit understanding between him and the country will be broken. Anyone who tries to have it both ways and act as a fence-sitter will basically have no good ending. Moreover, the United States has not yet lifted its comprehensive sanctions against itself. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just offer a high price and let the United States make its own choice. If the United States is willing to be the scapegoat, then let it be the scapegoat. Anyway, one's attitude has been shown to the country. Now it feels like I am holding the technology to block the neck of the United States, which gives me a secretly happy feeling. The big-breasted blonde who came all the way from the United States to meet Lin Xian became furious when she heard Lin Xian's condition. This damn Huangpi monkey. They actually wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail the great American military. It's just a production technology for a crappy steel cable, yet you're raising the price for it? If it were any other country, the United States would have broken in long ago on the pretext of producing weapons of mass destruction. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she spoke in clear Chinese. Mr. Lin, the price is too high. I'm sorry I can't make the decision. I need to report back after I return before I can make a decision. After saying that, she took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Xian and said goodbye. I am very happy to be able to come to the beautiful country of China this time. I hope Mr. Lin Xian will have the opportunity to visit our beautiful country. Our country is the freest country in the world, and the business environment is also very free and relaxed. Lin Xian felt his palm being tickled, and then the big-breasted blonde girl in front of him took the initiative to hug him. I am very much looking forward to your arrival. When Zhou Ling, who was standing by, saw this scene, her face turned green with anger. Lin Xian patted the American military representative on the back, then smiled and said, Ms. Caitlin, thank you very much for your invitation. If I have the chance, I will visit the beautiful country. You must entertain me well then. Upon hearing this, the blonde girl named Caitlin smiled and said yes, then took the opportunity to say goodbye. When she reached the office door, she turned around and said to Lin Xian, By the way, Mr. Lin Xian, there's something I forgot to tell you. Mr. Kovlo, who had a misunderstanding with you, couldn't bear the condemnation in his heart and hanged himself with his shoelaces in prison yesterday. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly and a look of regret appeared on his face. Oh? Is this true? That's really a pity. When Mr. Kovro came to China to order special steel cables from me, he was full of confidence. I didn't expect the world to be so unpredictable. In fact, I never blamed Mr. Kalov. Everything is just business. May his soul rest in peace in heaven. Caitlin looked at Lin Xian deeply, then left the office, and her entourage followed her out one after another. In their belief, people who commit suicide cannot go to heaven. Lin Xian obviously said this on purpose. After Caitlin and her group left, Zhou Ling immediately took out the air freshener and sprayed it in the office. She was still mumbling while spraying. It smells too strong. Boss Lin, I heard that foreigners have a very strong body odor, so they need to spray a lot of perfume on their bodies. I almost fainted from the suffocation just now. When Zhou Ling said this, she accidentally sprayed Lin Xian twice. Lin Xian noticed Zhou Ling's little movements and felt inexplicably happy. Chapter 43 Chihan Hope Primary School. Lin Xian deliberately said happily. Oh? Really? How come I didn't smell it? It smells pretty good. When Zhou Ling heard this, she stopped spraying the air freshener. Her nose moved slightly, sniffing the lingering fragrance in the air. I want to find out what brand and scent of perfume Caitlin uses. Buy a bottle for yourself too. She will use the flavor that Lin Xian likes. Seeing Zhou Ling like this, Lin Xian finally couldn't help but laughed heartily. Zhou Ling, what plans do I have for today? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling quickly got into work mode. Boss Lin, your itinerary today is to go to the Hope Primary School donated by Chihan to present the scholarship. Chihan Group started doing this a long time ago, establishing various student aid funds and assistance funds. These fund projects are not intended for money laundering, but are truly intended to help students who are unable to continue their studies due to family reasons. It includes elementary school, junior high school, university, etc. Of course, those college students are not simply receiving financial aid. Instead, like management trainees, they must sign a priority employment agreement in order to receive a package of financial aid from the Chihan Group. Basically, those companies have similar projects, and doing so can provide the company with a steady stream of new blood. New employees generally have a higher degree of loyalty to the company. Zhou Ling is one of the beneficiaries. If it weren't for the Chihan Group's scholarship fund, she might never have been able to leave the mountains, and would have been married and had children when she was a teenager, instead of becoming an urban beauty like now. After listening to this, Lin Xian nodded and ordered. Since we are here to award scholarships, Zhou Ling, ask the logistics department to prepare some gifts for the children. Take it over when the time comes and give a copy to all the teachers and students in the school. Zhou Ling immediately took note of this matter, then conveyed Lin Xian's instructions, and reported the number of teachers and students in that primary school to the logistics department to avoid any mistakes. After receiving the instructions, the people in the logistics department quickly took action and began to select gifts suitable for primary and secondary school students from the numerous products of the Chihan Group. After eliminating most of the products, the logistics department quickly selected a product from the Chihan group. This product is newly developed and has not yet been launched on the market. It is just right for Mr. Lin to give it as a gift to primary and secondary school students, and to promote the product at the same time. Afterwards, they sent the current product to Zhou Ling, who gave it to General Manager Lin for review. This kind of thing requires General Lin's final decision. Zhou Ling quickly received information from the logistics department. When she saw the pictures of the products they selected, she couldn't help but frown. Is this a gift for primary and secondary school students? Thinking of the expressions those students might have when they received the gifts, Zhou Ling couldn't help but smile. Then, she walked into Lin Xian's office in her high heels, ready to report to Lin Xian. When she first walked into the office, she smelled the scent of air freshener, and the smile on Zhou Ling's face suddenly became sweeter. Boss Lin, this is the gift selected by the logistics department. Please take a look. As he spoke, Zhou Ling handed the tablet in his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at it and nodded. Okay, this is it. Ask the warehouse guys to pack it up. We'll leave now. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned off the computer and walked out of the office. Zhou Ling followed Lin Xian while sending messages to various departments. When Lin Xian walked to the door of the office building, there were already several special business cars parked there. The doors were open and the drivers were standing at the doors waiting for Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked into the car without looking around, and Zhou Ling got in from the other side. After closing the door, the driver started the vehicle smoothly and drove towards the destination, Chihan Hope Primary School in Ta Township. Ta Township used to be a poor mountainous township. The family only has 2 or 3 pairs of pants to change into, and whoever goes out wears the pants. If villagers want to go to the city, they have to cross mountains and walk for more than 10 miles. Transportation is very inconvenient and economic development is extremely backward. It was not until later that the government built the road and cleared the mountains and rocks. Then, the Chihan group came to recruit workers and invest to support the development of this township. Donate to schools, set up breeding farms, and establish special agricultural planting bases. In just a few years, the entire Ta Township has changed dramatically. Now every household has built a new house, can eat meat, and some families even have cars. Compared with the days in previous years, it is completely different. Thousands of people in the entire township work in Chihan's factories, and most of the women work in the local Chihan farms. Almost every family is connected to Chin and Han's business. The children of these families also have the same understanding that the Chihan group has brought tremendous changes to their lives. At the gate of Chihan Hope Primary School in Ta Township, the principal and some teachers were waiting to welcome Lin Xian. As for other teachers and students in the school, they were attending classes in the classroom as normal. This is Lin Xian's requirement for every school he donates to. Do not disrupt the normal teaching order of the school. For this matter, the school carried out a thorough cleaning today and hung up the banners. If Lin Xian had not made the request before, the principal would have wanted to pull all the teachers and students in the school out to welcome Lin Xian. After all, he is also from Ta Township, and he is sincerely grateful to Lin Xian, the boss who has brought great changes to Ta Township. Soon, the principal saw a row of 4 or 5 black business cars parked at the school gate, and he took the initiative to walk forward. Welcome Mr. Lin to our Taxiang Chihan Hope Primary School. As he said this, he led the applause. The other teachers also applauded enthusiastically. They had finally snatched this opportunity from other teachers, the opportunity to welcome Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the initiative to shake hands with the principal. Principal Lu, you are so enthusiastic. You don't have to welcome me like this every time. The smile on Principal Lu's face never stopped. It should be. It should be. As a principal, I don't need to teach students. This is just a simple welcome. If I don't do it again, people will definitely criticize me. As he said this, Principal Lu started laughing. Then he led Lin Xian into the school, and the teachers who came to welcome Lin Xian also rushed to shake hands with Lin Xian. Lin Xian responded one by one. Zhou Ling followed other Chihan staff members and carried the gifts prepared by Lin Xian from the car one by one. These gifts have all been wrapped in gift boxes with the big Chin and Han logo on them. Chapter 44. I've been caught in the rain, So I tore up someone else's umbrella. Chihan Group's professional filming team is also filming and recording at this moment. As a charity event, it must be filmed for publicity. Chihan's live broadcast room was also open for this purpose, and a few comments passed by in 2s and 3s. Why did Mr. Lin go to school? Oh my goodness, Chihan Hope Primary School? Is this the school donated by the Chihan Group? Don't you know? Chihan Group has been doing the Hope Project over the years, donating to schools and hospitals. I have received a scholarship from Chihan before. It's meaningless. I'm leaving. Going to school is nothing more than giving speeches, donating condolences, etc. It's boring. I still want to see General Lin perform some tricks. Lin Xian, who did not watch the live broadcast, did not know what netizens were asking for. At this moment, at the invitation of the principal, he came to the school playground. A rostrum has been set up here, and Zhou Ling and other Chihan staff also brought the prepared gifts here and piled them up. Soon, it was time to end the get out of class. Under the organization of their class teachers, students from the entire school came to the playground with their stools and sat down in order according to their class numbers and grade groups. Lin Xian had come to the school several times before to donate items and distribute gifts to the children. Some of the older children still remembered Lin Xian. They knew one thing clearly: when the Chihan trademark appeared in the school, it meant that they would have new gifts. So these senior children are more serious and proactive than each other. When the other children saw this, they all followed suit. After all the children were seated, the principal tested the speaker connected to the microphone to make sure there was no noise. Then he spoke. Students, today is the annual scholarship awarding ceremony. Let us warmly welcome Uncle Lin Xian from Chihan Group. As soon as the principal finished speaking, all the elementary school students sitting in the playground clapped their hands enthusiastically and looked at Lin Xian with expectant eyes. The principal then continued. Now please welcome this year's scholarship recipients, Lu Zichao from grade 1-1 and... The principal knew very well that Lin Xian didn't like those red tapes, so he tried to keep the ceremony brief. He cut out and skipped all the unnecessary links. Soon, more than a dozen children were called to the podium. Lin Xian looked at these children who were both good in character and academic performance, and then personally handed the scholarships to them. Encourage them to study hard and contribute to society in the future. Of course, Lin Xian knew that what he said were all clichés, and it was difficult for these children to understand this concept. He did this just to make these children familiar with the name of Chihan Group and plant a seed in their hearts. When these children grow up, they will more or less lean towards the Chin and Han Group, which is a good foundation. As for these scholarships, they will eventually be handed over to the children's parents, and the children will not really be able to control so much money. As Lin Xian was thinking about this, the scholarships were quickly distributed. Later, Lin Xian donated another batch of student aid funds, totaling 500,000 yuan, to help poor students in the school. However, this batch of funds was not distributed in public, but was distributed in a low-key manner after double verification by school teachers and Chihan's staff. This is done to take care of those poor students. Lin Xian knows very well that bullying among children is very serious. As for the children sitting in the playground, they didn't care so much. They only cared about one thing now. What kind of gift will this kind-hearted Uncle Lin bring them this time? The mountains of gifts piled up around the rostrum have made the children very greedy. Some viewers in the live broadcast room who had been sponsored by Lin Xian and were already in college were also curious and missed the gifts they had received. I don't know what gift Mr. Lin prepared this time. I remember I received an armored vehicle model before. It was super cool. I received one too. Mine was a transformable remote-controlled car. My neighbor's kid was so greedy that he cried and asked to be transferred to our school. +1. I still have the gift that Mr. Lin gave me. When I graduate, the first company I will choose will be the Chihan Group. Then you have to work hard. As someone who has been through this, I'm giving you some advice. It's not easy to get into the Chihan Group. You have to take an exam. Ah? The weather this afternoon was also great. It was cloudy the whole time, so the sunshade nets prepared by the school did not need to be used. But even so, the children could not sit still for long and slowly began to become restless. Lin Xian noticed this and naturally took the microphone from the principal. The camera crew pointed the camera at their president Lin. Children, this time the scholarships have been distributed. Next is the gift I prepared specially for you. This gift is only for children who are quiet and sit still. In an instant, all the children on the playground straightened their posture and sat down obediently. Especially the first and second grade primary school students, each one was more correct than the other. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Ling unboxed the gift and handed it to Lin Xian. The gift prepared this time is a pen, a special pen. Lin Xian raised the pen and said with a smile, "This is the first gift I prepared for the children. It is a dot pen, also known as a Maoliang pen." When the audience in the live broadcast room heard this name, they were all extremely curious. They had all heard the story of Mao Liang, the man with the magic brush, and were very curious about how the pen in Lin Xian's hand was related to Mao Liang. Then Lin Xian continued to introduce. This pen has several special abilities. First, it has a fingerprint unlocking function. After it is activated, only the person who has registered the fingerprint can use it. Secondly, this Mao Liang pen has a cloud transmission function. As long as the children start writing, the data will be synchronously transmitted to the cloud. To put it simply, the teacher can see when you start doing your homework and what you write. He or she will know exactly when you finish your homework. Do you think this pen has magical functions? After hearing this, the 4th and 5th grade elementary school students all looked down. Is this pen a gift? It is clearly a tool to supervise them doing their homework. As for the 1st and 2nd grade elementary school students, they were all excitedly shouting, "Magic!" The audience in the live broadcast room laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt because of Lin Xian's pen. Living Daddy. This is. With this pen, who among these kids would dare to leave the homework to be completed last? The spectacular sight of a lamp, a pen, and an all-nighter creating miracles will never appear again. This pen is really a rip-off. But it has nothing to do with them, they have already graduated and no longer need to do homework. He even hoped that Lin Xian's Chihan group could come up with an even more amazing gift. Since you have been caught in the rain before, you will naturally tear up other people's umbrellas. At this time, Lin Xian slowly took out the second gift. Chapter 45. Qin and Han industry are extremely evil. All the children in grades 4 and 5 present looked at Lin Xian as if he were a bad guy. Is this demon going to prepare some torture instruments for them again? The previous Mao Liang pen had already made them sick. No one liked the teacher to know when they did their homework and when they finished their homework. Under such gazes, Lin Xian unwrapped the outer packaging of the second gift and shook it. It's a set of clothes. The school uniform is relatively fashionable in style. Those 4th and 5th grade students all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a school uniform and it was quite pretty. Children all like beautiful clothes. Lin Xian shook out the school uniform in his hand, and the accompanying filming team used the camera to capture the complete details of the school uniform and showed it to the audience in the live broadcast room. This is the second gift I prepared for the children, school uniforms. This school uniform is woven from nanomaterials, and its primary features are oil-proof, waterproof, antibacterial, anti-radiation, and self-cleaning. Having said that, Lin Xian asked Zhou Ling to perform a live demonstration. Zhou Ling had already prepared the corresponding items, including hot pot oil, paint, sewage, etc. Then the staff were asked to hang up the school uniform and pour all the stained materials used for demonstration on it. A magical scene appeared. This school uniform is spotlessly clean, without any stains at all. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had seen such material. Oh my God, am I reading this right? With these clothes, does that mean I don't have to do laundry anymore? Hey, you're so disgusting. You don't even want to do the laundry. This dress is great. My son is 6 years old. He always gets dirty every time he goes out to play. It's a headache to wash his clothes. Mr. Lin, please post the link. I want it. Please give me the link, Mr. Lin. This is exactly my dream dress. I need it so badly. Some impatient viewers have already visited Chihan's official website and tried to buy such nanomaterial clothes for their children. Zhong Jiangwo, who was slacking off at work in the office and secretly watching the live broadcast, fell into deep thought. His focus is rather special. Radiation protection. Infrared and radar are all radiation. Is this the material of clothes that Lin Xian made? The principal standing by was looking at the school uniform with shining eyes. It was the first time he knew that Chihan had such a product. Clothes made of this material are very suitable for school uniforms. The school uniforms worn by children have a particularly high wear rate. They get dirty and torn quickly. You can never guess why the children will wear out their uniforms. Every time new school uniforms need to be purchased, it is easy to arouse parental objection. With school uniforms made of this material, you don't have to worry about these problems at all. The principal secretly made up his mind that after Mr. Lin's ceremony was over, he would ask him for a discount to buy several batches of one-size-fits-all school uniforms. The children at the scene were completely attracted by this magical scene. Hot pot oil, paint water, and mud water were splashed on this clothing, but it didn't leave any mark at all. In the eyes of the children, the clothes brought by Uncle Lin were magical. Children, do you want this school uniform? The elementary school students, who had been itching to try for a long time, became excited instantly when they heard Lin Xian's words. Want! Uncle Lin, I want! All kinds of noisy sounds resounded throughout the playground. Lin Xian pressed his hands in the air, signaling everyone to be quiet. I know you are anxious to get this new school uniform, but don't be anxious yet. It has a most important function that I haven't introduced yet. As he spoke, Lin Xian took the clothes for display in his hand, shook it, and the clothes became completely clean. The uncles in charge of research and development used a special weaving method inside this garment to sew the chip into it. The chip inside the clothes can locate the real-time location of the wearer. If you leave the campus wearing this uniform, your class teacher and parents will receive a notification. Lin Xian's words sounded like the devil's whisper, ringing in the ears of these students. Especially those students who are usually naughty and like to skip classes and sneak out of school, their faces turned pale. Are those uncles in charge of the research and development devils who invented such a horrible school uniform? The Chihan industrial group is extremely evil. On the rostrum, Lin Xian's voice continued. The original intention of doing this is to consider your safety. Nowadays, there are often cases of children getting lost or being abducted by human traffickers. Wearing this kind of school uniform can avoid this problem to a certain extent. The parents in the live broadcast room agreed with Lin Xian's point of view and couldn't wait for Lin Xian to put the clothes made of nanomaterials on the shelves and buy them for their own children. I know the children are very much looking forward to getting these gifts in person. No. I don't want to. If the voices of 4th and 5th grade elementary school students could be heard outward, the sound of rejection would probably be deafening now. Next, please line up and receive these gifts in turn. Let's start with the first graders. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian and his staff began to distribute gifts to every child present. The children in grades 1 and 2 did not know what these gifts meant yet, and they all received their Ma Liang pens and smart school uniforms very politely. When it was the turn of the children above 3rd grade, there was only one expression on their faces, a forced smile. At the same time, the two products that Lin Xian broadcast live quickly spread on the internet. Fuck, what a vicious product. In what state of mind were Chihan's RD personnel designing this? I'm worried about the mental state of Chihan's RD staff. They must have been caught in the rain before, and now they're tearing up other people's umbrellas. We all came from primary school. Why should RD personnel make things difficult for primary school students? I feel these two products can be further improved. I won't say anything more. I will now suggest to the principal of our school to purchase these two products, and try to provide them for every student in our school. Yes, that's right. I feel like the kids in our school need this. Those students who secretly brought mobile phones into school were disappointed when they saw the related popularity. What? Another product targeting their students? When they saw the live broadcast recording of Chihan Group, the rest of their hearts also sank. For such a vicious product, their school principals and teachers will definitely follow up to purchase it, and even their parents will buy it. For a moment, these students were filled with resentment. Chihan Industrial Group, you are truly guilty of a heinous crime. Chapter 46. Zhong Jiangwo came over following the smell. After handing over the gifts prepared for the students, Lin Xian, at the invitation of the principal, enjoyed a dinner in the school cafeteria, and then left the Hope Primary School. As for the follow-up, Chihan staff will come to install the corresponding data center so that the gifts donated by Lin Xian can be used. On the way back to the Chihan Group headquarters, Lin Xian received a call from Zhong Jiangwo. As soon as he heard Zhong Jiangwo's voice, Lin Xian instantly became alert. Comrade Lin Xian, I am on my way to your Chihan Group now. There is something I would like to discuss with you in detail. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious. What had happened that made Minister Zhong from the General Assembly Department come to him in such a hurry? Chihan hasn't been producing any military products recently, right? Leader, what happened? Zhong Jiangwo's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Today I watched your live broadcast, donating items and scholarships to Hope Primary School, which is great. I want to know if the smart school uniforms you donated this time are really radiation-proof? Can it protect against infrared and radar radiation? Hearing this, Lin Xian replied subconsciously. Of course we can protect against these radiations. Our original design purpose was to make school uniforms made of this material able to block most of the common radiation and protect the healthy growth of children. An expression of excitement appeared on Zhong Jiangwo's face. It actually worked. Okay, that's no problem. I'll be there in about half an hour. We can meet up and talk in detail then. It's not convenient over the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he listened to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone. Why did the leader suddenly ask this? School uniform? Radar, infrared radiation? Could it be that he wants to turn this smart school uniform into a military product? This is too outrageous. Although Lin Xian felt it was outrageous in his heart, he had almost accepted it as the truth. After all, a leader of Zhong Jiangwo's level would not waste time on useless things. Afterwards, Lin Xian called the production department of Chihan Group and asked them to prepare nanomaterials for the production of smart school uniforms. Be prepared. If Zhong Jiangwo really chooses to purchase it, it will be another huge order. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo's cars arrived at the Chihan Group's park at the same time. When Zhong Jiangwo saw Lin Xian getting off the car, he walked up to him enthusiastically and shook hands with him. Ha ha ha, Comrade Lin Xian, I'm here to bother you again. Behind him, the workers from the General Assembly Department who came with him carried the instruments off the vehicle one by one. These are special testing instruments used to test the radiation protection performance of your smart school uniforms. I came here for this school uniform as well. Zhong Jiangwo stated his purpose very directly. Lin Xian was not the kind of person who would procrastinate, and replied with a smile. I guessed it was this a long time ago, and I have asked people to prepare the nanomaterials for producing smart school uniforms, so they can be tested at any time. During the conversation, Lin Xian asked Zhou Ling to lead the way, and they went to the production department together in a vigorous and decisive manner. Chu Nanfa, who had been promoted, had already prepared the materials that Lin Xian had ordered, and also prepared an empty dust-free laboratory for easy testing. After going through several procedures, Zhong Jiangwo, wearing protective clothing, entered the laboratory and picked up the materials used to produce smart school uniforms with some curiosity. Chu Nanfa, who was standing by, started to introduce after receiving Lin Xian's signal. Leader, this material is a newly developed nanomaterial by our group. It has special physical and chemical properties. When its physical characteristic size is smaller than a certain value, its sound, light, electricity, magnetism, heat and other properties will show strange changes. We use this material to produce radiation-proof smart school uniforms based on these changes in properties. Zhong Jiangwo stroked the fabric woven from nanomaterials with his hand, and then instructed his men. Let's start testing to see if we can really prevent that radiation. The professional staff began to operate and fiddle with the testing equipment they brought. From Lin Xian's point of view, those instruments are basically equipment used by the military for exploration. Long and short-wave radars, infrared scanners and the like, he even saw a thermal imager. Under the operation of these professionals, the test results came out quickly. Infrared detection cannot scan this fabric. At the same time, either long-wave radar nor short-wave radar can sense a human body covered with cloth. Thermal imagers can sense human body heat under fabrics. After getting this result, Zhong Jiangwo couldn't hold back the smile on his face anymore and burst into laughter. Okay. The invisibility cloak material he had been looking for had finally been found. Use this fabric to produce ghillie suits, and then add a layer of material inside that can isolate the body's thermal radiation. When worn on a soldier, it becomes a perfect invisible cloak. On the wild battlefield, it can produce a surprising effect. Ordinary field soldiers, as long as they wear ghillie suits, are basically difficult to be discovered by the naked eye, and can only rely on these instruments to conduct investigations and searches. However, the fabric woven with Lin Xian's nanomaterials can perfectly restrain those common detection instruments. This is simply a material made for military industry. If all soldiers' clothes were made of this material, the soldiers' survival rate would be greatly improved to a certain extent if a war broke out. In particular, ghillie suits made of this material are given to snipers for use. Zhong Jiangwo is already imagining the birth of the invisible god of death on the battlefield. He immediately placed an order with Lin Xian, taking over the production of all nanofabrics of Chihan Industrial Group and providing it to the military first. Used to produce various combat uniforms. Lin Xian took great effort to scrape a little out of Zhong Jiangwo's mouth to use for producing school uniforms. After the deal was done, Zhong Jiangwo, with a beaming face, casually asked Lin Xian a question. Comrade Lin Xian, tell me, if I wrap this nanomaterial fabric on our J-0 fighter, will it make its stealth function better? After Lin Xian heard this, a picture quietly emerged in his mind. The mighty and domineering J-20 fighter was dressed in a school uniform with the Chihan Group's logo on it. This scene is horrible. Lin Xian felt that if he really did what Zhong Jiangwo said, he would be criticized to death. Although Zhong Jiangwo was just joking. Leader, please don't mess around. Which fighter plane in the world still needs to wear a piece of clothing? In fact, in addition to this nanomaterial fabric, we also have a nanomaterial car paint. That one is also radar-proof. Chapter 47 What kind of car paint can protect against radar? Speaking of this, Lin Xian actually felt a little embarrassed. It was because of the nano paint incident that the traffic police department came directly to our door. The end result was that the car paint was discontinued, removed from the shelves and no longer sold. Zhong Jiangwo was actually interested, and he asked directly. What kind of paint? Radar-proof? Comrade Lin Xian, don't hide the good stuff. If it's really effective, I can increase the order volume here. In the face of Zhong Jiangwo's real money, Lin Xian decisively threw away that embarrassment. Leader, this is it. When our R&D department at Chihan discovered the advantages of nanomaterials, we prepared to develop a new car paint. I want the car paint to have a better absorption effect and a brighter color. With the help of nanotechnology, these requirements can be met. After we developed our new paint, the effect of spraying it on the car body was also very good. It is widely loved by car owners. It's just that this car paint has a side effect, which caused very serious problems, so we finally stopped producing this car paint and took it off the shelves. After hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo became even more curious. What kind of side effects could cause a car paint to be discontinued and removed from the shelves? Harmful to the human body? Impossible. He had checked Chihan's information before, and this company would not do such a thing that would blind people to profit. Moreover, Lin Xian is also an ambitious person, and he would not destroy himself like this. Lin Xian seemed to see the curiosity in Zhong Jiangwo's eyes and said directly, After our Chihan car paint is launched on the market, we will first promote it locally and conduct market testing. Within 3 months of launching the product, our city's traffic police department saw a 45% reduction in the number of tickets issued. Zhong Jiangwo was becoming more and more puzzled. Wasn't it a good thing that the number of tickets was reduced? This indicates that the number of drivers violating driving regulations has decreased. Does this have something to do with the paint? The staff members who followed Zhong Jiangwo were also full of curiosity. Then the traffic police department came to our company. After investigation, it was found that it was a problem with the paint. When he said this, an embarrassed look appeared on Lin Xian's face. Our nanocar paint can block the speeding radar of the traffic police, making it impossible for their radar to detect the vehicle. At that time, most of the drivers in the city who liked to drive fast bought our paint. The final result is that, for the sake of traffic safety, we stopped production and removed this paint from the shelves. Hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo couldn't help laughing. This matter sounds outrageous no matter how you listen to it. Who would have thought that a car paint could actually affect the traffic police department? Zhong Jiangwo immediately urged. Is that car paint really that magical? I'm going to open my eyes today. He was very clear about one thing: the traffic police department's radar was more sensitive than their military's ordinary radar. After hearing this, Lin Xian looked embarrassed. Boss, I'm afraid we won't be able to see this paint today. The remaining batch of paint has been sealed by law enforcement. Without the relevant procedures, it cannot be unsealed and taken out. It is also impossible to produce. Our Chihan group is a well-known law-abiding company. We will never do anything illegal. When Zhong Jiangwo heard this, he nodded in approval and looked at Lin Xian with even more kindness. Yes, you are right. It's great that you have this awareness. After saying that, he asked his subordinates to apply for permission to unseal the sealed car paint of Chihan Group. The people from the city's law enforcement department saw that the application came from the military's General Armament Department, and approved it directly without any hindrance throughout the process. Special matters should be handled specially. Zhong Jiangwo received the relevant documents and certificates on his mobile phone, all of which were stamped with an electronic seal. Chihan Group also received email information from law enforcement agencies. After confirmation and verification, Lin Xian asked the warehouse staff to unseal the warehouse and take out the remaining paint. Soon, several barrels of paint with seals and Chihan trademarks were moved into this dust-free laboratory. Boss, this is the car paint we originally produced. Because it uses special nanotechnology, it has a shelf life of up to 10 years. There are no problems with it now, and it can continue to be used. While Lin Xian was speaking, Chu Nanfa had already opened a bucket of car paint. Under the light, the black car paint exuded a different kind of brilliance. In a practical spirit, Zhong Jiangwo ordered his men to paint the car paint on the military vehicle he drove. He even joked with Lin Xian. Comrade Lin Xian, if this car paint can't protect against radar, you have to compensate me with a car. Someone of Zhong Jiangwo's level naturally has no shortage of such a car. After hearing this, Lin Xian took over very naturally. That's for sure, leader. After a few months, when my car company has built the car, I will give you one. Zhong Jiangwo looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. Can the new car manufactured by Chihan Group be driven? But if it was a car like the cat car, he wouldn't mind. At this time, the staff of the General Assembly Department had finished spraying the paint on the car, and another group of people had also installed the radar on the road within the park. Zhou Ling has already arranged to clear a kilometer-long road inside the Chihan Industrial Park for testing purposes to facilitate vehicle acceleration. After all preparations are done, Zhong Jiangwo personally operated the military radar and signaled his subordinates that they could begin. Under the operation of professional soldiers, the military vehicle accelerated instantly and roared along the road. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the end of this test road. Military vehicles sped past, raising a cloud of dust that covered Zhong Jiangwo, but he didn't care at all. At this moment, he stared blankly at the data displayed on the military radar. No vehicle detected. Everything works fine. This is impossible. It was clearly at such a close distance, and I could see it clearly with my own eyes, but this new type of military radar did not detect the vehicle at all. Zhong Jiangwo's eyes became brighter and brighter. He quickly came to a conclusion in his mind. Lin Xian's car paint is effective. It can actually resist detection by military radar. In a rigorous spirit, Zhong Jiangwo asked his soldiers to drive at different speeds and continue several tests. All the results are the same. The military radar he brought really couldn't detect it. Zhong Jiangwo was so excited when he got this result that he almost jumped up. Radar is the eyes of the army on the battlefield. If you destroy the enemy's eyes, how can you not win the battle? The effect of this car paint is self-evident. Chapter 48: How many good things are hidden in Qin and Han? When Zhong Jiangwo left Chihan Group, he still had a smile on his face. The gains I got this time were really huge. Not only did he get the special warfare stealth cloak he wanted, He also got a special car paint that could resist radar. He could already imagine how shocked the military soldiers would be after seeing these two products. In particular, this nanofabric that can be made into special warfare stealth clothing can be popularized for use by the entire army and become standard equipment. It's time for me to prepare a plan involving the reform of the basic equipment of the entire army. At the same time, the work of conducting a technical survey of domestic private enterprises, which was raised last time, should also be accelerated. Thinking of this, Zhong Jiangwo looked at Lin Xian deeply. The Chihan group, which was able to come up with so many technologies, was the key target for investigation. He really wanted to find out how many products that could be used in the military were hidden in this small private enterprise. Lin Xian was also looking at Zhong Jiangwo with a bright smile at this moment. Although only a simple letter of intent has been signed now, cooperation with the military on these two products is a foregone conclusion. The funding for a single project is measured in billions. If you are more courageous, you can borrow tens of billions of dollars from the bank with these two projects. It only requires some operations and means, and it is a completely legal and compliant business behavior. However, Lin Xian just thought about it briefly, and he would not do such a thing. With the current size of the Chihan group, there is absolutely no need for that. Comrade Lin Xian, just send him here. After I go back this time, I will organize relevant personnel to test these two products of your company. If all tests pass, our General Assembly Department will send the official contract documents over. Walking to the front of the car, Zhong Jiangwo said to Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Your production department must be prepared. Once the contract is sent, it will be very busy. Lin Xian's face turned serious. Don't worry, leader. Our production capacity is fully able to keep up, and Chihan's system also ensures that there will be no malicious overtime. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Jiangwo showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then he walked onto the military vehicle and waved goodbye to Lin Xian. Lin Xian watched the convoy leave. The trunks of these vehicles were all loaded with samples taken away from the Chihan group, ready to be taken back for secondary testing. After the convoy completely disappeared from sight, Lin Xian called the people from the production department over and gave them instructions. Expand the production scale, build a new factory, and produce a batch of nanofabrics in advance as a backup. To avoid insufficient supply at that time. As for whether there will be a problem of inventory backlog, Lin Xian doesn't have to worry at all. Even if the military does not purchase it, schools from all over the country will come waving money to purchase it. The smart school uniforms that were previously live-streamed are essential products for every school, especially middle and high schools. During the time when he signed the letter of intent with Zhong Jiangwo, Chihan Group received purchase letters of intent from nearly 50 schools. And the Maoyang Pen has received nearly 1 million orders so far, and this was only a few hours after the live broadcast. Even Lin Xian himself did not expect that these new products would achieve such good sales before they were officially launched on sale. It's like a good start. Then he looked at his watch and saw that the time was up. Zhou Ling, you guys should get off work. Except for those on duty, illegal overtime work is prohibited on weekends. You will be fined. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched and walked towards the group's garage. When he is not working, he likes to drive himself. Zhou Ling and others looked at each other. What to do? I really want to work overtime. The company has just signed a letter of intent with the General Assembly Department, and they don't allow us to continue to follow up on the order? Why don't we let people implement the relevant matters quickly? It feels so bad that I can't work overtime. Especially these orders are all related to their bonuses and dividends. They wish they could hold on to Lin Xian's thighs and beg to work overtime. Unfortunately, after so many years of getting along with each other, they know one thing clearly. Lin Xian's will is absolute. If he says no overtime is allowed, then no overtime is allowed. Unless it is a special case. While they were having these thoughts, Lin Xian had already driven away from the Chihan group in his own car. On the other side, the Highway Traffic Police Department. The traffic police on duty saw a strange scene on the speed camera. The camera clearly captured the vehicle, but the speed radar did not provide any relevant data feedback. The traffic police on duty immediately alerted the traffic police on that section of the road and reported back to their superiors. Soon, the traffic police on duty responded after receiving the warning from the central radio station and went to intercept and inspect the vehicle in question. After a moment, the convoy that Zhong Jiangwo was in was intercepted and guided by traffic police cars to a safe section of the road for inspection. "Hello, comrade. We are the traffic police on duty on this section of the highway. This is my police number. Due to a notice from headquarters, your vehicle needs to be inspected. Please cooperate." Zhong Jiangwo looked at the traffic police in front of him with a strange expression. He already understood why he was stopped. "I used Chihan Group's nano paint on my car and conducted relevant data testing. Later, the paint was not removed and the car was driven away directly. So now I've been stopped by the traffic police. What's going on?" After realizing this, Zhong Jiangwo actively cooperated with the traffic police. Only after the on-duty traffic police issued the relevant ticket did he reveal his identity and produce relevant documents. At this time, the traffic police headquarters also called. When the on-duty traffic policeman learned the identity of the person in front of him, sweat broke out and he was a little at a loss holding the ticket in his hand. Seeing this, Zhong Jiangwo smiled and said, "It's all right, little comrade. This time, the problem with your traffic police department is because my vehicle was painted with a special paint and I didn't report it. I will pay the relevant fines, but we need to return to the General Assembly Department to conduct an important equipment test. I can't cooperate with you, little comrade. Go to the traffic police department for investigation. Terribly sorry." People of his level would never take advantage of their power to bully others and make things difficult for these grassroots on-duty personnel. On the contrary, Zhong Jiangwo highly recognizes those on duty who stick to their posts. "Give me the phone number, I'll talk to your leader." The traffic police on duty immediately handed the phone to Zhong Jiangwo. "Hello, it's me. I'm very sorry for causing you trouble this time. The young comrades who stopped me are very dedicated and good comrades. I hope they can clear the way and escort us back to the General Assembly Department." "Ha ha ha, okay, bye." After a few simple words, Zhong Jiangwo hung up the phone and returned the phone to the traffic police on duty. He was very aware that a few words or an attitude from him would affect the future of the people on duty in front of him, so he took the initiative to ask them to lead the way and escort him. The traffic police on duty were extremely excited. Chapter 49, Rubbing the National Treasure Giant Panda with Your Own Hands. Lin Xian didn't know that Zhong Jiangwo had been cheated by the nano paint. After he drove back, he made an appointment with the panda breeding base. This weekend he plans to go and see the giant panda he adopted. To be more precise, it should be that Gun was adopted in the name of Chihan Group. This is allowed within the rules of the panda breeding base. Companies can adopt giant pandas by paying a certain amount of money each year. Soon, the panda breeding base arranged a time for Lin Xian. The artificial intelligence Hua Ling also booked a plane ticket for Lin Xian. The next morning, Lin Xian landed at Jincheng Airport in a first-class cabin, and then drove a large G500 as a temporary car. When Lin Xian just parked his car outside the Jincheng giant panda breeding base, a sound full of clamps came into his ears. "Hello, handsome guy, can you give me a ride? Add your contact information." Outside the vehicle, a beautifully dressed young woman greeted Lin Xian enthusiastically. Lin Xian felt a little helpless. Every time he drove this type of car out, he would encounter this kind of approach. "Sorry, beautiful lady, I have something to do right now, so it's not convenient for me to give you a ride." He politely refused. How could a beautiful woman be as important as a panda? But the woman seemed unwilling to give in. "Sure? Are you sure?" Lin Xian had already opened the car door and got out, but he still politely refused. Sorry, something really happened." After seeing Lin Xian's face, the beauty half leaned on the big G500, fully showing off her figure. "Are you sure? I know a nice bar where we can go sit together." Lin Xian understood her implication very well, but still refused. "Sorry, I'm really busy. If you're in a hurry, you can take an online taxi." After saying that, he walked towards the gate of the panda breeding base. If it were in the past, Lin Xian wouldn't mind having a romantic encounter. But now, what he is thinking about most is the giant panda. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Xian's receding back and frowned slightly. She took out her phone, took a selfie of the car, edited it quickly, and sent a message. Sisters, I met a rich handsome guy, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed in chatting him up. The girls in the group immediately responded to her messages, and some even asked where they had met by chance. The beauty looked at those active plastic sisters and knew that the message she wanted to convey had been delivered. The contact person should now know that he has failed to contact the target person and will see what arrangements will be made afterwards. Lin Xian has now passed identity verification and entered the Panda breeding base. The staff inside is ready. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Mei Yan, the keeper who takes care of the Panda Guolai. If you want to have close contact with Guolai, you need to be disinfected. Please follow me. As she spoke, she took Lin Xian to a special disinfection room and changed into appropriate protective clothing. Lin Xian cooperated with her work very well. This is the star breeder, Jiang Zwamimi. It is said that this being has taken away all the panda's first kisses. Boss Lin, when you are interacting with Guolai, we will broadcast it live, do you mind? In order to allow the public to better understand the national treasure panda, our base specially broadcasts the daily life of the panda. You can choose not to be on camera if you mind. Lin Xian certainly didn't mind this. It's okay. I usually live stream and share my life. Mei Yan was very happy when she heard this. She talked endlessly to Lin Xian about Guolai's growth experience during this period, including when the panda Guolai eats, when he poops, when he is weaned, and his daily weight changes. I told Lin Xian everything. From this we can see that she really enjoys spending time with the panda. Then she took Lin Xian to get the food that Guolai like to eat. Because this is the first time Lin Xian comes into contact with Guolai, bringing food will help Guolai accept Lin Xian better. It turns out that he is a little glutton. He likes to eat a lot of things. However, apples, steamed bread, and this bamboo powder are its favorites. It's not that convenient for it to eat bamboo, so we prepared this bamboo powder for it. Of course, there is also this. All pandas like to eat pot milk. Lin Xian took these things and followed Mei Yan to the panda park. Along the way, Mei Yan tirelessly reminded Lin Xian of various precautions when interacting with pandas. When we interact with pandas, we must remain quiet and not make any noise or make any radical moves to avoid disturbing them. Also, when we are working, we avoid wearing clothes with bright colors, as that would make the pandas feel uneasy. The hygiene aspect is also a top priority. As they were talking, they walked to the panda living area. Before opening the iron door, Mei Yan turned around and said to Lin Xian, Actually, Guolai is a very cute child. Its neck is shorter than other pandas and its face is rounder. It is only 1 year old now and is often bullied by other pandas. By the way, its original name is not Guolai, but Hua Hua. But we often called it Hua Hua Come Here, so it took Come Here as its name, and then its name became Guolai. It's cute, isn't it? The more Lin Xian listened, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. The one I adopted couldn't be the Guolai that was loved by everyone. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared on Lin Xian's face. Really? I can't wait to see it now. Mei Yan noticed Lin Xian's expectant expression and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Then she took out the key and opened the iron gate. Lin Xian followed her into the panda activity area. Boss Lin, please wait here for a moment. The pandas are not familiar with your scent yet. I'll call them over and comfort them. As she spoke, Mei Yan started shouting at the top of her voice. He run you, Hua Hua, come here! When the staff member in charge of live broadcasting the daily life of giant pandas heard the shouting, they immediately pointed the camera at Mei Yan. The audience in the live broadcast room also became excited. That voice is hers! Damn woman, Jiang Zwamimi! I have a question. Why did Jiang Zwamimi call out 4 names when there were clearly 3 pandas? Is Mimi coming to collect the pandas? The timing is wrong. It's not time for the pandas to return to their cages yet. How can I become a panda keeper? I really want to pet giant pandas. Wait, who is the man next to Mimi? How did he get into the panda breeding base? When these comments were flying in the live broadcast room, the 3 rolling ones heard the nanny's voice and ran towards her. Chapter 50 Feeding the Pandas. Lin Xian becomes the panda group's favorite. Lin Xian recognized Guolai among the three rolling beasts at first sight. The one with the shortest neck and running at the back is Guolai. He is round and looks extremely cute. It's just a bit pig-like. Runway and Hai were running in the front and rushed towards their nanny. Seeing this, Mei Yin squatted down habitually, opened her arms, and wanted to hug the three rolling dogs together as usual. However, an embarrassing scene happened. Runway and Hai simply ignored Mei Yin. The two one-year-old pandas ran to Lin Xian's feet, hugged Lin Xian's thighs on the left and right, and even cried at Lin Xian. Trying to be cute. Please give me a hug. When Guolai, who was walking at the back, saw this scene, he immediately became anxious. It waved its forelegs desperately. Result. He was not careful and tripped over his front legs and hind legs, causing himself to fall. Under the gaze of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, the fallen Guolai rolled smoothly in front of Lin Xian. The cute round face is covered with grass clippings. It was still dizzy, but when it saw Lin Xian, it immediately started to cry. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was immediately touched by the cuteness. He bent down and picked up Guolai, while also helping him clean the grass debris off his head. Guolai seemed to be enjoying it very much. It stretched out its pink tongue and began to lick Lin Xian passionately. When Mei Yin saw this scene, her face was full of disbelief. These panda babies were all raised by her. Now, surprisingly, such passion for a strange man. This made her feel like she was being NTR'd in person. So angry. But I can't say. The audience in the live broadcast room were all laughing at this moment. Haha, did you see Jiang Mimi's frustrated expression? I live in Bumbu. When I saw He Yi and Run Yu running past Mei Mei, I felt like she was about to break. Oh my god! I'm almost melted by Guolai's little expression. Does anyone know the profile of the handsome dad holding Guolai? He's so handsome. My back teeth are broken when I think about Mei Mei raising a panda with him in the future. Ahem, let me clarify. He is not a new nanny. He is the person who adopted the panda Guolai, the CEO of Chihan Technology, Lin Xian. What? Pandas can be adopted? He's handsome and rich, isn't he my husband? Go away, what do you want to do to my husband? At this moment, Mei Yin had calmed down. She took the initiative to walk to Lin Xian and stretched out her hand, wanting to take Guolai from Lin Xian's arms. Boss Lin, if you keep complaining like this, it will feel uncomfortable. Come, let me show you how to hug a panda so that it feels comfortable. However, a scene that Mei Yin did not expect occurred. Guolai simply ignored her hands and even twisted his body to make it easier for Lin Xian to hold him. He Yi and Run Yu, who were holding Lin Xian's legs on the left and right, waved their claws vigorously, trying to climb up. They also want to be hugged by Lin Xian. After a while, there were 3 pandas hanging on Lin Xian's body. Thanks to the fact that they are only 1 year old now, their combined weight is only about 60 kilograms. The strengthened Lin Xian can easily hang them on his body. This is also the reason why these 3 cute babies like Lin Xian so much. They can smell the scent on Lin Xian, which is different from that of other humans. Mei Yin, who was unaware of the situation, was now in deep self-doubt. Even when she took out the bowl of milk that the pandas couldn't resist, Hai Runway and Guolai didn't even bother to look at it. It was not until this moment that Mei Yin gave up completely. However, another idea came to her mind. It would be great if she could keep Lin Xian in the panda breeding base. With his panda-absorbing physique, the daily work of their base can be made much easier. As soon as this idea came into her mind, Mei Yin herself rejected it. She knew very well that this was impossible. But her heart was still stirring. Otherwise, let Mr. Lin try other pandas. Will the same picture appear? Lin Xian didn't know that Jiang Mimi beside him was plotting against him. He had already put the 3 pandas down from his body, but these 3 cute creatures were still trying to climb onto him. Lin Xian was very confused. What did Qi Yu in the mythology like about the panda that made him use it as a mount and bring it to the battlefield? Then Lin Xian took out the bamboo shoots he had brought and fed them to the pandas. Faced with the food fed by Lin Xian, He, Runway and Guolai had no resistance at all and just opened their mouths to eat. Guolai, who only grew flesh but not height, was squeezed in the middle by two of his fellow species and became a sandwich. He and Run Yu were so absorbed in eating the bamboo shoots that Lin Xian fed them that they didn't notice Guolai at all. After they had eaten all the bamboo shoots, they set their sights on the bamboo shoots and Guolai's claws. You take a bite, I take a bite. In a short while, Guolai's bamboo shoots were snatched away by the two infinite pandas. Runwa even took away the bamboo shoots that Guolai had already peeled. Lin Xian rubbed Runyue's head. You are such a dog, you are such a dog. You didn't even leave the last bamboo shoot for Guolai? Runwa didn't know that Lin Xian was educating it, instead it thought it was a reward. There was a look of contentment on its face. This made Guolai very angry. Getting fat. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely melted by Guolai's performance. Guolai is so cute. This Erguzi is too mean. He didn't even leave Guolai the last bite. Give it the bamboo shoots. I said give it back the bamboo shoots. Lin Xian was so happy when he saw Guolai's look. He also rubbed its head. The feel is very good. The panda's hair is still soft at this time. Then, Lin Xian flipped his hand and an apple appeared in front of Guolai. This is Guolai's favorite food. Immediately it grabbed the small apple with its claws and started to eat it. When Runwe, the second dog, saw this scene, he stealthily stretched his head over and tried to grab the apple. This time, Guolai decisively raised a paw and refused. No! The delicious apple cannot be given to you. When you are with pandas, you can't feel the passage of time at all. Lin Xian felt that not much time had passed before it was time for the pandas to return to their nest to rest. The staff at the base began to collect pandas, which was their hardest job of the day. These little balls are either hanging on the trees or hiding under the wooden platforms, and none of them want to go back to bed. Mei Yan suddenly had an idea and said to Lin Xian in a tempting tone, Boss Lin, would you like to experience the work of collecting pandas with us? It's very interesting. Lin Xian saw Mei Yan's thoughts at a glance. However, he also wanted to know how attractive he was to pandas, so he readily agreed. Chapter 51 Military Exercises shocked Zhong Jiangwo. Just when Lin Xian was being chased and blocked by dozens of pandas in the panda breeding base, the Military General Assembly Department started a new material test. Those in charge of this test were several veteran military workers. The target of their test was the two materials that Zhong Jiangwo brought back from Chihan Industrial Group this time: nanofabrics and anti-radar paint. The fabrics that Zhong Jiangwo brought back yesterday have been made into ghillie suits, also known as ghillie suits, by the staff of the General Assembly Department. For this inspection, a reconnaissance team was specially mobilized from the army. They wear this special camouflage uniform to conduct field reconnaissance and concealment. At the same time, an information reconnaissance team was dispatched to conduct confrontational drills. The members of the information reconnaissance team are very confident. They believe that traditional covert methods are completely ineffective in the face of their technological products. Soon the drill began. The entire drill site is equipped with cameras to monitor every corner. Zhong Jiangwo and his team watched the surveillance footage in the command center. The field reconnaissance team, dressed in special camouflage uniforms, set off early. They followed their usual training and quickly found the perfect hiding spot to disperse and hide. Even with the presence of cameras, Zhong Jiangwo and his team found it difficult to tell where the members of this team were hiding. 10 minutes later, the information reconnaissance team entered the scene. They are equipped with the latest electronic reconnaissance equipment. As the captain, Liu Shoujing directly ordered, "Everyone! Turn on thermal imaging scan! Radar squad, get ready, activate the portable radar. This time we have to find all the blue team members without missing a single one." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole team took action. The 5 members of the radar team quickly took off their equipment and quickly assembled a portable radar in 1 minute. The 3 soldiers responsible for operating the radar immediately started working, and the other 2 soldiers were responsible for protection and vigilance. As for the other soldiers in the team, they were standing in standard tactical team positions. At this moment, they had turned on the infrared scanning equipment and thermal imaging equipment on their helmets. He scanned the training ground in front of him with sharp eyes, trying to find suspicious targets. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, nothing unusual appeared. It seemed as if there was no one else in this area except them. Captain Lu Shojing felt something was wrong. Shouldn't. With a casual glance, he could see several perfect hiding places where members of the Blue Army must be hiding. However, according to the rules of the exercise, they can only be judged as the winner after they have confirmed the discovery of the Blue Army's hiding place. Now we can only place our hopes on the radar squad. Report! The radar scan showed nothing unusual. The Blues are not conducting covert operations in this area. After receiving the report from the radar team, Lu Shujing chose to believe them and marked it as safe on the electronic map. He then immediately led his men to move to other areas for reconnaissance. At the command center, all the military technicians were shocked when they saw this scene. Impossible! The members of the blue team were hiding right in front of them. How come the radar didn't detect them at all? Is there something wrong with the equipment? Nanomaterials actually have such properties. The device background data shows that everything is normal, and there are no fault reports. It's incredible. This nanomaterial fabric can blind the enemy's reconnaissance troops. Zhong Jiangwo listened to the discussion of the technicians, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This group of people finally understand what it means that there are always people better than you. Normally when we ask them to develop new products, they always say that this cannot be done and that technology has not yet been broken through. Now it can't even compare to a private enterprise. In fact, as a technical official, Zhong Jiangwo knew clearly that what these military workers said was correct. Sometimes, if there is no breakthrough in technology, it takes a lot of time and money to trial and error to produce new products. But Lin Xian's Chihan industry is able to produce these mature products. God knows how Chihan industry chose its research and development route. This made Zhong Jiangwo feel secretly happy. He is doing this now just to make these military workers feel a sense of crisis and put some pressure on them. At the exercise site, Lu Shojing's team has already moved to 3 areas for reconnaissance. The equipment they carried with them showed that there were absolutely no problems in the areas they had scouted. But that's the big problem. Even a pig could figure out at this time that the blue team must have used a special method to avoid the detection of their equipment. Lu Shojing immediately made a tactical gesture, signaling the entire team to be on alert and guard against attacks. After receiving Lu Shojing's instructions, the entire team responded quickly. Unfortunately, it's too late now. The blue team has formed a huge encirclement, surrounding the entire red team. As they reacted and prepared to form a defensive formation, the blue team launched a surprise attack. In a short while, the entire red team was wiped out. During this process, the red team's counterattack also took away 3 or 4 people from the blue team. The exercise is over. The blue team happily escorted the prisoners away from the exercise site and accepted commendation from the exercise commander Zhong Jiangwo. When Lu Shojing learned that this time the blue team relied entirely on new camouflage uniforms to avoid their reconnaissance, there wasn't much surprise on his face. During the reconnaissance process, he had already had similar guesses. If it weren't for the new equipment, it would be impossible to avoid their detection using traditional covert operation methods. He also wants this new camouflage uniform. Immediately, Lu Shojing began to act pitiful towards Zhong Jiangwo. Leader, I don't agree. I suggest exchanging equipment with the blue team and continuing the exercise. As long as they wear these camouflage uniforms, Lu Shojing has no intention of returning them. After hearing this, the people on the blue team all subconsciously protected their camouflage uniforms and stared at Lu Shojing with vigilance. They had heard of Lu Shojing's name a long time ago. He is famous for stealing both equipment and people. Zhong Jiangwo also saw through Lu Shojing's little thoughts and reprimanded him in a stern tone. What's wrong? Do you think this drill is a joke? Write a 5,000-word self-criticism to your leader when you return. Your reconnaissance unit will undergo a refit in 2 months. Hearing this answer, Lu Shojing immediately showed a bright smile on his face. At this time, Zhong Jiangwo also received a confidential message. Chapter 52, CIA's Big Move. Zhong Jiangwo knew clearly where this information came from. The J-20 fighter jet successfully passed the painting test with new paint. The combat exercise test they were conducting here was just a cover, and what they really wanted to test was the anti-radar paint they brought back. Now that we have received this report, it is clear that the test was successful. And according to past practice, this new product will not be announced to the public immediately, but will be kept confidential as a strategic weapon. This type of car paint will also become a strategic material, and the General Assembly Department will also provide special funds to purchase it. The J-20 was designed as a stealth fighter, but their technology is not up to standard yet and can only achieve relative stealth. The enemy's high-power radar will be unable to detect fighter jets dozens of kilometers away. For such a high-speed fighter, dozens of kilometers are just a flash. Now with Lin Xian's anti-radar car paint, they may have to wait until the enemy sees the fighter plane with their naked eyes before they can discover it. In modern warfare, when you see a fighter plane with your naked eyes, it basically means you have no chance of resistance. If Lin Xian is willing to provide technical information, it would also be possible for the military's military-industrial enterprises to carry out production. Zhong Jiangwo began to think about the feasibility of doing so. Of course, he would definitely not use trickery to seize the company, but would let Lin Xian invest in the technology and get the profits he deserves. These thoughts flashed through Zhong Jiangwo's mind, but he still maintained a happy expression on his face as he celebrated with those military and industrial talents. Meanwhile, on the other side, Intelligence Analysis Room, CIA Global Strategic Headquarters, United States. At this moment, the place was filled with smoke, and more than a dozen intelligence officers gathered here, puffing out smoke. Lin Xian's photo was projected on the projector. The senior agent in charge of this meeting is analyzing Lin Xian's intelligence. Lin Xian. Chinese. Male. I'm 28 this year. Sexual orientation, female. After briefly introducing Lin Xian's intelligence, the senior agent said in a serious tone. Based on the intelligence we have received so far, Lin Xian is an important partner of the Chinese military. The products produced by his companies pose a serious threat to the security of the free and democratic world. We have previously imposed a series of sanctions on his companies and achieved significant results. The agents listening below had different expressions on their faces, but they all clapped in unison. In fact, they all know very well that due to the sanctions during this period, the Kovro Group went bankrupt, and the Navy's aircraft carrier fleet has not yet found a new supplier of aircraft carrier arresting cables. It is said that due to technical reasons, no company can be found that can produce arresting cables that meet the corresponding data standards. Moreover, the Texas Redneck Parade is still going on, and it is now growing in momentum and approaching Washington, D.C. In several states they passed through, they caused many $0 shopping events. Those congressmen are all having a headache now. At this time, the senior agent switched the projection screen and played a video. The content of the video is the battlefield between Mao Xiong and Air Mao. On the battlefield, small vehicles carrying Russian soldiers were seen moving forward quickly. Whether it is a steep slope, sand, or trench, this small vehicle can handle it as smoothly as on flat ground. The agents present had basically all undergone specialized military training, and they could immediately see the advantages of this vehicle on the battlefield. The name of this car is an amphibious all-terrain off-road vehicle, also known as a cat car. It is also a product of Chihan Group. Because of this product, Russia is planning to cancel the light infantry branch. With this tool, the Russian infantry can march up to 300 kilometers a day. At the same time, soldiers won't get tired, and their transport capabilities are greatly enhanced. Looking at the Russian soldiers shouting, "Yura!" in the video, all the agents had gloomy faces. The senior agent who chaired the meeting glanced at everyone present. In fact, this video had already been shown to the members of Congress. According to the information he knew, those masters were preparing to impose further sanctions on the Chihan Group and at the same time started bidding for the production of cat cars belonging to their beautiful country. In addition, in order to ensure that the Russian bear does not defeat Mao, they also urged the countries in the European region to step in and support Mao. The senior agent quickly pulled his thoughts back and continued. After the light infantry of the bear country changes their equipment, they can form such a strong combat capability. Then, if the country with the strongest army on earth equips its soldiers with such equipment, how much more horrible improvement will it get? Hearing these words, the agents present couldn't help but think of the war that their ancestors had experienced. Fear. The senior agent saw this scene, nodded with great satisfaction, and continued. We have previously carried out 2 plans against Lin Xian and his Chihan group. One is to arrange for agents to infiltrate his company and steal information. However, the agents who were arranged to infiltrate have not sent back any intelligence so far, so it seems that they have failed. Another opportunity was to arrange for a female agent to contact Lin Xian, but that also failed. We carefully selected that female agent based on Lin Xian's aesthetic taste. But Lin Xian showed a complete lack of interest. After calmly recounting his 2 failed experiences, the senior agent revealed his real purpose. Now the situation has been roughly introduced. And all the information about Lin Xian and Chihan group has also been sent to you. You have only one mission left, and that is to find a way to bring down the Chihan group or persuade Lin Xian to rebel. We can't allow this business to continue to grow. When the agents present heard this mission, they were all confused. They thought that the goal given by their superiors this time was to assassinate Lin Xian, a job they often did. However, it is very difficult to assassinate someone within China. But I didn't expect that they would actually destroy a company. This is probably making things difficult for them. Wouldn't it be better to just let the diplomatic department impose sanctions directly? Just strangle the Chihan enterprise by the neck, and it will be strangled to death. Soon an agent raised the question in his mind. In response to this, the senior agent's answer was very simple. Lin Xian has been working closely with the Chinese military. If we assassinate him, it will cause disputes between the 2 countries, and there will be too many problems to be solved later. This is not the optimal solution. The best solution is to shut down the Chihan group, or persuade Lin Xian to voluntarily join the United States. After hearing this, all the agents present fell into deep thought. How could they make Lin Xian voluntarily give up his Chinese citizenship? Chapter 53. Get the ambassador of the Bear Country drunk. After a long discussion, the agents came up with several solutions. According to Lin Xian's preferences, an ideal partner was specially trained for him to turn him against the enemy. This is a classic honey trap. As we all know, the real beauty trap is not to entertain people with beauty, but by Yue Guang's words. Long time no see. The US CIA agency has had many successful experiences in this regard. They even set up a special research institute for this purpose. In addition, there is also an operational plan against the Chihan group to push the Chihan group to go public. As long as it is listed, these capital tycoons in the United States can enter the market directly. They have very rich experience in financial operations. He could even use this opportunity to take over the entire Chihan group and kick Lin Xian out. The profit here is huge. There are only 2 plans left. As for the others, such as using drugs to control Lin Xian, they were completely abandoned. After the brainstorming session, the senior agent asked them to write up the 2 plans and submit them to their superiors. How these plans will be implemented specifically depends on when the funds are allocated. They will only take action once the funds are in place. At the same time, Lin Xian was already in Suzhou City, signing a new round of contract terms with Igor, the Russian ambassador to China. This time, Russia continued to order cat cars from the Chihan group, and the order quantity doubled to 100,000 vehicles. When Lin Xian saw the contract, he was filled with surprise. As far as he knew, the Russian infantry totaled only about 400,000, based on the data that a cat car could carry 4 soldiers. Is the Russian bear preparing to completely replace the equipment of their light infantry? Does this cat car perform so well on the battlefield? Although he had such speculation in his heart, it did not affect Lin Xian's speed in signing the contract at all. This is another large order worth billions. Soon, Lin Xian's flamboyant characters were written on the contract. After signing, Lin Xian stamped the Chihan group's official seal on the contract. Then he exchanged contracts with Igor and continued signing. Cooperation contracts like this are basically made in multiple copies. Igor shook hands with Lin Xian very happily. Dawalashi, thank you very much for producing this vehicle at your company. It has saved the lives of many of our soldiers. If there is a chance, I hope to invite you, Lin, to travel to Maoxiong, my hometown. My wife grills delicious bread and bubbly kvass. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and agreed. Of course, he only agreed verbally. It is said that a son of a wealthy family should not sit in the throne, not to mention the current state of war between the Russian bear and the Russians. Unless the situation is clear or it is necessary, he will not leave China and go to the Russian bear. Igor then enthusiastically invited Lin Xian to have lunch with him to eat his authentic hometown dishes and the Maori specialty, the water of life. In the banquet hall of the Russian embassy in China, Lin Xian looked at the transparent liquid in the wine glass with a playful look on his face. Igor, who was sitting opposite him, had picked up the wine glass, put it to his nose and sniffed it, then turned his head and exhaled. Then, he drank the whole glass of water of life and 92 degrees vodka in one gulp. After grinning for a long time, Igor picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth to suppress the remaining alcohol. Huh. It's been a long time since I had a drink of good wine from my hometown. Lin, you should also try this wine, it is very powerful. Ha 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 ha. As he said this, Igor started laughing to himself, as if he was drunk. In fact, as a member of the fighting nation, he was not drunk at all. He just wanted to use his performance to get Lin Xian drunk. Then an agreement was reached at the dinner table that the Chihan group could offer a discount on the cat-shaped cars it exported to Russia. The Russian bear's economy is not well off either. And as far as he knew, Chihan Group was still Lin Xian's private enterprise and he had the decision-making power. So this idea came up. Lin Xian actually saw through the thoughts of this Russian ambassador. After all, there have been no less than 3 similar incidents recorded in the history of exchanges between China and Russia. There was once a Russian general who was fed so much wine by Chinese diplomats that his stomach was perforated. He picked up the glass with a smile on his face, then poured the vodka in the glass directly into his mouth, and swallowed it as if he was drinking water. Since his body has been strengthened, his physique has reached the limit of carbon-based creatures such as humans. It was just a glass of vodka. In less than 2 seconds after drinking it, it was broken down by the enzymes secreted by Lin Xian himself. Then Lin Xian took the initiative to pour himself a glass and toasted Ambassador Igor opposite him. We Chinese have an old saying since ancient times, it is impolite not to reciprocate. This glass of wine is in honor of the ambassador, and I wish the friendship between our 2 countries will last forever. China has a drinking culture that has existed for thousands of years. Although Lin Xian doesn't drink much, he can easily come up with similar toast words. It was also extremely easy to get the Russian ambassador drunk. Seeing that Lin Xian had already picked up the wine glass, Igor immediately filled his own glass and drank it with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just swallowed the glass of wine when he picked up the glass again. Ambassador Igor, this glass of wine is to wish our friendship to last as long as the sun in the sky. Igor looked at this scene in a daze. Something is wrong. Shouldn't he toast Lin Xian, get him drunk, and make him agree to some conditions? Why now, it seems that Lin Xian has completely taken away the initiative at the dinner table. But now that Lin Xian had picked up the wine glass, he had to accompany him. People from the fighting nation cannot give in at the drinking table. What happened next was a natural progression. Lin Xian kept toasting Igor, the ambassador of the bear country. In less than 20 minutes, he was arm in arm with Lin Xian, and half an hour later, he was lying under the table, unconscious. Lin Xian asked the waiter to carry Igor to rest, and he leisurely ate a few slices of bread. While drinking, Lin Xian made the drunk ambassador agree to several of his conditions. The officials from the bear country standing by looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of fear and awe. Is this still a human being? He drank 5 or 6 bottles of vodka, but nothing happened. Is his stomach made of steel? So horrible. In fact, the strong alcohol in Lin Xian's stomach had been completely broken down and digested, and had no effect on his body at all. After eating the black bread, Lin Xian tasted a few slices of sausage, then wiped his hands and left the embassy. As soon as he reached the door of the embassy, he ran into Zhong Jiangwo, who came hurriedly. Chapter 54. The ambassador is alcoholic. Lin Xian plays bridge with the old man. After Zhong Jiangwo learned that Lin Xian accepted Igor's invitation to dinner, he chose to rush over as soon as possible. He had heard of the name of Igor, the ambassador of the Russian bear country, in Suzhou City a long time ago. He is particularly good at drinking and likes to get people drunk at the table, and then sign various cooperation agreements. This is very similar to the drinking culture of the 3 northeastern provinces, and I don't know who learned from whom first. Zhong Jiangwo was worried that Lin Xian would suffer a loss in this regard, so he hurried over to save the situation. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xian came out unharmed. This made Zhong Jiangwo wonder, has Igor changed his personality? Not forcing people to drink anymore? When Lin Xian saw Zhong Jiangwo, he took the initiative to greet him. Leader, are you here to see the ambassador of the Bear Country? The ambassador is drunk. If you need help from him, I suggest you come back tomorrow. When Zhong Jiangwo heard this, he hit Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Sure, you kid. Igor, that Russian guy got drunk. You usually look so gentle and polite, but I didn't expect you to have this skill. Come on, have a drink with me. When Lin Xian heard this, he immediately realized that the elder in front of him came specifically for him, and his heart warmed. 1 cup is not enough. If you drink with Brother Zhong, you'll need at least 4 or 5 bottles of white wine. A simple call of brother quickly shortened the distance between the 2 men, but when Zhong Jiangwo heard the number 4 or 5 bottles, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. His alcoholic liver disease can't stand this kind of abuse. At the same time, he also remembered that the man in front of him was the one who had drunk the ambassador of the Bear Country to the ground. Just as Zhong Jiangwo was racking his brains to change the drinking party into a health-preserving party, the sound of an ambulance siren came from far away. Then they watched as an ambulance pulled up to the gate of the embassy. Immediately afterwards, several people in white coats hurried down from above, carrying a stretcher and walking towards the interior of the embassy. At this moment, a bad guess came into Zhong Jiangwo and Lin Xian's minds. Could it be that he got the ambassador drunk and something went wrong? As a result, the good did not work and the bad did. After a while, the ambassador of the Bear Country, whose face was as pale as gold paper, was carried out by the men in white coats. Zhong Jiangwo grabbed an embassy staff and asked a few questions before finding out that Igor was suffering from alcohol poisoning. After getting this answer, Zhong Jiangwo turned his eyes to Lin Xian. You are good at it, kid. But now a problem has arisen. Will it become a diplomatic incident if Lin Xian causes the Russian ambassador to suffer from alcohol poisoning? If Igor gets hurt because of this incident, will it affect the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries? This is a very serious issue. After realizing this, Zhong Jiangwo made up his mind immediately. He pulled Lin Xian into his car and drove him to a compound in Cgo City. At the same time, the news that the ambassador of the Bear Country was forced to drink alcohol by Lin Xian and became poisoned by it quickly spread throughout the city. It became a piece of news that attracted much attention. Especially the leaders of the diplomatic department, they pay special attention to this matter, which is a very serious diplomatic matter. Especially when it was uncertain whether Igor could be rescued. Soon these leaders found out the whole story. It was Igor who had a strong will and forced Lin Xian to drink. He couldn't drink enough and ended up drinking himself to the point of knocking down. After learning the whole story, news came from the hospital that Igor had been rescued and was out of danger. These leaders of the diplomatic department communicated quickly and then issued a diplomatic note to the Russian Bear. Informed them of this. They did not take any measures against Lin Xian. As long as no one is killed, there's basically no problem. People in the diplomatic department are not that spineless. Moreover, for the Russian Bear, being drunk at the drinking table is also a very shameful thing. Maybe after this incident, Igor will be recalled to the Bear Country. At this moment, Lin Xian had been taken by Zhong Jiangwo to an old man's yard. Zhong Jiangwo was very respectful to the old man. He whispered to him about Lin Xian's background and identity. When the old man learned that it was Lin Xian's Chihan group that supplied those military products and played a role in the army's equipment reform, he pushed Zhong Jiangwo away without any hesitation, walked to Lin Xian with a cane, and enthusiastically invited him to sit down. Lin Xian recognized the old man's identity, respectfully supported him, followed him to the yard, and sat on a ceramic stool. The old man said to Lin Xian with a tone full of sighs, "Little comrade, you have done a good job, and your Chihan group is also very good. Come on, have a cup of tea with me. Xiao Zhong, go get my chess set." Hearing the old man's order, Zhong Jiangwo took the initiative to run to get the chess pieces, and Lin Xian also replied humbly. Without the sacrifices of our ancestors, there would be no prosperity for our country today. Then we, the younger generation, will have no chance to develop. These are all the result of the sacrifices made by our ancestors. When the old man heard what Lin Xian said, he smiled with relief. People like them who experienced the early stages of national construction will miss that period of history particularly well. At this time, Zhong Jiangwo also brought the chess pieces over, placed them on the small ceramic round table, and made tea for the old man and Lin Xian. The old man started playing chess with Lin Xian and at the same time talked to Lin Xian like an ordinary elder. The conversation was nothing more than some trivial matters of family life. Lin Xian answered with ease and had a very pleasant conversation with this seemingly ordinary old man in front of him. Of course, Lin Xian didn't let him lose on the chessboard. After simply making a dozen moves, he ate up many of his chess pieces. "General, you lose." When Zhong Jiangwo saw Lin Xian taking advantage of the chessboard and even making an unceremonious checkmate, he was so anxious that he almost broke out in a sweat. He had never expected that Lin Xian would not give in at all, and would not give any face to the old man in front of him. The old man looked at the unfinished game in front of him and did not try to cheat. Instead, he admitted defeat very calmly. "Shaolin, you are very good at chess. When you come to Sijicheng in the future, you can come to my place more often and play chess with me. Usually when they play chess with me, they lose to me on purpose, which makes the game boring. By the way, can you play bridge? Jiangwo is here. I'll call someone over, and the four of us can play bridge together." As he spoke, the old man pushed up his black-framed glasses. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I have never played bridge, so I don't know what the rules are." Then, he turned to look at Zhong Jiangwo. "Brother Zhong, would you mind teaching me?" Zhong Jiangwo looked at Lin Xian speechlessly. This kid is really lawless. However, noticing the gaze of the old man beside him, Zhong Jiangwo quickly spoke. "Of course, the rules of bridge are very simple. I'll teach you and you'll be able to get the hang of it in no time." Then Zhong Jiangwo began to explain the rules and gameplay of bridge to Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's brain, he learned it very easily. They formed a group with the nanny who was taking care of the old man and played bridge with him. They didn't leave until night fell and after having dinner here. Chapter 55 Unlocking Level 2 Planetary Civilization. The nights in the old city are particularly congested. Even though the road has been widened 4 or 5 times, it is still jammed into a long queue. Zhong Jiangwo, who was not drinking, joked to Lin Xian while driving. "I just received news from the hospital that Ambassador Igor of the Bear Country has woken up. Do you want to go visit him now? By the way, Lin Xian, did you take hangover medicine in advance? How could Igor be drunk like that? What brand of medicine is it? I'll take a few too. Ahem, I have a friend who often gets drunk when he drinks with his old comrades." Lin Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Zhong Jiangwo, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. "I'm afraid that friend is not you." "I didn't take any medicine. Maybe it's just my natural talent. I didn't know I could drink so much before." "Old Zhong, please stop in front for a moment. I'm going to buy some fruits and gifts. Since we are going to visit Igor, we can't go empty-handed. That would be too rude." Zhong Jiangwo rolled his eyes speechlessly. I don't know when it started, but Lin Xian stopped calling him leader and always called him Old Zhong. But he himself didn't care much about it. Lin Xian quickly got off the car and bought some things. The incident was completed in just 3 minutes. After Lin Xian got in the car again, Zhong Jiangwo said casually, "After an internal meeting of our General Assembly Department, we have decided to purchase a large number of cat cars from your Chihan." Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately pricked up his ears. "Leader, can you explain it in detail? You made the decision so suddenly?" According to Lin Xian's official understanding, the purchase of routine materials such as cat cars would take half a year to a year just to go through the process. Then there were many meetings and discussions. This time, Zhong Jiangwo blatantly revealed the news to him, which meant that it was a done deal. After hearing the leader's address, Zhong Jiangwo also glanced at Lin Xian. This kid starts to be polite when he sees benefits. But he didn't hide it and said directly, This time, I asked Wang Jiahao and some comrades from the General Assembly Department to follow the batch of cat and cat vehicles you sold to the Maoxiong to the battlefield front between the Maoxiong and the Ermao. Their observation report has been sent back. The Mao Bear army with cat cars directly broke through Ermao's 3 lines of defense. You should know from your current position that Ermao has received funding from the United States, and his military equipment is not weak. Now all the countries in Europe are like being kicked in the balls. They are supporting Ermao regardless of the cost to stabilize the front line. Your cat car played an indispensable role in this. So we discussed it internally and made the decision to purchase cat cars in large quantities. At this point, a rare hint of loneliness emerged in Zhong Jiangwo's eyes. In the future, our military should cancel the light infantry branch. As soon as his voice fell, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xian's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining enough influence factors. Unlock Level 2 planetary civilization technology. When Lin Xian heard this voice, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Level 2 civilization technology has been unlocked, so how far will Level 3 civilization technology be in the future? He immediately opened the system interface in his mind. The interface displays the technological products of various planetary civilizations and related drawings. Aerospace carrier. Space floating cannon array. Anti-gravity war fortress. Controlled nuclear fusion. If these technologies can be exchanged, a civilization can completely break free from the constraints of the Earth's surface and become a planetary civilization that has begun to move beyond its mother planet. For those countries on the blue planet, this will also be a dimensionality reduction attack. Lin Xian took a long breath and calmed himself down. Food is eaten bite by bite, and the road is walked step by step. Be humble and calm. There is still a lot of time, and these technological products can be exchanged slowly and then influence the civilization in which they exist. Zhong Jiangwo, who was driving, noticed Lin Xian's mood change and said with a smile, Lin boy, you have a strong ability to control your emotions. After hearing this good news, it only took me a moment to calm myself down. He thought Lin Xian was so excited because the General Assembly Department was going to purchase cat cars. By the way, why don't you change the code name of that cat car? It doesn't really fit the image of the military. Lin Xian, who had regained his composure, replied casually. Then call it a mountain cat. This name fits the image of the military. Zhong Jiangwo pondered the word for a few seconds and found that it was indeed smoother than cat and car. So he agreed. At this time, their car had already parked in the hospital parking lot. Lin Xian carried the things he bought and went to take the elevator with Zhong Jiangwo. After pressing the floor button, Zhong Jiangwo took a look at the gift bought by Lin Xian and couldn't help but look strange. Are you sure you want to give these things to Igor? Lin Xian looked down at the transparent glass bottles. It's okay, right? Isn't it said that the bear people grew up soaking in alcohol? This is their favorite vodka. Igor will definitely like it. No problem. Listening to Lin Xian's confident words, Zhong Jiangwo thought of Igor, who was sent to the hospital after being drunk, and deeply suspected that Lin Xian did it on purpose. Even if a person loves drinking, if he is sent to the hospital due to alcohol poisoning, he probably won't expect to see a bar as the first thing he sees when he wakes up. This kid has a really evil heart. But Igor, who had offended him, deserved it. Ding, 9th floor, we're there. As the prompt sounded, the elevator door opened, and Lin Xian followed Zhong Jiangwo out of the elevator and walked towards Igor's ward. As the ambassador of the Bear Country, he has his own private ward, and several military attaches from the embassy are guarding him there. After Zhong Jiangwo revealed his identity to the military officers, he was allowed to take Lin Xian into the ward. Igor was lying on the hospital bed, receiving N4 drip. There was still some confusion in his eyes, and he seemed not fully awake. Ambassador, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Igor was immediately frightened, his eyes regained clarity, and he refused with a big tongue. No, I don't want to drink anymore, Mr. Lin. I can't drink anymore. Seeing Igor's reaction, Zhong Jiangwo looked at him with pity. Good man, I'm afraid he has suffered psychological trauma from Lin Xian's drinking. Lin Xian didn't expect Igor's reaction to be so big. He immediately put the things he brought on the table nearby. Ambassador, you are now in the hospital and have been rescued. No more drinking. Igor also reacted after hearing this and felt relieved. He was just about to say a few polite words to Lin Xian, but his eyes accidentally saw the gift that Lin Xian brought. A few bottles of transparent, labeled with the Bear Country Water of Life, 92 degrees vodka. Immediately, the ambassador screamed. Chapter 56 New Forces in Car Manufacturing. Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo left the hospital very quickly, with an air of fleeing in desperation. It is said that the ambassador from the Bear Country needs several months of recuperation due to mental trauma. Lin Xian returned to his loyal Chihan group the next day. Zhou Ling, wearing black framed glasses and a brown hip skirt, was standing at the door of the office with a tablet in her hands. The top executives of other groups were also gathered here. When Zhou Ling saw Lin Xian appear, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Lin, welcome back. Before Lin Xian could speak, she handed the tablet in her hand to Lin Xian. You need to review these documents. There are some documents that require your authorization signature. Upon seeing this, other senior executives of the group also took out the documents in their hands. The meaning I want to express is very clear. Mr. Lin, don't try to turn down the job. As the highest decision maker of the Chihan group, even if Lin Xian delegates most of the work to his subordinates, there are still many things that require him to make decisions personally. If all matters are left to subordinates to solve, leaders will easily be sidelined. Especially the two powers of personnel and finance. Lin Xian nodded nonchalantly. Okay, pick out the documents that need to be processed first and give them to me. Then give the rest to Assistant Zhou for filing. I will review them one by one in the following period of time. Go back and get ready. The meeting will start in an hour. Zhou Ling, go make me a cup of tea. After Lin Xian gave the order, his subordinates immediately took action. There were more than 20 extra documents on his desk, and a prompt popped up in his computer mailbox, indicating that there were more than 100 items to be processed. After Lin Xian sat down, he stretched and started to deal with the tasks. As the president of the group, he has extensive experience in handling matters, and his body has been completely transformed, so his mind is exceptionally clear. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xian had finished processing all the documents, approving those that should be approved, rejecting those that should be rejected, and processing those that should be processed. By the time Zhou Ling made tea and walked into the office, Lin Xian was already trimming his manicure. She placed the tea next to Lin Xian's hand and began to report. Boss Lin, we have received an invitation from the official TV station and would like to invite you to participate in an interview on a program. This invitation was sent last week. Should we turn it down? Zhou Ling's idea was very simple. This kind of interview with official TV stations was often a thankless task and completely useless. There are even some scammers who like to pretend to be people from official TV stations and use the name of program interviews to defraud money. Of course, as Lin Xian's assistant, Zhou Ling used her connections to inquire about the invitation as soon as she received it. Only after confirming that the interview was conducted by a genuine official reporter would she report to Lin Xian today. Lin Xian remembered that when he left Cgo City, Zhong Jiangwo mentioned to him that someone from the official would come to interview him. Okay, let's schedule the interview for next week. Take a look at my schedule and decide which day would be appropriate. How is the construction progress of the depot? Zhou Ling responded quickly. Okay, Mr. Lin, your schedule next Wednesday is not full, so you can spare half a day for the interview. I will contact the person in charge of this interview according to this time. The construction of Chihan's automobile production workshop has been completed, and the production line is being debugged. It is expected to start production next month. Lin Xian nodded. Everything was pretty much as he had planned. In addition to producing Chihan's own brand vehicles as originally planned, the newly built car factory will also allocate part of its production capacity to produce cat cars. No, it should be a bobcat. Be prepared to take over the order from the General Assembly Department. Lin Xian knew clearly that once the General Assembly Department made the final decision, it would be an extremely huge order. We have to thank the sanctions imposed by the United States. Lin Xian silently expressed his gratitude in his heart. Of course, if he found the opportunity, he wouldn't mind giving that car company a hard blow. By now, Lin Xian already knows which company was pushing for sanctions against him. It's normal business competition. Understand? Soon it was time for the meeting. More than 50 senior managers of Chihan Group were already seated in conference room 1, waiting for Lin Xian's arrival. The meeting room was extremely quiet. All the senior managers sat upright with stern expressions. Lin Xian also put down the teacup in his hand and stood up from the leather seat. Zhou Ling pulled the corner of his clothes for him. Afterwards, Lin Xian walked out of the office with an imposing manner. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin." When the Chihan employees passing by saw Lin Xian, without exception, they all bowed and greeted him. Lin Xian did not respond to them, and continued to walk towards the meeting room. Zhou Ling followed closely behind Lin Xian. When Lin Xian walked to the door of the conference room, the two people guarding outside took the initiative to push open the two crimson doors for Lin Xian. The moment the door of the conference room opened, all the senior managers who were sitting there stood up, and when they saw Lin Xian walking in, they greeted him in unison. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The huge voice echoed in the conference room. Lin Xian remained calm and just nodded slightly. "Everyone, please sit down." Brush. Almost in an instant, all these senior managers were doing their jobs well. Lin Xian walked to the center of the conference room, where his seat was. There is also a huge display screen above his head so that others in the conference room can see him. After Lin Xian sat down in his seat, he started the meeting directly. "Today is the usual monthly meeting. Each department should report to me your work summary, starting with the production department. Chihan Industrial Group does not have so many miscellaneous meetings. From the time Lin Xian took over until now, there have only been monthly meetings, annual meetings, and year-end summary meetings. Compared to those companies that have to hold morning meetings, afternoon meetings, evening meetings, weekly meetings, monthly meetings, and require employees to write reports every day, Chihan's meetings are simply unspeakably relaxed. If it weren't necessary to hold a meeting once a month to get to know the company's situation, Lin Xian actually didn't want to even hold the monthly meeting." After hearing Lin Xian's voice, the head of the production department immediately stood up and began his report. "This month, our production department completed the production plan." After the person in charge finished his report, the next person in charge quickly stood up and continued his report without any delay. Chapter 57, High-Energy Battery Technology. Lin Xian walked out of the meeting room with a relaxed look on his face. Assistant Zhou Ling followed him quickly with a tablet in hand, ready to record the next itinerary item. "Zhou Ling, let's go to the RD department next." Lin Xian smiled slightly and said to the assistant beside him. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Zhou Ling nodded in understanding and quickly swiped a few times on the tablet. The two soon arrived at the RD department building of Chihan Industrial Group. As soon as you enter the door, a busy and compact atmosphere hits you. Technicians were busy at their workstations, complex technical diagrams flashing on their computer screens, while the hum of running machines filled the entire room. At this time, Chu Nanfa, the head of the RD department, came over with a cheerful face. "Boss Lin, long time no see." Lin Xian shook hands with him, with approval in his eyes. Chu Nanfa is a pragmatic and smart middle-aged man who can always implement Lin Xian's intentions perfectly. "Boss Lin, our electric car project has made new progress," Chu Nanfa said with a little excitement. "Please follow me." They led Lin Xian through a bright corridor and came to an exhibition hall, where they were greeted by a fully assembled tram. Lin Xian looked around and found that the designs of these cars were simple yet elegant, especially the bright colors and smart shapes, which were eye-catching. The appearance models of these trams were based on his memory of Wuling's mini-series. The main focus is on a youthful model targeting the young people's market. Of course, the most important point is that the car you own is cheap enough. Zhou Ling was completely attracted by these small vehicles, especially the pink one. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "It's really cute!" Chu Nanfa noticed her reaction and said with a smile, "The design of this car is mainly aimed at young users. It is simple and fashionable, and has excellent performance. I remember the design drawings of the high-energy battery that you gave me, Mr. Lin." Chu Nanfa turned to Lin Xian, his eyes full of admiration, and continued. The efficiency and range of this battery are both beyond similar products on the market. It can be said to be ahead of its time. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He understood that these battery technologies were disruptive at this stage. That was the technology he exchanged from the system using the impact factor. The potential of this technology has not yet been fully tapped, and we still have a lot of room for improvement in the future. According to our tests, this battery technology has a 60% higher storage capacity than those currently on the market. It can make the vehicle's maximum range reach 600 kilometers. Plus, there's no loss of power in extremely cold conditions. It can be perfectly adapted to all driving conditions in our country. Chu Nanfa became more and more excited as he spoke, and his face turned red. I dare say that this battery technology can bring about a technological revolution in the energy industry. Lin Xian looked at Chu Nanfa's excited expression, but his thoughts drifted away. Zhong Jiangwo's old face appeared in his mind. Could it be that such battery technology was going to be stolen by him again? Then Lin Xian shook his head, throwing the idea out of his mind. The military should have no shortage of such high-energy battery technology. After all, this is just the technology of surface civilization. I'm going to trouble you, old Shu, for the next period of time. All tests on these sample vehicles will be completed and sent to various departments for declaration. We are going to participate in the Guangzhou Auto Show this time and make sure we can be a big hit at the auto show. Chu Nanfa heard this and immediately patted his chest and said, I promise. At this time, Lin Xian noticed that Zhou Ling's eyes kept drifting towards the mini-trams, and he coughed lightly. Zhou Ling, go to the patent office and apply for relevant patent technology. Get the specific information from Lao Chu. In accordance with past practice, relevant technologies are kept confidential to ensure that they will not be leaked. Also register a trademark for high-energy batteries and establish a related company. You serve as the legal representative. Chu Nanfa's words made Lin Xian realize that this high-energy battery means a huge market. Energy market. This market is still a blue ocean. If Chihan industry can enter this market with its high-energy battery technology, then it will become the rule maker in this field in the future. After hearing this, Zhou Ling quickly withdrew his gaze. Yes, Mr. Lin. She had no objection at all to Lin Xian asking her to be the legal representative, even though she knew it could land her in jail. But she was also very clear about one thing: Lin Xian was not that kind of person. If Lin Xian is, then she is blind and has mistaken him. She admits it. This is also one of the reasons why she was able to serve as Lin Xian's assistant. Chu Nanfa kept the relevant data confidential, then put them into a USB drive and gave it to Zhou Ling. Then Zhou Ling left in her high heels. She was going to print the materials and make relevant preparations. Lin Xian stayed here and continued to discuss the details of the tram with Chu Nanfa. Not long. There was a roar coming from the Chihan Group's underground garage, and a big red sports car drove out like lightning. In the sports car, Zhou Ling, who had taken off his flat-framed glasses, looked heroic. The whole person was in completely different state compared to when he was in front of Lin Xian. With her skillful driving skills, the sports car stopped in front of the city's patent office. Because of the Chihan Group's special status in the city, Zhou Ling's patent application was easily approved. The staff of the patent office will archive the relevant information and upload it to the headquarters of the National Patent Office for filing. Just wait 3 working days and the relevant certificates will be delivered to Chihan Group. After dealing with these matters, Zhou Ling drove to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Department in a swift and decisive manner. Use your own ID card to register a limited liability company. The registered capital will be provided by Chihan Group and the controlling rights will belong to Chihan Group. We also applied for the company's business scope, battery-related industries. Because of the current national policy, Zhou Ling only waited for a few minutes before obtaining the relevant certificate and the company's official seal. She called her team and asked the Human Resources Department to screen and transfer relevant employees to the new company. For the employees of Chihan Group, this is a normal internal personnel adjustment, and they must obey it completely. In a short while, the administrative team of this new company was established, and even the office location was arranged. All relevant welfare benefits for employees have been implemented. The only thing missing is Lin Xian to fill the business and technical departments, and then the company will be fully established. It only took a few hours from head to toe. This is Zhou Ling's ability. Chapter 58 Join Forces against Chihan. The CEOs of several domestic car companies met again, and their faces did not look very good. During this period of time, they have jointly launched price cuts and discounts in order to target the Chihan group. The results are very obvious. The sales of their cars clearly showed an upward trend, with the best-selling one even increasing by 40%. Now the internet is full of gratitude to Lin Xian, thanking Lin Xian for lowering the price of the car. However, the bosses of these car companies strongly disagree with this. In their eyes, they should have earned more, and the money lost from the discount. This is more painful than cutting their flesh. This time they met here to confirm one thing, whether or not to continue the price war. The CEO of JM was the first to put forward his ideas. I think we should continue to persevere. This time, Chihan Group has applied for the annual auto show in Yangqing. At least before then, we can't raise the price back up, otherwise all our previous efforts will be in vain. I think everyone knows how strong Chihan's industrial capacity is. Even our companies purchase parts from Chihan. If we let him get into the car manufacturing business, our lives will be really hard in the future. After saying that, he took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and exhaled the smoke. In fact, all the other CEOs present had similar ideas. It is possible to purchase parts produced by Chihan and make Chihan their supplier. But letting Chihan start making cars and taking a bite out of their cake is absolutely unacceptable, and they must be severely suppressed. At this time, the CEO of Zhiguan said with a smile, I heard that the United States has announced its third sanctions against the Chihan Group. This time, it seems that even the European countries have sanctioned the Chihan Group as well. All the foreign companies that have cooperated with Chihan have announced that they will sever their cooperation. I wonder if Mr. Lin Xian can survive this. If Chihan can't make it, we'll probably have to find a new supplier. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Yes. If Chin and Han were gone, where do they find such cheap and easy-to-use parts? Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. These bosses quickly came up with a solution. Raise the price. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep. Ultimately, consumers will pay the bill. It's just that they earn less. Or, after returning, ask the company's engineers to find a way to reduce the amount of materials used in their cars? There are always more solutions than problems. In the end, they decided to continue to lower prices and force the Chihan Group to give up making cars. At the same time, Lin Xian was here. He is inviting people from relevant national departments to come and test and evaluate his trams. Luo Zhenghua is the person in charge of this trip. When he saw the trams in front of him, he was stunned. He knew a long time ago that Chihan Group had plans to build cars. Even the application for the plan was approved by him. But he didn't expect that the so-called new energy vehicle that Lin Xian wrote in the plan was actually an electric car. Lin Xian took the initiative to introduce himself to him. Director Luo. This is our Chihan's new car. New energy vehicles. I think this will be the future direction of our Chinese auto industry. Oil energy will eventually run out, and electricity will be the perfect substitute. Electricity is clean and environmentally friendly, and does not pollute the environment. Using new energy vehicles to travel can effectively reduce carbon emissions and reduce pollution to the environment. During the explanation, Lin Xian emphasized the role of electricity in environmental protection. Luo Zhenghua nodded in approval. He knew that what Lin Xian said was correct, and he also understood Lin Xian's hint. Internationally, the United States often uses the issue of environmental protection to discuss China. If this new energy vehicle is approved during his tenure and promotes the concept of environmental protection, then this will be added to his political achievements. After realizing this, the smile on Luo Zhenghua's face suddenly became 3 points more sincere, and he took the initiative to ask. Boss Lin, how is the safety performance of your new car? Especially the battery part. If the battery safety cannot be guaranteed, then the life of the car owner is at stake. The lithium batteries commonly found on the market now have certain safety risks. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face became serious, and he took a stack of information from Zhou Ling's hand. Director Luo. Safety issues have always been our top priority. For this new energy vehicle, our Chihan group has specially developed this high-performance battery. This is the relevant patent document. The safety of this battery is far superior to all common batteries on the market, and its energy storage capacity is also sufficient to support the operation of new energy vehicles. In addition, we have also organized a group of experts and scholars to discuss and plan various issues in the new energy vehicle industry. Here is the relevant planning document. As he spoke, Lin Xian handed the stack of information to Luo Zhenghua. Luo Zhenghua took it without hesitation and started flipping through it on the spot. Being able to sit in this position at this age, he is also a capable official. After just a few quick glances, Luo Zhenghua knew that Lin Xian was not lying. The high-performance battery newly developed by Chihan Group is extremely perfect, and also very safe. As for the other plan, it made him even more excited. This plan is equivalent to a management system for the new energy vehicle industry. For someone of his status, this is a political achievement that comes right to his doorstep. Luo Zhenghua read all the information without changing his expression, and then said to Lin Xian, "Boss Lin, would you mind taking me for a test drive of your new car?" Hearing these words, Lin Xian knew that this matter was settled. Afterwards, he personally drove a certain Ling Mini new energy electric car and took Luo Zhenghua to experience driving. The whole experience was perfect, and the staff brought by Luo Zhenghua also completed various inspections on the vehicle. All inspection results were qualified. After Luo Zhenghua got this result, he could no longer suppress his desire to achieve political achievements. He directly said goodbye to Lin Xian and declined Lin Xian's invitation to dinner. "I can't wait to go back and hand in this plan for the new energy industry." However, before leaving, Luo Zhenghua couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Boss Lin, what price are you going to sell this new car for?" Lin Xian whispered softly in Luo Zhenghua's ear. When Luo Zhenghua heard the price, his eyes widened and he looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. "Are you sure you got the price right?" Lin Xian nodded firmly. "Yes, that's the price." Luo Zhenghua let out a long breath. "You are really amazing. You dare to set such a price. If those car companies knew the pricing of your vehicles, they would probably not be able to sleep at night." Chapter 59. The padlock is hanging. Is this an agricultural drone? A farewell party is being held somewhere on the battlefield between Mao Xiong and Air Mao. Wang Jiahao, whose face had turned black and had a scar, said goodbye to the Russian warriors one by one in his unfluent Russian. He has already sent back to China the actual combat report on the cat car. There is no need to risk your life by staying here on the front line. When the Russian warriors in the camp learned that he was leaving, they took the initiative to hold a farewell party for him. On the campfire, canned meat from military rations were roasted, beetroot soup was stewed, and there was also large bread delivered by the logistics department. Even with such simple food, Wang Jiahao felt deeply moved. During the time he lived here, he witnessed the deaths of 4 or 5 Russian soldiers. Even if he himself had not turned his head at that moment, the bullet would not have just grazed his skin, leaving a scar. He is here as an after-sales staff of Chihan Industrial Group. If he is unfortunately killed in action, it will only appear in the internal military announcement. Just as Wang Jiahao thought of this, a Russian soldier came over with a military water bottle and wanted to clink water with him. "Dear Davarish, come, have a drink." When Wang Jiahao saw the kettle, his face suddenly became troubled. "There is no need to guess, you know that it is filled with vodka, there is no doubt about it. And it's still the standard 52 degrees. The Russian bear is good in every way except that he drinks too much." When he first arrived at the front line of the battlefield, he was drunk and slept for a whole day. Wang Jiahao even saw Russian soldiers drinking antifreeze from tanks, which was outrageous. Even though he thought so, he still raised the kettle in his hand and clinked it with that Russian soldier. Seeing this, the other soldiers around all clapped their hands happily and cheered for Davarishi from China. No matter what, being able to leave the battlefield is something worth celebrating. Then they ate canned roast meat, drank beetroot soup, munched on black bread, and sang and danced happily. When they were having fun drinking, a few Russian soldiers started dancing their traditional Cossack Jingwei dance, which made Wang Jiahao feel pain in his knees. Gradually, the campfires became smaller and smaller, and some soldiers, already exhausted from the alcohol, lay down to sleep. Fortunately, this is a rotation resting place on the front line, a safe zone, and also a supply storage point. Otherwise, they would have been sent away for punishment by the inspectors long ago. Wang Jiahao felt a little dizzy. When he ran to drain the water, he saw a huge box piled up randomly outside with Chinese labels on it. He walked over curiously and took a closer look. Drones? Is it a product of Chihan Group? After seeing these logos, Wang Jiahao fell into confusion. Could it be that the Russian military was purchasing drones from the Chihan Group? Shouldn't it? If purchased, there should be information related to drones in my mission. Moreover, what role can drones play on the battlefield? With such doubts, Wang Jiahao went to ask the Russian commander of this stronghold. The officer stroked his beard. He had no impression of drones at all. It was even the first time he heard of drones. Then he looked through the list of supplies that Chihan had sent over. The answer came quickly. It turned out that this batch of drones were gifts from Chihan, gifts for those who purchased electric tricycles. These gift drones should be distributed along with the electric tricycles to the state-owned farms and logging camps of the Russians for use. There may have been a problem with the handover procedure, and it came to the battlefield along with the cat car. After learning the whole story, Wang Jiahao breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there was a problem in the handover of materials. But the Russian commander of the stronghold had other ideas, and he grabbed Wang Jiahao's arm. King! You are a staff member of Chihan Group. Please teach us how to use this drone. We can't understand the instruction manual for this drone. Wang Jiahao remembered his fake identity with the official seal of Qin and Han dynasty. Having been drunk, he subconsciously nodded and agreed. No problem. Leave it to me. Then, he went with the Russian commander and other Russian soldiers to disassemble the drone's packaging. Wang Jiahao opened his drunken eyes and read the drone manual at a last minute. Agricultural A-type drone. Function: spreading pesticides at specific locations. Load capacity: 50 kilograms. After just a quick glance, Wang Jiahao's brows were deeply knitted together. What is this? Agricultural drones for spot spraying of pesticides? Are you sure it can be used on the battlefield? But since I have agreed, I have to hand him over to the church. While burping, Wang Jiahao began to operate the drone according to the instructions. The operation is also very simple. Just start the drone and pair it with the operating handle, which can be assembled on the mobile phone. There is an app specially developed by Chihan. After completing the operation and activating the drone, Wang Jiahao began to explain the operation method to the Russian soldiers around him. Explain clearly step by step. Demonstrate it yourself, let the drone fly into the sky, and observe the images captured by the drone camera through the video in the mobile phone app. Not to mention, it's very clear and has a portrait lock function. When Chief Mao learned that the drone was used to spread pesticides, he was a little disappointed, but when he saw the drone's camera footage, he immediately became excited. This is a very good battlefield exploration artifact. Wang Jiahao also realized this, and while he was a little drunk he suddenly had an idea. What if you attach the bomb to a drone's grappling hook, fly it to an enemy position, and drop it by air? Is it possible to make use of the portrait locking function of this drone? Wang Jiahao's proposal was quickly recognized by the Russian commander, and their ability to act was also very strong. In a short while, several bombs were fixed on the drone operated by Wang Jiahao. Then Wang Jiahao operated the drone to fly towards the enemy position. Soon, the image of the enemy's position appeared on his mobile phone screen, and the portrait lock function automatically locked onto several Ermao soldiers. When Ermao soldiers saw the drone appearing in the sky, they quickly opened fire in retaliation, but unfortunately the drone was flying at an altitude of about 200 or 300 meters, and their bullets could not cause any damage. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly hid in the bunker. But unfortunately, the portrait lock function has locked them firmly. Wang Jiahao pressed the play button as if he was playing a game. The drone hovering in the air received the signal and began operation. Several bombs were dropped in the locked direction. Boom! Wang Jiahao sobered up instantly. Chapter 60. Is this called an agricultural drone? in Ermau's frontline camp. It was like a blazing hell at this moment. The bombs dropped by drones caused them heavy losses. What made these Ermau soldiers even more terrified was that this drone seemed to have eyes, and bombs would be dropped wherever they hid. In a way, they were right. The ultra-high-definition camera that Lin Xian equipped this drone with is like having eyes. After dropping more than 20 bombs, all the bombs loaded on the drone were dropped, and it was operated by Wang Jiahao to return. Only then did Ermau's soldiers have the opportunity to collect the bodies of their comrades and report this new weapon of the Russian bear to their command center. They called it the Devil in the Air. It is hoped that the command center in the rear and the military experts sent from Europe to provide assistance can find a way to restrain this type of drone. Or they could equip their military with such drones as well. As soldiers on the front line of the battlefield, they are well aware of how much of a blow to morale the appearance of this type of drone on the battlefield will be. On Wang Jiahao's side, the Russian soldiers were surrounding him and cheering. Some even picked him up and threw him into the air. They were so happy. How could I not be happy that I helped them take down a small stronghold without getting hurt at all? The Russian commander was so excited that he stroked the returning drone. It looked like he wanted to sleep with the drone in his arms at night. Even Wang Jiahao himself was confused. He couldn't believe it at all. He just clicked a few times on the app on his mobile phone and took down a fully armed Ermau stronghold? It's like playing a game. It's incredible. Thinking of this, Wang Jiahao couldn't help but shudder and sobered up instantly. He felt that the drone in his hand might change the future battlefield mode. I don't think I will be able to return to China in the short term this time. No one would have thought that the agricultural pesticide delivery drones produced by Chihan and Han would produce such a chemical reaction when used on the battlefield. Wang Jiahao had no idea that he was the one who did all this. At this time, the Mao Xiong officer walked up to Wang Jiahao and said with gratitude, "Dear Devarish, thank you very much for your company's drone. It prevents our young men from having to be on the front line and reduces the damage. I didn't expect that the drones you produced could have such a magical effect on the battlefield. I want to know the selling price of this drone. Does your company have any similar drones?" Hearing this, Wang Jiahao was instantly stuck. How does he know the price of this drone? This is just a product that Chihan Group gives away when selling three-wheeled motorcycles. To be honest, he himself also wanted to know how many types of drones the Chihan Group had hidden. However, he was able to respond quickly and came up with an excuse. "Captain, I'm very sorry. I am just an after-sales service staff. Unfortunately, I was assigned here to be responsible for the after-sales issues of the Mau Mau car. If you want to know the price of this drone and other related information, you can contact the sales department of our Chihan Group." After listening to this, the Russian captain thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. "I'm sorry. I was presumptuous. But dear Devarish, I may have to delay you for some time this time. I hope you can stay here and teach my soldiers how to use this agricultural drone. I will apply for compensation for you." The captain obviously wanted to keep Wang Jiahao here and let him continue to make contributions. He knew very well that if he could set up a drone bombing team on the battlefield, he would be able to quickly gain merit and get promoted. Wang Jiahao spread his hands and said with a smile, "What other options do I have? However, I would like to report my schedule change to the company to avoid any misunderstandings." His simple request was quickly met. Wang Jiahao used his mobile phone to make a call back home via satellite signal. During the call, he described in detail what he had encountered in Chinese, emphasizing the role of drones on the battlefield. After briefly speaking, he told the Russian captain that he had completed the handover and could continue to stay here. In fact, no one in this Russian bear's security base could understand the Chinese that Wang Jiahao spoke on the phone. But when they learned that he could stay, they all seemed very happy. Then arrange a place for him to stay. Captain Mao Xiong did not report the matter to his superiors immediately. He planned to report it after he had made military achievements. In addition, the captain also used his authority to deploy several other drones donated by Chihan to this base. In fact, the captain had already seen that Wang Jiahao's identity was not simple, but he did not expose it. For him, there is no benefit in exposing other people's identities. They are nothing more than people from the Chinese military. Domestic Final Assembly Department. A staff member with a serious expression found Zhong Jiangwo to report. Report! I received a satellite call from Director Wang 10 minutes ago. The director encountered an emergency and could not return to the country as scheduled. As he spoke, the staff member handed the written report in his hand to Zhong Jiangwo. Zhong Jiangwo frowned slightly, and had some bad guesses in his mind. Then he quickly took the report and started looking through it. As time passed, an expression of disbelief gradually appeared on Zhong Jiangwo's face. The contents of the report were a little hard for him to believe. What's going on? Will the agricultural drones produced by Chihan Group become a powerful weapon on the battlefield? Able to remotely control and accurately bomb the enemy. The error accuracy is within 5 cm? After watching it, Zhong Jiangwo closed his eyes and simulated the battlefield scene in his mind. It is exactly as reported by Wang Jiahao. Drones are very useful on the battlefield. It may even change the pattern of future warfare. How many surprises does the Chihan Group have waiting for him? Immediately, Zhong Jiangwo issued an order. Notify Comrade Wang Jiahao and ask him to prepare a battlefield analysis report. At the same time, we will try to find a way to record and save relevant video footage and send it back so that the military can conduct battlefield simulation analysis. Also, notify Lin Xian of Chihan Group. Forget it, I'll go to Chihan Group to take a look myself. As he spoke, Zhong Jiangwo asked someone to prepare the car and get ready to set off for Chihan Group. He didn't know how many times he had gone to the Chihan Group headquarters during this period of time. The staff member quickly conveyed Zhong Jiangwo's order to Wang Jiahao, who was far away in Russia. Chapter 61 Lin Xian, who is stabbing me in the back? When Lin Xian received the call from Zhong Jiangwo, he was still doing his daily live broadcast in the car. He has now completed all the procedures related to new energy electric vehicles and is preparing to travel to Guangzhou to attend the auto show. Chihan Group had already applied for a place. In addition, the management regulations for new energy vehicles have been submitted and handed over to the relevant departments through Chihan's own connections. The result of submitting it was that Chihan obtained the first license plate for a new energy vehicle. Lin Xian plans to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big splash in the new energy vehicle market, thereby gaining the influence factor on civilization and unlocking the good things in the system. Then he received a call from Zhong Jiangwo. Hello, leader. Is there anything good for me? After dealing with Zhong Jiangwo several times, Lin Xian had become very familiar with him, and the tone of his conversation was like that of old friends. The audience squatting in the live broadcast room waiting to draw the lucky bags pricked up their ears. Led? What leader? What level of existence must be able to make Lin Xian call him leader? Judging from what Lin Xian said, it seems like there is some insider trading? Chinese people have always loved eating melons. Zhong Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was already at the headquarters of Chihan Group. I just arrived at your company's headquarters, and you're going on a business trip out of town. Are you avoiding me on purpose? Zhong Jiangwo said these words in a joking tone, and of course, there was also a bit of resentment in them. This is the second time. In the past, when people from the General Assembly Department were going to work in a certain company, the company would have to prepare and wait for them a few days in advance. Now I come to find Lin Xian on my own initiative, but he's not here? Zhong Jiangwo completely forgot that he was the one who came here in such a hurry, and did not inform Lin Xian in advance. I'm flying to Yangqing now. Prepare the information about your group's drones, especially the agricultural Type A drone. You have this good stuff, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why are you hiding it? After hearing this, Lin Xian was completely confused. What? Drone? Good stuff? Didn't the authorities recently introduce a policy to restrict the random flying of drones? How come it has become related to good things now that it comes into Lao Zhong's mouth? The audience in the live broadcast room also started talking. Boss Lin, could this be another scam call from the General Assembly Department? I think I heard something. What agricultural drone? Wait, the General Assembly Department wants to requisition Chihan Group's agricultural drones? Without further ado, the certification from the General Assembly Department is trustworthy. I will place the order right away. Lin Xian simply ignored the comments in the live broadcast room and turned his gaze to his assistant Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling, please transfer the group's recent drone-related projects to me so I can take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling immediately started operating on her tablet. Soon, she called up all the related projects, and then handed the tablet to Lin Xian. The whole process was very efficient, without any unnecessary actions or words. Zhou Ling always behaves like this when she is working. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Xian likes to use her. After taking the tablet, Lin Xian began to check it carefully. Chihan Group has a total of 3 drone-related projects in recent times. One is the honeycomb drone that Lin Xian unlocked from the system himself and handed it over to the RD department for research and development, but it has not yet been officially launched. The other one is the Chihan Group's flagship product, a heavy-duty agricultural pesticide-spreading drone. The name of this drone tells you its purpose and direction. This is the drone that Zhong Jiangwo was talking about. Lin Xian remembered that he had cooperated with the Russians at that time, and seemed to have arranged to give away some drones. Now it seems that the Russian side must have developed this drone for military purposes, otherwise it would not have alarmed Zhong Jiangwo. Thinking of this, Lin Xian instructed Zhou Ling. Check the movement trajectory of this agricultural drone over there. With authorization, Chihan Group can investigate the movement trajectory of the drones it sells, which is written in the terms of use. This is to ensure after-sales service. Of course, they can also investigate footage captured by drone cameras. However, Lin Xian has already submitted the relevant database to the National Big Data Center. Without the authorization of the relevant departments, the Chihan Group cannot access it. Lin Xian did this to avoid any unpleasant consequences. Plan ahead. As for the third drone-related project, it is a cooperation project between Chihan Group and Fengshan Express Group. Help them develop a drone that can perform air express delivery. The research and development process is now in the final stages and relevant prototypes have been produced, but the final testing has not yet been carried out. This is a relatively large order. Soon, Zhou Ling retrieved the relevant drone movement trajectories. Before watching, Lin Xian glanced at the camera in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, but I have some confidential matters to deal with right now. That's all for today's live broadcast. See you next time." After saying that, Lin Xian decisively chose to log off. The audience in the live broadcast room were speechless. How can there be such a willful anchor? Just go offline when you say offline. Isn't this pure torture? They also want to know what the confidential matter is. It felt like a cat's paw was scratching my heart, making it itchy as hell. But there is no way, since the host is Lin Xian. He doesn't make a living from live streaming. Some unwilling viewers simply squatted in Lin Xian's live broadcast room, waiting for his next broadcast. After Lin Xian went offline, Zhou Ling took the initiative to put away the filming equipment so that he could use it next time. Lin Xian himself was watching the movement trajectories of the agricultural drones sent to the Russian bear. Comparing the border map between the Russians and the Russians, Lin Xian's expression became a little tense. The Russians really brought this agricultural drone to the battlefield. And looking at the recent operation trajectory, the frequency of use by those Russians is still very high. Lin Xian was very curious about what kind of thinking the Russians had to develop a drone used for agricultural purposes and spreading pesticides for use in warfare. Just when Lin Xian had these thoughts, on the Russian bear battlefield, more than 20 Russian soldiers have been transferred to become drone operators. They mounted the Chihan drone's operating handle on their mobile phones, and then, following Wang Jiehao's instructions, operated the drone loaded with bombs to take off and fly to the front line. Although the interface of the app is entirely in Chinese, this did not hinder the operations of these Russian soldiers at all. Chapter 62 Military observers from various countries are fighting. After Lin Xian hung up the phone, he instructed Zhou Ling beside him. "Zhou Ling, please collect the data of that agricultural Type A drone and send it to my email. The guy from the General Assembly Department is going to chase him all the way to Yanqing for this drone." Zhou Ling adjusted his glasses. "Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll send it to you right away." Then, she started operating on her tablet, while Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a nap. At the same time, in her Mao's rear base, Military observers sent by European countries and the United States are now watching a video attentively. This video was sent back from the front line. In the video, a team of drones with the Chihan and Han trademarks were flying freely over Ermao's position, continuously dropping bombs and reaping the lives of the soldiers. The video was only a few minutes long and finished quickly. Ermao's military commander stood up from his seat and said to the military observers on the scene, "Gentlemen, this is a new weapon invented by those damn Slavs. It has dealt a heavy blow to our morale. Some soldiers even called it the devil of the sky. Our radars can't lock onto these damned little gadgets, and anti-aircraft guns have a hard time shooting them down. The most important thing is that even if we shoot it down at a huge cost, it is just a drone and cannot cause any harm to the operator behind it. This is a drone that our frontline soldiers shot down at the cost of more than 20 lives." Having said that, the commander ordered his men to take out the spoils captured on the front line. 2 soldiers came in pushing a cart. On the cart was a battle-damaged drone. One wing was missing and the fuselage was blown to pieces. "I hope you gentlemen can help us find the weakness of this new equipment." Upon hearing this, the military observers immediately surrounded it and carefully examined this hard-earned trophy. The observer from the United States stood in the front position. These people are able to be sent to the front line as military observers, and basically they have a certain level of military literacy. From the video just now, they have already come to realize that this drone will change the pattern of the battlefield. So no one wanted to fall behind, and even those who were squeezed outside stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks to get a closer look. Military observers from the United States gave their own judgment directly. "I recognize the characters on the drone. They are Chinese characters. This icon is also the icon of a Chinese company. That company has been sanctioned by our country. This weapon should have been specially commissioned by China to this company to develop for the Russian bear. That evil country has turned the sacred battlefield into a testing ground for testing their weapons." The observer became more and more excited as he spoke, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he was about to fight China to the death and impose sanctions on that evil country. Of course, observers from other countries present were not affected by his performance at all. Who doesn't know who? Among those present here, which country behind them has not deployed its weapons to the battlefield between the Russian bear and the Chinese Communist Party? Test the actual combat effectiveness of those weapons? Otherwise, do you really think that they are kind-hearted and come to help Ermao? Joke. Who would do something that has no benefit? Ever since Ermao went to war with Russia, all of Ermao's industries have been snatched away by companies from European countries and the United States. Hans Katz's military observer coughed on his own initiative, and then said, "I think what Lieutenant Colonel Tony said is correct. This must be an evil invention of that evil country. We and Hans have done in-depth research in the industrial field, so my suggestion is that I send this trophy back to Hans. Let Hans' technical experts disassemble it, conduct reverse engineering, and analyze its production technology. I swear in the name of God that once the technology is fully analyzed, it will be shared free of charge with the countries in the convention." When the people present heard these words, they simply thought he was farting. If swearing an oath was useful, these countries wouldn't have fought each other so hard in the first place. However, the words of military observer Hans gave them an inspiration to send the wreckage of the drone back to their own country. Let the technical staff of their own country carry out reverse engineering, which will not only enable them to quickly obtain the technology of this drone, but also avoid various problems that may arise during the research and development process. As for the patents involved, that's a piece of paper. Only powerful countries can make other countries recognize so-called patents, and they also have 100 ways to bypass so-called patent restrictions. Besides, what kind of patent technical problems could a drone have? Immediately, the entire conference room became as chaotic as a vegetable market. All the military observers present spoke for their own countries with red faces. As the argument went on, they even started to fight and push each other. In the end, it was Lieutenant Colonel Tony from the United States who forcibly took possession of the drone wreckage. Military observers from other countries dared not speak out. Lieutenant Colonel Tony, with his belly sticking out, asked the soldiers he brought with him to take away the wreckage of the drone. Before leaving, he comforted Ermao's military commander. I hope your brave soldiers from the Irma family can hold on at the front line. Our research and development team in the United States is very strong. I believe we will be able to crack the weakness of this drone in the near future. Everything is for freedom and democracy. The sacrifices you made will always be remembered by the democratic world. In fact, Tony himself didn't believe such words, he just said them to ease the atmosphere. After saying that, he left the meeting room directly. Now, there is only one thought in his mind, which is to which domestic arms company to sell the drone wreckage and at what price. This is a huge business. I believe that those arms companies will definitely not reject this drone. Thinking of this, Lieutenant Colonel Tony walked more briskly. He and his soldiers hurried back to the camp of the United States. Then he began to contact the arms companies in the United States one by one to sell and introduce this drone to them. He tried his best to describe the role of this drone on the battlefield, and promoted that this drone could change the future battlefield mode. Finally, a long-established American arms company reached a deal with him. Chapter 63 Characteristics of Guangzhou. The exhibition begins. That night, a transport plane landed at the front line and transported the drone wreckage away. The whole process went as smoothly as flowing water without any accidents. When the transport plane took off again, Lin Xian was eating hot pot. The Cantonese chef slices the grouper that was just caught from the sea today. Soon, a portion of crystal-clear fish fillet was brought to Lin Xian by the waiter, and then the waiter helped Lin Xian put the fish into the boiling mountain spring water. Just blanch the fish for a while and it will be cooked, then put it into the prepared sauce dish. Waiting for Lin Xian to taste it. This is an innovative way of eating Cantonese cuisine, which is said to be able to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients. Lin Xian came here out of curiosity to taste it today. Food intake. It is indeed unexpectedly sweet, and you can taste the subtle differences. After taking a few simple bites, the waiter served Lin Xian several other dishes. There were a total of 12 dishes in the meal. Lin Xian could express without any pretense that he was not full. This kind of private customized restaurant is just like that. After eating, Lin Xian took Zhou Ling to the night market in Yangqing and randomly found a food stall with a long queue. Order some Yangqing specialties. Let's eat. Lin Xian felt that only with this kind of down-to-earth flavor could he eat comfortably. This restaurant is doing very good business, and there are many anchors who visit the store and broadcast live here. Zhou Ling, who was eating with Lin Xian, realized that this was a good opportunity to establish Lin Xian's personal image. She immediately took out her filming equipment, opened the live broadcast room, and started the live broadcast. When it comes to live streaming, Lin Xian always acts on impulse, without any so-called script process. Even though Zhou Ling had opened the live broadcast room, he was still gnawing on the chicken wings nonchalantly. I have to say, the poached chicken here in Yangqing tastes really good. Chicken tastes like chicken. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience who had been waiting were all speechless when they saw the scene. So we have been waiting for so long, wanting to know what kind of cooperation Chihan Group and the General Assembly Department are going to reach. What products of the Qin and Han dynasties are related to military affairs? Result. Lin Xian, you, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually came here to eat. And it tastes so delicious. This is intolerable. Has Mr. Lin arrived in Guangzhou? I know there's a farmhouse with delicious food. They raise their own chickens, fish are caught in water, and the vegetables are all grown in their own fields. They are delicious. Coincidentally, I also know a restaurant that uses mountain spring water for cooking and doesn't charge parking fees. Mr. Lin, are you eating at a food stall again? We met by chance. Hey, why is there blood on the bones of this chicken? Is it not cooked enough? The guy upstairs, do you know how to eat? Boss Lin, can you please tell me what product we are working on with the General Assembly Department? I want to place an order in advance. Yes, the cat car that Mr. Lin made for us fishermen has been requisitioned. Now we can't buy it even if we want to. Lin Xian spat out the bone in his mouth, wiped his hands with a tissue, and then took a sip of pineapple beer. It feels very comfortable. I haven't eaten so comfortably in a long time. Then he noticed the comments in the live broadcast room and said with a hiccup, That's great. I hope my friend can take me to taste the authentic Guangzhou cuisine. But I have to say that the saying that Guangdong and Guangxi are the best places for food is true. The food here is really good, I highly recommend it. As for the new cooperation project between the General Assembly Department and us, I'm sorry, this is confidential and cannot be disclosed. If you want to know more clearly, my suggestion is to look at the relevant laws and regulations. We must be good citizens who abide by the law. Lin Xian's words left the audience in the live broadcast room speechless, as if everyone was a good citizen who abided by the law. I just couldn't resist their curiosity. Of course, there are a few 1450 people with bad intentions. These people specifically lurk on the internet and act as online water armies and spies. In the previous barrage, they were the ones who shouted the loudest. Now seeing Lin Xian like this, they all cursed in their hearts. Why be so cautious? If they just leaked a few pieces of information, they would be able to get this quarter's bonus. After eating and drinking, Lin Xian wandered around the night market in Yangqing. Zhou Ling took the live broadcast equipment and followed him step by step. In a short time, Lin Xian's entire outfit changed, and he put on Yangqing's characteristic flip-flops. The clothes on his body were also changed into a white vest. The slender muscle lines can make the fans in the live broadcast room hungry. Even Zhou Ling, who was holding the live broadcast equipment, started to blush. The unhealthy dreams I had had a few days ago came to mind. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has also increased visibly to the naked eye. Dressed like this, Lin Xian also met many good sisters who took the initiative to strike up conversations. What's more, he took the initiative to invite Lin Xian to the bar for a drink. Lin Xian knew their good intentions, but they all declined politely. Whether before or after his genetically enhanced body, he was always popular with women. But his heart is not in it right now. If he wanted, he could just snap his fingers and any woman could lie on his bed. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely shocked by Lin Xian's luck and love. Boss Lin, please teach me how to make friends with the opposite sex. Don't say anything. From today on, hang Mr. Lin's portrait on the wall and offer sacrifices every day. If I had Mr. Lin's looks, I wouldn't be single for 30 years. It's not enough to just have good looks, you also need Mr. Lin's financial resources. That's true. When I was driving a tractor with one hand, the girls and wives in the village were jealous of me. When Lin Xian saw these comments, he felt a little strange. Did these netizens change their style so quickly? However, he was kind enough to answer the questions from the audience. I saw a viewer who didn't know how to make friends with the opposite sex. It's actually very simple. Don't be humble or arrogant, just have a normal chat. I feel that the opposite sex are very friendly and not man-eating beasts. When he said this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. It's just that sometimes, the opposite sex is too enthusiastic. It bothers me a little bit. When the audience saw this scene, they couldn't tell for a moment whether Lin Xian was showing off or was really troubled. But they have one thing in common, it's so annoying. Is it great to be handsome? If Lin Xian could hear their thoughts, he would tell them for sure. Being handsome is indeed a great thing, it is an innate asset. Chapter 64 Mechanical Dog. Soon, it was time for the exhibition to begin. This is the annual auto show in Yangqing, which invites famous domestic and foreign car companies. This time, Chihan Group paid extra money and used connections to apply for the largest booth. The staff who came with Lin Xian were wholeheartedly setting up the exhibition site. 5 Chihan Hongguang series electric cars of different styles and shapes have been parked at the booth, all covered with car covers to remain mysterious. As for the car models for this exhibition, Lin Xian did not ask anyone to invite them, but instead used Chihan Group's own products as car models. Xiaotian Type 1 Robot Dog. The entire body is made of special alloy, with built-in high-energy batteries and smart chips, and is also loaded with Hualing's program template. It can carry out normal intelligent interactions with humans and can also simulate all the actions of dogs. This is also a new product that Chihan Group is about to launch into the market. From the beginning of its design, this mechanical dog was positioned as a family companion product, and it was equipped with fingerprint and voice recognition. There are also life detection functions, alarm functions, and basic first aid functions. In addition, there are various teaching functions. It is a fairly mature product. Of course, this was also what Lin Xian exchanged from the system. At this moment, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were moved to tears by these mechanical dogs that were set to automatic patrol mode. The shape of a lap dog, the pure metallic luster, and the mechanical structure that moves freely. All of them hit the aesthetic taste of straight men. Especially those who have a background in engineering. Please turn 360 degrees and beg Mr. Lin to connect this mechanical dog. I remember I had a dog like this when I was a kid, but it got lost. It looks exactly like Mr. Lin's mechanical dog. This might be the one I lost. Boss Lin, you are so confused. Why did you steal my mechanical dog? If you mail it back to me now, I won't hold you responsible. Lin Xian simply ignored the netizens who were jumping up and down in the live broadcast room. He squatted down and waved to a mechanical dog. Shout Yan, come here. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the mechanical dog equipped with a voice print recognition system made an immediate judgment. Click, click. As the mechanical sound rang out, it moved its forelegs to Lin Xian, sat down, and looked at Lin Xian with its head tilted. A confused dog barking sound came from the sound-generating device. It seemed as if it was asking, Master, what are your instructions? Lin Xian issued an order. Xiaotian, turn around. After receiving the command, the mechanical dog started to spin in circles on the spot. Sit down. Shake hands. Somersault. Lin Xian gave a series of instructions, and the mechanical dog executed them all perfectly. Even when he was asked to do a somersault, he completed it perfectly. Its performance quickly attracted the attention of visitors at the auto show, and they came over to watch curiously. Seeing that there were many people coming, Lin Xian instructed other mechanical dogs to distribute ice cream to these tourists. This is a common activity at auto shows. Manufacturers participating in the auto show will prepare drinks or souvenirs and give them free of charge to visitors who come to the exhibition. The mechanical dog is equipped with a corresponding mechanical structure on its back, which allows it to perform simple picking up and carrying actions. They are perfectly capable of dispensing ice cream. When portions of ice cream were delivered to tourists, the commotion became even greater. It was the first time they interacted with such a mechanical creation. Although there are some simple robots on the market now, they are all notoriously stupid. Nothing like these mechanical dogs. They're even cute. Zhong Jiangwo was also shocked. He arrived in Guangzhou on a late-night flight yesterday. Because it was too late, he did not come to disturb Lin Xian. Instead, he chose to come when the exhibition started today and ask Lin Xian about the drone. The main issue is price. As for the practicality of that agricultural drone, it has been fully proven by the Russians. He even had some doubts that the United States had made the right decision when it sanctioned Lin Xian. How can a private enterprise come up with so many products suitable for the military? Maybe the three-wheeled vehicles sanctioned by the United States have some special uses that have not yet been developed by themselves. Zhong Jiangwo came to the exhibition today with this mood. What he didn't expect was that he saw the mechanical dog that Lin Xian was demonstrating as soon as he arrived. His first reaction when he saw it was, can this mechanical dog be used on the battlefield? Cooperate with the infantry in combat. In an instant, relevant images appeared in Zhong Jiangwo's mind. Chinese soldiers wearing nano-combat suits rode in Lynx tanks, with mechanical dogs beside them and drones flying overhead. This style of painting is a bit wrong. A strange line of poetry suddenly popped into his mind. Holding Huang on the left and Qing on the right, with brocade hats and sable furs, 1,000 riders are rolling over the plain. Zhong Jiangwo quickly shook his head, shaking this strange image out of his mind. This is outrageous. Lin Xian noticed Zhong Jiangwo's reaction and said with a smile, Old Zhong, is this ice cream from our Chihan group not to your liking? After hearing these words, Zhong Jiangwo realized that he seemed to have just taken the ice cream from the mechanical arm of the mechanical dog. He looked down and saw that the ice cream was almost melted. Having cherished food since he was a child, he started eating subconsciously. It only takes 2 or 3 bites to finish the whole ice cream. Of course, his cheeks were also very cold. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately took a tissue to wipe his hands, and then told others to continue setting up the exhibition. He invited Zhong Jiangwo to go to the lounge. Lin Xian knew very well that Zhong Jiangwo came to talk to him about matters related to drones. After walking into the lounge, Zhou Ling locked the door from the outside, and she and 2 mechanical dogs stood guard outside the door. Lin Xian made a cup of hot tea for Zhong Jiangwo. "Leader, I'm sorry to bother you to come all the way to Yangqing. In fact, you can just say, I'll have someone send you the relevant information about the drone." Zhong Jiangwo took the tea and took a sip to dispel the chill brought by the ice cream. "If I don't come to see you in person, how can I know that you still have something good hidden?" Lin Xian was blank when he heard this. What product of Chihan has been targeted by Zhong Jiangwo again? But he quickly realized that it was the mechanical dog. "Boss, are you talking about the mechanical dog I used as a car model today?" Zhong Jiangwo nodded calmly. "Yes. I feel like this mechanical dog is also very suitable for use by the troops. Please give me its information along with that of the drone. Give me their quotations too. I'll study it." Chapter 65 The exhibition begins, Chihan Hongguang series. When Zhong Jiangwo said these words, his eyes never left the mechanical dog Xiaotian in the room. Lin Xian noticed his gaze and took the initiative to command Xiaotian to walk to Zhong Jiangwo and sit down. Zhong Jiangwo stretched out his hand. The cold metallic touch traveled along his palm to his nerve center. This reminded him of the feeling when he was driving a tank in the army, the same metallic texture, cold and reliable. Lin Xian coughed lightly, then said, "Mr. Zhong, this mechanical dog is a family companion dog developed by our Chihan group. Its main function, in addition to guarding the house, is to take care of and accompany children as they grow up. There is a relevant learning and education system built in." Hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo immediately became interested and said with a smile, "Comrade Xiaolin, would you mind demonstrating it to me?" Lin Xian then opened his mouth and issued an order. "Xiaotian, start the early childhood teaching mode." When the mechanical dog heard Lin Xian's voice-print command, the originally cold mechanical sound instantly switched to a gentle female voice. "Yes. Mode switch, early childhood teaching mode activated. Listen up, kids. Dad's dad is called Grandpa." As the familiar music sounded, Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo looked at each other awkwardly. "Isn't this the rocking car in front of the supermarket?" Lin Xian coughed lightly. "Maybe the staff was lazy and just entered this simple mode casually." Xiaotian, switch to guard mode. The mechanical dog immediately stopped playing the instructional music, and its voice became cold. Then its eyes emit infrared rays to scan the surrounding area for any hidden camera equipment, and its mechanical ears release radar waves to detect eavesdropping equipment. Zhong Jiangwo looked at this scene and turned his gaze towards Lin Xian. Seems to be questioning. "Is this the mechanical dog you mentioned that is designed to accompany children as they grow up?" "It is clearly a practical fighting machine." Lin Xian touched his nose. After handing the design drawings to the straight men in the RD department, he did not emphasize the usage function to them. Those science and engineering men gathered together, and each of them had a good idea, and they added a lot of functions to this batch of mechanical dogs. "Anyway, this is a test machine, not a mass production machine. Just add it." Lin Xian also requested the addition of a high-voltage electric shock function at the tail. "Just think of it as making a toy for yourself to play with." "I didn't expect this to happen." At this time, Zhou Ling knocked on the door outside. "Mr. Lin, the auto show is about to start. Are you going to host the new car launch? I have prepared a speech here and can host it for you." Zhong Jiangwo heard this and took the initiative to speak. "You go ahead and do your work. Just leave the data of the drone and the mechanical dog to me. I'll take a look here. We'll talk about the rest of the time after you're done." Lin Xian could tell that Zhong Jiangwo was not being polite, and he also noticed that Zhong Jiangwo's eyes were always on the mechanical dog. "Okay, Mr. Zhong. Please take a rest here. I will leave this Xiaotian I type here to accompany you." Having said that, Lin Xian took the initiative to set up a temporary authority for Zhong Jiangwo. Then he asked Zhou Ling to come in, and through the built-in program, stored the information of the drone and the mechanical dog into the core of this little Tian. The eyes of the mechanical dog Xiaotian have a built-in screen projection function, and it is unknown which technician loaded it into it. After Lin Xian and Zhou Ling left, Zhong Jiangwo began to command Xiaotian impatiently. Xiaotian, stand at attention. At ease. To the left. Watching the mechanical dog meticulously completing the various commands he gave, Zhong Jiangwo's smile was harder than AK's. However, he quickly remembered his mission and gave Xiaotian another instruction with great perseverance. Xiaotian, cast the screen to play the documents in folder number 1. After receiving the command, the mechanical dog Xiaotian immediately found a suitable place to sit, then locked his eyes on the white wall in the lounge and began to project the content on the screen. The information of Chihan Group's 3 types of drones was projected on the screen. When Lin Xian transferred the data, he directly transferred the entire folder, so the information of these 3 drones was all in it. Zhong Jiangwo looked at the file directory with some curiosity. Hive drone? Agricultural drones? A delivery drone? Chihan Group has so much drone technology in reserve? And they all have products. Originally, Zhong Jiangwo only wanted to see information about agricultural drones, but now he had plenty of time, so he chose to let the mechanical dog play in order. Lin Xian has already arrived at the exhibition hall of Chihan Group. A large number of tourists gathered here and interacted cordially with the mechanical dogs that stayed here to guard the exhibition hall and act as car models. It almost became the focus of the entire auto show. This made the other car dealers participating in the exhibition very angry. They spent a lot of money to hire special car models, but they were not as good as a few mechanical dogs. It's outrageous. However, several smart managers have already started communicating with Chihan's employees to see if they can rent a mechanical dog. Lin Xian walked around the mechanical dog and went to the booth. Good morning, friends. Welcome to attend today's exhibition despite your busy schedule. The host of this auto show has already held an opening ceremony at the exhibition center, announcing the start of the show. But unfortunately there weren't many people in front of him. Most of the tourists and spectators gathered around Lin Xian. The audience in the live broadcast room were all very happy when they saw this scene. I feel so embarrassed for that host. Who asked Mr. Lin to take out the mechanical dog? This is Xiaotian. The host has a really good mental state. He can still continue to host despite this. Yeah, if it were me, I couldn't do it. I was at the scene and touched Xiaotian, who was cool. I also ate the ice cream that Xiaotian gave me, which tasted delicious. Damn it, I'm on my way there, wait for me. Soon, the host's announcement ceremony ended hastily, and Lin Xian took the initiative to applaud him, attracting everyone's attention to himself. Xiaotian, line up. Following Lin Xian's command, the dozen or so mechanical dogs on the scene all lined up neatly in front of Lin Xian. They are like soldiers, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, ready to be inspected at any time. This scene also caused a burst of amazement among the tourists. Lin Xian took 2 steps forward and said, Today our Chihan Group is going to release a new car, which is our first step towards the car manufacturing industry. The name of this new car is Chihan Hongguang. It's a new energy vehicle. Its emergence will change the entire traditional car manufacturing industry. As Lin Xian finished speaking, the covers on the 5 cars behind him were all removed, revealing 5 vehicles of different colors inside. Chapter 66, Chihan is crazy? The tourists present were all shocked when they saw the Hongguang series trams. Especially women. These 5 cars are just so cute. Mini shape, warm body color, and Q version car shell. All of them touched the girls' hearts. When the colleagues saw this, they all frowned. They never thought that Lin Xian would take this track. Before this, they had already received news that the vehicle exhibited by Chihan Group this time was an electric car. Lin Xian also gave the electric car a name, calling it New Energy Vehicle. When these businessmen learned the news, they completely regarded Lin Xian as a joke. Tram? It's impossible to compete with them with this thing. Everyone knows that a tram is just a large toy, and old men are happy. Who would choose to buy an electric car instead of a gasoline car if they have money? My brain must have been caught in the door. But today, after they saw the design of Lin Xian Hongguang's series electric cars, they couldn't hold it anymore. In their eyes, Lin Xian has set his sights on the female market. Lin Xian began to introduce these vehicles at this time. This is the new energy vehicle that our Chihan group has developed specifically for young people in cities. The Hongguang series is suitable for use in cities. Office workers can drive it for daily commuting to work. Housewives can use it to take their families on short trips around the city, for fun, or as a grocery shopping vehicle. When Lin Xian said this, the screen behind him began to play the corresponding video footage. The happy family in the picture touched everyone's heart. Especially those middle-class housewives in cities. Although their family is rich, they are not that rich. But they also yearn for the life of the rich. The tram launched by Lin Xian directly hit their needs. This group does not have high or even no requirements for vehicle performance. They just want a car of their own. There is such a group of tourists among the scene. They are here to visit the auto show with their husbands. Now she is eagerly whispering to her husband, wanting to buy a Chihan Hongguang for transportation home. But the men looked hesitant. Without knowing the performance and price of the vehicle, they generally won't take the initiative to pay for it. It uses the latest high-energy battery technology, consuming 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity per 100 kilometers, and the total electricity bill is only 7 or 8 yuan. In addition, the Hongguang series vehicles have a range of 600 kilometers. The maximum speed can reach 160 miles per hour. The engine technology we use comes from. As Lin Xian threw out Chihan Hongguang's data, all the tourists present showed disbelief in their eyes. Especially those male tourists. Most of them come to the auto show to understand the performance of the vehicle. It is because of this understanding that they find it hard to believe that this small vehicle in front of them is loaded with so much technology. If it can really achieve the performance that Lin Xian said, this so-called Chihan Hongguang series of vehicles will be comparable to some mid-range gasoline vehicles. And the most crucial point. This car doesn't consume much fuel. It is an electric new energy vehicle. With this comparison, the cost-effectiveness is immediately apparent. The male tourists present, after making a brief comparison in their hearts, were immediately moved. If the price is right, it's not a bad idea to buy one. The only question now is, how much will Lin Xian price this car? The audience in the live broadcast room are also speculating about the pricing of Chihan Hongguang. 200,000 maybe. If you really put so much technology into it, I don't think it will be worth less than 200,000. Are you kidding me? 200,000? If I spend 200,000 on a video toy, I'd be an idiot. With this money, why don't I add another 100,000 and buy a BBA directly? Haha, you don't understand Chihan. I bet it's 160,000. Chihan's products are famous for their quality and low price. How is that possible? With 160,000, Chihan would lose a lot of money, right? Trams. I'm afraid they're unsafe and might explode. The explosion of batteries is very powerful. A tourist at the scene couldn't help but be curious and raised his hand to ask a question. Boss Lin, after all this talk, how much do you plan to sell this car for? Speak out so that we can have a clear idea in our minds. Other tourists also spoke up. Yes, Mr. Lin, name a price. As long as the price is not expensive, I will buy it now. Seeing the enthusiasm of the audience, Lin Xian smiled and waved, signaling everyone to be quiet. Since everyone is so eager to know the price of this Hongguang series, I won't hide it. As he spoke, a string of continuously jumping numbers appeared behind Lin Xian. Let me take a look at the audience in the live broadcast room guessing the price. First, 200,000? No, that's an impossible price. The Hongguang series of our Chihan group is designed to facilitate everyone's travel. Second, 160,000? That's impossible. It's impossible to sell it to everyone at such a high price. After Lin Xian said two impossibles in a row, the tourists at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room all held their breath. A bold guess emerged in their minds. No way. Is this Chihan Hongguang only 100,000? This was the maximum price they could imagine. With such configuration and performance, if the price is less than 100,000 yuan, Lin Xian will definitely lose everything. Some people have even made secret preparations. If the price is really 100,000 yuan, they will buy it on the spot. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Xian stated the sales price of this car. 66,600 yuan. For only 66,600 yuan, you can drive this Chihan Hongguang home directly. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. There was disbelief in everyone's eyes. 66,600. You can drive home a vehicle that is comparable to a mid-range car. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. How is this possible? Is the Chihan group crazy? The first reaction of the car dealers at the scene was that Lin Xian was going to destroy the entire industry. There has always been a tacit, unwritten rule in the automotive industry. High price, low performance. Every time you make a small change, it becomes a new model. It's like installing a refrigerator in a car, which is exclusive to luxury cars. And Lin Xian's Chihan Hongguang, which costs 66,600 yuan, actually also comes with a refrigerator. Completely the opposite of them. Low price and high performance. Is Lin Xian planning to wipe out all of his colleagues this time? He is really crazy. At this price, we can't even cover our costs. Chapter 67. Beautiful lady, please get in the car. The audience in the live broadcast room has gone completely crazy at this moment. 66,600? You're not mistaken. At this price and with this performance, even if the car explodes, I will still praise its power. All in, buy it. Believe in Chihan's technical level. I just ordered a car. Is it too late to cancel the order now? I bought it. My wife just needs a grocery cart. Because of the enthusiasm of these netizens, the price of the new Chihan car was quickly exposed on the internet, creating a huge sensation. More netizens know about this matter. Most people don't really care about this. At most they just discuss and forward it, treating it as an interesting story. But another group was completely attracted by this popularity. Online car-hailing group. What attracted them was the fuel efficiency of this new energy vehicle. As those who make a living by hailing a car online, they know very well how much benefit the money saved on gas can bring to them. Every time oil prices go up, they are the ones who are most affected. This is directly related to their income. Especially Lin Xian's Hongguang series is not expensive, only 66,000. The problem now is that this model is not suitable for online ride-hailing, as the mini model is a bit small. Some CEOs of companies specializing in online car-hailing services took the initiative to contact the Chihan group as soon as possible to inquire about new energy vehicles. They want to know if Chihan has other models that they want to order. In just a few minutes, more than 10 orders were completed. The amount behind these orders basically starts from tens of millions. If the entire online car-hailing market is opened up, it will be a blue ocean market. This can be said to be a pleasant surprise. Station scene. After Lin Xian said the price, the audience started buying immediately. In particular, the cars on display on the platform were snapped up by tourists. Some people even offered to pay a higher price to buy it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian picked up the microphone. Please be quiet and don't get excited. Our Chihan group has a lot of vehicles in reserve this time, and the inventory is completely sufficient. You can place an order through the online platform and pick up the car at the nearest sales outlet within a week at most. In addition, our Chihan group has also installed charging stations in major cities across the country to facilitate charging for everyone. In addition, we are also actively promoting cooperation with road administration departments to arrange and install charging points on major expressways and other roads across the country. All of this will be implemented in the next 3 years. Lin Xian's words did not calm these people down, but made them even more excited, and they wanted to buy the Hongguang series vehicles from Chihan Group even more. The reason is very simple. Lin Xian considered everything for them, even solving worries like charging piles for them. Why not buy it? Given such a hot atmosphere, Lin Xian asked the staff to write a small program on the spot for the lottery. Those present who wished to purchase the vehicles on display directly enter their mobile phone numbers into this mini program. Lin Xian conducted the lottery live. Those who are drawn can purchase directly. Soon, the operation was completed. Lin Xian started the on-site lottery. 5, 4, 2, stop! As Lin Xian finished speaking, the The numbers that had been jumping on the screen behind him immediately stopped, revealing a phone number. Congratulations to the friend with the last number 2355 for becoming the owner of our Hongguang. Please come to the booth. The person who was drawn was a graceful young woman, and she hugged her husband excitedly. Honey, I'm so lucky. I won the lottery. Afterwards, she couldn't wait to run to Lin Xian and express her gratitude to him. Lin Xian continued to draw lots. Soon, all 5 Hongguang cars used for display on site were taken away by Lin Xian. 5 future car owners stood beside Lin Xian, both men and women, all with excited faces. For them, being able to stand next to Lin Xian is something worth showing off. At least you can show off to your relatives and friends for 10 days or half a month. Chihan's staff on site helped them with the formalities. In a short while, they signed and paid the money and became the owners of Hongguang. Lin Xian walked up to the first young woman who won the lottery and said with a smile, "Congratulations, ma'am. I became the first Hongguang owner at our site." As he spoke, Lin Xian opened the door of the Hongguang car. "Please get in the car, beautiful lady." Lin Xian bent down and bowed slightly. Boom! Along with Lin Xian's action, a huge roar was heard at the scene. All those tourists were so excited that they wished they could replace the young woman at the booth. This is Lin Xian, the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Open the car door yourself. Invite the car owner to get on board. The tourists who didn't participate in the lottery just now regretted it and slapped their thighs. Why should I be reserved? Why don't you take part in the lottery yourself? If I participated, would Lin Xian open the car door for me? Most of the people present were from the middle class, and Lin Xian's action was most likely to touch their hearts. It can be said that Lin Xian's simple action directly converted them all into loyal fans of Chihan Hongguang. Even if other car company CEOs imitate Lin Xian in opening car doors in the future, they will not be able to achieve the same effect. Only if you do this for the first time, it will be a great success. The live broadcast room was directly covered with barrages. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! For just over 60,000 yuan, I can have Lin Xian personally drive me to invite me. What kind of fate is this? Boss Lin, I want to buy 10 cars, can you open the door for me? Beauty's sister, I beg you, can you give me this opportunity? I swear, I will only buy Chihan's products from now on. I won't even look at anything else. The young woman's mind was completely confused at the moment, and she felt dizzy as if she was drunk. Can't react? Lin Xian. He actively opened the door for me. Invite me to get in the car. She felt her breathing become rapid and she was having trouble breathing. In the camera, her face quickly flushed and colored. Seeing her reaction, Lin Xian coughed lightly and spoke again. Please get in the car, beautiful lady. As he spoke, Lin Xian stretched out his hand in front of her and made an inviting gesture. It was not until now that the young woman reacted. She gently held Lin Xian's hand. This moment, her heart was beating like a drum. Then she got into the Chihan Hongguang car she bought. Start the vehicle. Her husband couldn't wait to sit in the passenger seat, for he was afraid that he would be late. Afterwards, the lady began to test drive the car on a special site. Chapter 68. Zhong Zhangwo almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. The scene of Lin Xian personally opening the car door for the customer immediately set off the entire internet. Before this, no car company CEO had ever opened a car door for a customer. This is the first time ever. It was also because of this incident that Chihan Hongguang's sales volume was greatly increased. After Lin Xian sent all 5 car owners to their cars, Zhou Ling walked to Lin Xian and reported to him in a low voice. Mr. Lin, all of our inventory vehicles have been reserved. Now several online car-hailing companies have contacted us and want to order normal models. In addition, the number of orders on the platform has now increased to more than 4,000. This time our Hongguang was an instant success and a huge success. It's no wonder that Zhou Ling was so excited. The transaction volume from the online orders alone reached more than 200 million. This is still the first day of the new car launch, within the first hour. This result is definitely a record-breaking one. Far surpasses the sales of current domestic car companies. As long as the subsequent shipments of Hongguang's series of new energy vehicles are stable, there will be no problems of this or that kind. Then you can basically gain a foothold in the car manufacturing industry. I can eat this bowl of rice from now on. This is what really excited Zhou Ling. Basically, everyone knows that making and selling cars is very profitable. But even if we knew, it would be difficult to kill our way in. The industry barriers in this industry are too high. Moreover, building a car production line from scratch will cost a lot of money. Plus various technical barriers. This has led to many companies that wanted to enter this industry suffering heavy losses. Originally, Zhou Ling had already prepared herself to spend money for at least 10 years. But she never expected that Lin Xian would be able to find another way and bypass these barriers by building new energy vehicles. The technology of new energy vehicles is very different from that of traditional vehicles. It is equivalent to bringing your opponent and yourself to the same starting line. There was something strange in Zhou Ling's eyes when she looked at Lin Xian. After seeing the reservation numbers published on Chihan's official website, the CEOs of those car companies all felt inexplicable pressure. Lin Xian has no good intentions. This is how competition in the industry works. If Lin Xian's Chihan group gets more, they will get less. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. The CEO of a certain car company immediately made up his mind to trip up Chihan. He contacted a car review blogger. Some people are sad, and some are happy. Those companies that have been trying to make money in the car manufacturing industry over the years, after seeing Lin Xian's electric car achievements, it was like they had discovered a new world. They know very well that everyone's starting point on this track is the same. At most, Lin Xian's Chihan group is only a few steps ahead. As long as they are allowed to enter this market, they will be able to make money from it. Capital has always had the keenest sense of smell. They are well aware of the fact that electricity will be the main energy source in the future. In this case, why not invest in new energy electric vehicles and enter this track in advance? At the first moment, several research and development teams related to new energy vehicles were established and related projects were approved. At the same time, in the stock market, stocks of several electric companies began to rise. Some entrepreneurs also started making PPTs, hoping to make some money from the hole that Lin Xian had torn open in the car manufacturing industry. Lin Xian had already anticipated these before launching the Hongguang series of vehicles. He doesn't care at all, and even hopes that more companies and capital can get involved. The more he invested, the happier he was. Because he has a firm grasp on a core technology in the electric vehicle field. High-energy battery technology. This is the real lifeblood of new energy vehicles. It's not some fancy technology, it's just a battery. It guarantees the lifespan and performance ceiling of new energy vehicles. As long as this technology is in Lin Xian's hands, those companies that flock to the car manufacturing industry will always work for him. He can set relevant standards. At this moment, Zhong Jiangwo, who was in the lounge, was completely the opposite of Lin Xian. He almost jumped up with excitement. What on earth is the Chihan group doing? Zhong Jiangwo couldn't believe what he saw. Swarm drone project. He had seen it in the military's confidential information. The United States and Russia are also working on mastering related technologies. Among them, the United States proposed relevant concepts in the 1990s. It took them nearly 30 years to reach the cicada level, which could mobilize 50 unpowered drones at a time. Can only be used for reconnaissance. The ideal application scenario is the inspection of nuclear, biological and chemical areas and the collection of intelligence. Even so, it is still one of the core technologies of the United States. This is valuable information obtained by our comrades. At that time, the General Assembly Department contacted several directly affiliated military industrial enterprises and revealed some content that did not need to be kept confidential. I hope these military industrial enterprises can produce related products. The result is that it takes time and requires technological breakthroughs. There is no hope in sight. But what Zhong Jiangwo didn't expect was that he is now inside the lounge at the auto show. Saw the mature swarm drone technology. To start, 300 drones can be coordinated and commanded at the same time. What made him feel even more blood-boiling was the usage scenarios of this technical annotation. Used in commercial performances. Create various special effects in the air. What the fuck? Zhong Jiangwo felt as if a lot of phlegm was stuck in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This technology, which can be fully used for coordinated operations on the battlefield, was actually thought of by the geniuses of the Chihan and Han group for this kind of commercial use. It's outrageous. At this moment, an idea came to Zhong Jiangwo's mind. Is it possible to poach the talents under Lin Xian? It would be a waste to keep such RD talents in Chihan. They should shine in the military industry. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Zhong Jiangwo suppressed it himself. He then asked Xiaotian to play the contents of the third document. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to check the data of the agricultural drone. In fact, Wang Jiahao has already reported the relevant and approximate data from the Russian bear. Zhong Jiangwo had also seen it a long time ago, and he came to Lin Xian just to know more about it in detail. Now, he wants to know whether the third model, the so-called express delivery drone, will bring him another surprise. After receiving Zhong Jiangwo's order, the mechanical dog Xiaotian responded quickly. It switches the projection content and projects the data about the express drone in the document onto the wall. After completing the projection, Xiaotian walked to the socket and opened the charging port on his hip, ensuring that the projection was stable and not shaking. Connect to a socket to charge. Zhong Jiangwo didn't notice this at all. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the data of the express drone. Chapter 69. What is a delivery drone? Lin Xian's event ended quickly, and he handed over the hosting task to an employee in the company. At the same time, asked the warehouse to quickly allocate some vehicles over. It would be unacceptable to attend a car show and have all the cars on the booth sold out, leaving not a single car for display. After arranging everything, Lin Xian returned to the lounge. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhong Jiangwo's red eyes and heavy breathing. The moment he saw it, Lin Xian wanted to ask someone to call 120. Because Zhong Jiangwo's current appearance is a little too scary, as if he is sick. Before Lin Xian could speak, Zhong Jiangwo took a step forward and grabbed his shoulders tightly. The mechanical dog sensed that Lin Xian was under attack and immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to electrocute Zhong Jiangwo, rendering him unable to move. Fortunately, Lin Xian noticed it and asked the mechanical dog to stop its combat state. Otherwise, the scene of a being of Zhong Jiangwo's level being electrocuted is so beautiful that I dare not even imagine it. Be aware that electric shock can easily cause the target to become incontinent. Zhong Jiangwo himself didn't know that Lin Xian had helped him avoid a socially fatal incident. At this moment, there was only one thing on his mind. Lin Xian, what's wrong with your drone? Why is its performance so outrageous? Lin Xian looked in the direction of Zhong Jiangwo's finger and saw the data of the express drone projected on the wall. It seems that I didn't pay attention when transferring the data, and transferred the Fengshan Express orders as well. Leader, the data of this drone is normal, right? No problem? This is the delivery drone that Fengshan Group ordered from us. Specially used for delivering express parcels. All of its features are designed for express delivery. Zhong Jiangwo felt like the blood vessels on his forehead were about to burst. No problem? You say this is okay? Maximum range 8,000 kilometers. The maximum load capacity is over 3,000 kilograms. The fastest flying speed is 380 kilometers per hour. I can even control this drone to fly directly to the capital of Sakura country and conduct ultra-long-range bombing. You told me there was nothing wrong with this drone. Was it delivering a package? What express? When he said this, Zhong Jiangwo's voice gradually became softer. It seems that express delivery is really possible. Long-distance flight, high speed, and high payload. These all meet the various needs of the express delivery industry. In particular, the drone's precise delivery capability can reduce errors to centimeters. Thinking about it this way, the purpose of the design should be to fail to deliver the express accurately. It seems that I was thinking in the wrong way. After realizing this, Zhong Jiangwo loosened his hands. By the way, he helped Lin Xian tidy up his wrinkled clothes. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and then continued. I'm sorry, I got a little excited just now. Feel sorry. But this drone of yours, Chihan, is very dangerous. If it is bought by someone with ulterior motives, it will easily have a negative impact on society. Zhong Jiangwo, who was born a soldier, knows all too well the threat that this beyond visual range strike weapon can bring. After China successfully launched a long-range intercontinental ballistic missile, the international voices instantly lightened up a lot, and various business environments began to improve. Lin Xian's express delivery drone is very consistent with the characteristics of a beyond visual range strike weapon. It can be said to be a small, beyond visual range strike weapon. That's why Zhong Jiangwo was so excited and out of control just now. Lin Xian heard the meaning of profitability from Zhong Jiangwo's words. A look of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. Lead. In fact, this drone is a cooperative project between Fengshan Group and our Chihan Group. In order to complete this project, our R&D personnel of Chihan Group spent more than 3 years and invested a lot of resources. In addition, our Chihan Group has also signed a relevant contract with Fengshan Group. If we breach the contract, we will have to pay a sky-high penalty. When he said this, Lin Xian sighed sadly, then glanced at Zhong Jiangwo. If this drone really threatens national security, it will have an impact on society. Our Chihan Group will stop this project even if we have to pay a huge penalty. While saying these words, Lin Xian gritted his teeth, as if he was making a very difficult decision. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Zhong Jiangwo knew what he was planning without having to think about it. I just want to help him out. If the performance of this drone is really as described in the data, why not cover it myself? Immediately, Zhong Jiangwo patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said earnestly, Comrade Lin Xian, you have to believe in the country. If the performance of this drone is consistent with the data, the General Assembly Department will sign an exclusive order contract with you and order this drone at the market price. You will never suffer a loss. As for the contract between Chihan Group and Fengshan Group, it is not a problem. The relevant liquidated damages can be paid by the General Assembly Department. When talking about this, Zhong Jiangwo thought of 2 other drones. By the way, your Chihan agricultural drone and honeycomb drone don't have a custom contract, right? Lin Xian shook his head upon hearing this. No. Those 2 drones are products we independently developed to meet market demand. No corresponding contracts have been signed with other companies. Zhong Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if there was no such contract. The General Assembly Department cannot bear to pay more penalty if the contract is signed. Although the General Armament Department is responsible for equipment procurement for the entire army, it has a special funding expenditure system. However, the current military equipment replacement requires a large amount of funds to be spent on corresponding purchases. During this period of time, not to mention anything else, the General Assembly Department has spent nearly 1 billion yuan in procurement funds on the Chihan Group alone. Even if we have more funding, we can't afford to build it like this. Zhong Jiangwo was even planning to ask for money from the small and micro enterprise China Tobacco. Comrade Lin Xian, I have a request now. We need prototypes of these 3 drones for relevant testing. If the performance tested is suitable, the General Assembly Department will purchase these 3 drones. I hope to have your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian walked forward enthusiastically and shook Zhong Jiangwo's hands. Mr. Zhong, don't worry. Our Chihan Group is a military supporting enterprise and we will definitely cooperate with this matter. I'll have someone get ready now. Send these prototypes to the General Assembly Department. Looking at Lin Xian's smiling face, Zhong Jiangwo was suddenly speechless. This kid. Chapter 70. The Russian ambassador arrived overnight. This is the bare side. What happened on the front battlefield was eventually reported. Wang Jiahao was also supervised and controlled by the Russian soldiers. The results achieved by agricultural drones attracted the attention of the Russian military leaders. So amazing! Even relevant documents and reports appeared on the emperor's desk. The officer was awarded a medal and promoted, then taken away for investigation and questioning for relevant intelligence. On the contrary, Wang Jiahao has been eating and drinking well during this period. Except for not being able to move around, All other conditions are met for him. I even gained 2 kilograms. After half a month of this, he was informed that a general wanted to see him. Afterwards, Wang Jiahao was taken to the rear position. In a conference room, he met an old general with gray hair. The old general took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, dear Davarishi, I am Xiaoyigu. I'm very glad to see you here today. When Wang Jiahao heard the other person's name, he felt his mouth a little dry. As a person sent by the General Assembly Department of China, although he had not received special agent training, he was also required to understand some intelligence related to the Russian bear. So he was very clear about the identity of the old general in front of him. However, Wang Jiahao reacted quickly and remembered that his current identity was Chihan's staff member. Wang Jiahao immediately managed his facial expression, shook hands with the general excitedly and nervously, and took the opportunity to ask his questions. Hello, General. It's an honor to meet you. I want to know if I have committed any crime that I have been detained at the front line and cannot leave. My family and my boss are waiting for me to return. When saying these words, Wang Jiahao also made a frightened expression. He looks like a middle-aged man who is totally confused about the situation. Looking at the performance of Wang Jia, Xiao Yigu still had a smile on his face. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. This incident was purely a misunderstanding. My subordinates did not understand the situation and misunderstood my instructions. I have punished that careless subordinate. I apologize to you here on his behalf. In fact, Wang Jiahao and Xiao Yigu both knew in their hearts the reason why he was detained. As for the so-called subordinate, he was just a person Xiao Yigu mentioned casually. But Wang Jiahao did not expose Xiao Yigu's lie. Instead, he cooperated very well and made an expression of sudden enlightenment. It's okay, General. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to punish the officer. He just made an unintentional mistake. General, when can I return home? Hearing Wang Jiahao's question, Xiao Yigu replied very straightforwardly. Please rest assured, Mr. Wang, you can return home after the relevant formalities are completed. But Xiao Yigu's next sentence immediately made Wang Jiahao's hair stand on end. By the way, Mr. Wang, I came here this time to find out about that drone. Is this drone, which is so powerful on the battlefield, a new product developed by your Chinese military's military industry department? Wang Jiahao responded quickly and denied the 3 charges. No, it's not. The Ministry of War doesn't have it. This is an agricultural product produced by our Chihan group. The reason why these drones appeared on the battlefield this time is purely because of our boss, Mr. Lin Xian. He sent these drones as gifts to thank you for the amphibious all-terrain vehicle you purchased. When he said this, Wang Jiahao silently apologized to Lin Xian in his heart. Sorry, Mr. Lin, you have to take the blame. Wang Jiahao reacted immediately after he apologized in his heart. Well? Isn't that right? What I said is the truth. This drone was originally a gift from the Chihan group. What am I apologizing for? Xiao Yigu had read the information about the Chihan group before coming here and also made some special inquiries. The reason why the Russian ambassador to China was asked to place an order with the Chihan group was because they knew that Chihan was sanctioned by the United States. Now hearing Wang Jiahao say this, he made a judgment in his heart. The so-called Chihan group is a military factory under the Huagua military industry. Because the person in front of him was obviously a soldier. In order to prove his words, Wang Jiahao took out his mobile phone and opened the Chihan group's online mall. Show the sales interface of the agricultural drone to General Shegu. General, please look carefully. This is really an agricultural drone from our Chihan group. This drone is marketed to farmers, and its main purpose is to spread pesticides. Relieve the hard work of farmers in farming. As he spoke, Wang Jiahao also played a related advertising video for Xiao Yigu. Xiao Yigu watched the video as a drone took off with large barrels of pesticides and spread them on the farmland. His eyes were slightly moist. If there were no war, Russia could also use this battlefield weapon to spread pesticides and turn swords into plowshares. Because of those preconceived ideas, Xiao Yigu has subjectively concluded that the Chihan group is a Chinese military factory. Then he saw the price of the drone. 33,000 yuan per unit? Chinese currency? It's a good deal, less than 5,000 US dollars. This drone is so cheap. Immediately, he asked Wang Jiahao. The price of this drone is 33,000 Chinese yuan? He recognized the sheep's head symbol that represented the Chinese currency. Wang Jiahao looked at the price himself, then nodded to Xiaoyigu for confirmation. Yes, General. That's the right price. If the order quantity is very large, our Chihan group will also offer discounts. When he said this, Wang Jiahao felt very uncertain. Chihan group should give a discount. He hastened to patch up what he had said. I'm in charge of the after-sales department of the product, not the sales department, so I'm not very sure. For the specific situation, we need to contact our Chihan sales department to find out. After listening to this, Xiaoyigu just glanced at Wang Jiahao, then called Igor, the Russian ambassador to China. Hello, Ambassador Igor. I need you to conduct a handover with China's Chihan group. Buy a drone called the Pesticide A from them. This drone is very important to us and needs to be purchased urgently. I will convene a meeting of the Military Industry Committee to approve the relevant purchase budget. What you need to do now is to confirm this matter with the Chihan group immediately. It would be best if you go in person. Igor on the other end of the phone was completely confused. What? Buying a farm drone? What do you want that thing for? Are the people in the Military Industry Commission crazy? However, remembering the previous instruction to purchase amphibious all-terrain off-road vehicles, Igor did not ask too many questions. Prepared to leave for Chihan Group immediately. Chapter 71 William Vomits Blood. Eagle Sauce, Raytheon Group. The group is one of the main recipients of American defense contracts, taking on military orders worth tens of billions of dollars every year. This time they received a gift. Gift sent back by military observers who had become friends with them. A battle-damaged drone. Along with the gift came a message from the military observer. This is China's secret weapon to help the Russian bear. It poses a huge threat to Mao. Raytheon Group paid a friendship fee of $200,000 for this gift. After receiving the gift, Raytheon Group immediately organized a technical team to conduct disassembly and reverse analysis. Members of the technical team first watched the video footage transmitted back from the battlefield. William James is the leader of the team, and also the top management of Thor. At this moment, he is watching relevant video materials carefully in the conference room. I also take notes on the tablet from time to time. The drone codenamed X has high maneuverability, precise delivery, and high carrying capacity. These features can give it a huge advantage on the battlefield. In addition, this drone uses its own characteristics to prevent it from being easily locked by air defense radars and cannot be accurately shot down. After summarizing and writing down the features of this drone, James William was filled with admiration. Which genius designed this drone? Which pervert thought of using this drone on the battlefield? As an executive of a military-industrial complex, William is well aware of the changes that this drone will bring when it appears on the battlefield. Just look at the performance of those idiot soldiers in the video, and you will know. This drone will definitely change the situation of war, and also change the mode of war. There will even be corresponding arms. This was the first judgment he made. At the same time, excitement flashed in William's eyes. This is a future direction for military industry, and he must seize this opportunity and direction. As long as he can successfully reverse engineer the drone's technology, he could even become one of the company's partners. The huge benefits made his pupils dilate and his breathing rapid. Everyone, I believe you have seen the performance of this drone on the battlefield. I don't need to tell you how much profit this drone codenamed X can bring us. Now I have only one request for you. Disassemble and reverse engineer all the technologies of this drone. Double the bonus! After hearing this, the technicians present all cheered excitedly. Thanks, boss. Just wait and see what happens. Isn't it just a small drone technology? If you have the real thing, you can disassemble it at will. This mission is too easy. William looked at the technician's excited performance with a look of satisfaction on his face. He knows clearly how to motivate his employees. The green dollar is the best stimulant. He even planned to pay for the double bonus himself. As long as the technology of this drone is reverse engineered successfully, All I have to pay is just a tiny bit of residue. Then William gave the order to take action. Several technicians picked up special equipment to take pictures. These are precious video materials that need to be preserved intact. At the same time, William operated the instrument to scan the external structure of the drone and save the 3D structural graphics. After all these operations were completed, William began to dismantle the wings. He carefully disassembled all 4 wings and handed them over to his scientific researchers for detailed disassembly. He then disassembled the fuselage. Because this drone was shot down, there were many deformations and wounds on its body. This forced William to be more careful when dismantling the machine. As he disassembled it, a researcher recorded each step. All the other researchers saw the Chinese serial numbers on the fuselage. But no one brought this up. They have done this kind of thing a lot. After disassembling and reverse engineering to develop related technology, this technology becomes theirs. As for the so-called intellectual property rights, patents, these things are only useful when they are beneficial to them. When they are not beneficial to them, they are just a piece of paper to wipe their butts. William quickly removed the fuselage shell, and he didn't even dare to breathe during the process. The disassembled parts were taken over by his team members for more detailed analysis. Structural analysis, material analysis, and testing. Next comes the core part. The drone's operating panel and control system. William knew that this was the most valuable part of this drone. It's a pity that these places suffered a lot of damage, which made William want to curse. He operated special equipment and dismantled it carefully. What William didn't know was that Lin Xian was trying to prevent the drone from being reverse-engineered by others. He installed confidentiality measures on every drone before it left the factory. Physical confidentiality. A small button battery is installed around the chip. As long as the chip senses the disassembly of the core components, it will automatically overload. As we all know, chips are extremely fragile. When overloaded, no change can be seen from the outside. William was extremely careful, disassembled the chip core, and then took the chip off. Only after doing this did he breathe a sigh of relief. The next step is to copy the chip and start formal reverse engineering. He handed the remaining components to his scientific researchers for disassembly, and he wanted to copy the chip himself. Result. When he placed the chip on the instrument for observation, he found that the chip was completely damaged and could not be used. Fuck! William cursed angrily and kicked the equipment in front of him hard. How can he carry out reverse engineering when the most critical thing is damaged? At this time, one of his deputies spoke to comfort him. Boss, I just searched on the website and found that this drone is sold in China. According to the description on the sales interface, this drone is an agricultural drone and can be purchased for only $6,000. William's first reaction after hearing this was disbelief. How is this possible? Agricultural drones? Are you kidding? He then snatched the tablet from his deputy and examined it carefully. He discovered that the drone in the tablet was exactly the same as the one he had disassembled. What's even more heartbreaking is that there are discounts on the sales interface. This made William almost vomit blood. Do you know how many resources he traded in order to get this opportunity? But he still held back and decided to place an order immediately. The result interface shows that the purchase is not possible. The deputy's words reached his ears. Boss, the Chihan group has been sanctioned by us, and we cannot buy its products. Upon hearing this, William vomited blood. Chapter 72, Long Time No See, Dear Divari. Lin Xian didn't know yet that the confidentiality measures he had added to the drone, combined with the Eagle Sauce's sanctions order, directly made William of the Raytheon military-industrial complex so angry that he vomited blood. At this moment, he has brought Zhong Jiangwo back to Chihan Group and is showing him Chihan's 3 drones. Especially the drones specially used for express delivery, which Zhong Jiangwo couldn't put down. With a wingspan of nearly 20 meters and a fuselage of 10 meters, it looks like a mini version of a bomber from a distance. Especially after seeing its endurance and maximum cruising speed, Zhong Jiangwo couldn't wait to sit on this drone and experience it for himself. Lin Xian stopped his wild idea. This is a drone, not a manned aircraft. A mortal like Zhong Jiangwo can't bear it. If anything happens to him, it will be a big trouble for the Chihan group. Zhong Jiangwo was also a man who listened to advice. After being persuaded by Lin Xian for a few words, he gave up his crazy idea. Comrade Lin Xian, your drone will play a huge role for the country, especially for the military. I am placing an order with you on behalf of the General Assembly Department. I hope to purchase this type of drone. As for the honeycomb series of drones and the agricultural drone, please purchase them all together. But there is one condition, that is, you need to terminate the contract with Fengshan Group. This drone is only for the military. This drone is not suitable for the civilian market for the time being. I hope you can understand. As for the contract between Chihan Group and Fengshan Group, as well as the compensation for breach of contract, the General Assembly Department can bear the full amount. When Zhong Jiangwo said this, he showed all his sincerity. During the time he has been cooperating with Chihan Group, he knows clearly what kind of company Chihan Group is. So I won't do any of that nonsense, and just offer the lowest price I can. Lin Xian thought about it for a moment, and realized that this was Zhong Jiangwo's sincerity. To this, he could only silently apologize to Fengshan Group in his heart. I'm sorry, my friend, the products you ordered were intercepted by the General Assembly Department. Immediately, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Leader, our Chihan Group has always been law-abiding and patriotic and supports the military. Since the country needs our products, we will definitely do our best to provide them. I believe the country will not treat us unfairly. As for the price of these equipment, I will ask Assistant Joe to make a detailed quotation list later. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely give you fair prices. The reputation of our Chihan is known to everyone. As he spoke, Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo shook hands enthusiastically, which meant that the cooperation was concluded. Zhong Jiangwo also took the opportunity to mention his other goal. I've long known that your Chihan Group has a good reputation for quality products and low prices. Previously, the projects you worked on with the General Assembly Department were all very successful. It also made a huge contribution to our military's equipment replacement. The General Assembly Department will not let patriotic enterprises like yours suffer losses this time. In the early stage, we will purchase no less than 50,000 units of each of your 3 types of drones. Depending on the military's response, we will continue to increase our purchases based on this. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The purchase volume is at least over 1 billion. Moreover, it is normal for this type of drone to suffer various types of damage during daily use. The initial purchases alone can bring him several small benefits. Not to mention the follow-up services. As expected, arms are the most profitable. His current Chihan Group is still just a small business. If he really wanted to develop those big projects in the system, Lin Xian didn't know how to calculate the benefits involved. Not to mention the impact factors that will arise here. Also, your sky-howling mechanical dog is very good. I also hope to include them in the procurement plan. But they have not been tested in actual combat. I hope that Chihan can lend me some to take back for testing. Robot dogs are different from drones. Chihan Group's drones have been used in actual combat on the battlefield. Zhong Jiangwo was able to make the final decision on his own, and he had also looked at the data of the other 2 drones. Lin Xian also arranged for technicians to give him a demonstration. Know its effect on the battlefield. The use of this mechanical dog on the battlefield was just Zhong Jiangwo's personal idea. You need to take some samples back for special testing. He can only make purchases after obtaining approval from the military. Although the General Assembly Department has the power of purchasing, this power is also subject to supervision. Lin Xian had no reason to refuse this. Aren't they just some mechanical dogs? He wouldn't mind even if it was given to Zhong Jiangwo. Of course, even if Lin Xian wanted to give it to him, Zhong Jiangwo would not accept it. Being in his position, this is the bottom line that cannot be touched. Of course. I'll ask the warehouse to pack up the 12 mechanical dogs now. When you return, I will take them back with you. Just when Lin Xian was about to sign a contract with Zhong Jiangwo, his assistant Zhou Ling called. Mr. Lin. Igor, the ambassador we worked with before, is here. He wants to see you, and he said he came with a big order this time. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt huge doubts in his heart. What is Igor, the Russian ambassador, doing here? Could it be that he was also after that drone? Zhong Jiangwo also thought of this. He immediately signed his name on the contract, stamped it with the official seal, and then handed the contract to Lin Xian. Comrade Lin Xian. I've already signed it. Lin Xian also signed his name on the contract. This contract is just a contract of intention for cooperation. It represents the cooperation intention between the General Assembly Department and Chihan Group. As for the subsequent complete contract, it can only be signed after all the processes are completed. After all, this involves purchases worth billions of dollars, so it won't be that simple. After seeing Lin Xian's signature, Zhong Jiangwo showed a satisfied smile on his face. I won't bother you with Ambassador Igor. Comrade Lin Xian, you need to make arrangements and pack up these 3 drones and the mechanical dogs. I will take them back together. I will organize the military to conduct a test at that time. After confirming the military use of these equipment, we can sign a formal contract with Chihan Group. Having said that, Zhong Jiangwo stood up and walked outside. Lin Xian saw him off enthusiastically. Igor, who was waiting outside, saw Lin Xian and Zhong Jiangwo walking out together. As an ambassador, he was well aware of Zhong Jiangwo's identity, and some thoughts ran through his mind. However, he did not show it. Instead, he opened his arms warmly and hugged Lin Xian. Dear Davarish, long time no see. I come with a huge surprise this time. Chapter 73, The Billion-Dollar Order from the Russian Bear, Lin Xian Blackmails. When Lin Xian heard the word surprise from Igor's mouth, he knew what he was here for. Although he has a thick tongue and his Chinese is not that clear. On behalf of Mao Xiong, I would like to place an order with your company for 30,000 agricultural drones. But I have one request, which is that I hope your company can add a controllable grappling hook to the fuselage of this drone. Lin Xian's heart moved. According to the price that Chihan sold agricultural drones to the outside world, this order reached 900 million. 900 million before tax. Really? That's the matter. Judging from the reactions of Zhong Jiangwo and Igor, it can be confirmed that the agricultural drone that was given as a gift was used on the battlefield by the Russian Bear. That being said, it seems that the sanctions imposed by the United States on me were not wrong. Qin and Han's products do pose a threat to international security. As soon as this idea came into mind, it was directly extinguished by Lin Xian. How is that possible? The Russians must have used Qin and Han products recklessly and discovered this usage by accident. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lin Xian's mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Igor, our Chihan group can't produce so many products right now. Because we have just signed a contract with the General Assembly Department, we need to give them priority in supplying goods. This drone is within their procurement range. Igor became anxious instantly. Mr. Lin Xian, you can't do this. This product is very important to us. I hope you can give us priority in view of the deep friendship between our two countries. I can pay more. Seeing Igor's reaction, Lin Xian had a rough judgment in his heart. The Russian Bear is indeed very anxious this time. He spoke to comfort her. Mr. Igor, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's true that I had already signed a contract with the General Assembly Department before you came. Besides, our Chihan Group's production capacity has already been maximized. There is really no other way. Lin Xian spoke while observing Igor's expression. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could get some benefits from the Russian Bear. If it was just about making this deal, Lin Xian could do it just by talking. But he wanted more. Moreover, Lin Xian was not worried that Igor would seek cooperation with other companies. Chihan Group masters core technologies. The positioning technology of drones comes from the star network of the Qin and Han dynasties. In the past few years, Lin Xian has reached a cooperation with the Aerospace Department and launched many navigation satellites into space. Create an accurate satellite positioning system StarNet. Qin Han's drone products rely on this system to achieve those incredible effects. Igor also heard what Lin Xian wanted him to hear in his words. Production capacity? Dear Devarish, if your company's production capacity is insufficient, I think I can help. We in Mao Xiong have some high-precision industrial production chains left over from the past, which may be able to help. When he said this, Igor looked at Lin Xian earnestly. Due to historical reasons, the Russian bear has inherited a lot of industrial production chains. Most of these production chains are now gathering dust, and some have been scrapped because they have not been maintained for a long time. All Igor could think of were the production chains. To be more precise, it should be a production chain with high-precision machine tools as the core. This can be called the mother machine of modern industry. This is exactly what Lin Xian was waiting for. He said hesitantly. I also know those production chains. They are all old products and may not be usable. I am very happy to cooperate with you, Mr. Igor. Let's do this. I can prioritize retrieving a batch of inventory products to complete part of our cooperation with you. When the remaining products are produced, we will continue to complete the subsequent delivery. This is the best solution I can think of. I'm sorry, Mr. Igor. After listening to this, Igor was silent for a moment. Although he had some understanding of industrial matters, he was not from a related field and did not know the value of those production chains. What he was thinking about was how to continue to increase the stakes and convince Lin Xian. The Russian economy has been rather tight in recent years, so it does not have that much money to spend on purchases. Lin Xian noticed Igor's silence, and his heart tightened. He tried to make up for it. In fact, we can also try those industrial production chains, just in case they are effective. Even if it has no effect and cannot help us improve production efficiency, it is also a testimony to the friendship between you, Mr. Igor, and me. I'll discuss this with Director Zhong from the General Assembly Department and ask Han Group to pay some liquidated damages so that we can complete the transaction with you first. Igor was deeply moved. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Xian. Thank you so much, dear Davarish. I will communicate with the country as soon as possible and ask them to arrange for the transportation of relevant equipment. As he spoke, Igor took out the contract he had prepared. He prepared 2 text versions of the contract. Even the name has been signed and the official seal has been stamped on it. As long as Lin Xian signs and stamps it, this purchase order worth 900 million can be completed. Lin Xian smiled and told Igor to be patient. Mr. Igor, please don't be so excited. Please take a seat. I need to ask a professional to look at this contract and confirm that it is correct before signing it. I hope you understand. Lin Xian expressed his concerns to Igor very frankly. In the face of Lin Xian's calmness, Igor also expressed his understanding. This is normal business practice. Because any mistake in the contract will result in huge losses. He followed Lin Xian's invitation, sat on the soft sofa, and relaxed his body. Igor knew clearly that now that things had come to this point, Lin Xian would definitely not regret it. A moment later, people from the legal department of Chihan Group filed into the conference room. After consulting Lin Xian, they began to carefully study the 2 contracts brought by Igor. Assistant Zhou Ling also came to the meeting room with a tray of wine and wine glasses. She poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian and Igor respectively. Lin Xian picked up the glass of white wine in front of him and saluted Igor beside him. Mr. Igor, this is the liquor I have stored for 3 years. It tastes very different from your country's vodka. Come, celebrate the success of our cooperation. As he spoke, Lin Xian drank the small glass of white wine in his hand in one gulp, turned the empty glass over and showed it to Igor. But there was something wrong with Igor's expression, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was as if what was placed next to him was not liquor, but deadly poison. This made Lin Xian curious. Isn't Igor an old drunkard? Why such a reaction? In fact, what Lin Xian didn't know was, after the last incident, Igor became allergic to alcohol. Chapter 74 Wang Jiahao returns to China with a battlefield weapon. Zhong Jiangwo knew very well why Igor came. Unfortunately, he arrived a step late. He has already ordered Chihan Group's drone production for the next few months. So when he knew that Igor came to see Lin Xian, he immediately chose to leave without even saying a few words to Igor. After returning to the headquarters of the General Assembly Department, Zhong Jiangwo met someone who surprised him. Wang Jiahao. Report. I have successfully completed the task assigned to me by the organization. Apply to return to the organization now. When Zhong Jiangwo saw this, All the wrinkles on his face showed through with laughter. Welcome back. He walked forward enthusiastically and hugged Wang Jiahao. Ever since he learned that Wang Jiahao was involved in the war between Mao Xiong and Heir Mao, Zhong Jiangwo has been trying hard to get him back through his connections. But there has been no good news. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiahao came back suddenly. Minister, this is my experience with the Russians. I have written down all the relevant things in this report. Please take a look. Also, this is my battle report on the Mao Bear side, as well as the military observation report. After the hug, Wang Jiahao handed the 3 reports he had prepared to Zhong Jiangwo. This is a normal procedure. He is a soldier. Accept this kind of control. In fact, Wang Jiahao had returned to China 3 days ago and had been going through the relevant procedures over the past few days. Zhong Jiangwo also knew the importance of this matter. He took the report from Wang Jiahao and read it carefully, and asked Wang Jiahao about the details. After verifying that everything was correct, Zhong Jiangwo signed his name on the report. In addition to him, there were signatures from several other department heads. After Zhong Jiangwo finished all this, he saved the electronic files of the 3 reports. Relevant paper files shall be archived and sealed. Good boy, I didn't expect that after I asked you to go to the Russian Bears, you would actually achieve so many military exploits on their front lines. It's a pity that you went there as a Chihan after-sales staff. Otherwise, at least you can get a third-class individual merit. As Zhong Jiangwo spoke, he patted Wang Jiahao's shoulder. Good. I feel stronger than before. It seems that the food over there is pretty good. Wang Jiahao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Well, don't talk about my third-class merit. Thank God you didn't kick me off the team. It almost caused a big mess. By the way, leader, can you give me some inside information? Is Chihan Group an enterprise under our General Transfer Department? The products they developed are perfect for the battlefield. Their previous cat-shaped car played an almost decisive role in the battlefield of the Russian Bear. Can you believe that after the Russian light infantry is equipped with cat cars, they can travel 300 kilometers a day? Mao and the others were completely stunned. As he spoke, Wang Jiahao sat down on the chair in front of Zhong Jiangwo, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Now that the relevant procedures have been completed, he is naturally not as tense as before. Zhong Jiangwo was not angry when he saw Wang Jiahao like this. The purchase report for that cat car has been approved. Our light infantry can then be equipped with this amphibious all-terrain vehicle. By the way, it has a new name now, it's called the Mountain Cat. Wang Jiahao was speechless when he heard this. Mountain Cat? It's not as good as the previous cat car. At the very least, the cat car sounds kind of cute. Before he could open his mouth to complain, Zhong Jiangwo's words continued to reach his ears. As for the Chihan Group, it is an important partner of our General Assembly Department. That's right. This time I got some new products from Chihan Group. Now that you are back, it is a good opportunity to conduct relevant tests on these products. I want to see the test report within 3 days. Wang Jiahao's face suddenly fell. Leader, I just came back from the Mao Bear. You're assigning me tasks without giving me a 10-day or half-month vacation? Listen, does this make sense? I can't even imagine how you could say such cold words from your 38 degrees mouth. Zhong Jiangwo completely ignored Wang Jiahao. He lowered his head and worked on the computer. The relevant task email has been sent to your mailbox. I just want to see the report in 3 days. As for vacation, you take your annual vacation after testing these products. Zhong Jiangwo actually knew everything Wang Jiahao had experienced with the Russian Bear. I know very clearly how much fun this kid is having over there. It's still hard work. Snort. Not asking him to work overtime for 3 days and 3 nights was already a light let-off for him. Wang Jiahao sighed resignedly. Oh. Then he picked up his mobile phone to check the specific tasks assigned to him by Zhong Jiangwo. Honeycomb drones? Agricultural drones. Double-tailed scorpion delivery drone? There's also a mechanical dog. What are all these? In addition to the agricultural drone, I have personally operated it in Russia and know its actual combat effect. The others are unreliable at first glance. Could it be that his leader had seen the performance and related data in his report on agricultural drones? Just assume that all of Chihan Group's products are suitable for military use. Empiricism is not acceptable, Lao Zhong. Of course, Wang Jiahao didn't dare to say these words directly. I'm just complaining in my mind. But Zhong Jiangwo could already see through Wang Jiahao's little thoughts from his face. Please take a closer look at the relevant data. Wang Jiahao heard this. Out of curiosity, I clicked on the data sent by Zhong Jiangwo. Then he froze. He looked at the data on the phone screen with disbelief. Is this impossible? 8,000 kilometers of cruising, is this a drone? Is it a drone delivering packages? This is too outrageous. Zhong Jiangwo already knew that Wang Jiahao would have such a reaction. Not surprising at all. He had a similar reaction when he first saw the delivery drone data. That's why you need to undergo relevant tests. Confirm whether the data is falsified. You should know how much help this drone can bring to our troops if the data is all true. Wang Jiahao nodded in approval. This is simply a magical weapon on the battlefield. He is now full of energy, and has no longer any of the resistance he had before. At the same time, he was also very curious about the mental state of the Chihan Group's staff. Did you come up with the idea of using this kind of drone to deliver packages? By the way, please send a notice to Fengshen Group in the name of the General Transfer Department. The content is basically that we requisitioned the express delivery drone they customized from the Chihan Group. The wording of the notice should be formal and reflect the close relationship between the military and the people. Chapter 75 Fengshen Group. What is a disaster from the sky? Fengshen Group Headquarters. A new strategic meeting is being held at this moment. Deputy General Manager Gan Ling is in charge of the meeting. My dear colleagues, this is the next strategic arrangement of our Fengshen Group. Our group is going to develop a drone track. It has created a whole new idea of drone delivery. All subprojects of the entire strategic plan are progressing in an orderly manner. We have also passed the review of the Air Traffic Control Department and have applied for special unmanned aircraft flight qualifications. The Chihan Group's delivery drones are almost complete. Just as Gan Ling was speaking passionately, his secretary knocked on the door. Gan Ling looked at his secretary with a stern look. He really doesn't like being interrupted during meetings. The secretary is aware of this habit of hers. He came to me at this time and interrupted my meeting. Something important must have happened. Boss Gan. I just received the official document from the General Assembly Department. I need you to take a look at it. Upon hearing that it was an official document from the General Assembly Department, Gan Ling's expression immediately returned to normal. It's break time now. You guys take a break first and we'll continue the meeting later. After hearing Gan Ling's instructions, the Fengshen executives present immediately relaxed, but their eyes were still on Gan Ling. To be precise, it should be on the document in Gan Ling's hand. They wanted to know what kind of document the General Assembly Department had sent over. It's still a red-headed document. Could it be that the General Assembly is going to reach a cooperation with our Fengshen Group? Gan Ling noticed the gazes of these people, but didn't care at all. He opened the document on the spot and read it carefully. As time passed, the expression on Gan Ling's face became worse and worse, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The content of the file is very simple. To sum it up in just a few words, the General Transportation Department took a fancy to the twin-tailed Scorpion UAV that they had commissioned the Chihan Group to customize and develop, and then this UAV was accepted by the headquarters. There is no subsequent relationship with Fengshen Group. The relevant liquidated damages will also be paid by the General Assembly Department to their group. To put it simply, the General Assembly Department took a fancy to their customized drone and requisitioned it. A special document was also sent to inform them of this matter. Gan Ling was so angry about this that his lungs were about to explode. How come the General Assembly Department intercepted the drone business when we were able to get it? I have such a big drone, and it's gone? Moreover, this drone is related to Fengshen Group's next strategic plan, and Gan Ling doesn't want to give up. When the executives in the conference room saw Gan Ling's expression change, they all had bad guesses in their minds. Then, Gan Ling took out his cell phone and made a few calls, hoping to see if he could do something about it through people he knew. The feedback we received was not very good. Basically, everyone advised him to give up. Gan Ling is also a person who can take it or leave it. After getting these feedbacks, he made a decision. The meeting is now adjourned. The drone delivery strategy is on hold for now. Waiting for further feedback. Upon hearing this, the senior executives at the scene immediately sorted out the information in front of them, and then left the meeting room one after another, leaving only Gan Ling alone. Looking at the empty conference room, Gan Ling took a deep breath. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Xian's private number. Boss Lin, why did the General Assembly Department target our customized products this time? Lin Xian on the other end of the phone naturally would not directly say that it was caused by his own mistake at work, he just laughed it off. Hey, I don't know what's going on. Out of nowhere, the General Assembly Department came to us and specifically asked us to provide drones. And they also classified those drones as military products and strictly prohibited them from being leaked. That's good. These products of our Chihan have completely lost the civilian market. It has had a huge impact on our development of the drone market, and we have even lost our core competitiveness. I'm really upset because of these things recently, Mr. Gan. When Gan Ling heard Lin Xian's rude words, his hands began to tremble with anger. What does it mean to lose core competitiveness? The product was noticed by the General Transfer Department and listed as purchased materials, which is clearly an epic enhancement. Everyone knows the purchase volume of military supplies. Moreover, those drones are classified as military products and cannot be circulated normally on the market. But that doesn't prevent your Chihan group from developing other products. Who in the industry doesn't know about Chihan Group's R&D capabilities? At this moment, Lin Xian did not have as many inner thoughts as Gan Ling. He was now fishing in the largest freshwater reservoir in the country. This is one of his hobbies. The previous amphibious all-terrain off-road vehicle was also developed by Lin Xian to make it easier for him to go fishing. He skillfully put bait on the fishing rod and cast the rod while continuing on the phone. Boss Gan, you may not believe this, but the reason why the General Assembly Department came to me this time is not just for those drones. They even took away my new, unreleased products, saying they would also be classified as military supplies. You said this was a set thing. But don't worry, Mr. Gan. Our Chihan Group is not the kind of company that does things without a clear purpose. When I negotiated with the General Assembly Department, I gave up a lot of favorable conditions and asked them to compensate you for your losses. Boss Gan, feel free to propose compensation conditions to the General Assembly Department. As long as they are not too excessive, they will agree to it. Gan Ling almost gritted his teeth and said, Then should I thank you? This time, the resources and cooperation provided by Fengshen Group for this drone express delivery strategy were not very high. It was just arranged as a possible strategy, but it was very important to Gan Ling. This concerns whether he can remove the label of deputy from his head. With the intervention of the General Assembly Department, the drone delivery strategy can basically be said to have failed. Lin Xian said that the General Assembly Department should compensate for the losses, and he allowed him to say it at will. How is this possible? The most we can do is to claim compensation based on actual losses. If you really want to falsify this, do you think the Iron Fist is fake? Just as Gan Ling was about to hang up the phone, Lin Xian's voice, which sounded like salvation, came into his ears again. Just because this twin-tailed scorpion drone was incorporated into the General Assembly Department doesn't mean that our Chihan Group can't develop other products. If you really want to use drones to deliver packages, Mr. Gan, we can modify some of the data about drones for you, and then continue to cooperate with us to customize drones. Lin Xian's words were like the devil's whisper, instantly arousing Gan Ling's thoughts. Coincidentally, at this time Lin Xian's fish was also hooked. Boss Gan, my fish is hooked. Let's talk next time. Gan Ling, who had just come up with an idea, almost gritted his teeth when he heard the dead tone coming from his cell phone. Chapter 76, Fishing Hook, Live Jade. After Lin Xian hung up the phone, he began to fight with the fish that was hooked. The fish was unexpectedly large. Lin Xian's nanomaterial fishing line was stretched straight. The next second, the fish flew out of the water, and its huge head swayed wildly in the air, trying to get rid of the hook. Anyone who has ever fished knows that this is the process of cleaning the gills. It is the survival instinct of fish. It was this action that allowed Lin Xian to see the true form of the fish. A big black carp nearly 1 meter long. The scales on the fish sparkled in the sun. The anglers who came here to fish in the wild also saw this big blue carp and were all very envious. Some fishermen even secretly cursed Lin Xian in their hearts for escaping the fish. They all want to catch the big fish while others come up empty-handed. However, as a veteran fisherman, Lin Xian is naturally able to handle this kind of gill-washing action. He decisively raised the fishing rod, making the nanomaterial fishing line straight. Reduce the force with which the big black carp shakes its head, enhance your own control, and reduce the possibility of the big black carp escaping. Moreover, this fishing line is made of nanomaterial, so there is no need to worry about the herring's gill cutters cutting the fishing line. Seeing that the gill cleaning failed, the big black carp fell into the water again and began to accumulate strength in the water, trying to break free from the control of the fishing line. Lin Xian was playing with the big blue carp in a relaxed manner, and did not immediately use the flying rod to forcefully hook the fish. Because he knew very well that the big black carp in the water weighed at least 60 or 70 kilograms and could generate more than 100 kilograms of force in the water. Although his body has been strengthened and various qualities have reached the limit of human beings, he can easily generate 200 to 300 kilograms of force by waving his hands. However, if you force the flying rod, it is easy to break the mouth of the black fish and cause it to come off the hook. Still need to use some skill. During the following period of time, Lin Xian kept reeling in and releasing the line, trying to relax and unwind the fish. The big blue carp was exhausted. The fishermen around have now gathered around Lin Xian, staring at the water without blinking. Even my breath was subconsciously held. They were afraid that their breathing was too loud and would cause Lin Xian's fish to fall off the hook. Except for fishing in reservoir ponds, there are few opportunities to catch such a large black carp when fishing in other places. Moreover, they were all subdued by Lin Xian's powerful ability to control the situation. If it were them, it would be difficult for them to compete with the big blue carp for such a long time. At least they would need a partner to exchange catches with them. And Lin Xian was the only one who was working hard to fish the whole time. Is he a Superman? Even a strong man can't stand it. Several fishermen had even picked up their scoop nets, ready to help Lin Xian scoop up the fish when he brought it to the river. This will not only help Lin Xian, but also allow him to express himself in a high-profile manner when drinking and bragging with other fishermen in the future. When I was fishing in the wild with someone, I caught a big blue carp weighing 70 or 80 kilograms. If it weren't for my help, that person would never have been able to catch it. This kind of thing can be boasted about for at least 10 years. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't care about what other people around him were thinking. He was sure that he had drained all the energy of this big bluefish. This angle now is also the best angle for catching fish. Lin Xian suddenly exerted force with both hands and bent the fishing rod in his hands into a bow. The next moment, a huge sound of water breaking was heard. A black figure was pulled out of the water directly by Lin Xian. Following the fishing rod, it formed a perfect arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. When the fishermen saw this scene, they were all so excited that they even cheered. "Fuck, this is awesome! A big bluefish weighing 70 to 80 kilograms flew up just like that, brother. Are you still human?" "Sorry bro, I was a little loud just now." "Brother, come and tell Huazi, what brand of fishing rod do you have? Tell me, I'll place an order for 8 or 10. The rod didn't break even after this. Brother, what kind of high-tech product is this fishing rod of yours?" Some anglers directly filmed videos with their mobile phones and posted them on their WeChat moments. It is very rare to see such a big fish. Lin Xian walked forward and used a hook remover to take the hook out of the fish's mouth. Then I measured the length of the fish with a tape measure. It was 1.2 meters. Then he weighed the fish with a simple electronic scale he carried with him. A full 76 kilograms. When this fish is lifted up, it is half as tall as Lin Xian. After doing all this, Lin Xian prepared to put the fish in his car and take it away. As for releasing animals? That doesn't make any sense. Lin Xian was too lazy to put on such a show, and the fish was already injured while flying up. If this injured fish is released into the wild, it will die. It would be better to release it directly into your own stomach. Some fisherman directly handed Lin Xian a cigarette, and then said shamelessly, "Brother, my child just started primary school. I want to buy this fish to help him improve his brain. How about I offer you 10,000? Lin Xian smiled and rejected the old man's request. I agree that as a fisherman, everyone knows who knows whom. What can help children develop brain health? These were all the same old excuses he had used when he was in the Air Force. And this guy used the same excuse at least 4 or 5 times. After loading the fish on the trunk door of the car, Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator and left the wild fishing spot. On the way back to the city, Lin Xian turned off the navigation in the car, so he got lost as expected and was lost in the city center for half an hour. Anyone who understands this will understand. If Lin Xian hadn't been afraid that the fish would be dead and no longer fresh, he would have been lost for a longer time. Arrived at the Chihan Park, Lin Xian handed the fish to the kitchen staff to process. He only wanted the bone on the fish's throat. As for the rest, he would just give them as a snack for the employees. He only likes fishing and doesn't like eating fish. The reason why he wanted that bone was very simple. That piece of bone is usually used by black carp to crush snail shells. It is very hard, and after being polished clean, its texture is as smooth as jade, and is often called living jade. It is a kind of collectible that few people play with. After explaining the matters in the kitchen, Lin Xian dealt with the matters and information that had accumulated during this period. Then he noticed a message sent to him by the Hualing subroutine. It was detected that a Chihan agricultural drone had self-destructed in the United States. The reason for the self-destruction was that it was violently dismantled, and the confidentiality procedure was initiated. According to the corresponding sequence, the drone should have been donated to the Russian Bear by the Chihan group. After seeing this message, Lin Xian instantly understood the reason. Chapter 77 James in Action. Just think about it for a moment, and you'll know. The agricultural drone that I donated to the Russian Bear went to the battlefield, and then the self-destruction signal appeared within the territory of the United States. It is obvious that people from the United States want to dismantle and reverse engineer their own drones. Lin Xian made up his mind immediately. Hualing exists. The artificial intelligence Hualing responded to Lin Xian's call immediately. Add safety measures to all batches of drones produced by Chihan Group. As long as we detect that we are in the territory of the United States, we will initiate the physical self-destruction procedure. After receiving Lin Xian's order, Hualing responded quickly. Yes. Related programs are loading. Loading progress 3%, 5%. While listening to Hualing's report, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. This decision of his was not a random one. Because of the comprehensive sanctions imposed by the United States, Chihan's products have been completely banned from sale in the United States. Any Chihan products that appear within the United States are basically smuggled in from countries like Mexico. Lin Xian turned a blind eye to all of this. It doesn't matter. In spite of. Anyway, the technological content of those products is very low, and the main reason they can be exported is that they are powerful and cheap. The key to the low cost is the Chihan Group's extremely powerful industrial capacity, so Lin Xian is not worried about imitation by the United States. Because whoever imitates is bound to lose money. However, the technology of this drone is different, and some related technologies involved are relatively high-end. Lin Xian didn't intend to leak the information so early. In this modern world, any technology leak or spread is the norm. Unless a technological product that surpasses this era is developed, it will be confusing and difficult to develop and imitate. Any technological product needs to be produced and sold in large quantities. So Lin Xian took this approach to slightly stop the progress of the technology leakage of this agricultural drone. There is no need to stop it for a long time, just allow Chihan to maintain their technological advantage for 1 or 2 generations. Byte. All drones have been loaded with relevant programs. After hearing Hualing's report, Lin Xian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then he left the office. The cook has already processed the big herring. As the person who caught this fish, Lin Xian must take a bite. I have to say that the chefs hired by the canteen department of Chihan Group are professional. They cooked more than 20 dishes from a simple big blue carp. It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Lin Xian and Chihan's senior executives had a great meal. As for the piece of live jade, it was also pried out and soaked in oil. Next, it will be sent to a craftsman to be carved into a piece of jewelry. Just as Lin Xian and his employees were enjoying the meal, the top management of the Lehua Group in the United States received the disassembly report from William James. The content of the report is very simple. The team led by James has completed the disassembly and technical analysis of the drone. The focus is on the analysis of wings and fuselage. The result is that the United States is fully capable of producing similar products, and they can provide relevant fuselage structure drawings. But only one thing. The operating system for this agricultural drone needs to be written separately. When they disassembled the drone, they found that the control system of the drone had been physically destroyed. If you want to know more detailed information, please ask headquarters to continue to allocate funds to support their research and development progress in related weapons fields. After seeing the report, Lehua's senior executives were very satisfied. Without further ado, William James was given a special privilege, allowing them to set up a special project to develop Lehua's own drones. Lehua Group has a close cooperative relationship with the U.S. military. Therefore, the person in charge of Lehua could easily make the decision on this matter. He even thought of getting orders for all the drones from the United States so that he could make a fortune. When William James received the relevant email, he couldn't suppress the curve of his mouth. He even walks with the wind. The person in charge of a separate project. If it works out, there will be no problem in becoming a partner of the company. Unfortunately, when James William returned to his disassembly room, all the thoughts in his mind disappeared. The pile of broken parts on the disassembly table told him that it was all a dream. Impossible to achieve. In fact, James lied to the leadership of the Lehua Group. He had not even completed the dismantling of the Chihan Group's drone. The data in the report are actually relevant data about conventional drones, and can be found by simply searching on the internet. Something to fool laymen. If the company really produces drones according to those data, it will definitely lose a lot of money. It is impossible to produce agricultural drones like the Chihan Group. Thinking of this, James felt an unusual headache. At this time, an employee from the RD team walked up to James. "Boss, I have an idea. Since we failed to dismantle the Chihan Group's drone this time, then why don't we smuggle and buy that drone from the Chihan Group? Anyway, this isn't some military supply. I know a way to smuggle Chihan Group's products in from Lao Mo." Hearing these words, James Williams' eyes instantly lit up. "When I was disassembling a drone, I made a mistake and caused the drone's chip to self-destruct. It was definitely not because of my disassembly skills. It must have been because the drone had been attacked before, which led to that mistake. As long as I give myself a few more chances, I will definitely be able to accurately disassemble the chip of Chihan's agricultural drone. Then reverse deduce the relevant technical information." In this way, his hope of becoming a partner in the group has not been completely shattered. He immediately said to the RD staff, "John, your suggestion is very timely. Now you are the person in charge of this matter. I will allocate you a special fund of $100,000. I hope you can help me purchase 5 of these agricultural drones from the Chihan Group for our use. If you can complete this task, your name will be on my paper next time." Hearing James' promise, the RD staff member named John was extremely excited. As long as you have your name on the journal of your doctoral thesis, your future scientific research journey will be smooth sailing. He immediately assured Dr. William. "Yes, doctor, I will definitely complete this task. I will go to Mexico in person and ask them to help purchase this drone product to ensure that our project can proceed smoothly." Chapter 78. Taking Chihan's private agricultural drone? Faced with the temptation of huge benefits, James is extremely motivated. He bypassed the finance department and handed the check directly to the researcher named John. Of course, he will submit relevant reimbursement application to the finance department at that time. James doesn't have that much dedication. As for how much will be reimbursed, it will definitely be doubled. He has already paid a check for $100,000, so it is normal for him to get some more interest. After receiving the check, John took off his white coat without any delay and left the laboratory. He chose the nearest flight and set off for the border city of Eagle Sauce. He planned to use the check for $100,000 to smuggle and purchase Chihan's agricultural drone. Eagle Sauce's aviation business was very convenient, and John reached the border city in just one afternoon. Then he found a local smuggling organization and placed an order with them. In the bar, the man from the smuggling organization also had a face full of question marks, and he subconsciously wiped the tattoo on his head. "Hey brother, are you sure you want the Chihan Group's agricultural drone? Don't you want their three-wheeled electric vehicles? That's the good stuff. It's powerful." John drummed his fingers on the table. "Yes, that's right. I only want 5 of these agricultural drones. This is a deposit, $10,000. I will continue to pay you the remaining balance after the goods are delivered." After saying that, John drank the glass of whiskey in front of him, stood up and left the bar. All of his actions were imitated from movies, trying to pass himself off as a veteran and avoid trouble. Before this, John had only bought weed from street thugs. He also searched for information online and found out the price of Chihan Group's agricultural drones. He decided to only use the $60,000 given by Dr. James to purchase it, and the remaining $40,000 was naturally his hard-earned money. The man from the Mexican smuggling organization could actually see that John was a rookie, but as long as he could make money, it didn't matter whether he was a rookie or a veteran. At most you can add a little more money when the deal is made. What they value now is credibility, and they rarely play the game of thieves robbing each other. After taking the $10,000 in greenbacks, the Mexican man directly contacted people in the organization to arrange the order. These gang members don't care about the sanctions imposed by the United States on China. Although Mexico has also imposed sanctions, they can just follow the path of the neighboring cigar country. Soon, a cross-border import order was sent to Chihan Group. Chihan's staff packed and shipped the drone in accordance with relevant regulations. Target cigar country. Relevant transaction data is archived and stored in the database. It was noticed by Hua Ling, an artificial intelligence that was performing daily self-inspections. There is something unusual about this transaction. Annotation. Conduct relevant data tracking. Hua Ling has powerful data analysis capabilities and quickly traced the transaction traces of the smuggling organization. And search for relevant data of this smuggling organization from the massive data on the internet. Ding, Master. Hua Ling detected an abnormal transaction data. Here is the detailed report. After obtaining the data, Hua Ling made an analysis based on her own underlying logical judgment and reported the relevant matters to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at the information reported to him by Hua Ling. The information listed the smuggling process of the smuggling organization and the portraits of the main members. Basically, these are the data and information they have made public on social platforms. After spending 2 minutes to understand it, Lin Xian no longer paid attention to it and asked Hua Ling to list the relevant data as a daily concern. Having such a smuggling organization is a good thing for Chihan, as it is equivalent to having an additional dealer who works at his own expense. It's a pity that the amount they smuggled was too small, not even as much as the daily sales volume of a fifth-tier small county in the country. As for the drones they smuggled, they have been loaded with relevant confidentiality programs and will self-destruct as long as they enter the United States. It is fine to use it in Lao-mo. Even if there are problems, it has nothing to do with the Chihan Group. After receiving Lin Xian's instructions, Hua Ling lowered the relevant sequence for this transaction. At the same time, a portion of computing power was allocated to target smuggling organizations related to Qin and Han. After completing these tasks, Hua Ling reported the reminders to Lin Xian. Master, the National Space Administration will launch our agricultural meteorological satellite tonight, and sent you an invitation letter last month. Coincidentally, Zhou Ling also came in and prepared to report the matter to Lin Xian. As Lin Xian's assistant, she is responsible for Lin Xian's daily schedule. Zhou Ling, please arrange a flight and arrive at the National Rocket Launch Center before 9 o'clock tonight. After hearing Lin Xian's instructions, Zhou Ling pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his face. Boss Lin, I have already booked the tickets in advance. Our flight is in 2 hours. We can leave for the airport now. Lin Xian nodded. Well, let's go then. After saying that, Lin Xian stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the office. Zhou Ling followed Lin Xian closely, but before leaving, she turned around and looked proudly at the camera in Lin Xian's office. She was showing off to the artificial intelligence Hua Ling. Hua Ling captured Zhou Ling's expression and then conducted relevant analysis. Get a result. This human female is showing off to herself. Then deepen the analysis. Hua Ling couldn't analyze the internal logic behind Zhou Ling's actions. There is only one conclusion that can be drawn: humans are sometimes very boring. Afterwards, Hua Ling entered working mode, supervising various data of Chihan Group and assisting employees in their daily work. This auxiliary program is just a simple AI subroutine, and Lin Xian did not open the corresponding permissions. If Lin Xian completely releases the corresponding authority and comprehensively upgrades Hua Ling's hardware facilities, this artificial intelligence Hua Ling will be able to replace 80% of Chihan's employees, and all processes will be fully automated. The company's operating costs will be greatly reduced and profits will be greatly increased. But that was a situation that Lin Xian didn't want to see. If that happens, it will lead to large-scale layoffs in Chihan and Han, affecting the livelihoods of tens of thousands of families and hundreds of thousands of people. It will attract official attention. Lin Xian's first goal now is not to make money, but to influence the civilization he belongs to and gain influence factors. Lin Xian doesn't need that kind of negative impact on civilization. The more employees Chihan has, the more positive impact it can have. It is precisely because of these that Lin Xian chose to limit most of the computing functions of the artificial intelligence Hua Ling, and only allocate some subroutines to assist his employees in their work. But even so, it has greatly improved the working speed of Chihan employees. Many companies even extended olive branches to Chihan, wanting to obtain the right to use these auxiliary office programs. Chapter 79 Rocket Launch Base, Chihan and Han's meteorological satellite. Lin Xian is a VIP of the airline. When he arrived at the airport, he entered the business lounge. The waiters served him special drinks and snacks according to his taste. Zhou Ling was quietly handling her work on the side. As an assistant, some of the Chihan Group's ordinary chores need to go through her hands for processing. If she encounters something beyond her authority, she needs to report to Lin Xian and let Lin Xian handle it. Of course, Lin Xian would not put all the pressure on Zhou Ling alone. There is also artificial intelligence Hua Ling that will carry out relevant supervision and management. Matters of other directly affiliated departments will also be reported directly to Lin Xian. Zhou Ling's main task is to help Lin Xian with miscellaneous matters. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have to do everything himself, which would be too tiring. Time flies quickly in the busyness. The airport ground staff knocked on the door of the lounge and said softly, "Sorry to bother you. Mr. Lin Xian, the flight you are on is about to take off." Afterwards, under the guidance of the ground staff, Lin Xian and Zhou Ling took a special vehicle directly to the boarding gate and boarded the plane first. The stewardess led Lin Xian to his seat with a smile on her face. Then he half squatted down, provided service to Lin Xian, and introduced the precautions during flying. The first-class cabin is separated from the other cabins. It can ensure that Lin Xian will not be disturbed during the flight. Zhou Ling and Lin Xian were in the same first-class cabin, but she did not continue working after getting on the plane. Instead, he covered himself with the blanket given by the flight attendant and pretended to be resting. In fact, he was secretly spying on Lin Xian. For her, being able to be close to Lin Xian and stay together for a long time was already very satisfying. It would be better if those flight attendants didn't bother me. Lin Xian could feel Zhou Ling's gaze. Female condensation. In this regard, he could only put on an eye mask and headphones and enjoy the music quietly. If he spoke up and reminded Zhou Ling of this matter, this useful female assistant would probably be shy for several days. How much will that affect work? Therefore, Lin Xian could only endure her femininity. He has really contributed so much to this company. Boys should also protect their own safety in society. 2 hours later, the flight Lin Xian was on landed in Xuanzhou City. The airport has specially arranged a vehicle to take Lin Xian and his friends to the booked hotel. After a short rest in the hotel, Lin Xian and Zhou Ling took a special car to the rocket launch center. Because there is a launch mission tonight, there are many tourists outside the launch center. They all came to watch the rocket launch. Visitors are allowed to visit the launch center, but there are certain conditions and restrictions. Before the visit, you need to undergo a political review and make relevant reports at the gate of the satellite launch center. Review and visit on the same day. Of course, you can also make an appointment in advance on the online platform. In addition, visits are prohibited after major launch missions. The satellite launched today is the meteorological satellite of Chihan Group. It is not a major launch mission and tourists are allowed to visit. That's why Lin Xian and his friends were able to see so many tourists. As the sponsor of this launch mission, Lin Xian does not need to undergo a special review. He just showed his invitation letter to the security personnel at the gate of the base and verified his identity information. Lin Xian was allowed to enter the interior of the launch base. The same goes for Zhou Ling. Lin Xian has been to this launch center many times. He had visited several times when the Chihan Group launched a beta series of commercial navigation satellites. He was already familiar with this place. The base's external reception staff received the news of Lin Xian's arrival and rushed over as soon as possible. Mr. Lin, welcome, welcome. We welcome you to our launch base again. Huang Lekun was extremely enthusiastic when facing the launch base's #1 sponsor. In the previous few satellite launches, Chihan Group brought hundreds of millions of cooperation funds to their base. The same is true for this weather satellite. In his eyes, Lin Xian is a living god of wealth. You know, the total annual operating budget for their entire aerospace department is only 2 billion yuan, and even less is allocated to their launch base. And the cooperation brought by Lin Xian is worth hundreds of millions. This can definitely contribute to their space industry. Lin Xian also shook hands with Huang Lekun enthusiastically. Minister Huang, I am here specifically for the weather satellite that is about to be launched. I hope this launch will be a complete success without any accidents. Every time Lin Xian saw Minister Huang, he wanted to complain about his name. Every smoker has heard of his name. Our base has extensive experience in rocket launches. You don't have to worry about this, Mr. Lin. This launch will definitely be a complete success. Please follow me. I'll take you, Mr. Lin, to the best viewing spot. Huang Lekun enthusiastically took Lin Xian towards the interior of the base. Since Lin Xian had visited places like the History Exhibition Hall and Wentian Pavilion before, Huang Lekun skipped them this time. He took Lin Xian directly to the space launch site, swiped his card, and took a special elevator to the work area. Through the huge tempered glass windows, you can clearly see the base staff installing satellites. Boss Lin, this is the weather satellite provided by your company. It can complete daily meteorological operations, conduct environmental monitoring, fire prevention and disaster prevention, and can also conduct research in atmospheric science, ocean science, and hydrology. Right now our base staff are loading the satellite into the rocket. We launched the Type 5A rocket this time. This type of rocket has completed launch missions many times. The success rate is as high as 96%. While listening to Huang Lekun's explanation, Lin Xian looked inside the tempered glass. The core component of the weather satellite was the blueprint he exchanged from the system, and then he asked his scientific researchers to analyze and produce it. Its functions are far more than what Huang Lekun said. Lin Xian's purpose of launching it was also to obtain influence factors in agriculture. Soon, under the operation of the staff, the weather satellite was successfully loaded into the rocket's payload compartment. The staff on the other side were filling the propellant storage tank section with rocket fuel. Fully subcooled liquid oxygen and methane dual propellants, filled simultaneously. Boss Lin, it's almost time for the rocket to launch. Please follow me. Huang Lekun looked at his watch and reminded Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian followed him to the control center of the rocket launch base. Here, Lin Xian could see the panoramic view of the rocket launch through the huge screen. Chapter 80. The rocket takes off. Why is it Chihan again? Type 5A rocket ready for launch. Evacuation completed. Safety check completed. All data is normal. Get ready to light the fire. The control center of the rocket launch base. The person in charge of this launch project was staring at the screen closely, and the reports from the staff were all reaching his ears. Soon, all the information was reported. The pre-shooting inspection was correct. The person in charge makes the final confirmation. After confirming that it is safe, the launch countdown begins. Countdown to launch of Type 5 rocket 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition! As the person in charge finished speaking, the staff at the command center pressed the ignition button. Boom! Along with a huge roar, huge smoke began to appear at the bottom of the rocket, and flames flashed in the smoke. The launch tower robotic arm is untied. The two robotic arms that originally clamped the rocket slowly loosened. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the carrier rocket began to take off and accelerate. The staff stared at the display screen. Lin Xian was also watching. Display screen. The Type 5A rocket has risen to midair, and the strong thrust is helping it break free from the constraints of gravity. Around the launch base, all the tourists were craning their necks to look at the rockets in the sky. Because the launch took place at night, all they saw was a ball of fire flying upward into the sky. The reporters, equipped with professional equipment, are now taking photos and video footage. If it was the first launch of a manned space rocket, it would definitely be explosive news. Now, this kind of conventional rocket launch is just a daily news report for reporters. Of course, if the rocket explodes. That's big news. Boosters detach. When the rocket reached an altitude of 50,000 meters, the fuel in all 4 boosters had been exhausted. Receive instructions from the launch base. The explosive bolts that had been prefixed on the separator detonated at the same time, releasing the connection between the 4 boosters and the main body of the rocket. Then they fell from the sky. The drop site for the rocket booster was selected in advance in a sparsely populated area. Lin Xian saw this scene clearly through the huge screen. Of course, he had seen the same scene no less than 5 times. Huan Lekun, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief that was barely perceptible at this time. The successful separation of the booster means that the rocket launch is half successful. All that's left is to send the weather satellite into its intended orbit, and the rocket launch will be a complete success. Every time a rocket is launched, he is most worried about accidents. Fortunately, there were no problems this time. The rocket in deep space has now started the first stage rocket and the first stage engine above it to continue flying. At this moment, it is difficult to see the rocket with the naked eye. Even if it can be seen, it is just a light spot the size of a match. The atmosphere at the launch center gradually relaxed. Some staff members have already begun preparing to celebrate the successful rocket launch. There was a hint of joy on his face. For them, every successful rocket launch is their resume. Next, the first and second stage rockets all separated successfully. The fairing has also been separated. The satellite was sent into its intended orbit. The rocket launch was a complete success. Looking at the weather satellite unfolding its solar panels on the screen, everyone in the launch center cheered. A smile also began to appear on Lin Xian's face. After all, sponsoring a rocket launch costs 20 to 30 million yuan. If the launch fails, he will also feel the pain. At this time, the person in charge walked up to Lin Xian. Hello, Comrade Lin Xian. I am Yang Peng, the person in charge and commander of this rocket launch project. Now your company's artificial weather satellite has entered the planned orbit. Please authorize the key and activate the satellite. Make sure this launch is a success. This is also the reason why Lin Xian was invited here. This meteorological satellite of the Chihan group needs to be activated with the electronic key in Lin Xian's hand. Otherwise, even if the launch is successful, it will just be a piece of space junk. Thank you very much this time, Commander Yang. We will have more weather satellite launches in the future, so I'll have to trouble you. Lin Xian thanked the launch commander, who was obviously from the military, while walking towards the control console. Then he took out a key from his body and inserted it into the interface on the console. The corresponding electronic program is activated. The weather satellite floating in outer orbit responded quickly and established a connection with the ground. Data channel construction completed. Information exchange is normal. Testing the observation capabilities of meteorological satellites. This meteorological satellite is controlled by the launch center, and various functional lights are lit on its surface. Start carrying out various tasks according to the instructions from the ground. First, scan the clouds in the area. Cloud images appear on screens at the launch center and are compared with cloud images scanned by other meteorological satellites. It's normal. The hydrological observation functions are all functioning normally, and even the scanning accuracy of the radar function can be as accurate as 0.11 meters. This discovery made Yang Peng break out in a cold sweat. This is somewhat outrageous. Even China's military satellites are not that accurate. Is this a weather satellite? He has commanded rocket launches many times and has a relatively good understanding of the data of some satellites. Know clearly what the scanning accuracy of the Chihan group's meteorological satellite means. He immediately said to Lin Xian, "Comrade Lin Xian, the scanning accuracy of the weather satellite you launched is too high. I need to report it to the higher-ups. At the same time, in some military restricted areas and designated areas, your satellite cannot conduct scanning, data collection and other activities without authorization." Lin Xian had no objection to this. The country has relevant regulations, and he abides by them. Very normal. After getting Lin Xian's permission to command, Yang Peng began to report to the higher authorities. Seriously speaking, this isn't a particularly serious matter. If he gets permission from higher authorities, he would even be willing to represent the aerospace department and reach in-depth cooperation with Lin Xian's Chihan group. Yang Peng's report was quickly taken seriously by higher authorities. As expected, the matter was reported to Zhong Jiangwo. When he saw the content of the report, he stood up from his chair. Scanning accuracy of 0.11 meters. The country still has no breakthrough technology. A private enterprise actually made a breakthrough and even applied it on meteorological satellites. Isn't this bullshit? The military is what is needed most. Then he saw the unit to which the weather satellite belonged. Chihan Group. A depressed look suddenly appeared on Zhong Jiangwo's face. Qin and Han again? Chapter 81. What did your satellite see? Zhong Jiangwo's first reaction was to take out his cell phone and dial Lin Xian's private number. When Lin Xian saw the caller ID on his phone, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What does this leader want to see me for so late at night? But in a flash he thought of what Yang Peng had said before about reporting. It can't be. The report has been submitted to Zhong Jiangwo. Does the General Assembly Department have such broad authority that even the Space Administration needs to report to them? In fact, Lin Xian was wrong. The authority of the General Assembly Department is not that great, and the reason why this report came into the hands of Zhong Jiangwo is very simple. Yang Peng comes from the military, and the accuracy of Lin Xian's meteorological satellite is exactly what the military needs. It was natural for the report to be handed over to Zhong Jiangwo. These thoughts just flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and he quickly picked up the phone. "Good evening, leader." As soon as the call was connected, Zhong Jiangwo immediately said, "Comrade Lin Xian, please wait for me at the Space Agency's launch center. I'll be right there. I'll need to trouble you for a while this time." Hearing such a request, Lin Xian had absolutely no reason to refuse. He even smelled profit in it. The fact that his weather satellite was able to attract a figure of Zhong Jiangwo's caliber to come overnight showed that it met the military's huge needs. And demand means market. So after hanging up the phone, Lin Xian did not choose to leave, but continued to stay in the rocket launch center. At this time, Huang Likun, the receptionist, took the initiative to invite Mr. Lin. "We have a dedicated lounge at the launch center. You can go over there and rest for a while and wait for the leader." Lin Xian smiled and rejected his proposal. Joke. The key to the weather satellite is still inserted into the console. After he leaves, God knows what these staff will do with their own weather satellites. It would be better for me to stay here by myself. Huang Likun's expression did not change at all when he was rejected. On the contrary, he also took the initiative to find special chairs for Lin Xian and Zhou Ling. Lin Xian thanked him and then walked over to a base staff member. This staff member is responsible for assisting in the operation and inspection of meteorological satellites. Lin Xian bent down, put one hand on his shoulder and the other hand on the operating platform. "This, comrade. Would you mind showing me how to control the satellite?" The staff member looked back at Yang Ping, who nodded to him. After receiving the instruction, he replied to Lin Xian. "Of course, Mr. Lin. What do you want the satellite to do in orbit?" Hearing this answer, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's face. Immediately, he asked his staff member to operate the meteorological satellite in outer space and conduct various scanning inspections. Satisfy his curiosity. If possible, Lin Xian would like to operate it himself. But this is definitely not allowed. The base has relevant rules and regulations. Lin Xian could only satisfy his desire to talk from a distance. Of course, the places Lin Xian asked the satellite to scan were all public locations, in order to avoid adverse effects. After a while, Lin Xian was somewhat dissatisfied with the situation in the country, so he asked the staff member to operate the satellite to start scanning the high seas area. During this process, Zhou Ling stood quietly behind Lin Xian. At the same time, Zhong Jiangwo had completed the adjustment of the flight route. He applied for a temporary route for himself, which allowed him to fly directly from Suzhou City to the rocket launch center. After applying for the route, Zhong Jiangwo set off directly in the official car of the General Assembly Department. It only took him about 20 minutes to reach the military airport. The prearranged military aircraft was already waiting at the airport. After going through several procedures to check and verify his identity, Zhong Jiangwo was allowed to enter. The airport tower then began remote control command to guide the plane to take off. Normally, it takes about 14 hours to fly from Suzhou City to the satellite launch center, including the waiting time required for transfers. However, Zhong Jiangwo had specifically applied to the Air Traffic Control Department for this route, so he was able to reach the rocket launch center. The whole process only takes 2 hours. When Zhong Jiangwo got off the plane, it was almost midnight. He quickly left the airport and took a vehicle arranged by the rocket launch center to the rocket launch center. At this moment, it felt like a fire was burning in Zhong Jiangwo's heart. "I wish I could fly directly to the rocket launch center right now and see with my own eyes the weather satellite launched by Lin Xian. It would be a waste if satellites with such remote sensing scanning accuracy were not handed over to the military for use." He was half leaning on the backrest of the car, his eyes slightly closed, thinking about how to convince Lin Xian this time and get him to cooperate with the military again. This kid is really amazing. Always able to come up with surprises. No wonder he developed the Chihan group into its current scale. With such thoughts in mind, Zhong Jiangwo was taken to the rocket launch center by this car. As soon as the car stopped, he couldn't wait to open the door and walk towards the control center. He had been here several times before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. When Zhong Jiangwo opened the door of the control center, what came into view was a huge weather map displayed on the display screen. Zhong Jiangwo knew that this should be the weather cloud map scanned by Lin Xian's weather satellite. He did not speak to disturb the staff in the control center, but carefully looked at the weather cloud map. It can be seen that the scanning accuracy of Lin Xian's meteorological satellite is very high, and the cloud image is extremely clear. Even the bugs are scanned clearly, etc. Insect. Zhong Jiangwo was immediately startled. He suddenly realized the problem. How could there be bugs 10,000 meters in the sky? His first reaction was to wonder if there was something wrong with the scanning equipment of the weather satellite. But Zhong Jiangwo changed his mind and thought, if there really was a problem, the staff at the command center would not have reacted the way they do now. Otherwise, we would have been busy troubleshooting. After all, launching a carrier rocket involves a funding project worth tens of millions. This should be a normal phenomenon. Thinking of this, Zhong Jiangwo began to look at the insect carefully. Then, his expression began to change. Why does this bug look a bit like a fighter plane? It looks a bit like the latest stealth fighter in the United States? Wrong. Not like. It is clearly the latest stealth fighter of the United States. Lin Xian, do you know what your weather satellite scanned out? Chapter 82, Eagle Sauce. What? My fighter plane has been locked? As the director of the military's General Armament Department, Zhong Jiangwo has the authority to know about advanced military equipment from countries around the world. In this way, he can better fulfill his job responsibilities. When the Eagle Sauce released the F-22 stealth fighter, he was one of the first people to obtain the appearance information of this fighter. It's just that he has never obtained more detailed data. Zhong Jiangwo immediately rushed to Lin Xian's side, pointed at the insect-sized fighter on the console screen and shouted, "Quick, keep an eye on this fighter and obtain its flight data." After saying this, Zhong Jiangwo felt a little regretful. Am I too impulsive? This weather satellite sensed and scanned the United States stealth fighter, so it must be scanning over the United States territory. If the operator follows his instructions, the relevant lock scan will be performed. Will it lead to a head-on conflict between the two countries? If this is the case, Lin Xian and the people at the Rocket Launch Center may be held accountable. Active provocation. Zhong Jiangwo made up his mind immediately. If the higher-ups want accountability, he will stand up and fight back. Even if it means taking off the clothes on my body, I would not hesitate. Lin Xian was startled by Zhong Jiangwo, who suddenly rushed over. In fact, he had already noticed that Zhong Jiangwo had entered the control center. I just didn't expect him to rush over so excitedly. He is in his 50s. Not stable at all. While Lin Xian was complaining in his heart, he asked the staff member to proceed according to Zhong Jiangwo's idea. The weather satellite in the permitted orbit received instructions from the ground and began to make slight adjustments. Subsequently, the relevant equipment on the satellite was started. Focus on a flying object in your observation area. Soon, images of the flying object began to appear on the control center screen. It's a fighter plane. After seeing the content of the picture, Zhong Jiangwo confirmed his guess. That's right. This is the F-22 stealth fighter of the United States. Codename Raptor. He clenched his fists excitedly. At the same time, he also noticed the blue sea in the picture. Could it be that this Raptor fighter is carrying out a flight mission in the waters near the United States? Lin Xian also saw the picture and the American flag on the fighter plane. He coughed lightly. Ahem. Leader, I definitely didn't mean it. I didn't expect that when I was testing the function of this weather satellite and scanning the cloud images in the high seas, I would actually skin the fighter jets of the United States. Lin Xian really didn't expect such a scene to appear this time. Who could have thought it would be such a coincidence? At midnight, I asked the weather satellite to skin the clouds in the high seas area, and it found the fighter jets of the United States. Staying up late at night and patrolling the high seas in a fighter jet, isn't this simply insane? It is daytime in the United States now. Is the time zone different? That's also the problem of American pilots. When Zhong Jiangwo heard the word high seas, he instantly felt relieved. The high seas. Then that's no problem. It's not the sovereign waters of the United States. When the time comes, let the people from the diplomatic department deal with them. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. But I want to know what equipment you installed on your weather satellite that can scan and lock onto the Raptor fighter jets of the United States so clearly. The staff member who was operating the weather satellite heard this, and his hands trembled. Oh my God! The F-22 fighter jet was locked by me? 4 words instantly appeared in his mind. Bring honor to the family. Give him a separate page in the family tree. Of course, this is impossible. It's just a simple control of the satellite radar to scan and lock. If he had shot down the F-22 fighter jet alone, he would definitely have won these honors. Yanpeng, the person in charge of the control center, has now arranged for staff to enforce control regulations to prevent related intelligence leaks. As a military man, he pays special attention to this aspect. The other side. The American soldiers flying the F-22 stealth fighter are extremely panicked at this moment. Various alarms were sounding in the cockpit. Notice! Notice! It has been locked by radar. FK! The driver, Alex, slapped the display screen in front of him hard, and was extremely angry. Half an hour ago, he was cruising in the high seas in this F-22 according to his superior's orders. As a result, various alarms suddenly popped up. Hint: he has been locked by radar. Alex's first reaction was disbelief. This is impossible. You have to know that he is flying the most advanced stealth fighter F-22 in the United States. The characteristic of stealth fighter is that it can avoid being locked by radar to the greatest extent possible. So now the instruments on the fighter plane reminded him that he was locked by radar. How could he believe this? However, all operating parts of the fighter jet appeared normal and there were no malfunctions. This made Alex have to believe that this was true. Then he made an immediate judgment. Operate the fighter plane to get rid of the radar lock. According to the maximum flight speed of the F-22, not many radars can keep locking onto the fighter. At the same time, we also contacted the people at the base and reported the matter to them. The military base's advice was for him to shake off the radar lock and return to base. Avoid exposing this base in the United States. The results are obvious. Alex didn't lose the radar lock on him. At the same time, the fuel in the fighter's chassis was almost exhausted. As a last resort, Alex continued to report to the base. Calling the Eagle's Nest. Calling the Eagle's Nest. This time the escape from lock failed. The fuel is about to run out. It is suspected to be an instrument failure. Apply for homing. I repeat once again, applying to return home. The people at the base also came to the same conclusion, probably that there was some kind of malfunction on the F-22 fighter jet, which caused such a prompt to pop up. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. How could a radar lock onto a fighter jet for more than half an hour without taking further action? Just a joke? This is impossible. The radar that can lock onto the F-22 fighter must be the most advanced radar in the world. Who would play around with such military secrets? Another possibility is that it was done by aliens. But that's even more impossible, it's complete bullshit. In addition, the cost of this F-22 stealth fighter is extremely high, with a single fighter costing as much as $330 million, and they cannot afford the loss. The person in charge of this military base in the United States immediately issued an order. You are allowed to return home, please be safe. After receiving the order, Alex immediately operated the fighter plane and started to return. He really didn't have much fuel left. The weather satellite that had been locking onto the fighter jet also scanned the data of the military base in the United States. Suddenly, a deafening alarm sounded in the base. Locked on by radar! Locked on by radar!